Chapter 501. Henry was furious, roaring, "Everyone, pull yourselves together. Saying, you take command of the frontal battle, don't let them fight in disarray. Call over all the lieutenants and the Dragon Knights, quickly provide air support, open a gap in the rear, don't let them form an encirclement." A series of orders were issued, and the capital's army gradually stabilized, finally managing to withstand Harrington's attack. However, things didn't go as smoothly as Henry had imagined. Soon, a small cavalry unit charged down from the nearby hill, the powerful impact tearing a gap in the capital's ranks. Henry was all too familiar with this tactic. His eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "The Norma are here." Sane looked ahead, and saw that the cavalry unit had completely broken up his formation with just 2 or 3 charges. If they didn't find a way to counter this, the situation would likely change again. Sane roared, mounting a fiery dragon and soaring into the sky with a whoosh. 10 Dragon Knights followed, and in the blink of an eye, they were above the cavalry. The dragons opened their maws, and massive fireballs rained down from the sky. The cavalry leader, Johnny, the former captain of the Fire Phoenix adventurer team, immediately shouted, "Scatter." The cavalry split into 3 groups, breaking through from different directions. Simultaneously, some cast defensive magic, conjuring a massive protective shield in the air. Boom! 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 The massive fireballs struck the ground with deafening explosions, but due to the cavalry's incredible speed, most of the fireballs missed their targets, instead injuring many of their own men. "Stop releasing fireballs! You fools!" Sane roared, "Chase them! Drive them out of the ranks!" More than a dozen Dragon Knights swept down from the sky, flying low to the ground as they pursued the cavalry, creating gusts of wind. As the cavalry retreated, a cruel smile appeared on Sane's face. Once they distanced themselves from his own ranks, the fire dragons could inflict massive casualties with their breath attacks. This was the true killing move of the Dragon Knights. However, just as they reached the edge of the hillside, rows of dark cannon barrels suddenly appeared before them, and Sane's smile froze on his face. Boom! The first cannon shot pulled Sane back to reality. He shouted urgently, "Run!" But it was too late. The dragons were incredibly fast. From the moment they saw the magic cannons to the moment they turned and fled, they had already covered nearly 100 meters. Boom! 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 Several magic cannons fired simultaneously, sending massive pillars of light shooting into the sky. A single volley severely wounded 2 dragon beasts, sending them plummeting from the heavens. Damn Norma! Sane was furious. He hadn't expected the Norma army to hide so many magic cannons in the mountains, just waiting for him to take the bait. "Sane! Stop fighting. Let's break through." Henry, riding another frost dragon beast, approached him and said. Sane slapped his forehead. Right. Now wasn't the time for a direct confrontation. Their home base was about to be attacked. They had to get back to defend it. Every member of the Imperial Capital's army had received the order to retreat without exception. This sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered and confused. Despite their doubts and confusion, as soldiers, they knew that obeying orders was their duty. Even though choosing to retreat at this moment might lead to heavy losses or even annihilation, military orders are absolute, and they had no choice but to resolutely carry them out. Sane made a decisive decision, leaving 3,000 soldiers to cover the rear, while the rest followed closely behind, breaking through the encirclement like a whirlwind. However, Roman's army reacted with astonishing speed, quickly forming a tight encirclement that completely cut off Henry and his men's retreat, like an impregnable wall. In an instant, both sides seemed to descend into a near-mad frenzy. The once peaceful valley instantly transformed into a bloody and terrifying battlefield, a colossal, merciless meat grinder devouring lives. The soldiers of the capital frantically tried to break through, their faces filled with determination and despair. The soldiers of Harrington, without hesitation, stood tall, using their own flesh and blood to build an unbreakable wall, firmly holding back the enemy force of up to 100,000 men in the valley. For a time, shouts of battle and screams of agony rose and fell, echoing through the sky. On the battlefield, flesh and blood flew everywhere, limbs and severed bodies lay strewn about, and mountains of corpses lay scattered haphazardly. Crimson blood flowed continuously from the wounded, like trickling streams, gradually forming horrifying puddles. The entire land seemed to be soaked in this sea of blood, displaying a chilling dark red hue. Henry never expected things to develop this way. He had only come to make a show of it, his main purpose being to draw everyone's attention here, making the interception operation in the Endless Sea easier. But things had unfolded beyond his expectations. The Normans are completely unpredictable. Not only did they send a gigantic monster to slip past them, but they also joined forces with the Duchy of Harrington to lure them into a trap in the valley, making escape extremely difficult. Such tactics, could they be Anne's doing? Henry suddenly thought of this possibility. Could it be that Anne is actually alright, just feigning a problem? Sane fell silent, another possibility forming in his mind. My lord, have you heard of Keller? Keller? Henry looked blank. I don't recall him. Who is that? Sane's eyes burned. When Anne first appeared in the Duchy of Sharia, she was accompanied by someone else, Keller. According to intelligence, his abilities are no less than Anne's, perhaps even stronger, and far more ruthless. It was he who, alone, with his Li Yuan realm strength, caused even the Hua Yuan realm Black Flame King a great loss. There's such a person? How come I didn't know him before? Henry asked, full of doubt. Because he's dead, Sane said. Henry's eyes widened. What time is it now? Are you still joking with me? Sane shook his head. But I always find it strange. After Karas killed him, Annie kept his body. Later, Annie went to the Divine Beast Mountain, and when she reappeared, the body was gone. Annie couldn't have just abandoned him, because he was the son of the Marquis of the West of the Norma Empire, and also her best friend. More importantly, when Annie discovered Keller's death, she didn't show sadness, it was more like an expression of parting. Enough, Henry interrupted. I don't want to hear your guesses anymore. Whoever came up with this plan, what we need to do now is find a way to break out. There's no way at all. It's clearly a well-planned attack. Continuing to fight like this is very disadvantageous for us. Just then, Roman shouted from within the ranks, Marquis Henry, I advise you not to struggle anymore. If you're willing to give up the retreat and stay quietly in the valley, I won't take any action. How about we leave each other in peace? Henry sneered, peace, my foot. You just want to stall us, don't you? No way. Even if we fight to the last man, we retreat. All the soldiers heard this exchange, and were momentarily stunned. What was going on? One wanted to leave, the other wanted them to stay, Roman. Man continued, you are incredibly strong, none of us here can match you, so you have nothing to fear. But these soldiers are human too. Are their lives so worthless? Humph. Don't try to demoralize us. No matter how eloquently you speak, the men of Austin won't listen to a single word. Think carefully. As long as you don't retreat, I will immediately order the army to cease its attack and never set foot in the valley. I will also send food and supplies to ensure you have enough to eat and wear. You think you can bribe us with that? Dream on. Henry waved his hand. Everyone must charge out, or you will be executed on the spot. Under this pressure, the soldiers of the capital did not retreat an inch, continuing to fight fearlessly against Harrington's army, the number of dead and wounded steadily increasing. Roman frowned. Henry has gone mad. At this rate, our losses will only increase. Johnny came to Roman's side, jumped off his horse, and said, Your Highness, why don't we retreat? Let's stretch our battle lines a bit, fighting as we retreat. If we can hold them off for 2 days, I believe Bond will have enough time. Roman sighed. All right, that's the only way. Then, the army of the Duchy of Harrington began a slow retreat towards the capital. At first, Henry was quite pleased, thinking his persistence had made Roman back down, but he hadn't expected the enemy to simply change their tactics, and by time, the situation hadn't improved at all. But this left Henry with even more options. He had to fight or retreat. He had to break out or be blocked. His speed was impossible to increase. Henry knew that if this continued, they would likely be worn down. After all, this was the Duchy of Harrington, whose troops and supplies were plentiful, ensuring they were always at their peak. But the army in the capital was in a different situation. Their retreat was cut off, everyone only had 2 or 3 days' worth of rations, and they had to keep fighting. Many were already on their last legs. Henry, left with no other option, had to set up camp on the spot, halting his retreat. However, he still ordered Sane to lead the Dragon Knights to Bray City by air at top speed. The Duchy of Harrington lacked air power, and therefore could not form an effective barrier, forced to watch helplessly as they departed. In the Imperial Palace of the Austin Empire, Roy rose early in the morning, dressed and washed with the help of maids, ate breakfast, and then comfortably went to his study. Now the Empire required his decisions on many matters. He no longer had the carefree days of being a prince. However, Roy's personality had always been unconventional, and after reviewing just a few documents, he felt somewhat weary. Someone come here. A guard entered, respectfully saying, Your Majesty. Roy leaned back in his chair. How are the battles across the land today? Has anyone reported anything? The guard replied, Everything is normal on Prince Frey's side. We have intelligence that a fleet has already departed from the port of the Duchy of Harrington, heading towards the northern seas. How are his preparations? This time we must take Will down in one fell swoop. We can't let him escape again. Lord Fry brought 30 magic cannons and 50 dragon knights. On the naval front, including Lord Greta, there are 4 Feng Yuan level experts. He's basically brought all the Empire's elite forces. Dealing with Will alone shouldn't be a problem. Roy waved his hand. His side is the most important. Tell him to be extremely careful. What about Rand's side? Lord Rand's battle report from yesterday stated that Evar's strength has greatly increased after breaking through to the Feng Yuan realm. In addition, there are 3 elders in the Endless Sea who are also at the Feng Yuan realm. The enemy's combat power is indeed formidable. It will be difficult to launch a decisive attack for a while. Advantage? Roy scoffed. He was so confident at first, but little did he know that the Sharia of today is not the Sharia of yesteryear. Evar and Alonso have both broken through to the Feng Yuan realm, and with their unique Elma independent regiment of Griffin Knights, they are no less formidable than any other force on the battlefield. The guard nodded and continued, Lord Henry hasn't sent any battle reports for 2 days. The previous report said that the Duchy of Harrington has consistently avoided battle, retreating over 300 li. Our army has advanced rapidly, even capturing crucial passes, but we don't know how things are now. Roy frowned. That's typical of the Harringtons. They haven't fought in large-scale battles in a long time. They might not even know how to wield a sword anymore. But Henry is really something, making such a fuss over the Duchy of Harrington. It's not like he's expected to crush them outright. It's just a show. Has the Norma Empire made any moves? The Norma Empire launched a surprise attack on Revis, but the attack seems to have failed. The Norma people have now retreated. According to Revis, the Norma Empire may not have sent a large army to attack in order to more firmly control the Light's territory. Is that all? That's all for now. Roy waved his hand, dismissing the guard, a smile playing on his lips. Now that things have come to this, Annie, let's see what you can do to turn the situation around. Oh! Right, I forgot you're sick now. Forget about turning the situation around. You probably can't even speak. Ha ha! Boom! A loud crash resounded, as if something had suddenly slammed into the solid walls of the palace, creating a violent sound and a strong tremor. Roy was startled and quickly stood up, rushing to the door and shouting, What's going on? Chaos had erupted outside, with squads of royal guards hurrying towards the palace gates. Roy pulled one aside and asked, What happened? The guard, his face tense, saluted and said, Reporting, your majesty, a monster has invaded the city and is now ramming the palace walls. What? Roy's eyes widened. What kind of monster is this in broad daylight? I don't know either. The guard almost cried. They say it's a huge iron lump. A huge iron lump? Roy was completely dumbfounded. My prestigious Austin Palace is being attacked by a huge iron lump? Chapter 502. Roy wanted to go to the palace gate for a look, but was stopped by the guards. Your Majesty, it's too dangerous there, you better not go. Roy shoved him aside. Get lost. I never seen a giant iron behemoth that can siege a city before. I have to see it properly. The guard said anxiously, Forget it. What will happen to the Empire if something happens to you? He suddenly had a bright idea, saying, That's right. Don't we have a tall tower in the palace? You can go up there, the view is better, and you can even give us orders. Roy turned to look at the palace tower, slightly pursing his lips, and said, All right then. Under the close protection of a group of solemn, fully armed guards, Roy quickly climbed the tower. This tower was usually just a decorative feature of the palace. However, at that moment, a deafening, incessant rumble echoed. The terrifying crashing sound was like a ferocious, ancient beast, rampaging wildly with its incredibly hard head against the palace walls. This horrifying sound made Roy's heart tighten, and he involuntarily quickened his pace, eager to find out what dared to so brazenly challenge the majesty of the royal family. When he finally reached the top of the tower, panting, a tense-looking soldier rushed forward and respectfully handed him a strangely shaped, clearly meticulously crafted magical telescope. Without a word, Roy snatched the telescope, eagerly holding it up to his eyes, and staring intently towards the palace gate. In that instant, his eyes widened, his mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg, and he stood frozen in place, as if under a spell. Through the telescope, what appeared before him was an enormous, imposing small castle. This castle resembled a ferocious, terrifying monster, bearing its fangs and claws as it launched wave after wave of fierce attacks on the palace gates, the deafening roar emanating from it. On the other hand, facing the overwhelming castle, thousands of mages remained calm. They quickly rallied together, chanting incantations, and simultaneously brandished their wands. In an instant, various colors of light flashed and intertwined, and a barrage of incredibly powerful offensive spells roared out, raining down on the castle. Unfortunately, these seemingly invincible spells were like scratching an itch through a boot on the behemoth, unable to inflict any real damage. "What the hell is that?" Roy exclaimed, his mind racing through all the characteristics of magical creatures he had learned about at the Magic Academy, but he couldn't recall anything like it. "This is definitely a monster," a soldier beside him said in terror. "We need to call the Holy See for help right away." Roy turned and asked, "Where's Augustine? Isn't he in Bray City? Tell him to come here immediately." The soldier immediately went to relay the order, and soon a dragon knight soared into the sky to request assistance from the Holy See. Augustine was temporarily residing in the suburbs outside Bray City, where there was a secret Holy See base. Originally used to monitor the Austen royal family, this was no longer necessary, so it was put into the open and became a Holy See outpost outside Bray City. Therefore, Augustine was completely unaware that Bray City had been attacked by a moving castle. Augustine was also currently troubled by another matter, the Other Shore Flowers. The entire Austen Empire was in chaos, and the Other Shore Flowers, like flies drawn to a foul stench, had seized the opportunity to infiltrate various places, launching a guerrilla war against the papacy. Just 2 days ago, while Augustine was in the Duchy of Harrington, this stronghold was also attacked. More than a dozen necromancers summoned a horde of random undead that rushed in and devoured them. Several cultists, caught off guard, were instantly reduced to bone fragments. By the time Augustine reacted and regrouped his troops to counterattack, the attackers scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Augustine was furious. He brought over 100 more Knights of Light from Divine Beast Mountain to conduct a thorough purge of the nearby Other Shore Flower members, but with little effect. On this day, the arrival of the Dragon Knights from the Augustine royal family surprised him somewhat. Normally, unless they needed the papists' help, the royal family would never proactively seek their assistance. "What's going on? What trouble have you encountered this time?" Augustine asked impatiently. The Dragon Knight replied hurriedly, "Archbishop, it's terrible. Monsters are attacking our palace. Please come to our aid immediately." "Monsters?" Augustine frowned. "Is your royal family just bored and here to torment me? We thoroughly searched the surrounding area. There aren't any monsters around here." "We don't know either." That monster appeared suddenly, charging straight into the city from outside, rampaging recklessly. It's currently attacking the palace walls. If it weren't for the defensive array, the walls would probably have collapsed by now. Seeing that the Dragon Knight's words didn't seem like a lie, Augustine frowned deeply. Could there really be a monster? His eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something. Speaking of monsters, the undead realm certainly had the most. Perhaps this was related to the spider lily? Without hesitation, he leaped onto a majestic golden dragon. With a powerful flap of its wings, it sped towards the palace like a golden lightning bolt. As the distance closed, Augustine could see the once magnificent, now dilapidated city gate in the distance. A shockingly large hole appeared in the gate, its edges jagged, clearly caused by the violent impact of some extremely large object. Augustine's doubts grew stronger. What kind of being could cause such horrific destruction? Arriving at the palace gates, he was utterly stunned. It was a bizarre castle, from which dozens of thick legs extended, crashing violently against the palace walls. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosions echoed. This unknown creature was even larger than a ferocious dragon. Even dragons would likely lack such an astonishing size. A strange sense of foreboding welled up in Augustine's heart, but he took a deep breath, roared, and his magical power erupted like a surging tide. Blade of Judgment. With his roar, a dazzling blade of light suddenly appeared in midair. This blade was tens of meters long, its entire body radiating brilliant holy light, exuding a chilling pressure and extremely sharp power, as if it could tear the entire world apart. Immediately afterward, Augustine swung his hands, and the enormous blade of light slashed down fiercely. At this moment, the moving castle, which was frantically attacking the palace, seemed to sense the abnormal aura emanating from above. It suddenly stopped its attack, then retracted its legs and sat heavily on the ground with a thud. Simultaneously, a strange black light instantly surged around the castle, rapidly spreading and tightly enveloping the entire castle, appearing as if it had been clad in an indestructible armor. A deafening roar resounded, echoing through the heavens. The incomparably powerful Holy Judgment blade struck the moving castle squarely, yet shockingly, this blow, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, failed to cause the slightest damage to the mysterious castle. What? Augustine's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. The formidable defensive power displayed by this moving castle was beyond imagination. Even he, a 6th-tier Fengyuan expert, was astonished. Bourne stood inside the moving castle, observing the surrounding situation. He had originally intended to release everyone at the city gate to seize it in one fell swoop, but unexpectedly, Bree City was completely undefended, the entire city gate was wide open, and even the defensive magic array was not activated. So Bourne commanded the moving castle to ram through the city gate, creating a huge hole, and then rushed to the palace gates. The palace's defenses were far stronger than the city gates. Despite numerous attempts, they hadn't broken through the palace's defensive array. It seemed they needed to release the people. However, now there was another problem: how to deal with Augustine. He was a 6th-tier Fengyuan expert. Bourne stroked his chin. He was only at the 4th tier of Fengyuan. He was still somewhat inferior to Augustine, especially since Augustine was a light mage, whose attributes countered his. A direct confrontation was definitely not a wise move. Suddenly, Bourne's eyes lit up. He chuckled, then addressed the crowd. Listen up, everyone. Now's the time to make our mark. I release you all later. Go all out, and attack the palace's defensive array with everything you have. Don't worry about the papacy, I handle them. The crowd trusted Bourne unconditionally. Although they knew he was undead, he was Annie's summoned undead, meaning he was one of their own. Their faces were resolute, and they were all eager and ready to fight. Seeing that the atmosphere was sufficiently charged, Bourne took a deep breath and roared, "Charge!" Instantly, a flash of light appeared at the entrance to the moving castle, opening a passage. The soldiers of the Goel family charged out, howling, as various attack spells rained down, crashing against the palace's defensive array. Their armor bore the distinctive emblem of the Goel family, making them easily identifiable. Roy recognized them immediately. Holy crap! It's the Norma! Roy was utterly stunned. He sent out so many men, made so many preparations, and the Norma had actually managed to reach the palace. Boom! 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 The defensive array trembled violently. The palace guards hurriedly replenished magic stones to keep the array operational. But the Gore family's attack was simply too fierce. Their replenishment rate couldn't keep up with the rate at which they were being consumed. Bang! With a deafening roar, a breach appeared in the palace wall's array. The Gore family soldiers cheered and concentrated their firepower on the breach. Augustine, in the air, was completely dumbfounded. He never dreamed that the Norma would actually reach Bray City, and even attack the palace. He roared as he rode his golden dragon towards the attacking Gore family army. However, just as he reached halfway up, an extremely dangerous feeling swept over him from below. He jolted awake and quickly pulled upwards, but the next moment, with a whoosh, a massive bone spear pierced directly into the golden dragon's abdomen. Awooh! The golden dragon roared in agony, then plummeted from the sky. As a true member of the dragon race, the golden dragon's defense was absolutely astonishing. Although these were all young dragons, sent by the Golden Dragon clan for training, this one, in particular, was one of the elite of the Golden Dragon clan. Augustine gripped the dragon's scales tightly, stabilizing his body, while simultaneously releasing magic to help the Golden Dragon heal its wounds. The Golden Dragon howled, desperately flapping its wings, managing to pull itself up again, finally crashing to the ground in a sorry state, knocking down a row of houses. Augustine pushed aside the bricks and stones that had crushed him, emerging from the ruins with an angry expression. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, a pale white blade flashed towards him. He instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding the attack. A strand of hair was severed and slowly drifted to the ground. Bastard! Augustine had never suffered such humiliation. He roared and swung his sword behind him with his right hand. With a clang, the two blades clashed, the immense force traveling from the hilts. Augustine finally saw his attacker. Gondel? Augustine was completely stunned. He never expected his attacker to be the already dead Gondel. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. Gander had been killed in front of everyone, a huge hole in his chest. Even the strongest person would surely die. Then the question arose, who was this person standing before him, who looked exactly like Gander? Augustine forcefully shoved the other man aside and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you impersonating Gander?" Bourne spread his hands. "What? I'm impersonating Gander? You're not kidding, are you? I am Gander. Stop pretending. Why would Gander attack me?" Before the words were even finished, Augustine keenly sensed an aura of death emanating from Bourne, his eyes narrowing instantly. You're a necromancer?" Bourne smiled slightly. as expected of an archbishop of the Holy See. Your sense of smell is sharp, but so what if you detected me? Can you kill me? Augustine frowned. In their brief exchange, he had clearly felt that the other man's power was immense, no less than his own, apparently a powerhouse around the 6th level of the Fengyuan realm. However, only Born himself knew that he was not a 6th level Fengyuan expert at all. He had simply used the potion he had won earlier. Chapter 503. In the previous competition with the Nader Legion, Born obtained 3 potions. This time, he immediately consumed one of them, the Death Element Enhancement Potion, instantly boosting his strength significantly, making him barely able to fight Augustine. However, the enhancement effect of this potion is time-limited. Born must find another way before the time runs out, otherwise, he alone cannot defeat Augustine. The 1,000 men Born brought were the elite of the elite, far stronger than the guards in Austin's palace. Any one of them could be worth a squad leader. Bang! 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 The existing breach in the palace wall continued to widen, threatening to collapse. At this moment, Roy's mind went blank, completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that he would be so foolish as to send out all the Fengyuan experts, leaving him as the only Fengyuan expert left in the palace. Faced with the enemy's relentless and overwhelming offensive, he was utterly defenseless, only able to barely hold the line by fighting to the death. A bunch of useless trash. Roy roared in fury. Then, in a flash, he dashed down the high tower like an arrow. The guards on either side were stunned. One of them, after a long pause, stammered, Your Majesty, where are you going? However, Roy didn't even turn his head, continuing to shout and curse, Where am I going? To your house. The palace walls are about to be breached by the enemy. Are we going to wait here to die instead of running away? Hearing this, the guards finally snapped out of their daze, and frantically followed Roy outside. Quick! Give me a dragon beast right now! Roy roared. The guard said somewhat awkwardly, Your Majesty, you've forgotten. All the dragon beasts have been sent out. There aren't any left in the palace. It's over. It's over. It's over. Roy panicked instantly. The enemy was elite, with 1,000 men. His few hundred palace guards were no match. Furthermore, the garrison of Bray City was even worse. They were fine for maintaining order, but against a regular army, they were doomed. Now, the papacy was also unreliable. He had clearly seen Augustine fall from the sky, meaning the enemy also had at least one super-strong expert at the 5th level of the Fengyuan realm. If they really broke in, he wouldn't have enough lives to survive. Why didn't we leave a single dragon beast in the palace? Why didn't Henry remind me? Roy paced around the palace like a headless fly. Suddenly, he remembered something and clapped his hands, saying, Hey! Didn't we capture a griffin from Evar before? Can we ride that? The guard immediately shook his head. Griffins are naturally fierce. The Alma Independent Regiment received special training methods to tame them. Without special training, it's simply impossible. Roy didn't care about that. He waved his hand and said, The Alma Independent Regiment doesn't even have a single Fengyuan realm expert. As a Fengyuan realm expert, am I inferior to them? Come on, let's try. The group hurriedly arrived at the palace's backyard. What came into view was a huge and sturdy iron cage, inside which lay a majestic griffin. This griffin was of extraordinary origin, a spoil of war captured not long ago during a fierce battle with the Alma Independent Regiment of the Sharia Kingdom. Due to its extreme rarity, it was placed in the palace as an ornamental object. Normally, this griffin was ignored, only occasionally fed a little food. Therefore, everyone present was completely clueless about how to tame such a ferocious beast. At this moment, the griffin was quietly resting in its cage. Suddenly, it heard a commotion of footsteps approaching, and it slightly opened its eyes, drowsy, and casually looked towards the approaching people. Seeing this, Roy, standing at the front of the group, decisively ordered his men to open the cage. Just in case, the griffin's beak was already covered with a special muzzle, and its sharp claws were tightly wrapped with thick strips of cloth, greatly reducing its lethality. A strong guard, upon receiving the order, quickly stepped forward and kicked the griffin hard. With a muffled thud, the griffin, in pain, let out a low growl, humph humph humph, as if venting its discontent and anger, but its body didn't move an inch. That beast! Roy cursed, shoving aside the guards in front of him and walking straight to the griffin. The griffin slightly raised its head, wondering what this enraged human wanted. Then, with another muffled thud, the griffin let out a piercing scream, a wooh! A wooh! Roy raised his foot and kicked the griffin in the head. His strength far surpassed that of the guards. After all, he was a Fengyuan expert. This kick contained powerful lightning elemental magic, directly singeing some of the griffin's feathers. The griffin immediately stood up, its feathers standing on end, its eyes gleaming fiercely. Powerful lightning and wind elemental magic surged forth, but it was quickly restrained by the shackles binding it, dissipating again. You dare to be aggressive with me? Roy swung another fist, slamming it hard into the griffin's face. The guards were stunned. This emperor was too fierce. He attacked right off the bat. Bang! 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 The griffin was powerless to retaliate. It was bound by shackles of the Austen royal family, with powerful magic arrays that suppressed magic power, capable of suppressing anyone below the supreme realm. A moment later, with a thud, the griffin collapsed weakly to the ground, its face covered in blood, but its eyes still revealed stubbornness and ferocity. Is this thing really that stubborn? Roy spat, panting. A nearby guard quickly said, that's just how griffins are. No matter how you beat them, they won't submit. So, brute force alone won't tame them. How did the Elmars manage that? Why don't you go and find out? The guard looked troubled. We can't do anything about it. It's a secret of the Elmar Independent Regiment. Even the Sharia royal family doesn't know the secret, let alone us. At this moment, a guard said, Hey! Right, didn't the ancestor capture an old man who claimed to be a former member of the Elmar Independent Regiment? Is he still in the palace? Roy slapped his forehead. That's right. The ancestor took several Supreme Realm seniors to cultivate in the forbidden area, but left the guy behind. He probably doesn't know about the Sharia uprising. So everyone quickly set off and brought the man over. The man was an old man with gray hair, a somewhat weary expression, and slightly squinted eyes, making his expression unreadable. He was wearing simple, coarse cloth clothes that looked like they hadn't been cleaned for several days, and had a faint odor. Roy frowned. What happened? It stinks. The guard whispered. He was personally captured by the ancestor more than 10 years ago, and has been imprisoned ever since. Naturally, he has a smell after all these years. This is already considered mild, the others smell even worse. Roy waved his hand. Never mind, hey! What's your name? The old man slightly raised his head and glanced at Roy. You're the current Emperor Austen? Roy kicked the old man, knocking him to the ground. I asked you a question, and you're asking me one. You think you're so great? The old man wasn't angry and slowly got up. Roy kicked him again, knocking him to the ground once more. The guards beside him quickly stepped forward to stop him. Your Majesty, please calm down. We still need him. Roy stopped and ordered, lift him up. 2 guards immediately stepped forward, one on each side, and lifted the old man up. Although he had been kicked a few times, he was not injured, his breathing remained steady, and he showed no signs of panic. Roy continued, I ask you one more time, what's your name? The old man chuckled. The Austen royal family is truly hopeless. Someone like this can be emperor? That old man Charles would be furious if he knew. Roy suppressed his murderous urge, took a few deep breaths to calm himself, and gritted his teeth, saying, I don't even want to know who you are now. As a citizen of my empire, I now order you to tell me how to tame a griffin. The old man was slightly taken aback, then laughed. You want to learn how to tame a griffin? You come to the wrong person. Huh? What do you mean? Griffins aren't tamed, they're partners who fight alongside us. Without mutual trust, you can't control a griffin. Never. Roy's eyes darted around, and he asked, Griffins look pretty big, they should be able to carry 2 people, right? Since you're from the Alma Independent Regiment, you must be able to ride one. Can you take me with you? The old man frowned slightly. You really want to fly? He didn't know the palace was under attack. Roy said seriously, Of course not. A group of bandits is attacking the palace. I need you to take me out to find the ancestor. The old man was taken aback. Someone dares to attack the palace? Thank goodness Charles isn't here. Stop talking nonsense. As a citizen of the Empire, you can handle this, right? What's their background? The old man asked. Roy rolled his eyes. Take me away first. I tell you on the way. The old man shook his head. I'm not going. What? Roy felt like he was going crazy. The old man chuckled. Why should I help you? Back then, I was in Sharia looking for an opportunity to help Amy reclaim the throne, but Charles suddenly appeared, disrupting my plans and even forcibly abducting me. Now everything is set in stone, and I can no longer avenge Duke Bayful. You ruined my plans, and now you want my help. What wishful thinking. Roy said, I don't know what happened back then, but if you can successfully get me to the forbidden area, I will plead with the ancestor to release you. Even if you go to assassinate the current king of Sharia, I won't stop you. The old man sighed. What's the use of killing Lil now? But are you sure you can let me go? Roy was somewhat disappointed. He actually hoped this man would continue his revenge, which would cause some trouble for the kingdom of Sharia. Don't worry. The ancestor abandoned you here. He's probably already forgotten about you. The old man pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, in that case, I take you with me. Roy was overjoyed and immediately ordered his men to reopen the griffin's cage. The griffin roared angrily upon seeing Roy, its eyes filled with fury. The old man was taken aback and turned to ask, "What did you do to it?" Roy's gaze was somewhat unfocused. "And nothing. What could I do to a beast like that?" The old man frowned, ignoring him, and walked straight to the griffin. The griffin also looked at the old man with hostile eyes. The old man lowered his head slightly, uttering a few strange sounds from deep within his throat. Gurgle, gurgle. After a short while, the griffin calmed down. The old man took a step back and bowed slightly to the griffin, which struggled to its feet and returned the bow. Everyone was astonished by this scene. The old man could actually communicate with the griffin. It was truly amazing. The old man extended his right hand, and the griffin slowly stepped forward, placing its head in the old man's palm. The old man smiled slightly, gently stroking the griffin's glossy feathers. "You suffered." Then, with nimble movements, the old man flipped over and sat on the griffin's back. Using his fingers as a knife, he swiftly removed the muzzle from the griffin's beak in 3 quick movements. The griffin immediately let out an excited cry and raised its forelegs high. Everyone involuntarily took 2 steps back, except for Roy, who remained standing. "Get on," the old man said to Roy. Roy lifted his foot and walked forward, but after only 2 steps, the griffin cried out and opened its beak to attack. The old man gave a soft shout, forcefully pressing down on the griffin's head, while simultaneously making a strange gurgling sound near its ear. The griffin slowly calmed down, but its eyes remained filled with hostility. Roy coughed twice and walked to the old man's side. The old man reached out and pulled him onto the griffin's back. Just then, a loud boom came from outside, and everyone's expression changed simultaneously. "Damn it! The palace's defensive formation has been breached. Run!" Roy shouted. The guards simultaneously drew their weapons, forming a semicircle around Roy to protect him. Soon, a group of soldiers from the Gore family stormed in, cutting down palace guards one by one. The old man frowned slightly. He had never seen this style of armor before, and he had no recollection of the insignia on the armor. Where did these soldiers come from? However, time was of the essence. He immediately gave a soft shout, and the griffin, with a powerful push of its legs and a flap of its wings, lifted off the ground and soared into the sky. "That's Emperor Austin. Capture him!" Someone shouted, and the soldiers of the Goel family fought even harder, all eager to capture Emperor Austin alive and claim the greatest credit. However, the griffin flew higher and higher, and the Goel family, lacking air power, could only watch helplessly as Roy flew away. Chapter 504. While engaged in fierce combat with Augustine, Bourne discovered the palace had fallen. He immediately abandoned Augustine and rushed into the palace. Augustine was furious. The fact that his palace had been breached by a necromancer right under the nose of the papacy was an utter disgrace. He immediately gave chase. However, Bourne soon saw a griffin soaring into the sky. He inwardly lamented his loss, knowing it was unlikely he could catch Roy. He immediately ordered, "Everyone listen up. Block the palace gates immediately. Sanction, come in." Sanction responded and immediately activated his moving castle, crashing into the palace, and using his massive body to reblock the breach. All the soldiers of the Goel family immediately obeyed, quickly eliminating all the palace guards, either capturing them or killing them outright. Meanwhile, the 3,000 members of the papacy arrived. The Knights of Light positioned themselves at the palace gates, deploying over 10 magic cannons, aiming them at the palace interior, determined to trap the enemy. However, Bourne had no intention of escaping. 1,000 of his men sealed off all the palace's main passages and reactivated the defensive array. The palace's magic stones were not yet exhausted, many remained, more than enough to defend against another attack. Bourne stood directly on the palace wall, looking down at the Knights of Light below. Augustine, his face grim, shouted in a deep voice, "Whoever you are, I advise you to surrender now. You can't escape." Bourne chuckled, unconcerned. "Come and fight if you dare. You outnumber me, are you afraid?" Augustine gritted his teeth. It wasn't that he dared, but rather that it was unnecessary. He had seen Roy escape on his griffin, leaving only low-ranking civil officials and members of the royal family in the palace. Whether or not to rescue them was irrelevant. His only goal now was to wait for the Austin royal family's direct troops to return, though he didn't know if they were aware of the palace attack. Roy hadn't informed Augustine of the plan. Augustine only learned of the royal family's intention to ambush the king through the papacy's informants. However, since the royal family was unwilling to speak, he didn't interfere. Seeing the papacy's people remain inactive, Bourne breathed a sigh of relief. He had been somewhat worried if a battle had broken out. After all, the palace's defensive formation had just been severely damaged and probably wouldn't hold out for long before close combat ensued. The Knights of Light were far stronger than the palace guards. These 1,000 men alone probably wouldn't last long. After a standoff of 4 or 5 days, Henry finally returned with his royal army in a flurry. When he saw the ruined city gates and the fully armed Knights of Light, his anxiety finally subsided. Without a doubt, the political center of the Austin Empire, the city of Bray, where the royal palace was located, had been attacked. "Is His Majesty all right?" Sane asked worriedly. Henry's face was grim. He didn't reply and led his troops directly into the city. Soon, he met Augustine. "Henry, you're finally back. Look at your palace," Augustine said irritably. Henry looked up and saw that the palace gates were in ruins. The defensive array was activated, but it was riddled with cracks, clearly severely damaged. On the palace walls, soldiers clad in Gore family armor stood ready, their faces filled with excitement and mockery. "What on earth happened?" Henry asked. Augustine pointed to the large hole in the palace gate and said, "A strange moving castle smashed through the gate, and then a large number of Normans poured out, breaching the palace's defenses and taking over." "Where is His Majesty? Is he still in the palace?" Henry asked anxiously. Augustine shook his head. "He's long gone. I don't know where he got a griffin and escaped through the air." Knowing Roy was all right, Henry finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that your Majesty is all right," Augustine said calmly. "Our army was stationed outside the city and couldn't arrive in time to rescue you. I arrived ahead of time, but the enemy also had a powerful expert at least at the 6th level of the Fengyuan realm. I fought him for several rounds to a draw. However, I had them trapped in the palace for some time now. You can handle the rest yourselves." Henry's gaze burned as he looked towards the palace gates. He immediately ordered, "Everyone, listen to my command. Attack with all your might. You must take back the palace. Kill!" Augustine's soldiers were filled with rage. They had traveled a long distance to fight in the Duchy of Harrington, only to be forced to flee before the battle even began, and then surrounded and pursued. They had already lost more than half their force on the way back, and the remaining survivors found their homes had been raided. How could they tolerate this? In an instant, everyone charged forward recklessly, unleashing a deluge of offensive spells at the palace's defensive array. Boom! The earth trembled violently, cracks spread across the defensive array, and it shattered with a loud crack. "Charge!" Henry commanded, and everyone rushed towards the palace gates. With a whoosh, soldiers surged into the palace like a tidal wave, only to be dumbfounded upon arrival. No one had stopped them. Henry rushed in immediately, looking around and shouting, "Search! They must be hiding somewhere. Send another team to find the royal family and ministers, see if they're all right." Soon, the entire palace was thoroughly searched. The royal family and ministers, bound tightly, were all found in the main hall. Except for a few who resisted fiercely, the others were unharmed. However, not a single enemy was found in the entire palace, especially the colossal creature, which seemed to have vanished into thin air. Henry asked Augustine with a grim face, "Are you sure you trapped them all here?" Augustine was equally bewildered. He had surrounded the palace with his men, leaving not a single opening. How could these people have disappeared so silently? Meanwhile, 300 miles outside of Bray City, a mobile castle was hurtling forward at a speed even a dragon couldn't catch. Bond sat comfortably in his moving castle, humming a tune. His soldiers around him were equally excited, as if they had just won a battle. "Captain Bond, that was a brilliant move. I bet the people from the papacy and Austin are racking their brains trying to figure out how you got here," a young soldier explained admiringly. When Old Koff had instructed them earlier, he said Bond was a temporarily appointed captain and that everyone should obey orders. At first, everyone was unconvinced, but the rules of the Gore family army were strict, and they could only follow orders. However, when Bourne later demonstrated his strength at the Fengyuan realm and summoned the moving castle, he immediately won over everyone. This time, Bourne used an almost divine technique to deliver them from their encirclement. If they hadn't witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed it. The method was actually quite simple. Bourne stuffed everyone into the moving castle, then stored it within the soul-severing blade. Then, he simply used invisibility to walk out of the city gate. The soldiers were completely bewildered. Inside the moving castle, within the soul-severing blade space, all they saw was darkness. They only knew that when they opened their eyes, they were outside the city. Bourne waved his hand dismissively. This is basic stuff. Don't make a fuss. As long as I'm here, I guarantee you have this much fun in every battle. Captain's awesome. Captain's incredibly awesome. Hey! That's enough. Next, without a doubt, Austin's team sent to intercept will by sea missed their target. Rand's battle in the north was also fruitless. The only result of this battle was the fall of the palace, and the emperor fled. Everyone knew where the emperor had gone, but no one went there, because it was forbidden territory for the royal family. This battle severely weakened the Austin Empire. The Duchy of Reeves and Abate, which had been putting up a stubborn resistance, all retreated to their defenses, knowing that if the Norma were determined, they could easily crush them. Bourne returned to the royal palace of the Duchy of Harrington, where he was greeted with the highest honors of the entire duchy, with even the old king of Harrington personally coming to greet him. This scene was probably unprecedented in Harrington for centuries, attracting a large crowd of commoners to watch. In the distance, a massive black castle was galloping towards them, kicking up a cloud of dust and eliciting gasps from the crowd. Holy crap! I never seen a moving castle before. That thing runs so fast, even a dragon couldn't catch it. It must be some kind of magical creature. How could a normal creature look like that? As the crowd discussed this, the moving castle came to a stop at the gates of the royal city. A passage opened, and Bourne led 1,000 men out in orderly fashion. The soldiers stood tall and proud, their morale high. In this battle, only 200 were wounded, with only one seriously injured, the rest were unharmed. A complete victory. The old king and Roman went straight to greet them. Brave Bon, you done well, the old king said. Bourne had never met the old king before, but judging from his attire, and the attitude of the others, he could guess who he was. Your Majesty, we have fulfilled our mission and breached Austin's palace. Unfortunately, Roy escaped. We didn't capture him alive. Everyone gasped. Although they knew Bon and his men must have achieved some success, they hadn't expected such a remarkable result. Roy escaped? You captured the palace? Roman looked incredulous. He had originally thought Bon would at most cause some trouble for Bray City, thus drawing Henry and his men to retreat and ruining Austin's plan. He hadn't expected Bon to be so ruthless, directly capturing the palace. Bourne smiled and nodded. Yes. Actually, it wasn't difficult at all. The garrison in Bray City is of average skill, and while the palace guards are indeed formidable, their numbers are too small. It only took us a short while. Roman was speechless at Bourne's nonchalant attitude. Bourne then ordered the Goer family's army to return to the Leicester territory, while he went directly to find Anne. And remained unconscious, and no one dared to move her, waiting for Bourne's return. Old Calf was also in the palace, and everyone was gathered in Anne's room. Has she always been like this? Bourne asked. Roman nodded. I've been taking care of her personally these past few days. She hasn't reacted at all, but her breathing is steady, and she seems fine. Bourne sighed, then turned to the others and said, now that Roy has escaped, the Austin royal family is probably in chaos. What are your plans? Roman looked at Old Kraft, who shrugged. I listened to Miss and Lord Oren. Well, hadn't left yet either. He smiled wryly, but both of them are unconscious now. We can't waste this excellent opportunity. Everyone turned their attention to Bourne. Roman asked, Brother Bourne, what's your opinion? Bourne picked at his ear. You really want me to say something? Everyone nodded. After this battle, everyone acknowledged Bourne's abilities. His intellect alone was no less than Anne's. A summoner must have someone who can summon the undead. Bourne pondered for a moment and said, in my opinion, this is a very good opportunity. Everyone held their breath, watching Bourne with bated breath, eager to know what he would say. War? Against whom? How? However, Bourne said, negotiations with the Austin royal family. What? Everyone was shocked, exchanging bewildered glances. They never expected Bourne to say such a thing. Roman asked, why negotiate? We have an absolute advantage now. Roy isn't in the palace. Attacking Bray City, the Duchy of Reeves, or other territories would be excellent options. Bourne shrugged. You asked me to say it, so this is my opinion. And I think Marshal Evar might share my thoughts. I suggest you discuss it with them immediately. Will nodded slightly. I understand. I go back to Marshal Evar immediately. Wait for my news. A few days later, Roman received news from Will. Evar had actually agreed with Bourne's opinion, and was willing to negotiate with the Austin royal family. Roman was completely baffled, but the old king said, my child, you are still too young. Your desire for a complete victory is understandable, but sometimes we must learn to compromise. The warrior of Bon is right. It is indeed time to negotiate with the Austin royal family. Father, I don't understand. The royal family has almost no power left to defend itself. Even if we can't take Bree City, we can still conquer the Principality of Reeves or other territories, right? The old king wasn't particularly strong, only at the transformation realm, but he was very experienced. The problem is, even if we conquer the Principality of Reeves and other territories, what then? The royal family has a Supreme Realm expert and the Divine Beast Mountain as their backer. A Supreme Realm expert can overturn mountains and seas with a wave of their hand, possessing immense destructive power. They usually don't intervene, but in this situation, they have no choice but to. If the royal family and the Supreme Realm expert from Divine Beast Mountain intervene, the Endless Sea is manageable, with an ancestor present, but what about us? What about the Norma Empire? What can we use to fight them? Chapter 505. Roman retorted, don't we still have the Adventurers Guild and Velas's support? If the royal family and Divine Beast Mountain dare to send Supreme Realm experts, the situation will be completely different. The Adventurers Guild and Desert Eagle will definitely not stand idly by. The old king shook his head, that's true, but how can we entrust our fate to others? Leaving aside the Adventurers Guild, just consider Desert Eagle. Why would he come to our rescue? Roman was momentarily speechless, but we're an alliance. If a member of the alliance is in trouble, wouldn't he help? With whom? An alliance? Roman's eyes narrowed, and he immediately understood. It's an alliance between Miklos and N. Father means the Desert Eagle might not even approve? He has absolutely no reason to approve, the old king said. Now that Velas has achieved his goals, there's no need for them to take any more risks. If the Desert Eagle makes a move, it will inevitably incur the Pope's wrath. How will Velas deal with the Pope's anger then? Roman swallowed hard. He hadn't expected the gap between himself and Bourne to be so vast. The other man had thought of all this so quickly, while he was only thinking about how to expand his gains. In a room in the palace's backyard, Bourne remained by Anne's side. Now he wasn't worried about Anne's safety anymore, because as a summoner of the undead, he could still sense some information. For example, Anne's breathing was now stable, the previously raging magic within her was gradually calming down, and her mental strength was slowly recovering, and would probably wake up in a few days. The most pressing issue now is Oren. Oren's injuries are too severe, and after taking the Harrington royal family's rejuvenation pill, he has also fallen into a deep sleep. If there is no other way, he will probably remain in this deep sleep indefinitely. Bourne sat on the edge of the bed, and began cultivating the soul fusion technique. He hadn't cultivated it in a long time because Annie and Oren had both collapsed, requiring his assistance with many matters, keeping him busy for quite some time before he finally had some free time. As the soul fusion technique circulated, Bourne felt refreshed. The magic power of the prime plane was purer, making it easier to absorb. But then his expression froze slightly, as he suddenly noticed a power resonating with the soul fusion technique. The spirit division technique? Bourne abruptly opened his eyes. The surrounding magic power seemed to have solidified, forming a huge vortex, and at the center of the vortex were him and Annie. Anne's eyes were still tightly closed, but her body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, with countless magical energies frantically surging into her petite frame. Boom! 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 The collision and friction of the magical energies produced a series of booming sounds. Once the spirit division technique reached 2/3 of its completeness, Annie could absorb multiple elemental magical energies simultaneously, no longer needing to absorb different energies at different times. Bourne keenly sensed the changes in Annie's body, a thought flashing through his mind. Could the spirit division technique alleviate her symptoms? The spirit division and soul fusion technique was the most miraculous cultivation method Bourne had ever seen. Calling it a divine skill wouldn't be an exaggeration. Other techniques seemed powerful, but lacked growth potential, especially since most techniques passed down from the prime material plane and the netherworld were only at the human level, with earth-level techniques being rare. However, the spirit division technique now possessed 2/3 of its completeness, essentially comparable to a high-level human-level technique. The soul fusion technique, having absorbed the power of 3 heavenly souls, had also advanced to the high-level human level. However, this was only when viewed separately. If the two were combined, and the spirit division and soul fusion technique were used simultaneously, its power would be no less than that of an earth-level technique. One can imagine how powerful Annie and Bourne would become after obtaining the complete soul separation and fusion technique and fusing with 10 heavenly souls. Thinking of this, Bourne simply stopped worrying about anything else and focused solely on cultivation. More than 10 days passed. The strange magical fluctuations here had long attracted the attention of others, but Roman specifically instructed that no one should disturb them. In his view, with Born here, nothing would be surprising. However, Roman hadn't been idle lately. Since Born entered his room to cultivate, the situation in Austin had changed again. Liner, Lil, Will, and King Harrington jointly extended an invitation to the Austin royal family for peace talks. This move truly caught both Beast Mountain and the Austin royal family off guard. In fact, they had already prepared to lose some territory and fight to the death. Roy returned from the forbidden area looking haggard. No one knew what he had experienced there. Upon returning to the palace, his first action was to agree to peace talks. The final location for the peace talks was chosen to be the city of Marilis, on the border between the Duchy of Reeves and the Duchy of Harrington. On this day, the Grand Mage Nicol, protector of the Norma Empire, the Grand Marshal Evar, of the Duchy of Sharia, the Sea King Will of the Endless Sea, Prince Roman of the Duchy of Harrington, Prince Fry of the Austin Empire, and Archbishop Augustine of the Holy See of Light gathered in Marilis. This was a meeting worthy of being recorded in history. Troops from both sides were concentrated at the border, and if any unforeseen circumstances arose, the flames of war could be reignited. The city lord's mansion was converted into a temporary meeting room. Representatives from the major powers had all arrived, and no one spoke. All eyes were on Nicol, who represented the Norma royal family. Seeing everyone looking at him, Nicol took a deep breath and spoke first. Gentlemen, the main purpose of our talks today is to end this war. Prince Fry, what is the opinion of your Austin royal family? Frey's expression was somewhat unpleasant. We are willing to negotiate, but there are conditions. However, before he could finish speaking, Nicol interrupted him. Let's not talk about conditions now. Since everyone is willing to negotiate, let's show some sincerity. He then looked at Evar. Evar nodded. The Thompson territory originally separated from the Kingdom of Sharia, so it's justifiable for us to take it back. We won't return this part of the territory, but we are willing to cede the southern part of the territory to Austin. Roman continued, my Harrington kingdom feels the same way. We must take back the territory that was previously plundered. As long as things are restored to normal, we are willing to continue providing food supplies to Austin. Will said, my people have lived in the Endless Sea for generations, and never wanted to participate in this war. But you Austin have gone too far, so it's a last resort. As long as we cease hostilities, all the warriors of our Endless Seas will withdraw, and you can freely distribute all the conquered territories. Nicol concluded, my Norma Empire has no special demands. We only wish to lift the seal, and obtain from you the method to open the magical realm. As for the Leicester territory, dividing it between Harrington and Sharia shouldn't be a problem, right? Frey's face darkened. This meant the Austin Empire's territory would shrink by about 2/3. Sharia and Harrington would become independent, and the Thompson and Leicester territories would be divided. What would be left? Forget about the Thompson territory, but the Leicester territory originally belonged to the Leicester family. It's not fair to just divide it up like this, is it? Nicol shrugged. What? You still want that enclave? Even if we return the Leicester territory to you, could you really control it? That was true. To get from Austin to Leicester, one had to pass through Harrington and the Kingdom of Sharia, or else cross the mountains from the Duchy of Reeves. Therefore, the Leicester territory was essentially an enclave for the Austin royal family. Fry, however, didn't care anymore. He tried to get as much as he could. The Marquis of Leicester is also a member of my royal family. We can't just hand over the territory his ancestors conquered. That's our bottom line. Humph. What kind of nonsense is that? Evar scoffed. Didn't the Leicester family also migrate from the south? If we're being honest, we Sharians are the original inhabitants of that place. You? Fry retorted angrily, that's complete sophistry. The Kingdom of Sharia didn't even exist back then. The absence of the Kingdom of Sharia doesn't mean there weren't Sharians. The two began arguing, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense again. How about this? Nicol suggested. Let's compromise. The Leicester territory will be divided into 3 parts, with Backhill City as the boundary, jointly managed by Sharia, Harrington, and Austin. What do you say? Evar and Roman naturally had no objections, but Fry, after a moment of silence, could only sigh helplessly. All right. How should it be divided? Nicol smiled. We discuss the specifics later. At least the general direction is set, so we can cease hostilities for now. Nicol then looked at Augustine, Archbishop. What is your opinion? Augustine, who had been keeping his head down, seemingly lost in thought, slowly raised his head when Nicol asked for his opinion. Our church is merely assisting the Austin royal family. Since the royal family is willing to cease hostilities, we naturally have no objections, however. He paused slightly, his eyes suddenly sharpening. Our church will not allow necromancers to act so arrogantly. You must hand over Annie. Nichols' eyes widened. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? Augustine remained unyielding. This is our bottom line. As long as Annie is alive, the Norma Empire will always be an enemy of the Church of Light. An enemy is an enemy. You think we're afraid? Nichols slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. And is the most crucial figure in the Norma Empire. Even disregarding the personal relationship between Nicol and Anne, the Norma Empire cannot abandon Anne. Without Anne, everything will vanish. Evar and Roman also said simultaneously, we won't let the church touch Anne either. Anne is also our friend. But he's an evil necromancer. Augulus roared. I don't think so. Evar said. I think she's far more righteous than your church. At least she helps those in need, unlike the church, which only knows how to leech off others. What did you say? Augulus was furious. You're blaspheming God's majesty. Evar shook her head. I don't think so. The ones truly blaspheming God's majesty are your own church. I don't believe your worshipped gods would allow you to slaughter innocent civilians, plunder money without restraint, or brutally kill unarmed children. You're slandering me. I'm not slandering you. You can ask around. That guard of your holy maiden is from our Shalia kingdom. His sister died tragically at the hands of the church, and he himself suffered greatly. You mean Puller? Augustine was taken aback. He knew about this incident, he was the one who handled it back then. The church that was razed to the ground that night was ultimately determined to be the work of the other shore flower. That was just an accident. An accident? Evar sneered. These kinds of things happen everywhere, yet you call it an accident. That surprises me. Does the Divine Beast Mountain really have no knowledge of the actions of the various local churches? Augustine's face turned ashen. What? Are you going to confront my church today? How dare I? Evar said calmly, but his tone still infuriated Augustine. I don't care. Don't give me any nonsense. If you don't hand Annie over, the Holy See will not let this go. Don't doubt our determination to uphold divine authority. And you shouldn't doubt our determination to protect Annie either. Augustine slammed his hand on the table. Then don't blame us. When the Guardians take action, your Norma Empire can just wait to disappear from the map. Nicole was about to say something more when a clear, cold voice rang out. Oh? I do miss Guardian Simon a little. Will he come too? Everyone froze, turning to look in the direction of the voice. Annie slowly emerged from the shadows, a faint smile on her face, wearing a simple white dress, looking at Augustine with a half-smile. Augustine shuddered. Facing this girl, who was only 20 years old, he felt a pang of fear. Annie! You're actually all right? Annie shrugged. What? You wanted me to be all right? Nicole and Roman were overjoyed. They hadn't expected Annie, who had been unconscious, to appear at this crucial moment. Augustine waved his hand. I don't care if you're all right or not. As a necromancer, you always be a target of the Holy See. Annie laughed. I don't care. If you want to deal with me, you can come anytime. If you can't find me, ask the Norma Empire for my location. I accept challenges anytime. But if you want to bully the weak, then we see if the protectors have the guts. Augustine frowned. Are you provoking our Holy See? Provoking me? Annie chuckled. Anyone below the Supreme Realm level can send as many as you want. I beat them all. I beat them until they submit. Augustine was furious. How arrogant. Who do you think you are? I test you today. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward. What are you doing? Are you going to fight here? Nicole shouted. Everyone stood up, secretly channeling their magic, ready to attack at any moment. However, Annie waved her hand and said to Fry, Your Highness Fry, I apologize for using your arena. I need to ask the Archbishop for some pointers today. Chapter 506. Fry was taken aback. He had also heard that Annie had broken through to the third level of the Fengyuan realm, but even so, Annie was no match for Augustine. So where did she get her confidence to dare to challenge Augustine one-on-one? This is no problem, but... Annie waved her hand. It's all right. I'm just sparring with the Archbishop. If I lose, I go to Divine Beast Mountain with the Archbishop again. Augustine's eyes lit up. Is that true? Nicole frowned and whispered, Annie. Don't be so arrogant. Annie smiled and gave Nicole a reassuring look. Then Augustine said, I never cheat. But what if you lose? Augustine thought for a moment. He couldn't guarantee he wouldn't cause Annie trouble later. That wasn't his decision. If you win, I resign immediately, resigning from my position as Archbishop and never again concerning myself with your affairs. Annie pouted. I can beat you. Why would I care if you cause me trouble? Let's change it. Augustine was practically grinding his teeth. How could he tolerate being looked down upon by a mere girl? Fine. In that case, I add another chip. He pulled a magic core from his pocket. Annie's eyes lit up. A light magic core? Augustine said, this is the magic core of a golden dragon at the Supreme Realm. It's priceless. It was a gift from His Holiness the Pope. I always been reluctant to use it. If you win, it's yours. Annie smiled slightly. You still owe me a light magic scroll. Add a high-level light magic scroll, and we have a deal. Augustine's eye twitched. Are you haggling here? He thought, but he still nodded in agreement. All right. But I don't have it on me. I need to go back and get it. Annie waved her hand. No need for that. Someone as important as you, I certainly don't believe you renege on your promise. Then, the group moved to the city's martial arts arena. To ensure fairness, the competition was open to the public. Everyone in the city was welcome to watch. Marley City wasn't large, and with the recent war, the city was nearly deserted, mostly filled with people brought by the various parties involved in the peace talks. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Annie and Augustine stepped onto the arena. Autumn had arrived, and a chilly wind whipped their clothes around them. Augustine, displaying some seniority, waved his hand and said, Annie, don't accuse me of bullying the weak. You go first. Annie didn't hesitate and summoned Born. Born's appearance drew gasps from the crowd. Rumors circulated that Annie was a necromancer, and it seems this has been definitively confirmed. With the undead summoned in full view of everyone, what more is there to say? Immediately, the members of the Holy See glared angrily, waiting for their Archbishop's order to swarm forward and seize Annie on the spot. Whether they could actually capture her or not, at least they would project an imposing presence. Augustine gave a disdainful look. Filthy necromancer. I really don't know what was wrong with that guy Cardus. He even brought you back to Mount Divine Beasts back then. Annie asked, how is Archbishop Cardus now? Him? Because of you, he's been dismissed. The High Protector made him the Grand Master of the Knights Templar, which is a good place. And nodded. Although Cardus had tried to kill her back then, he had ultimately helped her a great deal. All right. Enough talk. Augustine drew his long sword, pointing it at Anne. Let's begin. And took a deep breath, and her magic surged forth. Everyone sensed something and was immediately startled. For Tirfong-Yuan? Augustine was also taken aback. In just a few weeks, Annie had actually broken through again. No wonder she was so confident in challenging him. Humph. So what if you broke through? You're no match for me. If it were just Annie alone, she probably wouldn't be a match for Augustine, but she had Born. That was the advantage of a necromancer. Always able to outnumber the enemy, Born's feet flashed with azure light, and then he flashed forward, charging towards Augustine with lightning speed. Wind element magic. Isn't this just an ordinary skeleton soldier? Augustine was shocked. In his eyes, Born was just an ordinary skeleton soldier. Although he had seen him before, he had never directly fought him, and he had never seen Born use magic of other elements. Surprised as he was, Augustine was still very experienced in combat. His long sword was imbued with the power of light, shining brightly, and he slashed fiercely at the oncoming Born. Born sidestepped, unleashing a burst of punitive power. A purple arc of electricity coiled around the soul-severing blade, which then slashed horizontally towards Augustine's abdomen. Augustine was startled again. His opponent not only possessed wind elemental magic, but also lightning power. Lightning power was second only to light power in its effectiveness against death energy. Before he could react, he suddenly felt his body freeze, even his magic flow slowed, and a thin layer of solid ice covered his body. Holy crap! High-level water elemental magic. Augustine was completely bewildered. Is this still a skeleton soldier? Or some kind of elemental monster? Augustine's magic surged, briefly negating the binding effect. Simultaneously, he swung his long sword, deflecting the soul-severing blade aside, and raised his left foot to kick Born in the chest. Born immediately leaped into the air, the soul-severing blade high above his head. The power of death instantly enveloped him, and a dark, swampy mass appeared beneath Augustine's feet, the low-level magic death swamp, possessing a certain degree of corrosiveness and control. Feeling his body being controlled, Augustine heard a crackling sound beneath his feet and roared, "Armor of light!" Instantly, a flash of light appeared, and a suit of armor condensed from the element of light appeared on Augustine's body, making his aura even stronger, and the effect of the death swamp became negligible. Augustine immediately raised his sword and slashed upwards, the immense force sending Bourne flying several meters back. However, at that moment, Annie was already prepared, and a gigantic phantom of an evil spirit appeared in midair. Nicole and the others immediately covered their ears. They were all too familiar with this spell. Awooh! Unsurprisingly, Augustine was directly hit by the evil spirit's roar, and even with his 6-tier Feng Yuan strength, the impact caused his eyes to roll back. Annie's evil spirit roar spell is becoming more and more refined, Nicole exclaimed. Roman wholeheartedly agreed, yes, if that impact hit me, I'd probably be incapacitated immediately. Bourne, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity pass. He and Annie had coordinated like this more than once. With a flash, he appeared before Augustine, the soul-severing blade flashing a cold light as it slashed fiercely towards Augustine's neck. But Augustine, being of a higher realm and stronger, quickly broke free from the control of the evil spirit's roar. Even so, Bourne's speed was simply too fast. There was no time to parry. Augustine roared, and a giant blade of light suddenly appeared in the air, radiating incomparably sharp power, slashing towards Annie in the distance. The spectators gasped in shock, with Nicole horrified. Damn it. This guy actually wants to die together. Undoubtedly, if Bourne continued his attack, Augustine would be defeated, but Annie would also be struck by the giant blade of light. Neither would gain an advantage. At best, it would be a draw. Annie, however, remained calm. She slammed her hand into the ground, flames erupting from her eyes. Come forth. Enhance the wrath of the fire spirit. Bang! A deafening roar echoed as a colossal fire giant appeared in the arena. The giant swung its powerful arm, slamming it violently upwards onto the great blade of light. Roar! The fire giant roared, its fists sparking as the great blade of light sliced through the air. The intense heat scorched the faces of those around it, demonstrating the combined power of both sides. However, the fire giant was ultimately outmatched. After a brief struggle, it was cleaved in two by the great blade of light. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Bourne hadn't returned to defend. Instead, he seemed oblivious to the situation behind him, continuing his relentless slash towards Augustine with the soul-severing blade. Augustine's eyes widened. This situation was beyond his control. Was he truly going to perish here with her? The next moment, the soul-severing blade came to a steady stop at Augustine's neck, the blade even slicing through his skin, a trickle of crimson blood flowing down the back of the blade. At the same time, the great blade of light broke through the fire giant's blockade, slashing fiercely at Annie. A deafening roar shook the earth. Augustine narrowed his eyes. Skeleton soldier, your master is very likely to die from this attack, and you're not even going back to rescue him. Bourne smiled slightly. Going back to rescue him? I don't think it's necessary. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Annie slowly emerged from a cloud of dust. She was covered in dust, her clothes were even torn, and she looked slightly disheveled, but clearly she hadn't suffered any fatal injuries. On the ground where she had been, a broken bone shield lay to one side, next to a pile of rubble. Augustine's eyes narrowed. He couldn't believe his eyes. His opponent had actually defeated him. If this wasn't a contest, but a real battle, he would probably already be a dead man under the skeleton soldier's blade. The scene fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. A 4th-tier Feng Yuan necromancer had challenged a 6th-tier Feng Yuan light mage, and actually won, and won so easily. At least, it certainly seemed that way. Bourne sheathed his soul-severing blade. Well? Have you admitted defeat? Augustine's face was conflicted, but facing so many people, he couldn't argue. The facts were undeniable. Finally, he sighed dejectedly, alas. Fine, I lost. Wow. Everyone was stunned. Was this Annie's strength? To be able to challenge someone of a higher level and win so easily, this was simply an unprecedented genius. Bourne held out his hand to Augustine, gesturing with his chin, give it to me. Augustine's eye twitched, but he still suppressed his heartache and handed over the light magic core. Bourne smiled, snatched the core, and rubbed it in his hand. Wow, this is a really good thing. Augustine raised an eyebrow. You didn't suffer any backlash? Normally, undead wouldn't come into contact with anything containing light elements, otherwise they would be burned by the light elements within. However, Bourne was no longer an ordinary undead. His body contained various powers, so he had no special sensitivity to light elements. Boone ignored him and said to Annie, with this, you should be able to complete the awakening, right? Annie nodded slightly. It can help me temporarily suppress the effects of the power of death, but I still need to break through another tier before I can reliably awaken the power of lightning. Now, Annie only has the power of lightning and the power of light left to awaken. Due to the incompleteness of the Spirit Division chapter and the interference of the power of death, she hasn't felt anything. Now, with the help of this magic core, the success rate should be greatly increased. Nickel stepped forward and said, Augustine, you have to accept your loss. Remember to resign from your position as Archbishop when you get back. Augustine seemed to have aged 10 years. No need for you to tell me, he said. Losing to a junior like this, I have no face to continue as Archbishop. That's enough for today. Farewell. With that, he led his group of Knights of Light away in a dejected manner. The Norma, Sharia, and Harrington people cheered. Today was truly an eye-opener. Some had never even imagined witnessing the papacy suffer such a defeat. On the other hand, Austin's face was even more ashen. Fry sighed softly, looking at, and with a complex expression, what kind of monster have we been fighting all this time? The truce agreement meant that the Austin Empire would never regain its former glory, completely split into three. Although the Austin royal family still held an absolute advantage, due to the presence of a supreme being, Sharia and Harrington were not afraid. A supreme being could not easily intervene, otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. Regarding the territorial division, Sharia, Harrington, and Austin still needed to discuss it further, and progress was unlikely in the short term. However, this was no longer Annie's concern. A few days later, Annie arrived in Sharia, the place she had first visited when she left the Norma Empire. Lil had now been successfully crowned. He was no longer the playful child he once was, but had truly grown into an emperor. However, Annie didn't go directly to Lil, but instead secretly went to Antioch City. Walking through the city streets, Annie felt as if she had stepped into another world. The streetscape was unchanged. She easily found a small courtyard with a sign hanging at the door, Babbitt Adventure Team. Chapter 507. Barkerlov had previously served in the army and distinguished himself in the Thompson territory, returning home to receive commendation from Lil, a triumphant homecoming. Now, with nothing much to do in the adventure party, he spent his free time teaching little Amy magic in the courtyard. The flow of magic relies on internal power. While daily training is essential, its application is equally important. Barkerlov instructed. Soon you reach the point where you awaken your magical adaptability, a crucial moment. Before then, you must seize every second to train diligently, so you can awaken a higher level of magical adaptability, an adaptability that will stay with you for life. Little Amy tilted her head back, listening intently, nodding occasionally, looking incredibly cute. When can I go into actual combat? She asked. Barkerlov continued, after you awaken, I take you to the edge of the misty forest. It's an excellent training ground. There's no time like the present. Let's go today. A voice suddenly came from behind. Barkerlov was startled. Before he could react, little Amy exclaimed in delight, Sister Annie. Barkerlov turned around and saw Annie's smiling face, instantly overjoyed. Annie. What brings you here? Annie smiled. What? Aren't you happy to see me? Barkerlov quickly went to greet her. What are you saying? You're always welcome here, but you're not the same little girl you used to be. You turned the whole world upside down, and you still have time to come to a small place like Antioch? And shrugged. Didn't we just have peace talks with the Austin royal family recently? I thought I'd come here to see an old friend whenever I had some free time. The difference in their power was now vast, yet, and still called him a friend, which deeply moved Barkerlov. Little Amy craned her neck and asked, Where's Brother Keller? Barkerlov paused, then a look of sadness crossed his face. Keller, sigh, a genius, what a pity. And didn't know how to explain, so she simply changed the subject. Brother Barkerlov, would you like to go for a walk with me sometime? Barkerlov was taken aback, then smiled. Of course. Where do you want to go? Let's go! The two then left the city, heading east, arriving at the former Nyobe Mountain North District, where many stories had begun. The weather grew colder, leaves fell to the ground, and the two walked through the bare forest, their feet crunching on the fallen leaves. Barkerlov spoke up, The war here has stopped, shouldn't you be leaving? And nodded yes. It stopped here, but the war in the Harry Empire continues, and the situation is much more complicated than here. With the help of the Adventurers Guild, Divine Beast Mountain has basically not attacked us, which is why our plans have gone so smoothly, but it's different in the Harry Empire. The Harry Empire has been fighting the demons for hundreds of years, accumulating a large number of experts, and the situation there is not optimistic. Barkerlov sighed. The Harry royal family is almost extinct. You should have achieved your goal, right? Is there any need to continue? And sighed, we have no choice but to continue. If the Harry Empire falls into complete chaos, it will definitely not be good for the Norma Empire. I don't know what to do now. Aren't the demons very powerful? Why haven't they been able to completely defeat the Harry Empire for so long? The demons are indeed powerful, but the elves and dwarves in the north have discovered their movements and have also launched an attack. Although the dark elves are holding them back, they are still causing the demons a lot of trouble, which is why the war has dragged on until now. This is not the situation I wanted to see. I originally thought the demons could gain the upper hand more quickly, but I was wrong. It's too simple. The Harry Empire has managed to survive this long for a reason. They established a second line of defense in the Lin Hai military region, with over 20 Supreme Realm experts stationed there, making even the demon clan wary. Barkerlov gasped. 20 Supreme Realm experts? The Harry Empire's strength is terrifying. The Austin Empire, at most, has less than 10 Supreme Realm experts. And smiled wryly. So it's understandable that the Harry Empire doesn't take the papacy seriously. If it weren't for the Pope's intimidation, they probably wouldn't even bother with the papacy. So what are you planning to do next? Barkerlov asked, and gazed into the distance. I'm going to end all this, but I'm still worried about the situation here. The Vatican will definitely not let this go, and Sharia, being the first to rebel, will undoubtedly become their primary target. So I hope you can do me a favor. Barkerlov scoffed. I'm just an insignificant nobody. Shouldn't you find someone stronger to help you? Like the Marshal or the head of the Adventurers Guild? Annie shook her head. Their target is too obvious, which hinders their operation. But you're different. I fully trust you, and your strength has now reached the Qi Yuan realm, enough to complete the mission. Barkerlov's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a serious expression. I understand. Tell me what you want me to do. I want you to go to the Adventurers Guild headquarters, and become a manager there. Barkerlov frowned. You think? Annie waved her hand. It's just a precaution. I have a cooperative relationship with the Adventurers Guild, but I still can't understand the premise of this cooperation. Is it simply because I'm a necromancer that they're willing to help me like this? But there are countless necromancers in the world, and the Other Shore Flower is an organization where necromancers gather. The Adventurers Guild hasn't approached the Other Shore Flower. But they came to me, and I still don't understand why. Barkerlov nodded slightly. I can go, but I can't guarantee I become the manager. And smiled. You've been an adventurer for so many years, and you're quite famous in Antioch City. With Fidus's help, it shouldn't be a problem. Since you know so many people in the Adventurers Guild, why don't you just? They're trustworthy, but they are, after all, members of the Adventurers Guild. They might have some reservations. I need people who are completely on my side. Barkerlov understood. I see. Don't worry, leave this to me. When do you need me to go? The sooner the better. Barkerlov was about to ask more questions when suddenly, there was a rustling in the bushes beside them. The two of them looked in that direction. Could it be a bullnose beast? Barkerlov asked, puzzled. But bullnose beasts should be on the south side this time of year. This is the northern edge. How could there be a bullnose beast here? Annie frowned as well. Their conversation absolutely couldn't be known by a third person. If it was a wild animal, that would be fine, but if it was a human. The grass gradually subsided. Annie took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward, and prepared to part the grass to see what it was. Suddenly, a low growl came from the grass, and a huge, grayish-black creature rushed out, pouncing towards Annie. Annie's eyes narrowed, and she released her powerful 4th-tier Feng Yuan magic. With a wave of her wand, a stream of water surged out, instantly enveloping the creature completely. Barkerlov was also startled. He quickly moved closer to take a look and gasped, "Hiss! What is that?" He saw a bear. A human? This thing had a bear's head, but its body was upright, and it was holding a giant blade. It looked just like a human. Annie frowned, then summoned Born. Brother Born, look at this. Born turned and froze. The Earth Bear? Just as I thought. Annie murmured. It seems the situation here has stirred the ancient races of the north. What is an Earth Bear? Barkerlov asked, puzzled. Born pointed to the bearman in the water dungeon, who had already fainted from suffocation. It's a type of orc, incredibly strong. Simply put, it's a bearman. Orcs? Barkerlov's face paled. In Antioch City, no one was unaware of the orcs' power. Over 1,000 years ago, in the Great War between humans and orcs, the orcs had also participated and played a significant role. But this is Oxnose Mountain. It's still quite a distance from the Misty Forest. Annie took a deep breath. Things are more serious than we thought. The elves have concentrated a large force in the west, which could have given the orcs an opportunity. Now that the orcs have invaded here, the situation in the north is even more dire. Splash. Annie released the water prison, and the bearman crashed to the ground, still unconscious. What about this bearman? Kill him? Bourne drew his soul-severing blade. Annie shook her head. We lack intelligence right now. This is a good opportunity to find out about the orc's current situation. Then, Annie cast a necromancy spell again, summoning Akeem as well. No one was more suitable than Akeem for interrogation. Akeem stepped forward, grabbed the bearman, and quickly hung him upside down from a tree. After all that commotion, the bearman coughed twice, expelling the water from his lungs. He slowly opened his eyes, realized he was being captured, and immediately roared, muttering something, but none of the people present understood a word. It was clearly the language of the orcs. This is troublesome. This guy doesn't speak human language. Bourne frowned. But the next moment, everyone froze. Akeem fluently began communicating with the bearman, who was clearly taken aback, but then roared repeatedly. Bourne exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap! Akeem, when did you learn orc language?" Akeem chuckled, "What's so special about that? When I was managing the Legion, I had quite a few orcs and half-orc undead under my command, so I learned a little bit." "You're a real talent." Bourne couldn't help but give a thumbs up. After a brief exchange and Akeem's gentle instruction, the bearman seemed to spill everything he knew. Akeem listened intently, nodding repeatedly, and then translated, "Currently, the Northern Alliance is mainly composed of orcs, beastmen, and giants, with orcs being the main force. They have a high reproductive rate, are highly adaptable, and are numerous. Beastmen are next, while giants are few in number. This time, they launched a major attack on the elf forest, but encountered strong resistance. He was a vanguard soldier who unintentionally arrived in the kingdom of Shalia during the war, and then hid his way here." Bakarlov exclaimed in amazement, "This bearman is something else. He managed to penetrate so far into my kingdom of Shalia, and no one discovered him." Akeem's expression was somewhat strange. Actually, they did discover him, but everyone who found him was killed by him, including someone from a village. Bakarlov's eyes narrowed, and he immediately flew into a rage. "You beast!" He was born in a northern village, and therefore had some affection for it. Hearing that this bearman had wiped out a village, he couldn't hold back his anger, and stopped Bakarlov. "Wait, let's get some more information." She then gave Akeem a meaningful look. Akeem understood, and continued questioning the bearman. The bearman initially didn't want to answer, but seeing the crackling bone spikes in Akeem's hand, he had no choice but to comply. After a while, Akeem said, "This attack is massive, seemingly involving 1 million people, far exceeding the limits the elves can handle. Moreover, they have over a dozen Supreme Realm experts deployed, basically overwhelming the elves. If nothing unexpected happens, they should reach the kingdom of Shalia in about a month." And nodded. They live in extremely cold regions, a harsh environment, but their resources are also very deep. Having over a dozen Supreme Realm experts is reasonable, otherwise, they wouldn't have caused us so much damage back then. After the interrogation, Bourne and Akeem returned to the Netherworld, and pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Bakarlov, it seems you have to make another trip to Shalia City for me." Bakarlov, suppressing the urge to kill the bearman immediately, took a deep breath and said, "No problem, but Shalia alone might not be enough to deal with the orc army. Marshal Evar will figure something out. I need to go to the Misty Forest now, to see what the situation is." Bakarlov was startled. "You're going now? Isn't that too dangerous?" Annie smiled. "Am I someone who's afraid of danger?" Bakarlov sighed. "I know I can't stop you, but you still need to be careful. The situation is much worse than before. Countless people want you dead." Chapter 508. As for why she went to the Misty Forest, one reason was to scout out the orc army's situation, and another was that Annie was worried about Angela's safety. Angela's family, the Rhine family, was currently the largest family among the elves, and would inevitably become a primary target of the orcs' attack. The elves had sent most of their main forces to the west to fight the dark elves and demons, leaving their headquarters extremely vulnerable, giving the orcs an opportunity. "Sister Angela, you absolutely can't be hurt." Annie prayed silently, while quickly traversing the Misty Forest. She had the map given to her by Crick. Although it was hastily drawn, it did mark most of the area, saving her a lot of effort. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the nearby woods. Annie's heart skipped a beat, and several bone spikes instantly materialized in the air. If she wanted, they would be pierced through in the next moment. "Wait!" A delicate shout rang out, and paused slightly, sensing a familiar voice. She hesitated, then looked towards the approaching figure. "Alyssa? Anne! It really is you." Alyssa ran over excitedly, followed by 5 elven soldiers, one of whom was Stark's. Seeing Alyssa's haggard appearance, and the several tears in her leather armor, and frowned. Alyssa, what happened? Alyssa's expression darkened. It's the orcs. They attacked. We were outnumbered, and now we've been scattered. How many are they? And asked. There are currently 300,000 attacking the Dark family, and our Forest family. That's 10 times our strength, or even more. Moreover, several Supreme Realm experts are among them. Their strength should not be underestimated. So, there are still orcs attacking other families? Alyssa nodded. We don't know for sure yet. Most of the Rhine family has gone to the western front. In reality, only our 2 families are left defending the entire elf forest. Hopefully, nothing unexpected happens at the front. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of booming sounds rang out. Alyssa's face paled, and she cried out in terror, They're chasing us. We have to go. Annie grabbed Alyssa, who was trying to escape, and asked resolutely, How many are they? Starks replied, A Bearman squad is chasing us, about 20 people, all above the Qi Yuan realm, plus 4 Hua Yuan experts, and 1 Feng Yuan expert. Annie's lips curled into a cold smile. Humph. Just a small squad, no need to run. Alyssa was stunned. In her memory, Annie was only at the Hua Yuan realm a few years ago. It was impossible for her to have broken through in such a short time. Therefore, she didn't think Annie could handle these bearmen. Annie, don't be reckless. Those bears are incredibly strong and have naturally high magic resistance. They're very difficult to deal with. Even mages of the same level would avoid them. Let's go quickly. Annie shook her head, waved her hand, and 4 dark cave entrances appeared. Born, Akeem, Poker, and Burford slowly emerged from them. Poker grinned, Captain, we meet again. Born nodded to them. Has the Vanguard army encountered any trouble lately? Burford replied, Nothing much. After the Samuel Legion was wiped out, things have become completely peaceful there. I estimate that no one will be able to stand against our alliance for a long time. That's good. Born then looked at Annie. What happened? Why were we all summoned? Before Annie could speak, more than 20 bearmen rushed out of the woods ahead, their faces fierce, their eyes filled with savagery and brutality. Looks like there's no need for explanations. Akeem cracked his knuckles, pulling 2 bone spikes from his body. The bearmen were also taken aback by the sudden appearance of Born and his companions. Roar! A burly bearman, clearly the leader of the group, glanced at the group for a moment before letting out a low growl. Alyssa swallowed hard and said, He's asking who you are. Annie looked surprised. You speak orc language? Alyssa smiled wryly. My family teaches me some, but I can only understand it, not speak it. Akeem stepped forward, letting out the same low growl from deep within his throat. Huh? This time it was Alyssa's turn to be surprised. She hadn't expected this somewhat frightening-looking skeleton soldier to know the orc language. The bearman leader's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, and he roared furiously. The other bearmen were equally enraged, pounding the ground with their massive fists to vent their discontent. What did you say to them? Born asked curiously. Akeem shrugged. Nothing much, just a friendly gesture telling them to kneel down and die. Everyone was speechless. What a friendly exchange. Crack! The bearman leader uprooted a large tree and hurled it at them with a roar. Everyone jumped back quickly. Born shouted, Attack! Upon receiving the order, everyone moved. Akeem, Poker, and Burford had all reached the transformation realm, so dealing with these bearmen was no problem. Alyssa had only recently broken through, so she was safe. However, the other elven warriors were weaker, only at the Qi Yuan realm. Born directly faced the bearman leader, also a Feng Yuan realm expert, but far weaker than Born. From the very first exchange, Born knew his opponent's strength, and didn't participate, but observed from the sidelines, wanting to know just how strong the orcs were at the same level. Alyssa's opponent was a bearman of the same level, at the second stage of transformation realm. He swung his massive club at Alyssa, but she was incredibly fast, using the surrounding trees to quickly move around, making it impossible for him to lock onto her. The bearman roared, sweeping away the surrounding trees with his club, then stomped the ground with a deafening roar. A crack appeared in the ground, from which a thick stone pillar shot forth. Alyssa stumbled, barely dodging the attack, but the bearman was already behind her in the next instant. Alyssa leaped into the air, pushing off the stone pillar with both feet, then performed a backflip, clearing over the bearman's head, her dagger slashing fiercely towards its neck. But all that was heard was a hissing sound. The dagger seemed to have struck metal, leaving only a white mark on the bearman's tough skin, without causing any real injury. Such strong defense. Annie couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It should be noted that elven weapons are also enchanted. What appears to be a light slash actually possesses immense power, yet the bearman made no attempt to defend itself, simply relying on its physical strength to withstand the attack. After observing for a while, Annie had a general understanding of the bearman's attack methods. Seeing that Alyssa was starting to struggle, she casually fired a bone spear, piercing the bearman with a single swish. Whoosh thud! The bearman was sent flying by the powerful force of the bone spear, crashing firmly into a large tree. Everyone was stunned, stopping their fight, especially the bearman, who stared in horror at the scene. Annie then waved her hand and said, "All right, that's enough, let's end this." Born and Akeem exchanged glances, then darted through the bearman's squad, each swing of their blades claiming a life. The two sides had initially fought evenly, with the bearman leader believing he had the upper hand, but it turned out the enemy was simply toying with him. In an instant, bearman warriors fell one after another, Born and Akeem becoming reapers of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the bearmen. Roar! The bearman leader roared, trying to rush to his rescue. Suddenly, a torrent of water engulfed him completely, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape the water prison's control. Alyssa was stunned. She knew Annie was strong, but she hadn't expected her to be this strong. Not only was Annie herself powerful, but her summoned undead were also incredibly powerful. In no time, the bearman squad had been completely wiped out. Born and the others were satisfied with absorbing enough life force, their strength further enhanced. Seeing all his subordinates dead, the bearman leader's eyes were bloodshot, but he was powerless to do anything, as he himself was completely immobilized. The bearman leader was at the second level of the 501 realm, enough to handle Alyssa and the others, but he was no match for Annie and Born. Annie set the bearman leader down, and Born immediately held the soul-severing blade to his neck. Although the bearman leader was furious, he didn't act impulsively, only growling incessantly. "What is he saying?" Born asked. Alyssa translated, "He said, we will pay the price, that the orcs will wipe out the elves and humans." Born sneered, still so arrogant even after being captured. "Akeem, teach him a lesson." Akeem flicked his wrist, and a bone spike pierced the bearman leader's ribs. "Ow! Ow! Ow!" The bearman leader screamed in agony, his voice piercingly painful. Akeem's technique was extremely cunning, guaranteed to inflict excruciating pain without killing him instantly. "Ask him which unit he belongs to, and who his leader is," Annie said. Akeem immediately translated Annie's question. The bearman chieftain was sweating profusely from the pain, muttering a string of gibberish, but his eyes still held a fierce glint, clearly showing his continued defiance. Akeem wasn't about to let him get away with it. He stomped the chieftain's head into the ground, then reached in and pulled the bone spur from his ribs, causing blood to spurt out. "Awoo! Awoo!" The bearman chieftain screamed again. "You're just a prisoner. What are you so arrogant about? Try being arrogant again." Akeem stomped hard on the bearman chieftain's head, simultaneously reinserting the bone spur. "Awoo! Awoo!" Another scream erupted. The bearman chieftain was utterly terrified. This skeleton soldier was truly ruthless. He attacked at the slightest provocation. A beating or a quick death would have been one thing, but he was being tortured relentlessly, and his mind couldn't take it anymore. Alyssa and the others grimaced at the sight. She covered Stark's eyes. They couldn't let an 80-year-old child see this. "Woo-woo-woo." The bearman chieftain began to plead, his eyes clearing considerably. Akeem released his foot and asked calmly, "Can you speak now?" The bearman chieftain breathed a sigh of relief, but a fierce glint suddenly flashed in his eyes, and his magical power surged. Not good. Born reacted swiftly, his soul-severing blade slicing through the bearman chieftain's head like lightning, splitting it open. The bearman chieftain, who had intended to self-destruct, died instantly, failing even to complete the explosion. Akeem scoffed, "TCH, I almost got it out of him." Annie waved her hand. "Never mind, it doesn't matter whether he tells or not. Thanks for your hard work." Then, Bon and the others returned to the netherworld. Alyssa felt like it was all a dream. The once invincible bearman squad was like toys in Annie's hands, wiped out without a second thought. Annie looked at Alyssa and asked, "Do you know where Angela went?" Alyssa thought for a moment and said, "Lord Crick didn't want to participate in the battle against the Dark Elves. They should still be in the Rhine family's territory, but I don't know if they've been attacked by orcs." Annie knew that not a second could be wasted now. "I'm going to find Angela now. Do you want to come with me?" Alyssa nodded. "All right, let's go together. We need to tighten our defenses now. The major families are preparing to unite against the orcs. Okay. The group then set off together towards the Rhine family's elven village. Time slowly passed. An hour after Annie and the others left, heavy footsteps approached. A small group of bearmen arrived menacingly, led by a powerful bearman of the 7th rank of the Fengyuan realm. He was burly, with bulging muscles, exuding a chillingly fierce aura. His large, bell-like eyes gleamed with a ruthless light, fixed on the gruesome corpses lying scattered on the ground, his eyes twitching slightly. Who is it? Who dared to kill my men? I will tear him to pieces. The bearman leader roared furiously, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the surrounding leaves. He then sniffed hard, as if he had detected something unusual. It was common knowledge that even after evolving into human form, orcs retain the powerful sensory abilities inherited from their magical beast race. Although Annie and her group had been gone for quite some time, the faint lingering scent hadn't escaped the bearman leader's keen senses. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a raging fire of hatred and a bloodthirsty desire. Following the faint scent, he glared fiercely in the direction Annie and the others had gone. The bearman leader suddenly swung his right arm, uttering a low, authoritative command, "Chase! Catch these despicable creatures! Don't let a single one escape!" With this command, the squad of bearman soldiers behind him roared in unison, their powerful legs carrying them like a surging torrent, rushing towards the place where Annie and the others had disappeared. Chapter 509. Annie and her companions were unaware that they were being watched by a much stronger bearman squad. They encountered no other orcs or half-orcs along the way, but did run into another familiar face, Nifedora of the Dark family. Nifedora was also covered in dust and grime, clearly having just been in a battle. When she saw them, she was initially delighted, but then became wary. "Nifedora, what are you doing here alone?" Elisa asked. Nifedora looked at Annie. "This is a crucial moment. What are humans doing here? Are they trying to gain some advantage in the chaos?" Annie knew the other's prejudice against humans was too deep, and could only helplessly say, "We met before. When I came to the elf forest last time, I didn't cause you any harm, did I?" Nifedora was stunned, then remembered what happened when Annie passed through the Dark family's territory. "You, Elisa, you lied to me." Elisa shrugged. "It's been so long, didn't you notice it back then?" Nifedora snorted coldly and stopped talking. Elisa continued, "Hey, I asked you why you're here alone, and you haven't answered me yet." Nifedora's expression darkened. "Our team was attacked, and the members are scattered. We don't know where they went." Elisa frowned. "You too? It seems the orcs have sent quite a few deep into the elf forest." Nifedora was taken aback. "You were attacked too?" Elisa nodded. "We were attacked by a squad of bearmen, but Annie has already taken care of them." Nifedora looked at Annie with some surprise. "You, a human, can handle a powerful bearman?" Annie waved her hand. "Never mind that. Since you're alone, why don't you come with us to the Rhine family?" "What are you going to the Rhine family for?" "I'm going to find Angela. She's still with the Rhine family." Nifedora frowned. She naturally knew Angela. This elven princess with human blood was a hot topic of conversation throughout the elven race, mostly negative. The elves highly valued the purity of bloodlines, and were very resistant to Angela's mixed-race heritage, so they naturally didn't respect her as much. Nifedora wanted to refuse, but then she thought that since the other party could kill a bearman, their strength was indeed considerable. She was now separated from the main group, and traveling alone was indeed dangerous. It would be better to travel with them, and make further plans once they reached the Rhine family. "Alright, then I go with you to the Rhine family. Maybe my people will go there too." The group set off again, but this time Nifedora was now part of the team. So many years have passed, and Nifedora's strength has reached the transformation realm. In her eyes, even Elisa is not someone she cares about. After all, their strengths are comparable, and their statuses are similar. "Elisa, not to criticize you, but it's not good to always hang out with a human," Nifedora whispered to Elisa. Elisa sighed inwardly. She understood that no matter what, she couldn't change the impression humans had of the elves. She herself had only gradually accepted Annie after so much time and interaction, but she still harbored some resistance towards other humans. "And is different from other humans. She really doesn't mean any harm, and she often helps us. If you talk to her more deeply, you should understand." Nifedora curled her lip. "I don't know what kind of person Annie is, but she's still human. Human nature doesn't change. I advise you to stay away from her, and not let her influence you." Elisa remained non-committal. "Forget it. At least she hasn't asked me for tolls." Nifedora was taken aback, immediately realizing that Elisa was mocking what happened back then. She could only laugh awkwardly, and say nothing more. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A figure suddenly darted out from the side, slashing at an elven soldier. The elven soldier, caught off guard, could only hastily raise his bow to block. However, with a snap, the blade instantly severed the bow and arrow, striking the elven soldier's shoulder. Ah! The elven soldier screamed, hurriedly issuing a warning. Enemy attack! Alyssa, being closest, reacted quickly, immediately drawing her bow and nocking an arrow. The arrow whistled through the air, and shot towards the figure. The figure retreated abruptly, revealing his true form to everyone, a bear man. Nifedora panicked. It's them. They attack my team. The bear man, having landed a successful blow, smirked triumphantly before launching another attack on Alyssa. Alyssa, showing no weakness, met the attack head-on, drawing her short sword and slashing fiercely at the bear man's neck. The bear man's attacks were wide and sweeping, his large sword slashing down with terrifying force, suggesting his strength was around the second level of the transformation realm. Nifedora rushed to support them, and together they forced the bear man back. However, the bear man remained unfazed, merely taking 2 steps back with a cold laugh, muttering something under his breath. Alyssa's expression froze, and she inwardly cried out in alarm. Then, more than 10 bear men slowly emerged from behind the bear man, all possessing the aura of the transformation realm, some even stronger. Anne's eyes narrowed. She keenly sensed a powerful aura hidden in the shadows. It seemed the enemy still had powerful members yet to reveal themselves. You all retreat quickly, Annie shouted, immediately summoning Born and the other 3. Nifedora frowned deeply. As an elf, she was extremely sensitive to the aura of the undead. What, another necromancer? Born looked at the bearmen and couldn't help but laugh. What? Did you stir up trouble today? Annie warned, Brother Born, don't be careless. There's a powerful figure lurking in the shadows. Hearing Annie's words, Born also carefully sensed the surroundings and indeed discovered another powerful figure with a formidable aura. His gaze gradually turned serious. You guys go first, we cover the rear. Annie nodded, then immediately grabbed Alyssa and ran. Huh? Alyssa was startled. Annie! What's wrong? Never mind, let's go. Alyssa knew Annie wouldn't harm her, and besides, Annie's expression was very serious now, completely different from when they encountered the Bearman squad before. Alyssa immediately said to the others, follow me. Everyone followed. The Bearman warriors, seeing them running away, tried to give chase, but Born and the others blocked their path. A Bearman warrior charged forward, slashing at Born with his blade. Born sneered, you really know how to pick your opponents. He drew his soul-severing blade, and with a flash of light, sliced the first stage transformation realm Bearman in 2. The Bearmen were stunned, not expecting this seemingly ordinary skeleton soldier to possess such formidable fighting power. Immediately, an even stronger Bearman stepped forward, a horrifying scar across his face, his eyes radiating intense fighting spirit. Born frowned slightly, a Feng-Yuan realm expert? The Bearman roared, and all the Bearmen swarmed forward, preparing to use their numerical advantage to overwhelm Born's resistance. But this scarred Bearman directly confronted Born. He stomped the ground forcefully, his aura surging, and then charged towards Born. Good. Born roared, not flinching, meeting him head-on. With a deafening roar, the two clashed in a pure clash of power. Don't underestimate Born just because he was an ordinary skeleton soldier. After breaking through to the Feng-Yuan realm, his bone strength was almost on par with a golden skeleton. Combined with the undead's unique superhuman strength, he actually managed to fight the scarred Bearman to a standstill. The scarred Bearman was clearly taken aback, not expecting the skeleton soldier before him to withstand his attack. However, he didn't panic. Instead, he directly swung his greatsword down. Born slightly shifted his body, a ring of purple lightning crackling around his soul-severing blade, the power of retribution. Seemingly sensing danger, the scarred Bearman's eyes narrowed. His greatsword, which was about to strike, stopped in midair, awkwardly blocking the soul-severing blade. At the same time, he raised his left foot and kicked hard at Born's abdomen. Born pushed off with both feet, quickly retreating about 2 meters to dodge the kick. Simultaneously, he pressed his left hand to the ground and roared, 10,000 miles of ice seal. A chilling aura spread out, the freezing domain unfolded, greatly reducing the Bearman warrior's speed, even slowing their magic circulation. The scarred Bearman roared and stomped his foot hard on the ground again, creating a deafening boom. Another domain of power spread out, significantly reducing the effect of the 10,000 miles of ice seal. Not bad. Born was slightly taken aback, but he quickly understood. His opponent, the scarred Bearman, was no ordinary Feng Yuan expert, but a super strongman who had reached the 7th level of Feng Yuan. Born turned his head and saw that due to the sheer number of opponents, most of whom were at the Huayuan realm, Akeem and the others were also struggling in the battle. This won't do. Just as Born was lost in thought, 2 more Bearman warriors sprang out from the side, roaring and lunging forward, seemingly intent on tearing Born to pieces. Born rolled on the spot, and just as he got up, another Bearman rushed towards him, swinging his large sword. These 3 Bearmen were also around the mid-level of the Feng Yuan realm, roughly equal in strength to Born, and for a moment even Born was at a disadvantage. The scarred Bearman's lips curled into a cruel smile, then with a wave of his hand, a small squad of Bearmen followed him, charging past the 4 of them and chasing after Annie and the others in the direction they had fled. "Damn it! You stinking bear, stop right there!" Born roared. But the scarred Bearman completely ignored him and disappeared in no time. While Annie was running away, she suddenly received a sole message from Born. "Annie, something bad has happened. A 7th level Feng Yuan Bearman is chasing you." Annie's heart sank. Although she had previously defeated Augustine, a 6th-tier Feng Yuan cultivator, it was partly due to Augustine's underestimation of her, and partly due to Born's help. But now, Born was tied down by the other Bearmen, and orcs were inherently stronger than humans. If he caught up, they would be in grave danger. Just as she was considering a strategy, a deafening roar erupted as a boulder flew through the air and landed squarely in front of them. Annie and the others quickly stopped, and behind them came heavy breathing and footsteps. Annie slowly turned around, her expression grave. She saw the scarred Bearman leading his men, their faces converging menacingly, their expressions practically screaming savagery. "Annie, what do we do?" Alyssa's eyes flashed with terror. She knew that if even Annie couldn't handle them, they were doomed. "Run!" Annie shouted without hesitation, dashing off in another direction. Blocked by a giant boulder, they had no other choice. Fortunately, Annie possessed wind elemental magic, and elves were naturally fast, so the Bearman couldn't easily catch them for a while. However, they soon encountered another problem. There was no path ahead. Directly in front of them lay a massive canyon, its bottom shrouded in mist, its depths unfathomable. Neither of them possessed flight magic, making it impossible to descend the smooth rock face. "Hee hee, woohoo, woohoo!" The scarred Bearman grinned excitedly, approaching the group step by step. His powerful 7th-tier Feng Yuan magic caused everyone to gasp for breath. Annie had already recalled Born and the others to the netherworld, and since they couldn't be summoned again, she had to rely on herself. She glanced down, suddenly feeling the scene was somewhat familiar, but now wasn't the time to think about that. She gritted her teeth and said, "There's no other way. I hold them off here. You guys figure out a way down." Alyssa was startled. "No way. How can you handle them all by yourself?" Nefedora also looked at Annie with a strange expression. In her mind, humans were all selfish, let alone necromancers. Annie shook her head. "We have to deal with them, even if we can't. Right now, no one but me can stop them. Hurry up." Alyssa immediately instructed the elven warriors to tie ropes to the nearby rocks and trees, and sent the younger elves, including Starax, ahead. Seeing them prepare to descend, the scarred Bearman waved his hand, and 5 Bearman warriors charged forward, howling. They were all at the transformation realm, far stronger than these elves. It was a one-sided massacre. However, the next moment, a terrifying phantom of an evil spirit appeared in the air. It opened its maw, unleashing a terrifying sonic wave, a woo. Struck head-on by the evil spirit's roar, all the Bearman warriors' eyes rolled back, and they instantly lost consciousness. Those with lower strength even foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. Even the scarred Bearman was affected, clutching his head and howling in pain. However, his strength was superior, and he quickly recovered. His eyes filled with ferocity, he charged directly at Annie, and took a deep breath. This time, without Born's help, she had to rely on herself. Chapter 510. The scarred Bearman roared and charged forward. Annie stood with her feet shoulder-width apart, her right hand gripping her wand tightly, and shouted, "Bone Spear!" Bone Spear was her most familiar spell, possessing strong penetrating power, but its attack power became somewhat insufficient after reaching the Feng Yuan realm. The scarred Bearman shattered the incoming Bone Spear with a single slash, and leaped towards Annie. Annie immediately cast Enhanced Fire Spirit's Wrath, and a gigantic fire giant materialized out of thin air, blocking the scarred Bearman's attack with a single punch. Roar! The scarred Bearman was startled, but quickly realized it was just a magically formed spirit, nothing to be alarmed about. With a deafening boom, the scarred Bearman forced the fire giant back several steps, then continued his relentless attack on Annie. Annie stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. She had to stay there to withstand all the attacks, otherwise, Alyssa and the others descending the mountain would be doomed. She gritted her teeth and unleashed a bone shield, but she knew it wouldn't protect her from the enemy's attacks. This fighting style wasn't her forte. The scarred bearman, like a war chariot, smashed through the bone shield with a deafening roar, sending bone fragments flying. He was now inches from Annie, and a single swing of his blade would be enough to kill her. However, at that moment, a torrent of water suddenly surged forth, striking him head-on without warning. Awooh! Caught off guard, the scarred bearman was instantly engulfed in a water prison. Looking at Annie so close, he roared furiously. The next moment, the fire giant turned around, raising its fists high above its head, and slammed them down on the scarred bearman, who was trapped in the water prison. Roar! The scarred bearman roared, unleashing a powerful surge of magic that shattered the water prison binding him. Simultaneously, he swung his sword upwards, colliding with the fire giant's fist. With a deafening bang, the air around them scorched from the impact of the magic. The immense force propelled Annie's petite body directly towards the edge of the cliff. The elves had already begun their descent using ropes. Alyssa had intended to call for Annie's retreat, but it was too late. Seeing Annie plummeting, she was horrified and cried out, "Annie!" and hadn't expected this. She couldn't help but recall the battle at Misty City, when she, Nickel, and Angela had fled together, falling from the canyon. Fortunately, Angela's flight magic had saved them all. If only Angela were here. But it was clear Angela wouldn't be here. Annie sighed deeply, closed her eyes, and resigned herself to fate. Just then, a vine wrapped around Annie's waist, pulling her back abruptly. Everyone was stunned. It was Nymphadora who had intervened. Her right hand gripped the rope tightly, while her left hand shot out a vine that bound Annie. Nymphadora? Annie was also surprised that her savior was Nymphadora, the dark family elf who had always looked down on her. Nymphadora scoffed, "No need to thank me. I'm just returning the favor since you risked your life to save us. I still hate humans." Annie gave a wry smile, but still said, "Anyway, thank you." Nymphadora turned her head away, but her pointed ears seemed slightly red. Annie grabbed a rope and began to climb down. The bearman above immediately charged. The scarred bearman, enraged, slashed the ropes, but the elves were prepared. They had resecured the ropes after descending a certain height to prevent the bearmen from sabotaging them. Awooh! The scarred bearman could only roar in despair. They didn't carry ropes, and their weight was too great for ordinary ropes to support them. They could only watch helplessly as Annie and the others disappeared into the mist. Annie and the others descended for an unknown amount of time in the mist before finally seeing the ground. The sky was already darkening, but at the valley floor, it became even more shrouded in darkness. However, the valley floor was also quite peculiar. Many plants shimmered with faint light, swaying in the wind, providing some illumination and preventing complete darkness. Annie froze. This is the lair of the demon poison dragon? What? Nymphadora exclaimed in surprise. You just said demon poison dragon? Annie nodded. I remember this place. I can't be wrong. We found the demon poison dragon here and obtained the antidote from it. Nymphadora immediately became excited. Great. This is the location of the demon poison dragon that has a pact with our clan. This is wonderful. Annie then asked curiously, I heard that your dark family has some connection with the demon poison dragon. What exactly is it? Nymphadora explained, long ago, my ancestors made a pact with the demon dragon. We were allies, fighting side by side against any invasion. But after the War of the Gods 10,000 years ago, the demon dragons, due to their special attributes, were hunted down by the victors, and their numbers dwindled significantly. Later, in the war between the orcs and half-orcs, the few remaining demon dragons perished in battle. Our dark family has never seen a demon dragon again until you gave me a tooth. Annie remembered giving Nymphadora the demon dragon's tooth to help her pass through the dark family's territory. So did you search for it afterward? Nymphadora replied, of course we searched, but without knowing the exact location, we had no way to begin. Annie knew this place was indeed difficult to find. If it weren't for the map left by Nickel, they wouldn't have found it at all, and their arrival at the demon dragon's lair was entirely accidental. But after all these years, is your pact still valid? Annie asked. Of course it works. We signed a blood pact, to protect each other, rely on each other, and never be separated. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, some pebbles fell from above. Everyone looked up, but it was all shrouded in thick fog, and they couldn't see anything at all. What's going on? Wasn't the rope already retrieved? Those bearmen shouldn't be chasing after us, right? Alyssa asked. Annie frowned, her gaze fixed on the sky. Suddenly, her heart tightened, and she pulled Alyssa aside. With a deafening roar, a massive boulder crashed down, creating a large crater in the ground. Ah! Everyone was startled and scrambled to get out of the way. Annie waved away the dust in front of her, then looked up. She saw the scarred bearman inching his way down the rock face, using only his claws to grip the rock. The falling rubble was from his claws scraping against the cliff face. I think we should go. Without hesitation, the group ran deeper into the valley. Nifedora asked, Where is the demon poison dragon's lair? Take me there quickly. Annie looked around at her surroundings. Although she knew the demon poison dragon's lair was here, she had entered the valley from a different location and was momentarily disoriented. I don't know. The environment here is all the same. We just have to wait and see. Ah? Nifedora was utterly speechless. Awuh! The scarred bearman's roar echoed from behind, filled with excitement and bloodlust, as if these people were already his for the taking. Just then, the elven soldier who had suffered a fierce blow from the bearman, his blade slicing into his shoulder, was on the verge of exhaustion. His once agile steps suddenly became unsteady, like a candle flickering in the wind, and he finally collapsed to the ground, unable to support his weight. Alyssa was horrified. She rushed forward, reaching out to help the wounded elven soldier to his feet, anxiously calling out, Get up! You can't lie here like this, you die! However, the severely wounded elven soldier was incredibly weak. He struggled to lift his head, and said in a barely audible voice, Miss, I really did my best. Please leave. Don't worry about this dying man. Blood gushed from his wounds, and from excessive blood loss, he appeared pale and weak, clearly on the verge of death. Seeing this, Annie's brows furrowed tightly, and she cried out gravely, There's no time, Alyssa. Let's go! If we delay any longer, none of us will escape. But Alyssa shook her head firmly, tears welling in her beautiful eyes, rolling down her cheeks like glistening pearls. She bit her lip, her voice resolute, No. I absolutely cannot abandon my people and flee alone. At the same time, Starks and the other companions cast resolute glances their way, indicating their agreement with Alyssa's decision. They shouted in unison, Even if it means fighting to the death, even at the cost of our lives, we will never allow our people to be mercilessly slaughtered. It's too cruel. Annie greatly admired their spirit of not abandoning their comrades, but she truly had no time for that now. The scarred bearman had caught up, followed by more than a dozen bearman warriors. Annie calculated the time. The necromancy spell was still a little short. Born and the others couldn't come to their aid. They had to face the impending crisis themselves. There's no other way. Annie sighed helplessly, and could only cast Enhanced Fire Spirit's Wrath again, conjuring a fire giant. The fire giant roared to the sky, radiating intense heat in all directions. Roar! 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 The scarred bearman was not to be outdone, roaring back in response. Roar! 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 Before the battle even began, the powerful aura emanating from the two super-strong individuals at the Fengyuan realm already caused the surrounding air to tremble. Prepare for battle. Alyssa stood up, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. The other elven warriors also drew their weapons, taking up their stances, ready for a decisive battle. Annie not only had to deal with the scarred bearman, but also protect the elven warriors behind him. Fortunately, the number of bearman warriors the scarred bearman had brought wasn't large, but they were all skilled warriors at the transformation realm. Annie seized the opportunity, and unleashed the evil spirit roar again. This type of group control magic was perfectly suited for this situation. Awuh! A terrifying sonic wave reverberated, instantly echoing throughout the entire valley. However, this time the scarred bearman was prepared. He had preemptively cast some kind of magic, enhancing the mental defenses of all the bearman soldiers. Although they were still affected, it wasn't as severe as before. Charge! Alyssa commanded, and the elven soldiers swarmed forward, launching their attack while the enemy was stunned by the evil spirit roar. The bearman at the forefront naturally received the most intense wave of impact, suffering the most severe damage. Before he could even react, Alyssa's blade had already slashed across his neck, and crimson blood gushed out. Roar! However, the bearman warriors behind him had already recovered, roaring and engaging the elven soldiers in a chaotic melee. This time, the scarred bearman was wiser. He didn't linger with the fire giants, but instead launched a direct attack on Annie. He swiftly broke through the fire giant's blockade and swung his blade at Annie. Annie immediately released a water prison, but this time the scarred bearman was prepared. He stomped forward, and a stone wall rose from the ground, blocking the water prison. He then smashed through the wall, and continued his attack on Annie. Annie frowned. She didn't have many spells to begin with, and this place was relatively open, unlike the cave in the fallen god's land. Although the dragon's soul was powerful, at least Annie could use the terrain to her advantage. Annie's feet flashed with a blue light as she retreated, simultaneously unleashing bone spikes and spears. However, these basic spells had no effect on the scarred bearman. Instead, they fueled his ferocity, the bloodlust in his eyes growing ever stronger. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he roared, stomping his left foot on the ground. Annie felt the ground tremble, as if magical energy had been transferred. Startled, she quickened her retreat, but she was still a step too slow. With a deafening roar, a stone pillar erupted from the ground, appearing right behind her. Annie couldn't stop in time, and slammed her back against the pillar. Ugh! Annie groaned. She had deliberately slowed down, but the impact still caused her blood to surge. The scarred bearman wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He pounced on Annie, his jaws agape, revealing sharp teeth, and foul-smelling saliva gushing from his mouth, as if he were about to bite off Annie's neck at any moment. However, just then, a dragon's roar rang out from not far away, a whoop. Immediately afterward, a green shockwave slammed into the scarred bearman, sending him flying more than 10 meters before he regained his footing, his eyes filled with horror. It's here! Nifedora's expression froze, her eyes gleaming with barely suppressed excitement. Chapter 511. The scarred bearman's expression was uncertain. He knew a super-powerful creature was approaching. The shockwave from before was from that creature. Even from such a distance, it had repelled him. If they met head-on, he would definitely be no match. However, he was unwilling to leave so easily. He had finally cornered Annie and the others. Leaving now would be too easy for the creature. Roar! The scarred bearman roared. Before the powerful creature arrived, he was going to finish off Annie immediately. He channeled all his magic power, his aura reaching its peak in an instant. He landed on all fours and charged towards Annie. A flash of blue light appeared beneath Annie's feet. With the boost from wind elemental magic, her speed was comparable to that of an elf, making it easy for her to dodge the scarred bearman's attack. The scarred bearman couldn't catch Annie for a moment, and a sense of anxiety rose within him. Suddenly, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. Annie sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to react. Suddenly, the scarred bearman swerved, abandoning his pursuit of Annie and charging towards the elven soldiers. Watch out! Annie shouted a warning. However, Starks was closest. By the time he heard Annie shout and looked over, the scarred bearman was already inches away. Oh no! Alyssa's eyes widened in horror. Starks was the youngest of the entire elven race, the future of their race. If he died here, the loss would be immense. At this critical moment, a figure stepped in front of Starks. The scarred bearman, disregarding everything else, extended his claws, grabbed the man by the neck, and lifted him up. Nifedora! Alyssa cried out in alarm, never expecting that Nifedora would step forward at this crucial moment. Nifedora was being choked, her eyes filled with terror, only able to gurgle, her expression one of extreme pain. The scarred bearman's lips curled into a cruel smile, his gaze fixed on Annie, letting out low growls. Even though Annie didn't understand the orc language, she knew what he meant. If she didn't surrender, the scarred bearman would simply twist Nifedora's head off. Let her go! Come at me! Annie shouted. The scarred bearman grinned maliciously, extending his other paw and pressing it against Nifedora's head. No! Alyssa rushed forward, trying to rescue Nifedora, but the other bearmen swarmed forward, blocking her way. Annie gritted her teeth. If all else failed, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. However, just then, a dragon's roar rang out, and a massive shadow swept across Annie's head, landing with a thud in front of the scarred bearman. The scarred bearman's eyes widened as he stared at the enormous dragon-like creature before him, completely stunned. Annie was also taken aback. It was clearly a demon poison dragon, but judging from its size, it seemed considerably larger than before. Taking advantage of the scarred bearman's momentary daze, Alyssa nimbly rushed to his side, her short sword slicing across his arm. The scarred bearman, in pain, had no choice but to release his grip on Nifedora. Nifedora fell, but Alyssa caught her and turned to flee. The scarred bearman finally reacted, roaring as he gave chase, but the next moment, a scorching breath descended from the sky, carrying immense power as it crashed down upon him. The scarred bearman was terrified and quickly cast a spell, erecting a stone wall in front of him. However, under the scorching heat, the stone wall melted completely in no time. The scarred bearman was utterly stunned. He knew this demonic dragon was strong, but he hadn't expected it to be this strong. At this moment, Nifedora struggled to her feet, her eyes fixed on the demonic dragon, uttering a series of strange sounds. The demonic dragon seemed to be responding to her, emitting gurgling sounds from deep within its throat. Excellent! My clan has found another close companion. Nifedora was overjoyed. For 1,000 years, without the demonic dragon's help, the Dark Clan had gradually weakened. Now, she had found a surviving demonic dragon, which was undoubtedly a great boon to the Dark Clan. Then, the demonic dragon looked at the scarred bearman, who was preparing to flee, with icy eyes. The scarred bearman trembled and immediately turned tail, running frantically back the way he came. No matter how fast they ran, how could they outrun the demonic poison dragon? The demonic poison dragon flapped its wings and soared into the air, unleashing a powerful aura that had reached the supreme origin realm, a complete and utter crushing defeat. In no time, amidst the screams of the bearmen, the battle was over. All the pursuing bearmen, including the scarred bearman at the 7th level of the abundant origin realm, ultimately became the demonic poison dragon's victims. Boom! Having done all this, the demonic poison dragon returned to the group, its claws still stained with blood, exuding an aura of immense power and terror. Annie involuntarily took 2 steps back. She vaguely remembered her encounter with the demonic poison dragon years ago. Now, this demonic poison dragon was even more powerful, capable of annihilating a 7th level abundant origin realm bearman with a mere flick of its wrist. Killing Annie would be even easier. Nifedora stepped forward, extending her right hand, still chanting unknown verses. The demon dragon's expression gradually softened. It lowered its head, gently sniffed Nifedora, and then let out a low growl. "Thank you for saving us," Nifedora said. "Now that I've found you, come back to my clan with me. My people will be overjoyed to see you." The demon dragon shook its head, a complex look appearing in its eyes. Nifedora was taken aback, her expression changing slightly. "What's wrong?" Alyssa asked. Nifedora frowned. "It said there's a restriction here. If it leaves, it will be injured by the restriction, and the restriction suppresses its strength. If someone hadn't broken in years ago, its strength probably wouldn't be what it is now." Annie scratched her head. Was it talking about her? Nifedora also considered this possibility, and turned to look at Annie. Following Nifedora's gaze, the demonic poison dragon finally saw Annie's face clearly. Its eyes narrowed, and it let out a dragon's roar, a woo. "Calm down, calm down." Annie immediately took 2 steps back. The demonic poison dragon grinned, revealing a missing tooth to everyone. Nifedora was speechless. That tooth was right in her hand. It was Annie who had given it to her. All right, she's not an enemy. The demonic poison dragon seemed very angry, but under Nifedora's reassurance, it ultimately didn't attack. It says forget it. If you hadn't barged in back then, allowing the elements of heaven and earth to seep into this place, it might not have been able to recover to its current level, Nifedora said. Annie breathed a sigh of relief. If the demonic poison dragon had truly attacked, she would have been no match for it, and wouldn't have even had a chance to escape. "Why is it imprisoned here?" Alisa asked. "It's a descendant of the demonic poison dragon, a survivor from the massacre of the demonic poison dragon after the War of the Gods 10,000 years ago. It was cast into a magical realm, later breaking through to the supreme realm and escaping, but was still discovered by the gods and suppressed here. For hundreds of years, it hasn't found a chance to leave, and can only use magic to slumber, thus prolonging its lifespan to this day. So it's a demonic poison dragon from the magical realm," Annie exclaimed. "No wonder it possesses so much treasure." At the mention of treasure, the demonic poison dragon snorted, and anger reappeared in its eyes. Nifedora's lips twitched. Annie, you also stole its treasure?" Annie gave a wry smile, and took out the breastplate. "My uncle got this from it years ago, but he ultimately paid the price. If the demon poison dragon really needs it, I can return it." However, the demon poison dragon shook its head. It said it doesn't need it. "Since you got it, it's yours." Annie hadn't expected the demon poison dragon to be so generous, and was momentarily stunned. Then, "Thank you very much." Since the demon poison dragon wasn't going to pursue the matter, and had just saved them, Annie felt she should do something, so she asked, "Is there any way to break this restriction and let it out?" Nifedora said, "It's very difficult. The restriction here is centered around a secret treasure. Without special methods, the magic array on it cannot be broken." Annie's eyes lit up. "A secret treasure? You mean the secret treasure that descended from the magical realm?" Nifedora nodded. "That's right, that top secret treasure chest is incredibly mysterious, located in its lair." Annie immediately recalled the mysterious treasure chest she had seen in the demon-poisoned dragon's lair years ago, and it was that chest that knocked out one of the demon-poisoned dragon's teeth. Take me there quickly. I know a way to break the magic circle on that treasure chest. Back in the magical realm, Annie had watched Margot break the magic circle on the top-secret treasure chest, and she had memorized it then. She never expected it would come in handy here. Everyone looked at Annie in surprise. Annie scratched her head and said, "It's nothing. I went to the magic realm back then, so I know how to break the magic array on the top-secret treasure chest." Nifedora shook her head and said, "That's not enough. It said that the treasure inside the chest is the key to breaking the seal. If you can't use that treasure, everything is in vain." Annie frowned and asked, "What is that treasure? Is it very difficult to use?" "It seems to be some kind of cultivation technique. For thousands of years, no one has been able to successfully cultivate it. In the end, they are backfired by the technique, causing their cultivation level to stagnate. Alas, even if you open the chest and take out the technique, none of us can cultivate it." Annie was stunned. There was such a technique in this world. Wasn't that even more difficult to cultivate than the soul fusion technique? However, she still said, "Let's go take a look. At least we know what kind of technique it is, so we can think of other ways later." Everyone nodded. The demon-poisoned dragon let out a low cry, then carried everyone on its back, flapped its wings, and flew into the air, arriving at its nest in no time. All these years have passed, and its lair remains exposed, all thanks to Annie. The demonic poison dragon landed in its lair. Upon landing, everyone was awestruck by the magnificent sight before them. The treasures were simply too numerous to bear. The demonic poison dragon was pleased with their performance, its head held high, radiating pride. These were all treasures it had brought from the magical realm, their value immeasurable. Annie quickly located the treasure chest. After all, it was far too conspicuous among the many treasures. "Do you need our help?" Alyssa asked. Annie shook her head. "No, you all rest for a while. I might need some time." Then, Annie took out various magic stones from her breastplate. She remembered that to open the treasure chest, she needed to use the corresponding magic stone as a catalyst, otherwise, the flow of magic would be distorted. While Annie was concentrating on deciphering the magic array, Alyssa was treating the wounded elves. Elves lived in close proximity to the forest and always carried various herbs, primarily for healing injuries. The most severely injured was naturally the elven soldier, who had been slashed in the shoulder. He was now pale, listless, and his breathing had become weak. "Hang in there, I heal you right now." Alyssa quickly took out some herbs and applied them to his wound. Nifedora also came to help. "He's too badly injured, your herbs might not work. Use mine." Comparatively, the forest family's herbs were more focused on enhancing the body's own healing abilities, thus slowly healing injuries, but given the current situation, the wounded elven soldier simply wouldn't last that long. "What do we do?" Alyssa asked anxiously. Nifedora looked at the demon-poisoned dragon, who pondered for a moment, and then pulled out 2 small herbs from a pile of gold coins. Upon seeing these 2 herbs, Alyssa's eyes widened. This is 9 lives grass? 9 lives grass is extremely precious, practically extinct in this world. After all, it's a plant that lives alongside the demon-poisoned dragon. Without the demon-poisoned dragon, there would be no 9 lives grass. She never expected to find 2 here. The demon-poisoned dragon gave Annie, who was breaking the formation, a resentful look, then snorted twice. Nifedora scratched her head. "It said the 9 lives grass is too precious. We must offer something in return, otherwise it won't use it easily." This made sense, but Alyssa was somewhat troubled. After all, she had come out to fight, and hadn't brought anything valuable with her. She looked at the others, who also shook their heads. Seeing everyone at a loss, Nifedora sighed, took out a white object from her bosom, and handed it to the demon-poisoned dragon. "This was originally meant for you. Now, can you exchange it for a 9 lives grass?" The demon-poisoned dragon was startled, examined it closely, and saw that it was the tooth that Born had knocked out. So many years had passed, yet Nifedora had preserved that tooth very well, keeping it clean. "Don't worry, I help you put your tooth back." The demon-poisoned dragon was overjoyed. It had been suffering for quite some time since losing that tooth, and immediately agreed. Alyssa glanced gratefully at Nifedora, took the 9 lives grass from the demon-poisoned dragon, and quickly used it on the injured elven soldier. Instantly, the powerful medicinal effect took hold, and the elven soldier's complexion recovered. Chapter 512. Annie remained focused on deciphering the formation. Based on her memories, she retrieved the corresponding magic core from her protective mirror, unleashing its magic power, and applying it to the formation. The formation gradually dissolved under the impact of the magic power, leaving only a single layer of defense, one of the light element. Annie took out a light magic core, one of the more valuable ones among her many possessions. She took a deep breath and unleashed the magic power from the last core. With a soft click, the previously impenetrable, top-secret treasure chest, which even a Supreme Realm expert couldn't destroy, was finally opened. A flash of golden light appeared, and everyone held their breath, craning their necks to see what kind of unparalleled technique was inside. Annie narrowed her eyes, carefully examining the items in the treasure chest. Then, her pupils constricted, and she exclaimed in surprise, "The Soul Fusion Manual?" Indeed, a cultivation technique lay quietly in the chest, bearing the two large characters Soul Fusion. She never imagined that the technique in this top-secret treasure chest, which no one had been able to cultivate for centuries, was actually the Soul Fusion Manual. "You recognize this technique?" Alyssa asked in surprise. Annie nodded with a wry smile. "Not only do I recognize it, but I also know someone who cultivates this technique." Then, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Annie summoned Born. "Huh? What's wrong?" Born immediately prepared for battle, but found no fighting. He turned around, and the ferocious face of the demon poison dragon came into view. Born immediately jumped back. "Holy crap! The demon poison dragon!" The demonic poison dragon roared, never forgetting the aura emanating from Born. Although Born's appearance was different now, the demonic poison dragon recognized him immediately. "Wait!" Nifedora called out. The demonic poison dragon paused, glared fiercely at Born, and fell silent. Born had already drawn his soul-severing blade, tightly protecting Annie behind him. Seeing that she wasn't attacking, he breathed a sigh of relief and awkwardly laughed. "Brother Dragon, sorry. I poked one of your teeth earlier, but it was unavoidable." Nifedora's eyes were strange as she said, "So it was you." "I knew it. How could Annie do such a thing?" Although the demonic poison dragon no longer attacked, its eyes were still full of hostility. It was likely that if Nifedora hadn't stopped it, it would have torn Born to pieces. Annie tugged at Born's arm. "Brother Born, look what this is." Born followed Annie's finger, and his mouth dropped open. He rushed forward and pulled the cultivation manual from the top-secret treasure chest. "The Soul Fusion Manual?" Alyssa's eye twitched, as if she had thought of something. She tentatively asked, "Annie, you said you know someone who cultivates this manual, could it be?" Annie nodded. "That's right, it's him." Everyone was speechless. They hadn't expected that Annie's summoned spirits were from someone who cultivated this manual. What a coincidence! The demon poison dragon is currently trapped in this valley by some powerful restriction. It seems only the Soul Fusion Manual can help him, but no one can break the treasure chest's formation, and no one can cultivate this manual. "It seems only you can help," Annie explained. Born chuckled. This was truly a case of finding something without even trying. He'd been envious enough seeing Annie's spirit division technique reach 2/3 of its completion, and now he could also improve the completion of the Soul Fusion technique. This would allow their spirit division and Soul Fusion techniques to reach the Earth level, bringing immeasurable benefits to their cultivation. "Then I won't be polite." A resolute glint flashed in Born's eyes. He uttered a soft shout, and a faint magical light emerged from his fingertips, flowing like a thin stream into the book before him. In an instant, as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake, visible ripples spread throughout the entire space. Then, an immense, heart-pounding flow of information surged into Born's mind like a raging tide. This flow of information, like a wild horse, rampaged wildly, seemingly threatening to burst Born's head. However, Born gritted his teeth and entered a meditative state, focusing all his energy on comprehending this information to complete the incomplete Soul Fusion chapter within his body. Time passed slowly, and this arduous and lengthy process lasted for nearly 2 hours. During this time, Annie watched Born's progress with unwavering concentration. She knew that this cultivation was crucial for Born. The slightest mistake could lead to complete failure. Therefore, when she realized her magic power was being depleted too quickly, Annie didn't hesitate to take out the magic storage stone she had prepared beforehand and carefully drew upon the temporarily stored death power to continuously replenish his magic power, ensuring that Born could continue to remain in the prime material plane. Finally, after much effort, Born successfully digested the massive flow of information. With the return of the last trace of magic, the previously incomplete Soul Fusion chapter gradually became complete. Just then, Born's eyes, which had been tightly closed for so long, suddenly snapped open, 2 beams of light shooting from them. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from his body, sweeping across the surroundings, greatly enhancing his entire presence. "You succeeded?" Nefedora asked with delight. Born smiled slightly, of course. My soul fusion chapter is now 2/3 complete. Breaking the seal here is a piece of cake. The demon poison dragon was equally excited. It had been trapped for far too long. If it could go outside, it might be able to recover to its peak condition, attempt another breakthrough beyond the supreme origin, and enter the god plane, becoming immortal. Born's eyes narrowed, and the soul fusion chapter within his body slowly began to circulate. The replenished soul fusion chapter was even more powerful, immediately triggering a celestial phenomenon. The surrounding elements seemed to be drawn towards Born. Boom! 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 The elements collided and rubbed against each other, producing a tremendous roar. Seeing this, Annie also activated the spirit division technique. The two techniques had a natural connection, gradually merging into one. A vast amount of magical power surged, causing the entire space to tremble. Gradually, chains appeared in the void. Normally, they would be completely invisible, but under the effect of the spirit division and soul merging technique, they became visible. The ends of these chains wrapped around the demon poison dragon, binding it tightly. Without a doubt, this was the restriction binding the demon poison dragon. At this moment, two beams of light shot from Born's eyes, striking the chains in the air. The chains melted rapidly, as if ice had encountered fire. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. It seemed this technique truly worked. As time passed, the restriction in the void had almost completely dissolved. Even the chains binding the demon poison dragon had dimmed considerably. With a few crisp cracking sounds, the last remaining chain on the demon poison dragon shattered, then burst into pieces, dissipating into pure energy into the void. Roar! The demonic poison dragon roared to the sky, feeling incredibly exhilarated. With a flap of its wings, it soared into the heavens, breaking through the mist above and taking flight. After gliding freely in the air for a while, it finally released the pent-up emotions of the past 1,000 years, breathing in the sweet air outside, feeling incredibly refreshed. A short while later, it flew back to its nest, its strength seemingly restored, and it was able to communicate with the others using magical energy. Thank you. Undead. Born was taken aback. Oh, you can talk. The demonic poison dragon nodded. Once we magical beasts reach the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm, we can communicate freely without language barriers. Thank you so much this time. I, Dorcott, will remember this kindness. So your name is Dorcott. Don't call me undead anymore, my name is Born. We become friends through a misunderstanding. Born smiled and extended his hand. The demon poison dragon also extended its claws, but the two were too different in size to shake hands. They could only touch each other lightly. Nefedora couldn't suppress her smile. With the demon dragon out of trouble, the Dark family would surely usher in a golden age. Great. Let's get out of here quickly. With Dorcott's help, we have a much better chance of defeating the orc army. Born shrugged. All right. There's nothing more for me here. I'm going back. He then returned to the netherworld. The others nodded and climbed onto the demon dragon's back. The demon dragon was enormous, easily supporting so many people. With a gentle flap of its wings, it carried them all high into the sky. Annie watched the canyon shrink, sighing inwardly. They had expended a tremendous amount of effort to escape it years ago, while the demon poison dragon had flown out with ease. It seemed having flight magic was truly convenient. Whoosh! Whoosh! The demon poison dragon howled through the cold night wind. Wherever it passed, all the magical beasts felt its powerful aura, collapsing to the ground, afraid to even breathe, the pressure of a powerful being. Before long, they reached the edge of the Rhine family's elven village. To avoid being mistaken for an enemy, Nefedora had the demon poison dragon land on the ground. It wasn't far anyway, and they could walk there quickly. However, when they arrived at the village, they found it deserted. Huh? Where are the Rhine family members? Elisa asked. Nefedora thought for a moment and said, they probably went to the western battlefield with the Elf King. But even so, there should be guards here. Annie frowned, seemingly sensing something unusual. Let's go! Let's go in and take a look. The group quickly entered the village, but the scene before them left them utterly stunned. Lying haphazardly on the ground were several corpses, all appearing to be elven warriors of the Rhine family. Their blood was still flowing, indicating they had only recently died. Damn it, we've been attacked. Elisa's heart sank. Anyone capable of breaching the Rhine family's territory was no ordinary opponent. After all, Chief Martial Arts Master Crick was present, meaning the attackers had at least one expert at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. What do we do? Should we still go in? Starks asked anxiously, and took a deep breath and said to the others, don't go in. Quickly go and inform the other elves. What about you? Nifidora asked. I have to go. I must find Angela. Annie's gaze was resolute, showing no fear or hesitation despite the possibility of a Supreme Realm enemy present. Alyssa exchanged glances with the others, then gritted her teeth and said, Nifidora, you take my people and go. I go with Annie. Nifidora shook her head. You keep your people. Doc Ock and I will go with Annie. Doc Ock is a Supreme Realm expert. He can at least be of some help. No, it's too dangerous in there. I'm stronger than you. I go. Alyssa continued. Nifidora frowned. Who said you're stronger than me? There's no room for discussion. I'm going. Seeing the two arguing, Doc Ock couldn't stand it anymore. All right. Stop arguing. Bourne saved me earlier. It's time for me to repay the debt. I go with Annie myself. You can all leave. And nodded. With Doc Ock by my side, even if we can't win, we can still escape. You two hurry and relay this message back, otherwise things might change. Alyssa and Nifidora were helpless. Since Doc Ock had said so, they had no choice but to say, then be careful. Doc Ock, protect and... Doc Ock nodded. Don't worry, my strength has recovered to 80%. Ordinary Supreme Realm cultivators can't hurt me. After Alyssa, Nifidora, and the others had gone some distance and said to Doc Ock, thank you. Doc Ock waved his hand. It's nothing. Besides, I've been holding back for so long. I really want to stretch my muscles. And smiled and said, but you shouldn't show yourself now. You're too conspicuous, and will easily expose our whereabouts. I'm going to send Bond first. Dorcott's eyes lit up. That's right. That kid has invisibility magic, perfect for this kind of sneaky thievery. Bond stepped out of the summoning circle, his forehead covered in black lines. Hey buddy, who are you calling a sneaky thievery? Dorcott glared at him. And why didn't you wait for me to finish speaking before summoning? In the Rhine family square, about 100 orc warriors gathered together, their expressions excited, breathing heavily, their eyes burning as they stared at the arena. Several large iron cages were visible in the arena, and the Rhine family elves were all imprisoned inside, including Angela. Angela remained calm, her eyes resolute. She reassured the elf beside her, it's all right, Master of Martial Arts won't lose. In the center of the plaza stood Crick, clad in a green robe and a large hat that obscured half his face. His white beard reached his chest. Though an old man, his imposing presence was like a drawn sword, intimidating all who looked at him. Across from him stood a burly orc, nearly 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging. A cross-shaped scar marked his bald head, and enormous fangs protruded from his mouth, making him appear utterly terrifying. Chapter 513. OSA. So many years have passed, and you're still as despicable as ever. Taking advantage of the Elf King's absence, you actually launched a sneak attack on the village. Krieg's voice was icy. The Orc OSA laughed maniacally, ha ha ha. Krieg, I wasn't your match back then, but that doesn't mean I can't beat you now. Today I show you the results of my years of training. Don't think I'm being despicable. Against a strong opponent like you, I have no choice but to do this. Then you got a deal. If you lose, you must release all my people and get out of here. OSA's eyes were filled with a frenzied fighting spirit, but if you lose, you will all die. All of you will die. Roar! 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 All the orcs clenched their fists excitedly, swinging them wildly, letting out roars. In reality, OSA wanted to find an opportunity to fight Krieg one-on-one. He had been defeated by Krieg several times during the Great War, and he had always harbored a deep desire to get revenge. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity. In his eyes, Krieg was old, his cultivation level stagnant over the years. While he was different, he was currently at his peak, ranking among the top 3 in the entire orc army, and dealing with an old elf shouldn't be a problem. Amidst the cheers of the orcs, the two men, like two shooting stars about to collide, slowly took their stances. Krieg gripped his familiar slender longsword tightly, its blade gleaming coldly, as if eager to drink his enemy's blood. Opposite him, OSA raised his enormous axe high, its blade exceptionally sharp, reflecting a chilling light in the sunlight. Undoubtedly, from a weaponry perspective, the giant axe possessed an overwhelming advantage in pure strength. However, this was not a difficult problem for Krieg, the undisputed master of martial arts among the entire elven race. After all, everything has two sides. Such a heavy and massive weapon inevitably resulted in a slight disadvantage in agility, and years of battle experience had already given him a thorough understanding of this type of opponent. At this moment, Krieg stood firmly in place, as immovable as an unbreakable mountain. His sharp, hawk-like eyes were fixed on OSA, who was charging menacingly towards him, as he silently calculated his countermeasure. In the blink of an eye, a series of muffled footsteps approached from afar, and OSA, dragging the giant axe backward, charged towards Crick with overwhelming force. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath his feet, as if even the earth itself felt the unparalleled pressure emanating from this behemoth. At the same time, a deafening thud, like the beating of war drums, resounded through the sky, causing everyone present to tense up. Faced with OSA's merciless attack, Krieg showed no sign of panic, instead appearing remarkably calm and collected. Die! OSA swung his giant axe, bringing it down with tremendous force towards Krieg's head. He used all his strength in this strike, confident that no one could withstand it. Krieg remained composed, shifting his feet slightly to the side, while simultaneously thrusting his long sword from a tricky angle towards OSA's armpit. Humph! OSA snorted coldly. He had fought Krieg several times before, and was extremely familiar with his fighting style. The giant axe, which had missed its target, spun around and then landed steadily to OSA's side. With a clang, Krieg was forced back, leaping several meters away. Looks like you improved a bit. OSA slowly turned around, his eyes fixed on Krieg. I told you, I'm not the same person I used to be. Today I will kill you. Then, OSA charged at Krieg again, his giant axe raining down like a storm. Krieg, however, moved like a butterfly, nimbly weaving through the axe blades. Each time, OSA felt he was about to strike, but he always missed by just a little. Damn it! OSA grew increasingly frustrated with each blow. So many years had passed, yet Krieg was still so agile, truly giving him a headache. However, OSA quickly devised a plan. With his final strike, he slammed his axe into the ground with tremendous force. A deafening roar shook the earth, and Krieg staggered, his steps faltering. OSA chuckled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Taking advantage of Krieg's unsteadiness, he stepped forward and swung his giant axe horizontally. Krieg frowned, forced to parry with his long sword. With a muffled thud, Krieg felt as if he had been struck by a mountain, his blood surged, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Awooh! The great general is invincible. Long live the great general. The orcs erupted in excitement, roaring and brandishing their weapons. Inside the cold, sturdy iron cage, the trapped elves were all deathly pale, their expressions extremely tense. Angela, in particular, had her once bright and clear eyes now filled with astonishment. She never dreamed that her enemy would be so powerful. In the hearts of all the elves, Crick had always been a god of war. He possessed extraordinary combat skills, had experienced countless fierce battles, and had never tasted defeat. No matter how ferocious or terrifying the enemy, Crick always managed to defeat them with overwhelming force, upholding the dignity and honor of the elves. It could be said that Crick was undoubtedly the strongest among the entire elven race. Even the lofty elven king showed him the utmost respect. Yet just now, this orc had effortlessly sent the arrogant Crick flying with a single blow, a scene so shocking that no one could believe their eyes. Crick, supporting himself, slowly rose from the dusty ground. He gently brushed off the dirt and grime, a faint smile playing on his lips, and said softly, not bad at all, quite an improvement. Everyone stared intently, seeing that he was completely unharmed, only his once neat robes were now slightly soiled. Seeing this, all the elves present breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, they erupted in a spontaneous cheer. Go, Master of Martial Arts. OSA's face was grim, but the thrill of sending Krieg flying filled him with secret satisfaction. After all these years, he had finally fulfilled his youthful dream. To beat this wretched elf to a pulp. Krieg, you really gotten old. Back in the day, you wouldn't have been so easily hit. Krieg smiled indifferently. Is getting old a fault? I'm way past the age of going to the battlefield. If you hadn't challenged me, I wouldn't have participated in this war. OSA sneered. Avoiding war is a disgrace to the strong. Krieg, you fallen. You're no longer my match. Die! With that, he charged at Krieg again. Bang, bang, bang. The battle in the plaza resumed. Angela clenched her fists, nervously watching the battle, silently praying for Krieg. Master of Martial Arts, you must win. You can't be hurt? Just then, a voice rang in her ear. Hey, Angela, how do you open this cage? Angela was startled, the voice sounding incredibly familiar, as if she heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't quite place it. Who is it? She turned around and saw the surrounding elves staring at her blankly, as if she were talking to herself. Huh? Angela suddenly realized the speaker had been speaking in human language. Hey, stop looking around. The voice came again. I'm born. Tell me quickly how to open this iron cage. Angela's eyes lit up. Born's here meant Annie was here too. But then worry crept in, and she whispered, "Take Annie away from here quickly. It's too dangerous here. Don't worry about us." "What nonsense are you talking about? Annie came all this way to save you." Angela was touched, but still said, "But the situation here is beyond your capabilities. They have a super strong expert at the 9th level of the Supreme Origin Realm, and those orcs are also extremely powerful. There are about 10 at the Abundant Origin Realm, and the rest are at the Transformation Origin Realm. We mustn't let them discover us." Born laughed. "Don't worry. Do you think Annie is the type to act recklessly without preparation?" Angela was taken aback, but then realized that Annie's presence meant she knew the situation and must have made preparations. She pointed to the orc beside her and said, "The key is on him." Born looked closely, and saw that the orc indeed had a bunch of keys hanging from his waist. He chuckled and stealthily moved closer. Everyone's attention was drawn to the battle in the square. As long as Born didn't use magic, his invisibility wouldn't be broken, making stealing the keys incredibly easy. He carefully took the key from the orc's waist, then quietly opened all the cages. However, he didn't let all the elves escape immediately, but waited patiently for his opportunity. The surrounding orcs were now stronger and armed. The elves' weapons had been confiscated, and they were relatively weaker. Even if they escaped, they wouldn't be able to fight the powerful orcs. Born secretly sent a message to Annie, informing her that all the cages were open, then hid to the side, waiting for the show to begin. In the center of the spacious square, the battle between Crick and Asa had reached a fever pitch. Krieg moved with ghostly speed, a dazzling display of movement. Simultaneously, countless thick, dragon-like vines emerged from around him, writhing and thrashing about as if alive, working in perfect harmony with Krieg's fierce attacks. On the other side, Osa displayed unparalleled strength. He wielded a massive battle axe, each swing creating a sharp whistling sound. Wherever the axe passed, swathes of vines were mercilessly swept to the ground, scattering into broken branches and leaves. Each of Osa's strikes contained the force of 1,000 pounds, its power astonishing. "Ha ha ha! Exhilarating!" Osa laughed wildly, his massive axe leaving after images, seemingly growing stronger with each swing. Krieg frowned, sensing his magic was waning. If things continued this way, things would likely worsen, but he couldn't think of a solution. His people had been captured. Escape would be easy, but his entire tribe would be slaughtered, especially Angela. Just as Krieg was at his wit's end, a dragon's roar rang out, and a massive black shadow descended from the sky. It opened its maw, spewing forth a torrent of scorching flames that swept towards the orcs. "Aya!" The orcs sensed the danger and screamed, dodging the attack. However, accompanying the dragon's breath was a wisp of green mist. Some orcs, caught off guard, inhaled it deeply, their eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth, and they lost consciousness. Osa was shocked. This is a demon-poisoned dragon? Even Crick, let alone Osa, was utterly shocked. The demon-poisoned dragon hadn't appeared for nearly 1,000 years. How could one suddenly burst forth? And a Supreme Origin Realm one at that. Immediately afterward, the elves who had been imprisoned in the iron cages surged out, seizing their weapons amidst the orcs' chaos and launching a counterattack. "Ah! The elves have escaped!" One orc shouted, only to be beheaded by Angela. Another orc swung his sword at Angela, but a pair of wings suddenly sprouted from her back, and with a flap of her wings, she swiftly soared into the air. The orc missed his target, and as he turned back, a flash of cold blue light appeared, and his head was severed from his body. Osa, enraged, roared, "Crick, you coward! We agreed to a one-on-one fight, but you pulled a dirty trick on me." Crick shrugged. "This wasn't my doing." He knew that no matter how he explained, Osa wouldn't believe him, but he didn't expect him to either. With a flick of his fingers, several vines wrapped around Osa's feet. Then, with a light tap of his toes, he quickly closed in. Osa roared, swinging his giant axe to sever the vines, and simultaneously stomped the ground, berserk. Whoosh! Instantly, his magical energy surged like boiling water, his eyes turned crimson, his aura skyrocketed, and his strength increased several times over. Crick frowned. You made a contract with Samuel?" Osa didn't answer his question, but instead swung his giant axe down. Crick paused, turned around on the spot, and dodged the attack. His giant axe slammed into the ground with a loud bang, splitting a crack in the hard ground. Chapter 514. Sensing Osa's aura up close, Crick understood. "It seems you made a pact with Monchi, or someone else. This berserk effect shouldn't last long. I suggest you take a good look around. Your men are almost at their limit." With the addition of the demon-poisoned dragon, the elves' morale soared. Coupled with Bond constantly lurking in the shadows, each strike killing a transformation realm expert, the orc army was thrown into chaos. OSA roared. Seeing the situation was dire, and unable to defeat Crick quickly, he had no choice but to order a retreat. Crick, you just wait. I be back for revenge. After uttering these harsh words, the orcs retreated, leaving behind a trail of corpses. The Rhine elves cheered. Even they hadn't expected to stage a comeback and repel the powerful orcs under such circumstances. Long live the martial arts master. Long live Princess Angela. Everyone could see that Angela played a crucial role in this battle. After all, Born's words were conveyed through Angela. Boom! The demon poison dragon descended from the sky, landing steadily on the ground, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Crick slowly stepped forward and bowed slightly to the demon poison dragon. Demon poison dragon, thank you very much for your help. Dokit snorted. Humph, no need to thank me, I was just returning a favor. Returning a favor? Crick was taken aback, then saw a girl jump down from the demon poison dragon's back. It was Annie. Angela immediately pounced on her, hugging her tightly, and exclaimed happily, Annie, you're finally here. I thought I'd never see you again. Annie gently patted Angela's back and smiled. Sister Angela, I told you I'd come find you. Krieg scrutinized Annie, a strange light flashing in his eyes. You broken through to the Fengyuan realm? Annie smiled at Krieg. Yes, Master Martial Arts, it's been a long time. Krieg shook his head with a wry smile. Sigh. I'm getting old, my eyesight isn't so good anymore. I didn't even realize you had such talent for cultivation. You're only in your early 20s, right? Annie held up 3 fingers. I'm exactly 23 this year. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Krieg then asked, and what about this demon poison dragon? Annie explained, this is Dorkot. He was trapped in a canyon in the misty forest years ago, but we rescued him now. After things are settled here, it still needs to find the Dark family. Crick nodded, looking at Dorkot. The Dark family and the demon poison dragon have had a symbiotic relationship since ancient times, a contract that will make the Dark family even stronger. And asked, Master of Martial Arts, what's going on here? Why are the orcs attacking? Crick sighed, I don't know what methods they used, but it's not a good sign. The orc army is probably not far away. We need to leave quickly. Where is the elf king? He's still commanding the battle in the west. The elf race is probably about to face a great calamity. And comforted her, don't worry, the elf race was able to repel the orcs back then, and they can do it again now. Angela looked at Born curiously. I can understand Annie breaking through to the Fengyuan realm, but how come you, an undead, have advanced so quickly? Born gave a wry smile. What? Can't undead advance quickly? That's blatant discrimination. Angela shook her head. It's not discrimination, it's just that the undead realm is resource scarce, and you clearly came from a low-level undead area. It's truly baffling that you could advance to Fengyuan in such a short time. Born waved his hand. If you can't understand it, don't think about it. There are more important things to do now. Annie said yes. The most important thing now is to gather all the elven races together. Get together, otherwise, with the strength of the orc army, they will definitely be defeated one by one. Crick said, don't worry about that. I already sent people to inform them. All the tribes already know about the orc attack, and they will converge here in time. Angela added, this place isn't far from the western border. The Elven King has probably already made arrangements, but now the Rhine family's territory may have to be abandoned in part. Crick nodded. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. Let's move westward quickly. Master of Martial Arts. Just as Crick turned around, Annie called out to him. Is there anything else? Annie pondered for a moment and said, the elf forest is now embroiled in war, and is no longer safe. I want to take Angela back to the Norma Empire. What do you think? Crick frowned slightly. I said before. I know. Seeing Crick's displeasure, Annie quickly said, you only let Angela leave the elf forest when she reaches the Supreme Realm, but the situation is different now. The elf forest used to be very safe, and Angela could cultivate peacefully there. With your guidance and training, her progress would be rapid. But now the entire elf race is struggling to survive. In comparison, the Norma Empire is much safer. Crick snorted, that's only temporary. Your Norma Empire will face the slaughter of the orc army sooner or later. What will you do then? Annie shook her head. I don't know, but I won't let Angela get into danger like today. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, Angela quickly stepped in. Hey, what are you two doing? Am I so useless that I need your protection? I've broken through to the 4th level of the Feng Yuan realm now. As long as I don't encounter a Supreme Yuan expert, I can protect myself. Then she said to Annie, Annie, don't worry about me. What happened today was purely accidental. I'm with Uncle Crick. It's perfectly safe. Besides, I'm not planning to return to the Norma Empire yet. I lived in the Elf Forest for so many years. Although they always treat me as an outsider, I still have feelings for this place. Seeing it so devastated by the orcs and the elves being slaughtered, I can't bear it. So I'm staying to work with Lord Crick to drive the orcs out. Crick hadn't expected Angela to say such a thing, and the elves around him were equally astonished. Many lowered their heads in shame. They recalled that since Angela came to the Elf Forest, because of her impure bloodline, the elves had kept their distance from her, not only failing to help her, but also trying to estrange themselves. All right, Crick sighed. Angela, if you miss your homeland, you can return to the Norma Empire anytime. But no matter what, you must not leave my side. I will go with you. Uncle Crick, why are you like this? You are the martial arts master of the entire elven race, not just my personal guard. Even if I stay with the elven race, you have your own duties to perform. You can't be bound by me. Crick shook his head. You are the only member of the royal bloodline of my Naven family. Even if I die, I will protect you. Angela knew that no matter what she said, Crick wouldn't compromise, so she gave up. And what are you going to do? Will you come with us to see the Elven King? And nodded. Since we're here, let's go see him. Last time, humans and elves joined forces to repel the orcs' attack. Now we can form an alliance again and drive the orcs back. Crick frowned, said nothing, and said calmly, Then let's go together. Afterwards, Dokit took flight to find the Dark family, while Crick led the Rhine family southwest to join the Elven King's forces. In the western Elven Forest, the Elven race had just experienced a great battle against their distant relatives, the Dark Elves. With the Elf King personally leading the charge, the entire Elven race's fighting strength was naturally formidable. However, the Dark Elves were no pushovers either. Their martial arts master, Urzer, possessed terrifyingly high-level Supreme Realm strength, causing the Elf King considerable trouble. Fortunately, the Elven race had a reliable ally, the Dwarves. While the Dwarves were not skilled in cultivation, their combat prowess was equally formidable. They possessed immense strength and were adept at forging various weapons. Anything made by the Dwarves was guaranteed to be of high quality. Using weapons forged by the Dwarves doubled the Elven race's combat power. The Mountain Dwarves were divided into two groups, one in the Karaka Mountains and the other in the eastern Misty Mountains. The main force in this battle consisted of the Karaka Mountain Dwarves, while the dwarves from the eastern Misty Mountains were few in number. Luke, have you heard? The orcs have taken advantage of the chaos to breach our defenses, and have now entered the Elven Forest. The Elven King looked solemnly at the Karaka Mountain Dwarf leader before him. Luke said, Of course I know, but it's too late to stop them now. The orcs have been building up their strength for 1,000 years, waiting for this moment. They must have made ample preparations. Your elves alone cannot resist them. Then what do you think we should do? Neither of our races has recovered to its former glory. Are we just going to watch our homeland be trampled upon again? Luke shrugged. The dwarves don't like war, nor are they good at it. Telling me this is useless. We already used up all our strength fighting the dark elves and demons. Even the dwarves in the eastern Misty Mountains have joined in. We don't have the energy to fight the orcs unless... Impossible. We will not ally with the humans again. The Elf King interrupted. Luke sighed. We don't want this either, but without the help of the humans, we wouldn't even be enough to fill the orcs' teeth. We simply can't form an effective defense. The Elf King's face darkened, and he was about to speak when a guard rushed in, saying, Report. Chief Martial Arts Master Crick has arrived at the front lines with the entire Rhine family. The Elf King's expression changed, and he quickly asked, Where is he now? I'm here. Krieg walked in from outside, followed by Angela and Annie. The Elf King frowned slightly. Before he could speak, Luke exclaimed, A human? Krieg, why did you bring a human here? Krieg calmly replied, If it weren't for this human, the Rhine family might have been completely wiped out. What? What happened? The Elf King asked. The orcs are very fast. OS8 personally led a small force to raid Rhine village, capturing everyone. If Annie hadn't brought a demon poison dragon, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to do anything. A demon poison dragon? The Elf King and Luke exclaimed simultaneously. And said, This isn't the time to talk about this. The orc army has already invaded the Elf Forest. If we don't take action soon, the entire Elf Forest and the Misty Forest will fall. Luke then asked, So you come to seek our cooperation? Luke had never met Annie before, and didn't know her identity. Annie gave him a slight bow. Hello, I'm Annie. I can represent the Norma Empire in our cooperation. Annie? Luke stroked his beard. That name's been mentioned a lot lately. Crick introduced, this is Luke, the leader of the Karaka Mountain Dwarves. He provided us with a great deal of support in the previous battle. Luke waved his hand. Let's not talk about support. We're just cooperating and helping each other. By the way, human girl, since you want to cooperate with us, can you represent humanity? Annie shook her head. I can't represent humanity. Luke frowned. Then what do you have to offer for our cooperation? I can get the Dark Elves and the demons to stop their war. These few words stunned both the Elf King and Luke. What did you just say? Krieg was equally surprised. He had considered many possibilities of how Annie would persuade the stubborn Elf King and the dwarves, but he hadn't expected this. Human girl, you better be clear. Luke frowned. Annie's expression remained unchanged. I made myself very clear. I can get the Dark Elves and the demons to stop their war. Everyone fell silent, unsure what to say. After a long silence, the Elf King spoke. Annie, I always thought you were different from other humans, a brave and intelligent girl. I never expected you to joke with us in a situation like this. Sensing the Elf King's displeasure, Annie solemnly replied, I rescued prisoners of the demon and dark elf races in the northern wasteland, and I also have connections with Cadix and Urzer. I'm confident I can persuade them to stop the war. That way, you be free of threats in the west, and can focus all your forces on the orcs. Luke slapped his thigh. That's right. I remember the intelligence mentioned a human girl who ventured into the northern wasteland and rescued a large number of demons and dark elves. It was you. Krieg said seriously, are you sure? This is no joke. Annie chuckled. I don't need your answer now. I go to the demon and dark elf races immediately. If I succeed, you have to cooperate with me. What do you say? The Elf King looked directly into Annie's eyes and said firmly, deal. Chapter 515. Luke looked at the Elf King with some surprise. He himself was unwilling to cooperate with humans, but the current situation was truly dire, so he had no choice but to propose cooperation. The Elf King, however, was different. He had been very resistant to cooperating with humans from the beginning, which was why he had flatly refused Luke's suggestion. However, this human girl named Annie, with just a few words, had completely changed the Elf King's attitude. It was truly astonishing. Annie smiled slightly. All right. Then wait for my news. With that, Annie left the room. Angela quickly followed, somewhat worried. Annie, are you really going to the demon and dark elf tribes? It's too dangerous there. Not worth it. Annie smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm confident. You wait for me here. With the martial arts master here, you be safe. I'm not afraid of danger. I'm just afraid you be in danger. Angela exclaimed. Those are demons. To them, we're just food. Who would be friendly to their own prey? Annie patted Angela on the back. They might see humans as food, but they definitely won't see me. Looking at Annie's confident smile, Angela felt inexplicably at ease. This was probably Annie's charm. No matter the difficulties, they seemed insignificant in her presence. Crick also stepped forward, his expression complex. If you can truly persuade the demons and dark elves to cease hostilities, it would be incredibly important to us. Even if the humans don't join the battle, we're confident we can contain the orc army. I never imagined that little girl, who was only at the Liyuan realm back then, would grow to such a level in just a few years. I really misjudged her. Annie smiled and said, Master Martial Arts, you flatter me. Under your tutelage, Angela's progress has been rapid, no less than mine. Crick shook his head. It's incomparable. I poured almost all my savings into Angela, plus countless cultivation resources I obtained from the Elf King. With these resources, Angela was able to break through to the Fengyuan realm in such a short time. You're different. You couldn't possibly have obtained so many resources. I'm really curious. What exactly did you go through? Master Martial Arts, you flatter me. Just treat me as an ordinary human girl. Annie waved her hand, bid farewell to Angela and Crick, and headed west. In the Dark Elf camp, Urzer was gently rubbing his forehead, his brows furrowed deeply, his gaze fixed on Cadix. Cadix, are you here specifically to cause trouble? Don't you know the strength of the elves? With the help of the dwarves, how could my family possibly withstand them? Cadix grumbled, I don't care about you. You are the one who instigated me to attack. We agreed the battlefield in the elf forest would be yours, and now look, I have to send a large force to help you. What are we going to do now? What can I do? Urzer's eyes widened. I only said it casually, and you agreed in the end, didn't you? Besides, it's not just my family cooperating with you, there's Annie too. Why don't you go find Annie? Find her? What good would it do? She's just a human girl. If she didn't have some ability, I wouldn't even bother with her. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Oh? Lord Cadix, if you say that, I'm a little sad." Cadix and Urza were both startled and looked towards the door, where Annie was already standing, smiling at them. Cadix immediately flew into a rage, slamming his hand on the table. Are my guards all useless? Such a grown woman walking in, and they didn't even announce her arrival? He then looked at Urza. Did you let her in? Urza was speechless. I've been sitting opposite you the whole time. Do you think I can be in two places at once? Then your men are a bunch of scoundrels too. Urza shook his head and said to Annie, my tent is surrounded by layers upon layers of guards. Not only dark elf soldiers, but also demon guards brought by Cadix. How did you manage to get in? Annie smiled slightly. Seniors, things have changed. We haven't seen each other for at least 10 years. You don't still think I'm a little girl, do you? Seeing that Annie didn't seem inclined to speak, Ursto, deciding not to press the matter further, instead asked, then why did you come to my camp alone? And sat down gracefully beside Cadix. Now that all three of us are facing difficulties, we naturally need to discuss how to deal with the problems before us. Cadix glared at her. Who do you think caused this problem? And looked directly into Cadix's large, bell-like eyes and said, General, no matter how far your plans have progressed, it's impossible for you to swallow the entire Hairy Empire in one go. Therefore, the current stalemate between the Demon Clan and the Hairy Empire is to be expected. And now that I dealt with the Austin Empire in the east, I have more energy to help you. But now a new situation has arisen. What's going on? Cadix frowned. The orcs are here. Cadix and Urza were both startled. Their territory stretched north to an endless icy sea, where no life could survive, so they were completely unaware of the orc attack. Are you sure? Urza sat up straight. I'm not only sure, but I personally killed some orcs and half-orcs. It's no secret. It won't be long before the orcs occupy the entire elf forest. Cadix laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Good. That way, the elves won't have the energy to deal with us anymore. And said, General, I think you're celebrating too soon. Cadix scratched his head. What? Isn't that right? You don't mean the orcs will target us again, do you? You're overthinking it. Back when the orcs invaded, they were allies with our demon race. Urza frowned and tapped the table. I don't think so. Why do you think the alliance between orcs and demons happened over 1,000 years ago? Would they still consider you an ally now? Cadix glared. Damn it! Who do they think they are? Mere orcs? Do they think they don't respect my demon race? That's not necessarily true. Annie said. They've been biding their time for 1,000 years, and many powerful individuals have grown up. They possess the strong reproductive ability of humans, and the innate physical attributes and magical adaptability of orcs. You could say that today's orcs are stronger than they were 1,000 years ago. Cadix swallowed hard. He knew Annie was right. Then, what do you suggest we do? My opinion is a ceasefire. Annie stated bluntly. A ceasefire? Urza raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Isn't this war exactly what you wanted? Annie shook her head. I never wanted a war. All I wanted was to be treated fairly. You probably can't understand. When we're isolated from the world, without any resources, even a lowly captain from any other country can wreak havoc in my Norma Empire. I never want to experience that feeling of being slaughtered again. And I won't let my family continue to suffer like this. Urza and Cadix fell silent. They truly couldn't understand this feeling. After all, the demons didn't need any secret realms. Their cultivation speed was already extremely fast. But they understood the principle that the weak are vulnerable to attack. If the Norma Empire continued to be isolated, it was very likely that even mages at the Transcendent Realm would disappear completely. And continued, my idea is simple. Now you come with me to negotiate with the elves and dwarves, to establish a ceasefire agreement, giving the elves enough energy to deal with the orcs. If the orcs really do occupy the elven forest, do you think their appetite will stop there? Absolutely not. They will continue to invade other lands and enslave other races, including you demons and dark elves. Urza glanced at Cadix and asked, what do you think? Cadix scratched his head. I see it with my own eyes. Urza was speechless, knowing that asking Cadix was pointless, so he said, a ceasefire isn't impossible. We never wanted to go to war with the elves and dwarves in the first place, but would they be willing? And said, as long as we're sincere enough, they naturally agree. Sincerity? Cadix was somewhat confused. Why do we need to show them sincerity if we're going to cease hostilities? Because, comparatively speaking, the benefits of a ceasefire for us outweigh those for them. Urza pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. Indeed, fighting them isn't our intention. If we can cease hostilities, we can have more energy to deal with the Hairy Empire. No! And interrupted. I mean a complete ceasefire, including against the Hairy Empire. What? Cadix exclaimed, dissatisfied. We finally dealt with Arnos. What are we waiting for if we don't completely crush the Hairy Empire? There's no need to rush. Perhaps a pause will bring some surprises. And smiled. Cadix was somewhat bewildered and looked at Urza. Urza pondered for a moment and said, a ceasefire isn't that difficult, but I don't know if they're willing. Cadix, why don't we go and make the trip? Cadix nodded, all right. Little Annie, I really given you face this time. Annie smiled slightly. Don't worry, I remember. If you encounter any difficulties, you can ask me for help. Cadix was taken aback, shaking his head with a wry smile. He hadn't expected that a Supreme Realm expert like himself would need the help of a junior. In fact, the two were probably hundreds of years apart in age. When Annie appeared at the front lines with Cadix and Urza, the Elf King and Luke were stunned. They hadn't expected this human girl to actually do it. For this peace talks, both sides chose a no-man's land between their armies, and neither side brought their own troops, coming alone. With their strength, even if a conflict broke out, escaping unscathed wouldn't be difficult. Lord Crick didn't come. And asked? The Elf King shook his head. He doesn't want to get involved. Urza said with some disappointment, that's a real pity. I wanted to meet him. After all, he's my idol. Luke scoffed. You, a dark elf, idolize an elf? Don't you find that strange? Urza raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, we are of the same lineage, only our beliefs differ. Thousands of years ago, we lived together. Enough of that. We're here today to give in face and discuss a ceasefire. The Elf King said, a ceasefire isn't impossible, but you must stop your invasion of the Hairy Empire. Urza glanced at N. This was exactly what N had said before. He didn't know if the Elf King had told him beforehand, or if she had guessed it herself. Our war with the Hairy Empire has nothing to do with the elves, and it shouldn't be related to our ceasefire. Luke retorted, of course it's related. The Hairy Empire is closest to the Elven Forest. Once it's occupied, you can easily advance from there. Our defenses simply can't hold such a long border. Cadix patted his chest and said, I can guarantee that the demons won't attack the Elven Forest, they just want to reclaim our own territory. The Elven King directly refused, I cannot trust you. If you don't stop your invasion, we will not cease hostilities. Cadix crossed his arms. If you don't stop the war, you'll be attacked from both sides. The orcs won't hold back. The Elf King narrowed his eyes. 1,000 years ago, you allied with the orcs, and my elves weren't afraid of you. It's the same now. Cadix scoffed. TCH, that's not a negotiating attitude. My demon race has never been afraid of war. We just keep fighting and see who gives up first. Annie winked at Urza, who understood and immediately said, a ceasefire would benefit both sides. But we're taking action while you're doing nothing. Isn't that unfair? Luke thought for a moment and said, how about this? We cease hostilities here. You can continue your attacks on the Hairy Empire, but you mustn't cross Mount Kozar. You can only operate on the southern side. Cadix stroked his chin. They were still trapped in the demon-slaying and Eliza military districts, some distance from Mount Kozar. If they could spare troops from the Elf Forest, they might be able to gain some ground. But if they couldn't cross Mount Kozar, they would have to attack the Lin High district. Cadix hesitated, looking at Annie. Annie nodded slightly. Actually, this was enough. The demons could directly reach the unclaimed wasteland through the Lin High district, giving the Norma Empire and the demons a direct opportunity to make contact, laying the foundation for deeper cooperation in the future. Seeing Annie agree, Cadix clapped his hands. Good. It's settled. Chapter 516. Bourne had been living a very comfortable life these past few days. Since returning from the main plane, he spent his days wandering around the hunting grounds. Now, the entire Nader Legion knew that the 8th team had such a formidable figure who had dominated the competition and won first place. Therefore, even though Bourne ignored the hunting ground rules and roamed the territories of various teams, no one bothered him. Besides wandering around aimlessly, he cultivated alone in the camp. Since obtaining another copy of the Soul Fusion Manual in the Demon Poison Dragon's Nest, his strength had increased again. Although his realm hadn't changed, he felt his control over magic power was much more proficient. Now, even facing a 6th-tier Feng Yuan expert shouldn't be a problem. Bourne chuckled. However, my soul-stealing technique hasn't improved much, I need to think of a way. I got it! He suddenly stood up and walked outside, where he saw Kalen. Hey, Kalen. Have you seen Dakala? Kalen paused, thought for a moment, and said, I think I saw him go to the hunting grounds. Why don't you go look for him there? Okay, thanks. Bourne immediately headed towards the hunting grounds. A short while later, he saw a group of people gathered together, seemingly arguing. You fat bastard. You're asking for it. You dare steal our team's prey. A ferocious zombie roared, kicking Dakala on the ground. Dakala was curled up on the ground, a huge bone spur embedded in his body, preventing him from using his rolling magic. I didn't steal it, it came here on its own. Still trying to deny it. Another golden skeleton kicked him as well. You think you're so great just because you got first place? Except for that, Bourne, your 8th team is all trash. All useless. The zombie said that Bourne definitely cheated, otherwise how could he possibly be a match for my first team? And he's too arrogant, always sneaking into my first team's territory to hunt wandering undead, making our prey scarcer. Turdy sneered, daring to offend my first team, he's done for. Sooner or later I make him pay. He then looked at Dakala and said viciously, I start with you today. First, I dismember your limbs, then throw you, you fat ball, back to the 8th team. Let these trash see the consequences of messing with my first team. Saying this, he drew his long sword and walked towards Dakala. Dakala's eyes narrowed, filled with fear. You don't come any closer. Turdy waved his hand and said, hold him down. The zombie and the skeleton pinned Dakala down on either side, forcing him into a spread eagle position. A sinister smile crept across Turdy's lips. Scream. Scream. Here, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. He then swung his blade, aiming for Dakala's left arm. Just then, a pale white light flashed, and Turdy's arm, which had been swinging down, was suddenly severed cleanly at the root, flying into the air before falling to the ground with a thud some distance away. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Then a cold voice came from behind Turdy. Looks like you're still not convinced. Turdy trembled and whirled around. Bon, what are you doing here? Bon, holding the soul-severing blade, sneered, why can't I be here? This is my 8th team's territory. Turdy swallowed hard. You better not do anything reckless. We're from the same legion, after all. Oh, you know we're from the same legion? Who was it that tried to dismember Dakala's limbs? Who was trying to make me look bad? Turdy quickly waved his hands. No. It's all a misunderstanding. Dakala and I were just playing around. He didn't dare to confront Bourne head-on. After all, Bourne's level was higher than his. Even if he wanted revenge, he needed the vice-captain to handle it. How about this? Bourne slowly approached and said, since it's just a joke, I'd play with you too. You, what are you going to do? Turdy shrank back in terror. I'm from the first team. If you offend us, Before Turdy could finish speaking, Bourne had already made his move. In a few swift movements, he dismembered Turdy's limbs. Now, Turdy was completely powerless against him. Hey, you two! Bourne called out to the two undead, who were about to flee. Aren't you going to take your little friend back? The zombie forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Hee. Lord Bourne, we're not with him. Bourne was speechless. You have no sense of loyalty at all. Come here now. Don't force me to take action. The two quickly scurried back. Why what are your orders? Take him back to me, and tell your captain not to mess with my men. Hearing that Bourne wasn't going to harm them, they breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly lifted the limbless Turdy. Turdy's face was full of resentment as he snarled, Bourne, you just wait. Our captain will never let you get away with this. Bourne raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're still pretty stubborn. Let me give you another treatment, he said, walking towards Turdy again. Turdy shuddered, quickly wriggling and shouting to the two beneath him, Run! 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 Without his prompting, the two wished they had 2 legs, and they dashed away in a flash. Watching the 3 figures disappear into the distance, Bourne didn't bother chasing after them, because there was no need. He casually pulled the bone spur from Dakala's body. Ouch! Dakala cried out in pain. Bourne slapped him on the back. What are you yelling about? The undead don't feel pain, don't think I don't know. Dakala chuckled. Hee, brother Bourne, I was just playing along. You're amazing, you chased them away in one go. That's nothing. From now on, if you follow me, even the Legion commander won't dare touch you. Dakala asked worriedly, Brother, you really offended the first team this time. Will anything happen to you? Bourne scoffed, they've been wanting to get back at me for a while now. I'm just giving them a lesson today. Unless their captain comes in person, no one else is a match for me. You're being far too arrogant." Just then, an angry voice rang out. It turned out Bartlett was nearby. Seeing Turdy and the other two in such a disheveled state, he was furious. After finding out what happened, he brought them back here. Bourne waved with a smile. "Yo, Vice Captain Bartlett, long time no see, you're still as ugly as ever." Bartlett stumbled. He was a golden skull, but for some reason, his head was unusually large, making him look disproportionate. Normally, people would deliberately avoid mentioning his sore spot, but Bourne was unpredictable, immediately resorting to psychological warfare. "You're really asking for trouble." Bartlett drew his greatsword, ready to strike. Bourne took a deep breath, just wondering where to practice on. Here it was. Soul stealing. He had never used this magic on Bartlett before, so Bartlett was completely unprepared, feeling his soul being ripped away. Bourne frowned slightly. This is too easy. I wish I had a stronger opponent. However, Bourne began to carefully sense the flow of magic. This magic. Just as he was pondering this, Bartlett slowly regained consciousness, opening his eyes to see Bourne frowning and circling him. Turdy and the others standing nearby were completely bewildered, having no idea what was going on. "You?" Bartlett began to speak, but Bourne immediately cast soul stealing again, cutting him off mid-sentence. Vice Captain." Turdy and the other two stared in disbelief, utterly confused as to why Bartlett had stopped moving. "Shut up." Bourne glared at them, focused on mastering the magic of soul stealing and not wanting to be disturbed. "You either leave now, or you stay here like him." The three trembled. Although they felt terrible for Bartlett, their bodies obeyed, and they vanished in a flash. Without the three's interference, Bourne once again immersed himself in comprehending magical power. Soul stealing was an extremely powerful and mysterious mind control magic, its terrifying power astonishing. When this magic was applied to an opponent whose cultivation level was far lower than the caster's, it displayed unparalleled destructive power, easily forcibly extracting the opponent's soul from their body, causing instant death. However, against an opponent of equal cultivation level, soul stealing's effect was relatively limited, only slightly shaking the opponent's soul power, causing the target to fall into a very brief state of disorientation. But do not underestimate this brief period of disorientation. As the saying goes, in a battle between masters, the difference of a hair's breadth is crucial. In the fierce duel between top experts, this fleeting moment can often determine the course of the entire battle, even the final outcome. Therefore, Bourne, possessing the ultimate skill of soul stealing, was virtually unmatched in battles against opponents of the same level. However, in his previous fierce battle against Wolf and Adiva, his opponents unexpectedly unleashed a rare berserk spell, a spell with the remarkable ability to resist the effects of soul stealing. This sudden turn of events threw the previously confident Bourne into disarray. His soul stealing, which he considered his trump card, not only failed to deliver the expected fatal blow, but also put him on the defensive in the battle. Since then, Bourne has constantly pondered how to further improve his control over soul stealing, hoping to one day unleash its full power and reach its peak. Only in this way can he truly become invincible, and avoid repeating his past mistakes. However, mastering soul stealing wasn't easy. According to Bourne's own calculations, soul stealing had already surpassed the realm of advanced magic. He initially thought he had reached proficiency, but after so much research and study, he realized he was actually only at the beginner level. In comparison, his proficiency with freezing 10,000 miles was much higher, reaching mastery. He could freely cast it in combat, only limited by his mana reserves. Bartlett slowly awoke again, but just as he was about to speak, he was immediately controlled by soul stealing once more. Bourne continued this cycle, repeatedly using soul stealing. Bartlett's soul was constantly being violently tugged at, and eventually, Bartlett began to feel mentally disoriented. Hiss, something's not right. Bourne stroked his chin, feeling something was still missing. While the duration of control each time increased, that was because Bartlett's soul was constantly being damaged by the repeated control. But Bourne felt his control over soul stealing hadn't improved. Where exactly did things go wrong? Just as Bourne was racking his brains, Bartlett collapsed to the ground with a thud. His soul could no longer endure the torment. "Hey! I'm not done yet!" Bourne cried out, trying to help Bartlett up, but the man was completely unconscious and probably no longer a suitable test subject. Bourne turned to Dakala beside him, who shrank back. I'm too weak, don't mess with me." "TSK, why would I lay a hand on you? Am I that kind of person?" Bourne said. What am I going to do? Without a suitable test subject, my magic won't get honed." After a moment's thought, Bourne asked, Hey, what do you think the captain of the first team is like? Ducala said. They say he's at the 5th level of the Feng-Yuan realm. His eyes widened suddenly. You don't mean to want to. Born chuckled, grabbing Ducala's arm. Come on, brother, let's go check out the first team. With that, he scooped up the limp Bartlett and headed towards the first team. Ah! Don't pull me. I don't want to go. Ducala struggled desperately, but he was no match for Born and could only be dragged away. In the first team's camp, the team leader, Zack, listened grimly to Turdy's tearful report. Captain, you have to stand up for us. That Born is too arrogant. He not only injured us, but also detained Vice Captain Bartlett and did inhumane things to him. Zack slammed his fist on the table. Damn it! He's so arrogant. I'm going to see what gives Born the right to be so arrogant. Just then, a commotion came from outside the door. Hey, you can't go in. Bang! Then Bartlett was thrown into the tent like a punching bag. Who wants to see why I'm arrogant? I show you myself. Show you what arrogance really is. Born strolled in, followed by a bewildered Ducala. Chapter 517. Zack was furious, pointing at Born. You're too insolent. How dare you cause trouble on my first team's territory? Who do you think you are? I'm Born. Don't you recognize me? Born smiled mockingly, completely unconcerned. Zack stared at the unconscious Bartlett on the ground, his voice icy. Killing someone from the Legion? That's blatant treason. Even if I kill you on the spot, the commander can't say a word. Born clapped his hands. I didn't kill him. He's alive and well, just too weak. He couldn't take much. I barely got to play with him before he was done for. Everyone felt a chill. Just how much of a taste did this guy have? He could actually kill someone like Bartlett. Born ignored the strange looks from the crowd and beckoned to Zack. Come on, how about you play with me? Zack's anger had completely erupted. No one in the Legion had ever dared to bully him. I show you what's what today. With that, he grabbed a great sword from the side and strode towards Born. Born remained unfazed, simply standing there lazily. To onlookers, he looked like he'd been paralyzed with fear. Turdy's lips curled into a sinister smile. This kid's really messed up. The captain just broke through recently, reaching the 6th level of the Feng-Yuan realm. How could a mere skeleton soldier like him possibly stand a chance? The zombies beside him laughed. That's right, let's wait and see. What will the captain do to this little skeleton? Ha ha! They had absolute confidence in Zack's strength. Although Born was strong, his realm was lower, and he couldn't possibly be a match for Zack. However, they had no idea how many trump cards Born held. If Born were allowed to unleash his full power, even Captain Nader might not be a match for him. Just as Zack was about 4 or 5 meters away from Born finally moved. He didn't retreat but charged towards Zack. Zack grinned maliciously. You're really asking for death at the wrong time. He swung his great sword at Born. Born took a deep breath and roared, Soul Steel. Whoosh! A powerful and eerie surge of magical energy erupted, striking the unsuspecting Zack head-on. This magical energy pierced through Zack's defenses and struck his soul. Zack felt his soul being grabbed and ripped by a giant hand. Damn it! Zack sensed something was wrong, but he was helpless against this magic. Fortunately, his cultivation level was high, so the impact was less severe, and he quickly recovered. Born stood at a distance, nodding slightly. He didn't seize the opportunity to attack Zack, but instead observed the effects of the soul-stealing spell. The duration should be shorter, and the intensity weaker. How can I improve it? Zack looked at Born in the distance, a hint of apprehension creeping into his eyes. The opponent had so easily rendered him incapacitated. If Born had intended to, he would be dead. But he had never seen Born use this kind of magic before, not even in the arena. What the hell were you doing just now? Born ignored him and charged at him again. This time, Zack was prepared. He assumed a defensive stance, carefully parrying Born's attack. But when Born was about 2 meters away, he directly used soul-stealing technique. The same feeling struck again, and Zack had no power to resist, once more being controlled. Turdy and the others were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this exactly the same situation as Bartlett? What kind of magical magic was this that even the powerful Captain Zack couldn't resist? However, Zack was 2 levels higher than Born in terms of cultivation, so he was less affected than Bartlett. Moreover, after each hit, there seemed to be a short buffer period, preventing Born's soul-stealing technique from working continuously. Yo! Born clearly felt that his magic power consumption for casting spells had increased significantly, and the continuity of his spellcasting had also been disrupted. Before long, he was being chased around the camp by Zack. Stop! Zack roared angrily. He felt he had been insulted, and by a low-level skeleton soldier at that. However, Bourne completely ignored Zack. His feet flashed with a blue light, his speed incredibly fast, far beyond Zack's reach. Bourne muttered something under his breath, and once his magic power had recovered, he unleashed soul stealing again. But after a few rounds, he was starting to feel the strain. Stop! Bourne slammed on the brakes, turning around and shouting. Zack nearly bumped into Bourne, yelling angrily, "What are you doing?" Bourne chuckled, "How about we call it a day? I come back to play with you tomorrow." "Play my foot! You pay for this!" Zack roared, charging forward. Bourne darted out of the tent. "No need for such formalities, I won't be eating here. See you later." Although Zack was powerful, he was still slower than Bourne, and could only watch helplessly as Bourne escaped. "Damn it, don't let me catch you, or I tear you to pieces." Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something round and chubby, stealthily moving away. It was Dakala, whom Bourne had brought along. Bourne had run away, but Dakala had stayed behind. He only realized what was happening after Bourne had gone far away, and could only mutter, "You can't see me, you can't see me," as he crept away. "You're also from Team 8? Zack's eyes flashed with malice. Since he couldn't catch Bourne, he'd take his anger out on this fat guy. Dakala's heart sank. Without hesitation, he cast a rolling spell, transforming himself into a large ball and rolling rapidly. Before Zack could even make a move, Dakala had already run a long way, completely catching Zack off guard. "What are these guys doing here? Just trying to annoy me." Bourne returned to the 8th Squad's camp, his mind still preoccupied with the soul-stealing technique. He had indeed gained some insights from this experiment, but he needed to digest them properly. Over the next few days, Bourne challenged every captain in the entire Nader Legion, not even sparing Solons. He wasn't trying to incite hatred, he simply wanted to observe the different effects of using soul stealing on different people. However, this resulted in him offending everyone in the Nader Legion. Solons, panting, said, Bourne, why don't you stop for a bit?" Bourne ignored him, only pondering, "It still doesn't work." "What's wrong?" Solons had already been subjected to mind control 5 times, and felt somewhat dazed. "You're practicing this mind control magic, right? But just using it on us like this won't work. You should find an opponent with stronger soul power." Bourne was taken aback. "What you said makes some sense, but where am I supposed to find an opponent with strong soul power? Do you know about the Purple Fire Mummy Legion?" Solons countered. Bourne nodded. "I heard of them. They seem to be one of the 6 legions of the Swamp of Sloth. You're not asking me to challenge them, are you? Purple Fire Mummies are a special kind of undead. They're born with very strong soul power, and possess mind control magic similar to yours. I think they'd be suitable practice subjects." Bourne was somewhat speechless. "But where am I supposed to find them? Even if I do, provoking such a powerful legion isn't a wise move, is it?" "So what? This is the realm of the dead. Who knows you here?" Solon said. "However, you can only go by yourself. Don't drag the rest of us into it, and definitely don't reveal your identity, otherwise it will cause trouble for the Nader Legion." Bourne thought about it. This was indeed feasible. Although it was a large legion, there must be some weaker members among them. He could just grab a Purple Fire Mummy to study. Bourne, having thought this through, was about to take action. He rushed out the door, grabbed Dakala, and headed towards the Legion's exit. Hey! Why are you pulling me? Didn't the captain say we can't bring anyone else?" Dakala struggled violently, his face full of terror. Bourne didn't care about any of that. "Are you even considered anyone? Stop talking nonsense and come with me." Amidst Dakala's screams, the two walked further and further away. Solon shook his head with a wry smile. What a prodigy. Mind control magic is so rare, yet he's managed to comprehend it. He's destined to be a powerful figure. Bourne dragged Dakala along at breakneck speed, eager to find a Purple Fire Mummy to test his skills. "Hey! You're going the wrong way. The Purple Fire Mummy isn't this way," Dakala shouted. "Huh?" Bourne was taken aback. "Why didn't you say so earlier if you knew the way?" "You didn't give me a chance to say anything," Dakala said aggrievedly. "The Purple Fire Mummy prefers a drier environment, so it needs to be near the edge of the swamp. I've been there once before. Come with me." Dakala knew he couldn't resist, and could only go along with Bourne. This was the first time Bourne had ever traveled this far from the Nader Legion. Although he was going to cause trouble for another legion, he didn't feel anything special. After all, he had done this kind of thing quite often back in the low-level undead district. The two hadn't walked far when they suddenly spotted a small group of people seemingly engaged in battle ahead. Born was puzzled. They weren't far from the Nader Legion, and were still within their control. Surely members of their own legion were on both sides of the battle. But who was the other side? Born and Dakala quietly crept closer and immediately spotted a familiar face. Bartlett. After several days of recovery, Bartlett had finally regained his senses. Although furious, he dared not provoke Born again. Today, as usual, he was patrolling the Legion's perimeter with a group of men when they suddenly encountered a squad of undead. Without a word, the undead began fighting. This completely stunned Barrett. The Nader Legion wasn't a large legion, but it still held absolute dominance in this area. How could anyone be so reckless as to act so arrogantly? Barrett wasn't one to back down easily. He immediately organized a counterattack, but as soon as they engaged, he realized that their opponents seemed prepared. Not only were they stronger, but they had also blocked their retreat from the start, their objective clearly clear: to annihilate them. Barrett was furious, but helpless. Their opponents included 3 4th-tier Feng Yuan experts, and another undead figure who seemed to be the leader, observing the battle with unwavering confidence. "Who are you? Don't you know this is Nader Legion territory?" Barrett roared. The leader sneered. "What is the Nader Legion? Sooner or later, my Pisa Legion will annihilate the Nader Legion." The Pisa Legion? Bartlett was completely bewildered. He had never heard of such a legion. Was it newly formed? However, the other side didn't seem to intend to say much. 3 powerful cultivators at the 4th level of the Feng Yuan realm surrounded Bartlett, their attacks growing increasingly fierce. Bartlett was clearly struggling to hold on. Just then, a chill spread out, instantly slowing the movements of the Pisa Legion's undead. Some of the weaker ones were instantly frozen solid. Water elemental domain power? The leader frowned and immediately shouted, "Who is it? What are you, hiding in the shadows? Show yourself." Bartlett was also somewhat confused. He didn't remember having a water elemental talent among his legions. However, he wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass. He swung his great sword at the enemy beside him, and the undead, caught off guard, had its arm severed. Awooh! The first team of undead was instantly energized, launching a fierce counterattack that forced the enemy into a retreat. The leader frowned. The enemy had merely unleashed a domain of power, yet the tide of battle had turned, demonstrating their formidable strength. This operation couldn't afford any mistakes. He made a decisive move, personally charging into the fray at Bartlett. Bartlett was startled and quickly raised his great sword to parry. With a muffled thud, Bartlett was sent flying 10 meters away. 6th-tier Feng Yuan? Despair filled Bartlett's eyes. He had no confidence in challenging someone of a higher level. Having landed a blow, the leader pressed his advantage. His weapon was a bone hammer with several sharp spikes, appearing incredibly powerful. Bartlett gritted his teeth, desperately trying to defend himself, but unsurprisingly, he was once again smashed away, crashing to the ground with a thud. Before he could even stand up, the leader was already beside him, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light, and he brought his hammer down fiercely. Bartlett's eyes widened, filled with anger and helplessness. After all, his opponent was far stronger than him. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Bartlett, a pale white light flashing, and with a clang, the leader firmly blocked the bone hammer. The leader was slightly taken aback. His attack was incredibly powerful, yet the leader had easily blocked it, indicating that the leader's strength was at least comparable to his own. Bartlett, on the other hand, was completely stunned. He never expected that at this crucial moment, this person would be the one to save him. Chapter 518. A fierce wind howled past, yet Born stood firmly in the wind like a statue. His robes fluttered in the wind, seemingly becoming one with it. At this moment, in Bartlett's eyes, he was like an insurmountable mountain, exuding an aura of awe. How did you get here? Bartlett's eyes widened, staring incredulously at the familiar figure before him. His heart was filled with doubt and surprise, and his voice trembled involuntarily. Born slowly turned his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. "What? Don't you want to see me?" His tone was relaxed and playful, seemingly unconcerned about the perilous scene that had just transpired. Bartlett looked somewhat embarrassed. Despite his reluctance, he forced a smile and said, I didn't expect it would be you who came to save me." "Thank you so much." Born waved his hand casually, saying nonchalantly, "We can joke around all we want, but don't joke about the Legion. This guy dared to bully us, so naturally I couldn't stand idly by. After all, I'm a core member of the Legion." Then Born looked at the leader. "I don't kill nameless nobodies. State your name." The leader tightened his grip on his bone hammer, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. I am Jeremy, the vice commander of the Pisa Legion. I didn't expect the Nader Legion to have a strongman like you. Bourne smiled slightly. That's because you're ignorant. A vice commander like you bullying a vice captain. You really have no shame. Humph. Jeremy sneered. Your 2 vice captains are already dead by my hand. Today was meant to be a gift to you. With that, he pulled 2 empty heads from behind his back and threw them at Bourne's feet. Bourne looked closely and saw that they were indeed the 2 vice captains of the Nader Legion. Both of these vice captains had reached the 6th level of the Fengyuan realm, yet they had been easily killed. Vice captains. Bartlett was shocked. The Nader Legion already had very few experts at the 6th level of the Fengyuan realm. Losing even one was a significant loss. The death of 2 vice captains at once was a fatal blow. Bourne frowned. You have a grudge against the Nader Legion? Jeremy smiled indifferently. No. What? Does that mean I can't kill your people if I don't have a grudge? Bourne curled his lip. No, it's just curiosity. Since you have no grudge against us, then we have one against you now. Are you threatening me? You're right. Their eyes clashed in the air, sparks flying. Finally, Jeremy waved his hand. Fine, I let you go today. Don't worry, we come back in a while. Then it will be your death day. With that, he led the Pisa Legion away. Watching their departing figures, Bartlett wanted to chase after them, but he restrained himself. After all, he was no match for them, and chasing would be pointless. Just let them go like that? Bourne raised an eyebrow. What else? They're not weak. I'm not afraid, but what about you? Bartlett was speechless, only able to clench his fists and mutter resentfully, damn it. What's the origin of this Pisa Legion? Bourne asked. I don't know. There wasn't such a legion around here before. I don't know where they came from. At this moment, Tukala said, I might know something. Bourne and Bartlett looked at him simultaneously. Tukala continued that Jeremy used to be a necromancer too, but it wasn't that no legion accepted him. It's just that he's inherently bloodthirsty, and likes to cause trouble everywhere. However, he usually doesn't operate here. I saw him once before, from afar, on the outskirts of the Swamp of Sloth. At that time, he was only at the transformation realm. I didn't expect him to have grown so quickly. Bourne said, never mind, let's hurry back and report to Commander Nader. Losing 2 vice commanders at once is no small matter. Bartlett nodded. Okay, let's go back together. I'm not going back. Bourne said. Huh? Bartlett was taken aback, then remembered his question. Where are you going if you're not going back? I need to find some experimental subjects, otherwise I have to use you as a guinea pig. Bartlett shuddered, glancing at Bourne with some fear, then turned and walked away without a word. Bourne grabbed Tukala, who was about to run away with Bartlett. Why are you running? You're supposed to lead the way. Tukala looked miserable. I joined the Legion wanting to stay quiet and peaceful. I don't want to take any risks. Please let me go. No, I won't know the way without you. Bourne said without further ado, pulling Tukala along. In the Nader Legion, Nader stared at the 2 empty heads before him, his eyes blazing with barely concealed rage. He slammed his fist on the table, shattering the bone-made table into pieces. Damn it! They're too arrogant. What exactly is the origin of this Pisa Legion? Bartlett said, we don't know either. If Bourne hadn't arrived in time, we probably would have been wiped out. Bourne? Nader was taken aback. What was he doing there? I don't know, and he hasn't returned yet. Judging from the direction, he seems to have gone to the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. Nader pondered for a moment, unable to figure out what Bourne was doing there, so he simply stopped thinking about it, because there was an even more pressing matter. Zack, that's your defense zone. I originally wanted to send 2 vice commanders to the outpost to check things out, but I didn't expect it to backfire on them. Commander, why did you suddenly send 2 vice commanders to the outpost? Bartlett asked. Sigh. Nader sighed. It's a last resort. The Purple Fire Mummy Legion has been making frequent moves lately, and I'm worried they might attack us, so I've been keeping a close watch. Of course, if they do attack, the Slime Legion won't stand idly by. Could this Pizza Legion be sent by the Purple Fire Mummy Legion? Even if they are, there's nothing we can do. Unless the Purple Fire Mummy Legion itself intervenes, the Slime Legion won't pay attention to this situation, let alone divert their attention to us. Then what should we do? Bartlett asked, his face filled with resentment. Are we just going to swallow this insult? Aren't we going to avenge the 2 vice captains? That's definitely not going to work. Nader said. Go and call all the captains here. We need to discuss this properly. Soon, Zack and the others arrived. In Nader's legion, apart from Solon's, who was at the 3rd level of the Fengyuan realm, the other captains were mostly at the 5th level, and Zack had even reached the 6th level, making him an undisputed powerhouse in the legion. After hearing about the events involving the Pisa Legion, they were all furious, shouting that they wanted to attack and avenge the 2 vice-captains. Solon's, however, remained very quiet. Nader gestured for everyone to be quiet. Solon, what do you think? Everyone looked at Solon, who frowned slightly and said, I don't think it's advisable to engage them in direct combat right now. What? The 7th squad captain exclaimed. What are you saying? They come to bully us, are we going to cower like cowards? Zack added, yeah. Solon, are you scared? Don't worry, if anyone's going to fight, it be us. With your strength, you should stay in the legion. Nader. With a calm expression he said, Solons, why do you think it's unwise to start a war? Explain your reasons. Solon seemed used to his colleagues' ridicule, and didn't seem to care. Since the enemy was able to kill 2 of our vice-commanders simultaneously, it shows they are indeed very powerful, and have enough strength to fight us. Moreover, they might have some hidden cards up their sleeves, otherwise, they wouldn't be so brazenly provoking us. I suggest we be cautious and send some troops to scout the surrounding area, to find out their strength. Knowing your enemy is the key to victory. Nader nodded slightly, but the other captains looked indignant, clearly disdainful of Solon's words. Zack said, I don't think there's any need for reconnaissance. Even if they have 6-tier Fengyuan experts, they couldn't possibly have as many as us. Otherwise, word would have spread long ago, and we wouldn't be only finding out about this Pisa Legion now. I bet they use some underhanded methods to launch a sneak attack. Solons objected, we can't let our guard down based on speculation. They must be well prepared. We must remain calm. Zack stood up abruptly and said to Nader, I don't want to hear this coward's words anymore, Captain. I request permission to personally lead a team to raise that damn Pisa Legion to the ground. Nader gestured for him to stop. Zack, don't rush. We're discussing this, aren't we? But the other captains. They all sided with Zack, shouting in unison, we are willing to join Captain Zack in the campaign and wipe out the Pisa Legion. Seeing the crowd's fervent enthusiasm, Nader sighed slightly and said helplessly, if you really want to go, I won't stop you, but not all of you can go. The 7th squad will stay behind with the 8th squad to guard the base. The rest of you will be led by Zack and act according to your own will. Solons was startled. Commander. Nader raised his hand, interrupting him, no need to say more. Each squad in our legion has the right to act independently. I agree to your offensive, but please be sure to pay attention to safety. Yes. Zack and the others were overjoyed, while simultaneously looking at Solons with mockery. In their eyes, Solons was simply too weak and cowardly to fight against a strong opponent. They then left the camp to prepare for the expedition. After everyone had left, Solon said with a worried expression, Commander, are you really sure you want them to go? The Pisa Legion definitely doesn't have good intentions. Nader sighed, I know that, but you know the personalities of Zack and the others. Letting them remain inactive is worse than killing them. Besides, the impact of having 2 vice-commanders die before their eyes is too strong. Our Nader Legion has never suffered such a blow. Their reaction is normal. But we can't just rush out blindly without knowing anything. Maybe they set a trap, waiting for us to walk right into it. Nader. So I secretly follow them too. Nader said. What? Solons was taken aback. Commander, you. Don't tell anyone else about this. Just keep it to yourself. Also, while I'm gone, you must guard the Legion's camp. Can you do that? Solons frowned slightly. You know my strength. I'm asking if you can do it? Looking at Nader's resolute eyes, Solons could only nod. I will do my best. Nader nodded in satisfaction. Good, it's settled then. I know 7th brother won't obey you. Take this. He pulled a bone token from his pocket. Solons was startled. Commander, this is a token given to you by the Slime Legion. How can you? Take it. Nader slapped the token into Solons's hand without further ado. If 7th brother doesn't listen to you, just show him this token. No matter how arrogant he is, he won't disobey. Solon stared at the token in his hand, speechless for a long time. After Zack and the others returned, they quickly reorganized their ranks. They didn't have many men to begin with, so preparation didn't take long. The 6 teams, totaling about 1,000 men, left the camp under Zack's leadership and marched towards the outskirts. Zack looked relaxed and at ease. He wasn't worried at all that his opponents were stronger than him, because his strength had recently improved again, which greatly boosted his confidence. The Nader Legion's sudden deployment of so many people attracted the attention of the surrounding undead. They quickly moved aside, observing from a distance, unsure of what was happening. These wandering undead, who hadn't joined the Legion, weren't particularly strong, but their sensitivity to danger was far greater. At this moment, the second squad leader asked Zack, "Do you know where the Pisa Legion is?" Zack shook his head. "Who cares where it is?" Bartlett said they encountered them in this direction. "Since that's the case, heading this way won't be a problem. We run into them again sooner or later." Everyone nodded. They trusted Zack completely. After all, over the years, he had led the Legion to several victories, demonstrating considerable strength. After several days of marching, they were far from the Legion's camp. On this day, scouts from the front lines returned with news that they had discovered a camp with over 300 men, which they speculated was the Pisa Legion's camp. Zack was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha! Looks like we found the place." He immediately ordered a faster march. Their movements naturally attracted the attention of the enemy, who immediately prepared to engage Zack and his men. Bartlett spotted Jeremy in the opposing camp immediately. Jeremy had nearly killed him that day. He couldn't be mistaken. It was them. They're the ones who attacked and killed the two vice commanders. Chapter 519. Upon hearing this, Zack's eyes flashed with killing intent. "All right, today we avenge our two vice captains. Brothers, charge! Kill!" The crowd shouted in unison. With their overwhelming numerical advantage, they were confident they could crush their opponents. Bang! The undead at the forefront was suddenly smashed into a pile of bones by a massive bone hammer. It was Jeremy who had struck. "Captain, he's the one who ambushed us!" Bartlett shouted angrily, pointing at Jeremy not far away. Jeremy stood there with a disdainful expression, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. "Good." Hearing Bartlett's words, Zack roared and pounced on Jeremy like a tiger. At the same time, he gripped his gleaming greatsword tightly and slashed at Jeremy with all his might. Facing the aggressive Zack, Jeremy showed no fear, instead letting out a cold laugh. "Humph. You think you can take me on? Even your vice-captain isn't a match for me, so what's a mere captain worth?" Before he finished speaking, he flashed away, easily dodging Zack's attack, and swung his bone hammer straight at Zack's face. Instantly, the two were locked in combat, sword shadows and hammer blows crisscrossing, a fierce and evenly matched battle. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. As the battle continued, Zack grew increasingly shocked. He had initially thought that the opposing force was merely a newly formed legion, unlikely to have any particularly powerful undead. However, the strength Jeremy displayed far exceeded his expectations, leaving him inwardly groaning. Although Jeremy displayed formidable strength, he was only at the 6th level of the Fengyuan realm. Zack couldn't understand how someone of Jeremy's strength could simultaneously kill two of the group's vice-captains. There must be something strange about this. Just as Zack was wondering, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Jeremy, in the midst of the battle, suddenly slipped, revealing an obvious opening. Zack was overjoyed at this golden opportunity, and immediately seized it, delivering a powerful kick to Jeremy's chest. With a muffled thud, Jeremy flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, his chest deeply caved in, clearly severely injured. "Ha ha!" Zack was overjoyed at the sight, all his previous hesitation and doubt vanishing. "Serves you right for being so arrogant. Now you know how powerful I, Zack, am." Jeremy clutched his chest, looking quite badly injured. "Damn it! I didn't expect you to be so strong, but don't get too excited. I make you pay the price sooner or later." With that, he waved his hand and shouted, "Retreat!" The other undead of the Pisa Legion immediately retreated without hesitation. Zack wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. "Chase them. Don't let a single one escape." Seeing their leader escape wounded, the men's morale soared. Without Zack needing to say more, they roared and gave chase, afraid of being too slow and having their credits stolen. Bartlett sensed something was amiss and reminded him, "Captain, where are the other high-ranking members of the enemy legion? Won't it be dangerous to chase after them?" Zack chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "What's there to be afraid of? I bet that guy's just bluffing. They only have this many people. If there were really more experts, why didn't we know about them before? Did those experts just spring from rocks?" Bartlett thought about it and agreed. After all, reaching the Fengyuan realm wasn't easy. They knew all the famous experts in the area, but they never heard of the Pisa Legion. With that thought, Bartlett had no more worries and followed the main force. They hadn't gone far when they arrived at a rather muddy area. In the Swamp of Sloth, Although most places were muddy, the Legion's camp was generally relatively dry, which was advantageous for defense. However, the undead weren't afraid to fight in muddy places. After all, living here and adapting to various fighting environments was essential for survival. But the moment Zack and his group stepped in, a sudden change occurred. A gigantic swamp worm burst from the mud, biting the pursuing undead to shreds. An adult swamp worm? Zack exclaimed in surprise, immediately stopping and signaling everyone to halt the pursuit. This is probably the swamp worm's habitat. Should we continue? Bartlett asked. Zack hesitated. If it were just this one swamp worm, it would be fine, but it was clear that there were likely even more powerful ones lurking here. Venturing deeper would certainly be dangerous. But the worm had already escaped, and he was reluctant to give up now. Perhaps we should just abandon it. The second team leader advised. There have been powerful swamp worms in this area before. Many Feng Yuan experts have died here. If they escape in, they'd definitely be attacked. They die a horrible death even without our intervention. Fine, forget it then, Zack said bitterly. Let them die like this. It's too easy for them. Let's go! Bartlett breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid Zack wouldn't listen to his advice and would chase after them. He didn't want to fight the swamp worms. However, when they turned around, they found that Jeremy and the others they had been chasing had mysteriously appeared behind them. Zack frowned immediately. When did these guys get around here? Bartlett shook his head. I don't know either. Didn't they just run deeper into the swamp? At that moment, footsteps came from the direction of the swamp. To everyone's astonishment, another Jeremy returned from the depths of the swamp with his men. What's going on? Can this guy create clones? The second team leader was full of confusion. Zack looked at Bartlett. Explain this to me. What's going on? Bartlett was equally bewildered. I don't know. This didn't happen when I met him last time. Jairus, we wipe out the Nader Legion today, and this area will be ours. Jeremy chuckled sinisterly from the depths of the swamp. Jairus laughed in return. Yeah, these idiots are too easy to deal with. Zack finally understood. These were two different people, just with very similar auras, and the one named Jairus seemed to be stronger. Who exactly are you? Zack asked in a deep voice. Jairus scoffed. What good would it do you even if you knew? Today, you're all going to die, and none of you will leave here alive. By this time, their escape routes on both sides were completely blocked by the Pisa Legion. The only way to break out was deeper into the swamp, but that was infested with terrifying swamp worms. Going in would be tantamount to suicide. Zack's face darkened. He knew he'd fallen into a trap. The enemy had feigned weakness from the start, their aim being to lure them here and then wipe them out. Bartlett, find a chance to break out and call for reinforcements. Zack whispered to Bartlett. Seeing this, Jeremy's lips curled into a slight smile. I advise you not to waste your energy. Even if you send that big oaf back, it won't help. Our Pisa commander is probably already at your camp. Nader is doomed. Zack's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected the other side to be so cunning, launching a sneak attack on the camp while the main army was on the offensive. What grudge has my Nader Legion ever held against you? Why are you so ruthless? Jairus smiled. It's not a grudge, you're just unlucky. You're only our first target. Next, we wipe out all of Slime's subordinate legions, leaving no one alive. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he finished speaking. Zack keenly caught a glimpse of information. You're dealing with the Slime Legion? Jeremy and Jerry exchanged a laugh. Ha ha, what did you think? Do you think we need to go to such lengths for trash like you? Zack gritted his teeth, his fists clenched. This is outrageous. Enough. No need to waste any more words with you. Jeremy, his face grim, waved his hand and issued a command. All of you charge. Slaughter these guys without leaving a single one alive. At his command, the undead belonging to the Pisa Legion roared in unison, then surged forward like a tidal wave, brandishing various sharp weapons. In an instant, shouts of battle echoed through the sky, and the entire battlefield descended into chaos and bloodshed. The Pisa Legion's forces were roughly equal in number to the undead led by Zack. However, judging from the actual combat strength displayed by both sides, the Pisa Legion was clearly superior. After all, Zack and his men were currently surrounded, and in a highly passive situation, their already low morale further plummeting. Therefore, not long after the battle began, Zack's side already showed clear signs of weakness. Just then, Jeremy flashed forward, striking again with fierce force, his target Zack, who was positioned in the center of the enemy ranks. Facing the overwhelming ferocity of his enemy, Zack roared fearlessly, gripping his enormous greatsword tightly with both hands, and swung it down fiercely at Jeremy. At the same time, he quickly glanced at Jerry, who stood watching coldly from a distance. It must be said that judging from the aura emanating from him alone, Jerry was clearly much stronger and more profound than Jeremy, his strength undoubtedly far surpassing the former. Fortunately, despite the intense battle, Jerry remained unmoved, simply standing still and observing everything unfolding before him, showing no intention of intervening. But this time, Jeremy had used his full strength. After several rounds of exchange, Zack was utterly astonished. He now realized that his opponent had been holding back throughout their previous fight. Zack was now truly panicked. The enemy had only deployed a portion of their forces, yet they had already trapped them all here. What about the forces that raided the camp? Commander Nader is in danger. Zack gritted his teeth, knocking Jeremy away with his sword, and roared, "Everyone, break through with all your might." Everyone knew the situation was extremely critical. Their immediate priority was to break through and rejoin the people in the camp, otherwise, they would be picked off one by one. However, the enemy had clearly come prepared. While attacking, they relentlessly pushed Zack and his men deeper into the swamp, making their movement increasingly confined. Bubbles were beginning to rise from the swamp, indicating powerful swamp worms lurking below. If they stepped inside, they would inevitably be attacked by the worms. Whoosh! 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 Undead members of the Nader Legion were constantly killed, their soul fire extracted and consumed. The enemy's tactics were extremely ruthless, leaving no way out. Damn it! Zack was frantic, but no matter how anxious he was, he couldn't break the deadlock. Is this really the end? Is my Nader Legion going to be wiped out here? Just as the Nader Legion's undead fell in droves, and Zack and his men were plunged into despair, a huge sphere appeared out of nowhere, rolling and crashing through the battlefield, crushing or sending many of the lower-level undead from the Pisa Legion flying. Huh? What's that? Jeremy was taken aback. Jairus, however, reacted quickly. Humph, where did this come from? Get out of here! He kicked the sphere. The sphere bounced off the ground, soaring high into the air, flying over Jairus' head, and continuing its rampage across the battlefield. Zack's eyes flickered. Others might not know, but he knew perfectly well. He's seen him before in the Legion's competition. Wasn't that the pig-headed guy from the 8th team? Could it be that the 8th team had come along too? Impossible. Solons would never send anyone with him. That means he came alone. Zack was puzzled, but Dakala's appearance clearly boosted the team's morale. Taking advantage of Dakala's rampage, the group worked together to kill many enemies and tear a gap in their encirclement. Jerry immediately commanded, "Stop them. Don't let a single one escape." The undead of the Pisa Legion quickly filled the gap. Although they had suffered some losses, they were still generally in the lead. Jerry's gaze darkened as he looked at the rolling Dakala. Judging from his aura, he was just an undead at the transformation realm, yet he was causing them so much trouble with such laughable magic. "You're really tired of living." Jerry launched another attack, this time even faster. His powerful magic, honed at the 501 realm, surged forth, completely blocking all of Dakala's escape routes. "Let's see where you can run this time." A glint flashed in Jerry's eyes, and his right hand produced a gleaming blade, slashing fiercely at Dakala with a sharp whoosh. Faced with this sudden, deadly blow, Dakala had nowhere to run. He was completely surrounded. Left with no choice, he stopped in his tracks, and dispelled the rolling magic he had relied on for survival. As Jerry's blade descended, Zack couldn't help but sigh. Before such absolute power, any fancy move seemed pale and powerless, merely a futile struggle. Chapter 520. However, just when everyone thought Dakala was doomed, a pale white light appeared like a ghost beside Jerry. Almost instinctively, Jerry dropped to the ground, a small piece of his skull being sliced off. Cold sweat poured down Jerry's body. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been dead. Lying on the ground, he had no time to think. He rolled 2 or 3 times, using his bone shield to block the attack. Crack! 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 The bone shield was almost useless, cleaved in 2. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and avoided being hit. He braced himself with one hand, somersaulted to his feet, and with his magic power at its limit, swung his blade forward fiercely. A clang rang out, and a powerful surge of magic power rushed towards him. He gritted his teeth and withstood it, simultaneously sending his opponent flying. Almost. Bourne landed steadily, shaking his head with some regret. This guy's senses are pretty sharp. Everyone was stunned. The battle had only lasted a moment, but everyone knew how dangerous it had been. Jeremy quickly came to Jerry's side, looking at Bourne with a grim expression, and said, "It was him. He ruined my plans earlier." Jerry's expression was somewhat solemn. Through the brief exchange, he had already gauged the opponent's strength, only a 4th-tier Feng-Yuan cultivator, far weaker than himself. Normally, he wouldn't have paid any attention to such a minor character. But just now, the opponent had indeed demonstrated the ability to kill him. This was simply unbelievable. "When did the Nader Legion produce someone like you?" Jerry asked. "You were never mentioned in the previous intelligence." Bourne smiled slightly. "That means your intelligence is a bit outdated. I've been with the Nader Legion for a while now, and you haven't even paid me a visit." "Humph. Arrogant." Jerry sneered. "Don't think you're so great just because you managed a sneak attack. In a head-on fight, you're no match for me." "You're very confident." Bourne beckoned to him. "Then let's try it out. Let me see what you're capable of." Seeing Bourne's confident demeanor, Jerry suddenly felt uncertain and whispered to Jeremy, "You fought him before. How strong is he?" Jerry shook his head, not very clear. "Chew, I only fought him briefly last time, but I don't think he's too strong. After all, his cultivation level is what it is. I never heard of anyone being able to challenge someone 3 cultivation levels higher." Jerry, having just broken through to the 7th level of the Feng-Yuan realm, was in high spirits. He thought about it and agreed, his doubts dissipating considerably, and he regained his confidence. "Skeleton, since you're so eager to die, then I grant your wish." However, before Jerry could finish his threat, Bourne made the first move. But instead of attacking Jerry and Jeremy, he attacked the other undead, instantly tearing open another gap in the encirclement. "Everyone run. Don't linger." Reminded by Bourne, the undead of the Nader Legion immediately realized their mistake and surged towards the opening, like a tidal wave, continuously widening the gap. Jairus roared in fury. "You!" A deafening boom interrupted Jairus' words. A massive castle suddenly appeared on the battlefield, its powerful limbs slithering through the swamp. Cannons spewed fire from its surface, unleashing powerful magical attacks on the Pisa Legion. Chaos erupted across the battlefield, turning the entire area into a scene of utter chaos. "Holy crap! What is this thing?" Jerry was completely stunned. He had never seen anything so outrageous before. It was beyond his comprehension. While they were still in shock, Zack had already led the Nader Legion out of the encirclement and was heading towards the camp at full speed. The undead don't feel fatigue, so despite the fierce battle, their speed was unaffected. Jerry wanted to organize a pursuit, but a massive castle blocked their path. Undead attacked the castle, but those attacks were like tickles to the massive structure, having no effect whatsoever. The mobile castle's defenses were incredibly strong, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a Supreme Realm expert. No one present could break through its defenses. "Damn it! What's going on? This thing wasn't mentioned in the intelligence." Jerry angrily fired several attack spells at the castle, but to no avail. "Big brother, what do we do now?" Jeremy asked. Jerry's face was grim. "With this thing blocking our way, our team can't get through it all. Only a few people can pass. Here's the plan. You leave 2 Feng-Yuan experts behind, and everyone else come with me to chase after them. We can't let them ruin the captain's plans." "Okay." Everyone responded, then concentrated their forces to launch an attack on the moving castle, thus drawing its attention. Jerry, along with a dozen or so Feng-Yuan experts, swept past them, chasing after Zack and the others. "Captain, are we abandoning Bond?" Bartlett asked as he ran. "Manage? How?" "He appeared to cover our escape. If we stay there, it will only render his actions meaningless," Zack said. "But..." "No buts," Zack roared. "What we need to do now is get back to rescue him. We can't let anything happen to the commander." Just then, Turdy cried out, "Captain, it's bad. They're catching up." Zack turned around and saw Jerry and Jeremy leading a group of people rapidly closing in. Because of their higher cultivation level and smaller numbers, they quickly closed the distance. "They're like ghosts that won't leave you alone," Zack cursed under his breath, preparing to stop and fight to cover the main force's escape. Suddenly, a purple bolt of lightning flashed horizontally, carrying immense destructive power, aimed directly at Jerry. Jerry was also taken aback. His attention had been focused on Zack and the others fleeing ahead, but he hadn't expected someone to launch a sneak attack from the side. He roared, channeling all his magic power, and shattered the lightning with a single strike. Looking closely, he saw it was none other than Bourne, who had ambushed him earlier. "So all you know is ambushes, huh?" Bourne shrugged. "Who says you can't ambush? This is how I fight. What's it to you?" Jerry was furious. He couldn't care less about anything else. "Jeremy, You take the men and keep chasing him. Jeremy hesitated. What about you? I'm going to tear this skeleton soldier to pieces. Don't worry, I try to be as fast as I can. With that, Jerry pushed off with both feet and charged towards Bourne. Bourne didn't hesitate, he turned and ran. Jerry was certain that Bourne's strength was around the 4th level of the 501 realm. If they were at the same level, he might not be a match for him, but given the difference in their cultivation levels, he couldn't possibly lose in a direct confrontation, a confidence born of a powerful individual. Bourne wasn't fast. He wasn't using wind elemental power, so the distance between them remained constant. Jerry nearly caught up with Bourne several times, but always fell just short. Bourne continued his escape, his mouth never stopping. Hey, have you not eaten? Running so slowly, I haven't even exerted my full strength yet. At your speed, what's the difference between you and a tortoise? Jerry gave chase, his mind focused on catching up with Bourne and ripping off his foul mouth. Soon, the two were far ahead of the main group. Just then, Bourne suddenly stopped. Jerry was startled, but immediately overjoyed. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust. You finally stopped running. Prepared to die? Without slowing down, he swung his sword directly at Bourne's neck. A flash of azure light appeared beneath Bourne's feet as he shifted half a meter with ghostly speed, dodging the attack. Wind elemental power? Jerry was taken aback. To him, Bourne was just an ordinary skeleton soldier, possessing no elemental power whatsoever. But Bourne had defied his expectations, using wind elemental magic. However, he reacted quickly, turning and thrusting his short blade through his armpit towards Bourne's chest. Bourne snorted, neither dodging nor blocking, and grabbed Jerry's wrist. Jerry's magic surged, dislodging Bourne's hand. He then closed in again, kicking Bourne in the knee with tremendous force, sending Bourne flying. Bourne stumbled and fell to the ground. Jerry sneered, with skills like yours, you dare to provoke me. You're courting death. Now tell me, how do you want to die? Bourne sat on the ground, his face showing no fear, and said calmly, Jairus, before I die, I want to ask you a question. Jairus smiled. Looks like you resigned yourself to your fate. In that case, ask away. Who exactly are you, and why did you attack the Nader Legion? Jairus shrugged, telling you won't hurt, since you're about to die. We have the support of the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. After eliminating you, we go and eliminate the other legions under the Slime's command. You were just unlucky to be the first to be targeted. Bourne raised an eyebrow. Oh, I see. Jairus' eyes flashed. Now you can die. With that, he slowly raised the short blade in his hand and plunged it into Bourne's forehead. However, the next moment, a strange magical force surged from Bourne, striking Jerry head-on. Jerry instantly felt as if his soul had been ripped apart, and he immediately lost control of his body. His raised arm hung in the air, unable to strike Bourne, who was so close yet so far. Bourne slowly stood up, reattached his severed leg, clapped his hands, and coldly looked at Jerry. I said you die, not me? Jerry quickly broke free from the mind-controlling spell, but he was completely panicked. The mind control magic had been far too powerful. He was utterly powerless to defend against it. In a flash, Jerry made a decisive decision. Run. He turned and ran immediately, not daring to utter another word. However, Bourne wasn't about to let him escape so easily. With a flick of his finger, a stone wall suddenly appeared in front of Jerry. Caught off guard, Jerry crashed headfirst into the wall, staggering and shattering it. Immediately, Bourne cast a wind elemental speed spell, quickly appearing behind Jerry. Jerry was terrified, desperately trying to defend himself. Overwhelmed by fear, he was forced to retreat by Bourne. Bourne didn't use Soul Steel again. Instead, a cold smile played on his lips as he launched a fierce attack on Jerry. Seeing that Bourne hadn't used that strange spell again, Jerry's composure gradually returned. He regained his fighting spirit and became more composed in dealing with Bourne's attacks. His magic is so domineering, could it only be used once? Jerry wondered, gradually abandoning his plan to flee and instead taking the initiative to fight. His short blade, though short in range, possessed immense power. A moment's carelessness could result in a fatal blow. Bourne, observing the change in Jerry's expression, sneered inwardly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. To deal with an opponent of higher cultivation, he had to lower their guard to maximize the effect of soul stealing. Bourne seized the opportunity and roared, Soul stealing! The eerie magic surged forth again, and Jerry felt a wave of dizziness, instantly losing control of his body once more. When he regained his senses, his head was already in Bourne's hand. I was just playing around. Why did you take it so seriously? Bourne sneered. Jairus' eyes widened, and he roared angrily, "You can't kill me. I'm Purple Flame. A member of the Purple Flame Mummy Legion, right?" Born raised his soul-severing blade as if to strike. Jairus was terrified. "No, no, no. Let's talk this out. What's there to talk about? You're just a wandering undead hired by the Purple Flame Mummy Legion. Don't think I don't know you don't know anything deeper, do you?" Jairus was stunned. His secrets were already known to the other side? How could this be? Born ignored Jairus' surprise, and simply put him in a sack. "Alright, enough with the nonsense. We need to finish this boring fight now." Jairus cried out hoarsely, "No, let me go. I'm not attacking the Nader Legion anymore. I just leave, okay? Even if you take me there, I can't help much. Bisa won't care if I live or die." Bisa? Your leader? Jairus quickly nodded. "Bisa is the strongest wandering undead in our area. He's reached the 8th level of the Fengyuan realm. He could easily sweep through this region. He's incredibly ruthless. My brother and I didn't want to cooperate with him, but the Purple Fire Mummy Legion offered just too much." "Heh, how much did they give you?" Born asked with interest. Jairus swallowed hard. "I was originally at the 6th level of the Fengyuan realm. They helped me break through to the 7th level and promised to give me 2 more high-level Supreme Yuan magic cores and 100 bottles of potions after it's all done." Chapter 521. Born raised an eyebrow. "Oh, the Purple Fire Mummy Legion is quite generous. Are these 100 bottles of potions enough for you?" Jairus replied, "Only Pisa and a few of us at the Fengyuan realm will get some. The others are our former brothers. We'd be content as long as they have enough soul fire." "I see." Born stroked his chin, lost in thought. Seeing this, Jairus quickly said, "I can tell you everything I know. After all, I'm not a member of the Purple Fire Mummy Legion, so there's no need for me to risk my life for them." He had originally thought this was a very simple and safe matter, but who knew he'd run into Born, this killing god, and suddenly found himself in deep trouble. Born curled his lip. "How about this? I won't let you go yet. After all, your brother Jeremy is still attacking my Nader Legion. If you can persuade him and the others to withdraw, then I let you go." It wasn't that Born was being generous, it was mainly because, given the Nader Legion's strength, dealing with so many powerful figures was indeed difficult. If only Pisa remained, the pressure would naturally be much less. Jerry pleaded with a bitter expression, "Brother, please give us a way out. If the Purple Fire Mummies find out we deserted, they send men to hunt us down." Born remained unmoved. "I'm giving you a way out, aren't I? Whether the Purple Fire Mummies hunt you down or not is their business, not mine. It's fine, I never force anyone. You choose, die now, or be hunted down by the Purple Fire Mummies later." Either way, it was death. Jerry was on the verge of tears, but it wasn't such a difficult decision. If they were hunted by the Purple Fire Mummies later, he could simply flee to a distant place and at least survive. If he didn't agree to Born's request now, he would die immediately. After a short while, he nodded. "Alright, I promise you. I persuade the others to abandon the attack, but whether it will work is uncertain." Born said calmly, "Success means life, failure means death." Although Jerry was extremely unwilling, his life was in their hands, so he had no choice but to comply. In the Nader Legion camp, the battle between the two sides had reached a fever pitch, especially between the two top experts at the center of the battlefield, Nader and Bisa. Although Nader was only at the 7th level of the Fengyuan realm, a lower level, with the aid of the potion, he could still exert the strength of an 8th level expert, fighting Bisa without being at a disadvantage. He originally intended to leave the Legion and follow Zack and the others, but he noticed something amiss halfway there, so he quickly returned and encountered Bisa at the entrance of the Legion camp. Bisa was a half-orc zombie. His tall and imposing body stood like a small hill, emanating a stench of decay and death, as if he were a demon crawling out of the abyss of hell. 2 sharp, pointed fangs suddenly emerged from his grotesque, twisted mouth, gleaming coldly like 2 deadly daggers. These fangs not only inspired fear, but also a chilling aura. It seemed that even the slightest touch would instantly tear flesh and splatter blood. "Pizza, why aren't you staying at the edge of the swamp? What are you doing here?" Nader roared. Pizza laughed maniacally. "I didn't expect my name, Pizza, to have spread this far. Don't worry about anything else, just let me kill you, ha ha ha." Nader slashed at Pisa, sending him flying, and shouted, "Who doesn't know your infamy? When I first heard about this Pisa Legion, I had a bad feeling, and it turns out it really is you, you scoundrel." Pisa completely ignored Nader's words. "You should be grateful to die by my hand. Ha ha ha," he said, preparing to launch another attack. But just then, a troop of men charged into the camp like a whirlwind. Their advance was fierce and unstoppable, instantly shattering the Pisa Legion's once orderly formation like a surging tide, sending men and horses sprawling. At the very forefront of this charging force was none other than Zack, the captain of the first squad. He stood imposing and exuding a murderous aura, brandishing a gleaming great sword and shouting, "Captain, we're back." With a roar, he swung his sword, unleashing a sharp, piercing sword aura that instantly sliced an enemy in half at the waist. Nader, Solons, and the captain of the 7th squad, who had been struggling to hold out, were overjoyed at the sight, their eyes gleaming with excitement and delight. Thanks to Zack and his timely reinforcements, the previously precarious battle situation had been reversed in an instant. As for Pisa, the reason he chose to raid Nader's army camp was primarily because he believed it would allow him to gain the greatest benefit with the least cost. Therefore, he hadn't led a large force this time. The fewer people, the less likely the target would be exposed. But to his utter surprise, his meticulously planned sneak attack has now fallen into a passive position due to insufficient troops. What's going on? Pisa's brows furrowed, his face so dark it seemed to drip water. He cursed inwardly, those damn Jeremy and Jerrys are complete idiots. They can't even handle something this simple. What's the point of keeping them around? Whoosh! With a whooshing sound, Pisa leaped several meters away. With a loud thud, Nader's greatsword struck the ground. "Pisa, you better not look around during a fight." Pisa's face was ashen as he said viciously, "I don't know what method you used to escape my ambush, but even if we fail this time, you will still be annihilated next time." Nader said in a deep voice, "Do you think you can still escape?" At this moment, Pisa's army was surrounded by Nader and Solons' troops in front, and Zack and his men who had just returned behind. Caught in a pincer movement, Pisa's army had no chance of escape. "Heh!" Pisa sneered. "You think you can trap me like this? Dream on. I'm well prepared this time, and my reinforcements will arrive soon." As soon as he finished speaking, several figures quickly appeared beside him. Pisa was slightly taken aback, then looked closely, and saw it was Jeremy and the others. Why did you come by yourselves?" Jeremy looked dejected. "We ran into trouble. A skeleton soldier ruined our plans, and tied up our entire army near the swamp, preventing them from coming to our aid. I had to take a small group and come around. Where's Jerry? Why didn't we see him? Jairus went after that skeleton soldier, but I don't know where he went." "Useless." Pisa cursed. "The two of you couldn't even handle a skeleton soldier? Are you stupid, or do you think I'm stupid?" Jeremy was exasperated. He didn't know how to explain. The skeleton soldier wasn't particularly powerful, but he was incredibly troublesome, and he even had a huge mobile castle. It was just too absurd. Even if he explained, Pisa wouldn't believe him. Nader, however, paused slightly upon hearing this. He quickly thought of one person, Born. If any skeleton soldier had the ability to do something like this, it could only be Born. Although Jeremy had brought some powerful Fengyuan warriors, their numbers were still too few, and their impact on the battle was limited. Under overwhelming numerical superiority, Pisa's army was already suffering heavy casualties. Pisa's eyes flashed. He wanted to immediately abandon the operation, but he was reluctant. After all, this was their first mission, and to suffer such a crushing defeat right off the bat was simply unacceptable. If the Purple Fire Mummy found out, it would surely think he was incompetent and might terminate the cooperation, making all his efforts futile. He glanced coldly at the battlefield. Pisa's legion of undead was now facing an enemy roughly 5 times their size, dying one by one in fear and agony, each letting out a desperate scream before their demise. He immediately gritted his teeth. "Our forces can hold out for a while. Let's attack together, and take down Nader first." Jeremy instantly understood. This meant abandoning the others, capture the leader first. However, it was the commander's order, and he had no choice but to obey. Besides, the others in the legion were only temporary allies. They had no real connection, so their deaths were no big deal. Jeremy immediately ordered several Fengyuan experts to hold off Zack and the others, while he led the rest to swarm and surround Nader. Bisa sneered, "Even if your reinforcements arrive, so what? I kill you directly, and your Nader legion will ultimately be annihilated." Nader frowned, not expecting Bisa to be so ruthless, disregarding the lives of his men and determined to kill him. Solons was frantic and quickly shouted, "Zack! The commander is in danger." However, Zack and the others were blocked by other Fengyuan experts, and couldn't break free for the moment. "Commander?" Nader was now helpless. He was no match for Bisa to begin with, and now with Jeremy and the others added to the mix, the situation was even more critical. To make matters worse, the effects of the potion were beginning to wear off, and Nader's strength had plummeted back to the 7th level of the Fengyuan realm. Although he had other potions on him, repeated use in the short term would have virtually no effect. Seeing this, Bisa became even more convinced that his judgment was correct. If he could capture Nader, the others in the Legion would be hesitant to act, and he would ultimately win the battle. Nader, surrender. A triumphant smile played on Bisa's lips. But just as Nader was wondering how to respond, a voice rang out from afar. Bisa, how about I play with you instead? Everyone turned to look, and saw Born carrying a package, quickly entering the battlefield. He was incredibly fast, his feet flashing with azure light. Like an elf, no one could stop him. Jeremy's expression changed drastically. Jerry had gone after the enemy, and now this skeleton soldier had returned, but Jerry was nowhere to be seen. What did this mean? A sense of unease crept into Jeremy's heart. Pizza frowned. This is the skeleton soldier you were talking about? He does seem to have some skill. An ordinary skeleton soldier capable of casting wind elemental magic. No one would believe it if word got out. Nadel was overjoyed to see Born. He didn't know why, but even though Born was just an ordinary 4th-tier Fengyuan skeleton soldier, he felt that Born could turn the tide, but Pizza clearly sensed danger as well. Before Born could get close, he launched a fierce attack on Nadel. Jeremy, attack. Nadel hadn't expected Pizza to attack at this moment, and was caught off guard, forced back several steps. Jeremy quickly circled behind Nadel, and slashed at Nadel's back with his sword. Nader roared, conjuring a bone shield behind him to block Jeremy's attack. Simultaneously, he spun around and counterattacked with his sword. Jeremy didn't dodge, thrusting his sword forward. At the same time, Pizza's attack arrived just in time. If Nader hadn't dodged, even if he could severely injure Jeremy, he himself would have been cut in two. He gritted his teeth, abandoning his attack and dodging to the side, shielding his chest with his long sword to block Pizza's blow. Just then, Born arrived and immediately shouted, "Jeremy, stop!" Jeremy was slightly taken aback, wondering why Born had suddenly called him. Born opened the package in his hand and took out Jairus' head. Jeremy's eyes widened at the sight. Although he had some suspicions, he was still shocked by what he saw. The opponent was just an ordinary skeleton soldier of the 4th tier of the Fengyuan realm, yet he had managed to kill Jairus, a feat 3 tiers higher. This was simply unbelievable. Jerry looked at Jeremy with a bitter expression, sighed softly, and said, "Jeremy, give up. Take our men and leave." Jeremy looked on incredulously. "Leave? Jerry, are you crazy? Where can we go? If they find out we escaped, they hunt us down relentlessly." Jerry shook his head. "We have no chance of winning. If we don't leave, we die now. If we leave, maybe we have a chance." Jeremy was stunned. He knew Jerry's character, he must know something, otherwise he wouldn't give up so easily. But at this critical juncture, he didn't have time to ask. "Skeleton soldier, if I leave, will you let him go?" Born nodded. "I keep my word. As long as you withdraw, I will definitely let him go." "Jeremy!" At this moment, Pizza noticed something was wrong and roared, "If you dare to leave, you're my enemy. I chase you to the ends of the earth, and never let you go." Born snorted coldly, pointing to the battle beside him, and said, "Do you think you can still escape?" By this time, more than half of Pizza's undead army in the camp had already died or been wounded, and they would soon be completely routed. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, and that he couldn't defeat Nader in a short time, Jeremy was already considering retreat. He glanced at Jerry again, and Jerry nodded at him. Finally, he made up his mind and shouted, "Brothers, let's go!" After saying that, he led the way away from the battlefield. Only a small number of the others, who were connected to Pizza, stayed behind. The majority followed suit. Chapter 522. "Jeremy!" Pizza roared, "You better think this through. Don't regret it later." Jeremy ignored him completely. Having made up his mind, there was no turning back. Hesitating now would mean utter ruin. Seeing Jeremy flee with his men, Pizza's face darkened completely. He turned to Born and said viciously, "Little skeleton, do you know the consequences of going against me?" Born shrugged and put Jairus away. "I didn't want to go against you either, but you insisted on provoking me, so don't blame me." Pizza took a deep breath, looked back at his defeated army, and still wanted to fight to the death. If he just slunk away like this, would he still be the ruthless Pizza? Thinking this, he resolutely pulled a small bottle from his pocket. Inside the bottle was a pale red potion, radiating a terrifyingly powerful energy. Not good. Nader's eyes narrowed, and he cried out, trying to stop him. Pizza retreated with lightning speed, instantly putting several meters between himself and Nader. Then, without hesitation, he unscrewed the cap of the bottle and drank the potion in one gulp. In an instant, a surging, overwhelming magical power erupted from Pizza's body. This immense magical power rapidly filled every corner of his body like a burst dam, its power even causing the surrounding air to visibly distort and fluctuate. Even more astonishingly, the enormous, almost overflowing magical power caused Pizza's entire body to emit a faint red glow, making him appear as if he were on fire from a distance. At the same time, his eyes also underwent a dramatic change, turning into two crimson orbs, like two blood moons hanging in the night sky, exuding an extremely eerie aura. Aya! Pizza let out a chilling roar. Born frowned and asked, "What is that?" Nader's eyes were filled with seriousness. "That's a mid-grade magic potion. Only a few people in each large legion can possess it. I don't know where this guy got it. The low-grade potions we usually use can only raise our strength by about 2 levels at most, sometimes even only 1 level. But mid-grade ones are different. Higher quality potions can even raise our strength by 5 levels. For Pizza, a bottle of mid-grade magic potion can directly send him to the Supreme Origin Realm. Indeed, Pizza is currently at the 8th level of the Abundant Origin Realm. If he raises it by 5 levels, wouldn't he be at the 3rd level of the Supreme Origin Realm? A 3rd level Supreme Origin Realm expert dealing with Nader and his group is like a dimensional reduction attack, requiring almost no effort. Born frowned, seeing the opponent's aura soaring, but it was too late to stop him. Even if Born was confident, he wouldn't be so confident as to think he could defeat a super strong expert at the Supreme Origin Realm. However, there are limitations to mid-grade potions. Pizza can only reach the 1st level of the Supreme Origin Realm at most, and cannot be improved further. Nader added. This was good news, but for everyone, it seemed to make no difference. It was like swatting a mosquito. What difference did it make whether you used 2 kilograms of force or 5 kilograms? Is there really no other way? Born asked. Solens frowned, then suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said, "How about releasing the demon frog?" Nader shuddered. The demon frog will attack all of us indiscriminately. Even if it defeats Pizza, our legion will be destroyed. So what if it's destroyed? We can just rebuild. As long as we're all still here, the Nader Legion has a chance to rise again. Nader took a deep breath. But even so, luring the demon frog here won't be easy. If you're too weak, you'd be swallowed whole. Solens fell silent. Nader was the strongest here, but even he wasn't confident he could attract the demon frog. Born looked at the two talking at once, completely bewildered. What are you talking about? What's a demon frog? Solens explained. It's a powerful undead monster sealed in our hunting grounds. It's said to have reached the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm. It was defeated by a powerful member of the Slime Legion in a previous battle, and hid in the swamp here. Later, it was sealed away to prevent it from coming out again. Is that so? Born asked in surprise. He hadn't expected that such a terrifying creature lurked beneath the hunting grounds, which he usually found as casual as a stroll. How do we break the seal? Nader produced a magic stone, saying, he left this magic stone. Activating its magic will break the seal. Born pondered for a moment and said, let me go. Nader was taken aback. You go? But that's a powerful, wandering undead at the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm. It's been sealed for too long, accumulating a lot of resentment. Once it's released, it will definitely wreak havoc. Born smiled and said, you must lead everyone here to deal with Pizza. Others certainly can't complete this task, but I'm different. I'm confident I can lure it here. Nader frowned. Born was indeed strong, but that was all. He wouldn't stand a chance against a Supreme Realm expert. Solens said, Captain, leave it to him. I trust him. Solens' words undoubtedly lessened Nader's doubts. He handed the magic stone to Born and instructed, you must be careful. That demonic frog is powerful and extremely ferocious. Pay special attention to its tongue. Born nodded. I understand. You all need to disperse everyone to avoid being caught in the crossfire and minimize losses. Don't worry, we arrange it. Solens said. Born put away the magic stone and quickly turned to head towards the hunting grounds. Bisa watched Born leave, unconcerned. He was just a skeleton soldier after all. His main task was to kill Nader and destroy the entire legion. Nader, you let a skeleton soldier escape while you stay? That really surprises me. Nader said calmly, what? You have a problem with that? Pizza shrugged. Whatever, the person I want to kill is you. I settle the score with him later when I have the chance. So are you all ready to die? Nader gathered the remaining troops. Pizza's legion was basically routed, with only a few survivors. With Jeremy's departure, they didn't linger and fled. Don't think you can defeat us just because you used a mid-grade potion. My Nader Legion will fight to the last man and won't let you succeed. Nader said in a deep voice. Pisa laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Still being stubborn even when death is imminent. With that, he moved and charged towards Nader. The effects of the mid-grade potion were time-limited. He had to finish off Nader before its effects wore off. Nader was well aware of this, and was prepared. He quickly retreated, while Zack and the others on either side immediately moved to provide cover, using various defensive and restrictive spells to block Bizaw's attacks. However, Bizaw's power was now simply too great, easily shattering their magic. Laughing wildly, he continued his attack on Nader. Nader calculated the time and consumed another low-grade magic potion, his strength increasing slightly, but still somewhat inferior to Biza. Moreover, consuming 2 potions in quick succession had significantly weakened their effects. The group fought valiantly against Bizaw's attacks, while Solons began organizing the others to evacuate. Those undead, whose strength didn't reach the Fengyuan realm were useless remaining. They would only be caught in the aftershocks of the battle, needlessly increasing losses. He could only hope that Bond would succeed. In the hunting grounds, following Nader's instructions, Bourne successfully located the seal. It was no different from other places, except that the terrain seemed slightly higher. Unsealing was actually quite simple. The difficulty lay in attracting the attention of the demonic frog when it emerged and successfully luring it to Pisa, all without being killed in the process. A typical 4th-tier undead from the Fengyuan realm would likely be unable to do this, but Bourne was different. He possessed a multitude of trump cards. If only the moving castle were here, that thing could defend against attacks from high-level Supreme Realm beings. Bourne said with some frustration. The moving castle was still holding back the undead of the Pisa Legion. Even if Jeremy relayed the order to retreat, the moving castle wouldn't be able to return anytime soon. Bourne pondered for a moment, then devised another plan. He stood in the center of the high ground, took a deep breath, and pressed the magic stone in his hand onto the mud. Driven by magic, the magic stone exploded with a bang, its magic spreading through the mud. The ground began to emit a faint dark light, and a huge magic circle appeared before Bourne. Break! Bourne roared, and the magic circle shattered, turning into countless points of light that dissipated into the void. A long silence followed. Bourne was puzzled. Nothing had happened after the magic circle shattered. Could it have died after being sealed for so long? Impossible. It's an undead beast, with an infinite lifespan. Just as Bourne was about to dig into the swamp to investigate, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and several large bubbles rose from the swamp, making popping sounds as they burst. It's here. Bourne's eyes narrowed, and he immediately started running to the side, sensing the direction of the tremors to determine where the demonic frog would emerge. However, what he didn't know was that the death demon frog possessed an innate and powerful magical sensitivity, and this sensitivity only worked on moving sources of magical energy. So when Bourne moved, he became the death demon frog's most conspicuous prey, locked onto. Boom! 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 Bourne felt the entire swamp tremble, as if a colossal beast was charging wildly out of the swamp, and its direction was none other than Bourne. Bourne sensed something was wrong and quickly retrieved 2 puppets from the soul-severing blade. One was a substitute puppet, and the other was something he had obtained after breaking through to the Fengyuan realm and opening a new space within the soul-severing blade. However, he had never known the purpose of this puppet. The method he used to operate the substitute puppet was completely ineffective, so he had simply kept it, waiting to ask the blade maniac after he awoke. But the situation was urgent now. Whatever its purpose, he had to retrieve it first. Just then, the mud beneath Bourne's feet suddenly exploded with a bang, sending countless clumps of silt mixed with the remains of various undead, who had been dead for who knows how long, soaring into the sky. Bourne, unsurprisingly, was also propelled away by the powerful force. While in midair, he forcefully turned his head and looked down, only to see a gaping maw snapping down at him. Holy crap! Being so close to a demonic beast at the Supreme Realm level filled Bourne with an unparalleled sense of oppression. He frantically channeled his wind elemental magic, and a gust of wind swept through, blasting him off course by more than 10 meters. Bang! The demonic frog's massive jaws missed their target, then it crashed heavily to the ground. Croak! The demonic frog croaked in confusion. It had clearly aimed correctly, so why did it feel like there was nothing in its mouth? Then it saw Bourne running wildly and realized that it hadn't eaten anything at all. It angrily opened its mouth wide and roared, "Croak!" before hopping and chasing after Bourne. Bourne ran, glancing back every now and then. Although the demonic frog was hopping, its speed was still extremely fast, even faster than Bourne, who had used his wind elemental power. The distance between them quickly closed. Just then, the demonic frog opened its massive jaws. Bourne instinctively expected it to pounce and swallow him whole, just like before. But to his surprise, this time the frog didn't lunge. Instead, it stopped in place, seemingly aiming. Bourne was completely bewildered, but dared not run too fast. If the frog stopped chasing him and instead went to hunt other undead, that would be disastrous. Oh, ribbit! Suddenly, the frog's tongue shot out from its mouth like lightning, reaching Bourne's back in the blink of an eye. Bourne's heart skipped a beat. It was too late to dodge. He could only throw his substitute doll away. The substitute doll possessed the exact same aura and form as Bourne. No one could tell the difference. Sometimes, Bourne even felt that the doll was himself. With a bang, the substitute doll was shattered into pieces by the powerful force, and Bourne thus escaped with his life. It's important to know that the substitute doll's defense was also quite strong, even slightly stronger than Bourne's own, but even so, it couldn't withstand the demon frog's attack. The demon frog quickly realized that it hadn't just killed Bourne. It hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary skeleton soldier to escape its deadly attacks twice in a row, which it felt insulted by, and thus it became extremely angry. Croak, croak, croak. Chapter 523. Bourne dared not linger. The substitute puppet could only be used once in a short time, and its fragments were scattered everywhere, making them difficult to retrieve quickly. If the demonic frog attacked again, he would have no way to save his life. Croak! The demonic frog roared, its large eyes filled with rage. It had been quite happy to have broken free of its seal, but it hadn't expected such a disastrous start, unable to even handle a small skeleton soldier. Had skeleton soldiers become so powerful after all these years? Seeing Bourne gradually disappear into the distance, the demonic frog quickly gave chase. In its eyes, Bourne was just a walking snack. It had been starving for far too long in the swamp and desperately needed a treat. Although Bourne was running, he kept a close eye on the demonic frog's movements. Fortunately, the frog seemed to have its sights set on him, relentlessly pursuing him, which suited his needs perfectly. However, the problem was that the demonic frog was now faster than him. If nothing unexpected happened, the frog would attack again before he even reached the camp. He needed to think of a way to deal with the next attack from the death frog. Thump, thump, thump! Each leap of the death frog made a loud thud, and Bourne barely needed to look back to know how far away the frog was. The swamp of sloth was the death frog's habitat. The frog was much more familiar with the environment, and wouldn't be bothered by the soft, sticky mud. Bourne, however, was different. Although he possessed wind elemental magic, his movement was still somewhat awkward, much slower than in the prime material plane. Croak, croak! Before Bourne could think of a solution, the death frog opened its mouth again, its enormous tongue, carrying a surge of violent magic, shooting towards Bourne's back. Bourne gritted his teeth, disregarding everything else, and threw the doll of unknown purpose at the ground. Unsurprisingly, the doll was struck by the demonic frog's tongue, flying backward with a thud and crashing into Bourne. Bourne felt a tremendous force, his body involuntarily flying through the air before slamming heavily to the ground. Bourne was surprised. The doll hadn't shattered, its defensive capabilities seemed superior. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Bourne rolled over and got back to his feet, continuing to run without looking back. However, he tripped and fell again after only a few steps. Looking down, he saw that his left leg had been broken in the impact. Oh no! Bourne immediately cast a bone-strengthening spell to reattach his broken leg, but by then, the demonic frog had already caught up. Seeing the demonic frog so close, Bourne felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He grabbed the puppet again, infusing it with magic, but the puppet remained unmoved. He then infused it with a wisp of soul power, but still to no avail. How do I even use this puppet? Bourne, growing increasingly impatient, threw the puppet to the ground and cast an invisibility spell, hoping to use it to create distance between himself and the demonic frog. However, the demonic frog sensed its targets by moving with magic, so Bourne's invisibility was useless. Croak, croak! The demonic frog's tongue shot out again, this time targeting its target, instantly wrapping around Bourne completely. Holy crap! Bourne exclaimed in shock, trying to struggle, but the tongue was incredibly strong and covered in a strange, sticky substance, which interfered with the flow of Bourne's magic. The demonic frog lifted Bourne to its face, scrutinizing the tiny skeleton soldier with curiosity in its eyes. However, after a long look, finding nothing particularly remarkable, it lost interest and prepared to swallow him whole. Just then, the soul-severing blade appeared in Bourne's hand. With a flick of his wrist, the blade sliced across the demonic frog's tongue. The frog's eyes widened, its tongue instinctively loosening, and Born fell out. The soul-severing blade was incredibly sharp. It could cut even against divine weapons, let alone the demonic frog's flesh. Croak, croak! The demonic frog cried out. Although as an undead creature it felt no pain, its tongue was its most vital part, and injuries to it were difficult to heal. The soul-severing blade had slashed its tongue, leaving a long gash that nearly severed it. As soon as Born landed, he activated the soul fusion technique, his magic surging wildly. A bolt of purple lightning clung to the blade, and he slashed fiercely at the demonic frog. Enraged, the demonic frog swung its paw, sending Born flying with a thud. Born arced through the air before tumbling headfirst into the mud. He had no intention of fighting the demonic frog. Being sent flying was part of his plan. He struggled to climb out of the mud, and continued running without looking back. Croak! Croak! Croak, croak! The demonic frog was about to attack again with its tongue, but it was injured and only shot out halfway before falling back down, causing no harm to Born. He can't handle it now. You stinky frog, come and catch me! Born grinned smugly, wiggling his rear end as he ran towards the demonic frog. Although the demonic frog couldn't see Born's movements, it sensed the mockery from the magical fluctuations. Enraged, it roared, croak, croak, croak. A surge of overwhelming power erupted as its thick limbs slammed into the ground, propelling its massive body into the air. Holy crap! What's that? Born exclaimed in surprise, feeling a huge shadow looming over him. When he looked up, all he could see was a massive, round, white belly. Bang! The demonic frog slammed into the mud, sending mud flying everywhere. The mud, losing its lift, quickly fell back down, like a mud rain. Splash! After the mud all landed, silence fell. Only the demonic frog remained, lying in place, with no sign of Born. Croak! The demonic frog smacked its lips, slowly wriggling its bloated body, as it crawled out of the mud pit. The spot where it crashed left a huge crater filled with mud and bone fragments, but these fragments weren't Born's. They were the remains of other undead that had accumulated there over countless years. The magic frog's eyes were on the surface, so it couldn't look down and could only determine Born's location through magical sensing. Croak! The magic frog carefully sensed the area, but detected no magical fluctuations, which puzzled it. If Born had been crushed to death, his soul fire would have floated out on its own, emitting a magical aura that would be easily detected. If Born wasn't dead, he should have struggled to climb out. The magic frog could sense any movement from him. But now there was no magical reaction at all. What was going on? Actually, nothing strange happened. Born was still Born, not crushed, just simply unwilling to move. The instant the demonic frog slammed down, Born unleashed a bone shield and a stone wall, stacking himself with defenses. However, even so, under the frog's attack, all defenses shattered instantly. While some of the impact was absorbed, most of the force still struck Born's body. Now, except for his head, the rest of Born was completely reduced to dust. So what good is a head? The demonic frog circled the crater, unable to sense Born's location. Born was startled, then realized something. Could it be that this silly frog really can't see me? He recalled what had just happened. When he was invisible, the demonic frog couldn't see him, yet it still attacked without hesitation, clearly knowing his location. Moreover, this was its primary method of targeting, not using its eyes like humans. So, as long as I can maintain my current state, it won't detect me. However, the magic frog clearly didn't think so. After realizing it couldn't sense Born, the frog extended its short, thick claws and began rummaging through the mud. Holy crap! It can do that? Born immediately panicked. If he didn't find a way soon, the magic frog would likely find him, and in his current state, he would be powerless to resist. Gurgle. The magic frog swung its claws, stirring up a lot of mud, and a doll landed beside Born. Born was startled. It was the unknown doll he had obtained from the 6th level of the soul-severing blade. His face fell. Although he knew this doll was definitely extraordinary, he had no idea how to use it. Just as Born was feeling frustrated, he suddenly noticed the patterns on the back of the doll's head, and a thought flashed through his mind. A magic circle? If it was a magic circle, then his previous approach had been too simplistic. Merely inputting magic power and soul power wouldn't work. Born began to carefully study the magic circle before him. The circle was incredibly complex, leaving Born momentarily at a loss. However, observing the magic channels within the circle, it seemed they all led to the puppet's eyes. Could it be? A thought flashed through Born's mind. Ignoring the possibility of being discovered by the demonic frog, he forcefully activated his bone-strengthening technique, condensing an arm. He then quickly retrieved 2 Supreme Realm magic cores from the soul-severing blade. These were the 6 magic cores Annie had obtained from the Hairy Empire's treasury years ago. 4 of them were given to Born, who had never used them. Due to the magical fluctuations, the demonic frog immediately detected Born's presence. It let out a strange cry, croak, and opened its massive jaws to bite Born. Born gritted his teeth, inserting 2 magic cores, one on each side, into the puppet's eyes. Simultaneously, he channeled his soul power into the magic circle. Instantly, the magic circle behind the puppet's head activated, and the 2 magic cores seemed to truly transform into its eyes, emitting a dazzling light. Buzzing. A massive surge of magical energy erupted from the puppet, directly forcing the biting demonic frog back several steps. Croak? The demon frog was full of questions. He'd been chasing Born for so long, and he hadn't even noticed another Supreme Realm expert here. Born felt overjoyed that he could control the puppet. Even without the demon frog, with this Supreme Realm puppet, dealing with pizza shouldn't be a problem. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. The puppet was consuming magic power far too quickly. He estimated that his own magic power could only support the puppet for a quarter of an hour at most, and he didn't know how long the 2 magic cores would last. Born hastily grabbed scraps of bone and limb from the ground and pieced them together, simultaneously using bone enhancement to reconstruct a rudimentary body. Something was better than nothing. With a body, Born channeled his wind elemental magic, climbed out of the mud puddle, and ran towards the camp. The magic frog naturally noticed Born's actions, but dared not make a move, given the opponent was no weaker than itself. However, the puppet clearly didn't want to fight the magic frog. It leaped out of the mud puddle and ran after Born. Croak? The magic frog thought a fierce battle was about to begin, but its opponent was even more cowardly than it, fleeing immediately. Croak! The magic frog's confidence soared. Thinking the puppet was running away out of fear of its power, it turned and charged at it. To conserve his magic, Born never let the puppet attack, instead providing cover from behind. The death frog, injured in the tongue, was also unable to attack. Its signature move, Mount-Tai Crushing Down, was effective against a low-level undead like Born, but insufficient against opponents of similar strength, so it dared not use it rashly. Thus, using the puppet as cover, Born successfully lured the death frog into the camp. By this time, Pizza had completely overwhelmed Nader and his group. The captain of Team 7, while covering Nader, had his head smashed by Pizza's punch and died instantly, but the others continued to fight desperately. Suddenly, Nader heard a thumping sound behind him. His previously dejected eyes brightened instantly. "They're here! Everyone, hold on a little longer." Pizza noticed the anomaly, but had no idea what the other was up to. "Looks like I need to finish this quickly," he thought. He suddenly exerted his strength and charged at Nader again. Nader didn't dare to confront him head-on, and could only turn and run away, while Zack and the others kept casting spells at Pizza, hoping to attract his attention. But Pizza's target was clear, Nader alone. Just then, Born suddenly sprang out from behind, his speed nearly causing him to collide head-on with Pizza. "Holy crap! What the hell is that?" Pizza was startled, not because someone had rushed out, but because Born's current appearance was so strange. In his frantic efforts, Born could only use the bones of some unknown creatures as a base to reconstruct a body, making him look more chaotic than any creature in the undead realm. Not only was Pizza startled, but Nader's eyes widened as well, wondering what had happened to Born to become like this. Ignoring everyone's astonished expressions, Born continued running forward without looking back. Nader seemed to realize something and shouted, "Everyone scatter!" Zack and the others immediately scattered, leaving only Pizza standing there, somewhat bewildered. "What are you guys doing?" he wondered. Just as he was puzzled, a huge shadow loomed over him. He stiffly looked up, but all he could see was a round belly. Chapter 524. Boom! With a deafening roar, Pizza was unsurprisingly crushed by the death frog, his entire body shattering instantly before he could even utter a scream, his skull among them. Nader's eyes widened. Since the founding of his legion, he had never seen such a terrifying creature. Before the frog, Pizza was utterly powerless. He couldn't help but look at Born not far away, utterly unable to fathom how Born had managed to escape the frog's pursuit all the way here. The frog slowly shifted its rear, creating some distance. A ball of soul fire floated out, flickering and roaring as if screaming, but now, as nothing but soul fire, it possessed no power whatsoever. Even a mere undead at the origin realm could easily devour it. The frog slowly opened its mouth, aiming at the soul fire, preparing to swallow it whole. Just then, a flash of light appeared, and the soul fire vanished instantly. With a bang, the frog closed its mouth, but hadn't bitten anything. The puppet returned to Born's side with Pizza's soul fire. Born patted him on the shoulder and laughed, "Well done." Everyone's mouths dropped open. This was blatant snatching food from a frog's mouth. The worst part was that the frog was a death demon frog at the Supreme Origin realm. Born immediately stored the soul fire into his soul-severing blade. Now was not the time to devour it. He then said to Nader, "Captain, it's time to run." Nader finally realized what was happening and quickly shouted, "Everyone run." Everyone immediately scattered, afraid that if they were too slow, they would be targeted by the death demon frog. However, they were completely mistaken. The demonic frog's attention was now entirely focused on Born, because it was Born who had caused its prize meal to vanish. "Croak, croak!" The demonic frog roared, its enormous eyes fixed on Born. Born, unfazed, even wiggled its rear end. Its rear end, made of some kind of bone, had a horn growing from it, giving it a rather smug look. The demonic frog could no longer contain itself. With a thud, it leaped up and charged at Born. A flash of blue light appeared beneath Born's feet, and he shifted several meters to the side. Simultaneously, the puppet punched into the air. With a deafening bang, the demonic frog felt as if a nail had pierced its belly, nearly popping its eyeballs out. Croak! The demonic frog's magic surged wildly, clashing with the puppet's magic, creating a deafening roar. Born seized the opportunity to escape, and with a casual flick of his wrist, the puppet obediently followed. The demonic frog crashed to the ground with a loud thud, letting out a defiant roar, and continued its pursuit of Born. Once the demonic frog was far away, Nader and the others slowly gathered back. Solon swallowed hard. "Captain, did you see that puppet clearly?" Nader nodded emphatically. "A puppet at the Supreme Origin realm, that's terrifying. I didn't expect Born to have this as a backup plan." Zack asked, if he had this puppet, why didn't he just use it against Bizarre? Why go through all that trouble to provoke the death demonic frog? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Solon said, "He probably has his own reasons." "Never mind. Thankfully we overcome this crisis, and we owe it all to him." Although extremely unwilling, Zack had to admit that if Born hadn't intervened so forcefully, he might have been killed in the swamp by the Jerry and Jeremy brothers from the start, and the entire Nader Legion would have been wiped out. "So what exactly happened? Why did Pizza suddenly attack us?" Zack asked. Nader pondered for a moment and said, "I think there's a conspiracy involved. Let's wait for Born to return before discussing it further. Now, everyone, hurry up and repair the Legion's defenses." "Born, is he alright?" Solons asked worriedly. Zack replied, "Look, he has that puppet with him. How could he be in trouble?" "But his body." Nader frowned. If Born could really handle the demonic frog so easily, his body wouldn't be in such a state. He must have encountered a fatal crisis while luring the demonic frogs there, which led to this situation. Thinking about it now is useless. We can't help him much anyway. Let's focus on our own," Nader said helplessly. Soren sighed and could only give up. Bang! 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 The demonic frog launched a relentless attack, but under the puppet's cover, Born was able to easily dodge it. Given Born's personality, if possible, he would like to kill the demonic frog and claim its soul fire and magic core for himself. But that was clearly unrealistic. Leaving aside whether the puppet could even defeat the demonic frog, in terms of magic power alone, it probably wouldn't last until the end of the battle. The puppet would collapse to the ground first. Just then, a huge black shadow appeared ahead. It was the returning moving castle. Born was overjoyed. With the moving castle's defenses, the puppets wouldn't need to continue their rampage. "Sanction, how's it going on your end?" Sanction immediately replied arrogantly, "Don't worry about me. Except for those few at the 501 realm, none of the others escaped. But then Jeremy came back and took them all away." Born nodded, "Yeah, I sent him." Sanction glanced at the death demon frog behind Born, a strange look on his face. "How did you manage to provoke such a monster again?" Born gave a wry smile. "I didn't want to. Look at my body, it's a mess." Sanction chuckled, "Come on in. I take you away." With that, Sanction opened a passage, and Born smoothly entered the moving castle, simultaneously putting away the puppets. Suddenly losing track of Born and the puppets, the demon frog was puzzled, but also noticed the unusual nature of the moving castle. It circled the moving castle twice, its large eyes full of confusion. To be precise, the moving castle isn't exactly a living being, it's merely a magical artifact, and the spellcaster only plays the role of its controller. Therefore, in the magic frog's eyes, this thing seems inedible. Croak? But since Born disappeared right here, the magic frog was still somewhat unwilling to give up, so it stretched out its claws and scratched at the moving castle a couple of times. The moving castle's defenses were incredibly strong. The magic frog's sharp claws scraped across the castle, producing only a sharp scraping sound, but causing no damage to the castle's defenses. Croak! The magic frog sensed that Born was inside the moving castle, but opening this tankin would probably require some effort. Just as the demon frog was about to unleash its magic to forcefully attack the moving castle, a gigantic swamp worm suddenly emerged from the nearby swamp. The worm was at least tens of meters long, its massive body resembling a dragon, radiating a terrifying aura. A swamp worm at the Supreme Realm? Born was slightly startled, thinking to himself that it was fortunate he hadn't ventured too far in, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he died. The demon frog was also immediately attracted to the swamp worm. It fed on swamp worms, so the worm was far more appealing than Born. Croak, croak, croak. The demon frog abandoned the moving castle and hopped towards the swamp. Born breathed a sigh of relief and said to Sanction, "Take me back, I need to reshape my body." Sanction nodded and maneuvered the moving castle towards the Nader Legion's camp. As for the battle between the demon frog and the swamp worm, Born had lost all interest. When Born returned to the camp, reconstruction was already underway. Fortunately, Pisa's attack was a surprise attack, so many fortifications remained intact. Solons, seeing Born return, immediately rushed to greet him excitedly. "Born! That's great, you're back safe and sound." Born smiled slightly. He had already put away the moving castle. How could that stinky frog possibly harm me? I didn't have time to ask how things were going on your side. Solon sighed. Alas, our legion suffered heavy losses this time. Half of the undead were killed, including 5 powerful cultivators at the Fengyuan realm. Even the captain of the 7th squad didn't survive. The captain of the 7th squad had often bullied Solons, but that was internal competition. Now, facing an external enemy, the 7th squad captain fought to the very last moment. Born patted him on the shoulder. Fortunately, the legion survived. The netherworld is cruel like this. After a while, new recruits will keep joining, and our legion will become stronger and stronger. Solons nodded. Yeah, but I don't know why Pisa suddenly attacked us. We hadn't had any dealings before. Born frowned. I might know a little. Solons paused slightly, then seemed to realize something. You mean the prisoner you have told you something? Born had brought Jairus' head with him. It was Jairus' persuasion that led Jeremy to abandon the attack. Now that Jairus was still in Born's hands, Solons immediately thought of this possibility. Born said, "Let's go, take me to see the commander, let's discuss this." Soon, the remaining core members of the Legion gathered again, all eyes turning to Born. Nader spoke first. "Born, thanks to you this time, otherwise my Nader Legion would have been wiped out of the underworld." Born waved his hand. "Commander, you're too kind. I'm also a core member of the Legion, branded with the Legion's mark. It's my duty. The main reason I gathered everyone here is to discuss something. You all know I captured a prisoner, right?" Everyone nodded, and Zack said, "You mean Jairus? I didn't expect him to fall into your hands." Born retrieved Jerry's head again. Jerry looked around at the people and then asked, "Born, when are you going to release me?" Born shrugged. "Didn't I ask you a question before? Answer it to me again in front of everyone, and I release you." Jerry immediately understood Born's meaning and turned to Nader. "That's right, we came here because we accepted a mission from the Purple Fire Mummy. They promised us substantial rewards." "What?" The crowd erupted in an uproar. Although they had some guesses, hearing the answer from Jerry's mouth was still incredibly shocking. "So it really is the Purple Fire Mummy Legion?" Nadel's face was ashen. "Are they really going to war with the Slime Legion?" As agreed, Born casually grabbed a skeleton, cast a bone-strengthening spell, and attached Jerry's head to it. "Alright, you're free." Jerry moved his new body, still a little unaccustomed. "You really want to let me go?" Born smiled. "No one in this legion can stop you." Jerry looked at everyone. Indeed, no one moved. He nodded slightly to Born. "Good, you're a man of your word. We meet again." With that, he turned and left the camp. After Jerry left, Zack said, "Commander, are you really just letting him go like that?" Nadel looked at Born. "Born, this man was a wandering undead before, ruthless and cunning. You captured him this time, and offended the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. He might seek revenge later." Born said nonchalantly, "He can't beat me today, and he never beat me in the future. What am I afraid of? Let's ignore him. What are your thoughts on the pizza incident?" Zack said. This matter must be reported to the Slime Legion. They gone too far. They definitely stand up for us. The other captains echoed, yes. The purple fire mummies are really too much. They don't dare to act themselves, so they bribe some wandering undead. How despicable. They're probably afraid of retaliation from the Slime Legion. That's why they don't dare to act personally. That's perfect. Let's report this and see what they do. Nader, who had been frowning, waited until everyone had finished speaking before looking at Solons and asking, Solons, what do you think? Solons pondered for a moment and said, I think it's best not to report this situation. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Zack asked, why? You heard what Jarrah said earlier. You don't still think it's fake, do you? Solon shook his head. This is definitely the work of the purple fire mummy. There's no doubt about that. But what can we tell the Slime Legion? Although we have a few prisoners, their status is too low, they know little. Even if they identify the purple fire mummy legion, how can their words be trusted by the Slime Legion's higher-ups as wandering undead? Even worse, if we rashly report this and are intercepted by the purple fire mummy, then our Nader Legion will truly be in dire straits. Everyone shuddered. If the purple fire mummy were to launch a full-scale war and personally intervene, the Nader Legion would be absolutely unable to resist, and they could only watch helplessly as the Legion was destroyed. Nader sighed, I also thought of this, which is why I've been hesitating. Solons, what do you think we should do? Are we really going to swallow our pride and suffer in silence? Chapter 525. Solon said in a deep voice, there's no perfect solution to this. We can contact those who left our legion to join the Slime Legion, and have them relay this message to the Slime Legion's higher-ups, at least to get their attention on the purple fire mummy's actions. But we haven't had anyone selected for the Slime Legion for many years. Zack said, I was thinking of participating in the recent selection conference. Selection conference? Bourne was taken aback. What's that? Nader explained, it's a way for the Slime Legion to select reserve forces from its subordinate legions. You can think of it as an exam, but participating. Only core members of the subordinate legions can take the exam. Bourne frowned slightly. But if that's the case, all the strong members of the subordinate legions will be selected, wouldn't that make the overall strength even weaker? Nader shook his head. That won't happen. The commanders of the subordinate legions generally don't participate in this election, unless they reach the mid-stage of the Supreme Origin realm. Other core members who participate in this election must reach the high stage of the Abundant Origin realm, otherwise, they're simply not qualified. Bourne immediately understood. This way, the Slime Legion effectively controlled its subordinate legions, preventing them from becoming too powerful and threatening the Slime Legion, or too weak and being bullied by other legions. Zack said, but we haven't seen a high-stage Abundant Origin realm undead here for a long time. The last time was 40 years ago, wasn't it? Bourne said, then we can talk to him. Solon shook his head. That guy is dead. He was killed in a battle with the Slime Legion. This? Bourne was speechless. So that means there's no way to go at all? Nader sighed. Yes. Reaching the Fengyuan realm, breaking through is incredibly difficult. I only recently broke through to the 7th level of Fengyuan. Solon looked at Bourne and said, if it were you going, I think it would definitely be no problem, but your realm still needs improvement. But there are less than 6 months until the next selection, and Bourne is only at the 4th level of Fengyuan. Breaking through to the 7th level is too difficult. Zack shook his head. Bourne raised an eyebrow. I don't think it'd be a problem. Ah? Everyone looked at Bourne in surprise. Nader said, advancing to the Fengyuan realm isn't easy. Even with sufficient soul fire, a certain amount of good fortune is needed. Otherwise, even with enough magic power, a breakthrough isn't guaranteed. I know. Bourne laughed, but I think I can. Seeing Bourne's confident tone, Nader hesitated. He glanced at Solons, who stared at Bourne for a while, seemingly making a decision, before nodding to Nader. Nader took a deep breath and said, all right. In that case, Bourne, I give you a month. You must break through to the 5th level of the Fengyuan realm, otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to the others. Bourne waved his hand. It won't take a month. You guys discuss it first. I'll be right back. He then left the meeting, ignoring everyone's stares. Zack stared blankly at Bourne's departing figure. He went to cultivate? Solon shrugged. Who knows? Nader smiled wryly. Never mind him. Let's discuss other things first. About the fortifications. Bond returned to the 8th Squad's camp, which hadn't been greatly affected. His tent was still intact. Ducala and Shellard greeted him immediately upon his return. Brother, how are you? Are you all right? Bourne waved his hand with a smile. How could I be all right? But did our 8th squad suffer any losses? Churl's expression was somewhat grim. You all left, leaving only our 8th squad and some undead left behind. When the Pisa Legion attacked, it was all our resistance. Most of us died. Bourne sighed. There was nothing we could do. Fortunately, the Legion survived. You are all heroes. Ducala said, Brother, you are the greatest hero. If you hadn't discovered their plot beforehand, the Legion might be gone by now. Bourne said, Let's not talk about that. I need to go into seclusion for a while. You two should assist the captain and do a good job of rebuilding. Don't disturb me unless it's absolutely necessary. Ducala nodded. Don't worry, I will absolutely not let anyone disturb you. Bourne patted his shoulder, then turned and went into the tent alone. Upon entering the tent, he retrieved Pisa's soulfire. This was the soulfire of an 8th tier undead from the Fengyuan realm. Even the entire Nader Legion's inventory wouldn't contain a single one. If Bourne wanted to break through quickly, he needed to absorb enough soulfire. This was the most fundamental requirement. Once he had enough magic power, the rest would be easy. He could simply rely on the soul fusion chapter. Bourne stared at the flickering soul fire before him, its reflection etched with Pisa's resentful face. He sneered, still so arrogant even in death. He shoved the soul fire into his mouth, simultaneously activating the soul fusion technique. A surge of pure magic power instantly filled his body, and the technique roared to life. Pisa's soul fire contained a vast amount of magic power. Even with the soul fusion technique, it would take some time to fully digest it. Since the soul fusion technique evolved to its second stage, Bourne's cultivation speed had increased significantly. He had now reached the peak of the 4th stage of the Fengyuan realm. Under the immense impact of Pisa's soul fire, there was almost no stagnation, and his realm leaped directly to the 5th stage. If Nader had witnessed this, he would have been utterly astonished. In such a short time, Bourne had broken through from the 3rd to the 5th stage of the Fengyuan realm, a feat of unparalleled genius never before seen in the entire Legion's history. Outside the tent, Ducala stared wide-eyed at the raging death energy surrounding it, momentarily at a loss for what to do. What is he doing in there? Schurler asked, equally shocked. Didn't he say he was in seclusion? Ducala replied. Schurler looked at Ducala. Have you ever seen such strange phenomena occur during seclusion? Ducala shook his head. No, but if it's him, nothing should be surprising, right? Schurler's lips twitched. You're not wrong. Bourne's cultivation had resembled a long and intense battle, lasting a full week. The commotion it generated was earth-shattering, even alarming the usually composed Nader, who came to investigate. When Nader learned that the cause of such a huge commotion was Bourne's cultivation inside the tent, his doubts instantly vanished, replaced by anticipation and relief at Bourne's improved strength. After all, cultivation that could elicit such a strong reaction must mean Bourne had made a significant breakthrough. Time passed quickly, and finally, after a week of arduous cultivation, the previously raging magical power gradually subsided. Like a surging wave receding after reaching the shore, everything returned to calm. At this moment, the tent door, which had been tightly closed for many days, was gently opened, and Bourne stepped out. He took a deep breath of fresh air, then stretched out his arms wide, fully relaxing his body. With this action, he let out a long sigh. Ah, so comfortable. Just then, Ducala, not far away, happened to turn his gaze in this direction. He spotted Bourne immediately upon emerging from seclusion, his face lighting up with surprise and delight. Hey! Big brother, you're out of seclusion? He exclaimed excitedly, his voice brimming with concern and joy. Bourne paused, watching Ducala struggle out of the waist-deep mud, and asked, Huh? You been waiting for me here? Ducala scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly, Yeah. I didn't dare move, so I got stuck in the mud. Bourne lightly punched him in the chest, laughing and scolding, always doing nothing productive. Where's the captain? Ducala replied, The captain's been very busy lately. He told me that if you come out of seclusion, I take you to the commander. Bourne nodded. All right then. Let's go! At this moment, a special guest arrived at Nader's tent, an envoy from the Slime Legion, a slimy, deathly worm no less. He had come specifically to deliver the conference invitation and complete the registration process. Nader, is your legion even sending anyone this time? Or is no one even qualified? The envoy's tone was laced with disdain and mockery, showing absolutely no respect for Nader. Zack and the others wore angry expressions, deeply dissatisfied with the envoy's attitude, but since their commander hadn't given the order, they dared not disobey. Nader, unfazed, chuckled, My lord, our legion does indeed have someone who wants to participate, but he hasn't yet met the requirements and will need some time. The envoy raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to participate? If he still hasn't met the requirements by then, he'd be eliminated, which wouldn't be good for your legion's reputation. Nader gave a wry smile. His original plan was to wait a month to see how Born's cultivation progressed before making a decision, but he hadn't expected the envoy from the Slime Legion to arrive so early. Of course I know that. If he's eliminated before the competition even starts, resources for the next few years will be reduced. The envoy curled his lip. So I suggest you don't take the risk. There's less than half a year until the competition. Breaking through from the 6th rank of Fengyuan to the 7th rank in such a short time requires luck. It's not something that can be done just by having a sufficient supply of soul fire. Nader was speechless. He really wanted to say that the person they registered to participate wasn't a 6th rank Fengyuan undead, but a 4th rank Fengyuan skeleton soldier. I don't think this is a problem. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the doorway, and Bon walked in with Takala. The envoy frowned and said to Nader, "Your legion's discipline is truly rigorous. A mere skeleton soldier can freely enter and leave the commander's tent?" Nader's eyes sharpened. Since Bon had emerged from seclusion, it meant his cultivation had yielded results. However, just looking at him, he couldn't discern anything significant. "Your Excellency, this is the person I mentioned earlier, the one who will participate in the selection." The envoy was taken aback, and couldn't help but scrutinize Bon a few more times. "You're a core member of Nader's Legion?" Bon immediately revealed his insignia. "The genuine article. I haven't seen you before. Did you join recently?" Nader explained, "He's been with us for a while now, and I haven't had a chance to." "You report?" The envoy said nonchalantly, "That's fine, but with his strength, can he really participate in the selection? Other legions have sent 9th level Fengyuan experts, or even peak experts. Don't blame me for not warning you. In the competition, death is normal. No one cares about the life or death of a weakling." Born sensed the envoy's disdain and smiled, asking, "Envoy, I like to ask, what is your cultivation level?" The envoy narrowed his eyes. "What? You want to challenge me?" "A challenge wouldn't be an option. I just want to see what kind of strength the envoy from the Slime Legion possesses." The envoy snorted coldly. "Even if you reach the 7th level of Fengyuan, you're no match for me. I think you should just give up." Born stomped his foot forcefully, unleashing a surge of powerful magic that swept towards the envoy. The envoy was startled, not expecting such decisiveness from his opponent. However, Born wasn't attacking, rather, he was demonstrating his strength by projecting his magic. The envoy also channeled his magic, letting out a cold snort, preparing to teach Born a lesson. But the instant he made contact with Born's magic, the immense force was directly transmitted to him. With a loud bang, the envoy was forced back 2 steps. "What?" the envoy exclaimed in shock. Everyone was somewhat bewildered. Even Nader looked puzzled. Normally, envoys sent by the Slime Legion were typically peak-level Fengyuan experts. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, to showcase the Slime Legion's power, as most Legion's strongest members were only at the peak of the Fengyuan realm. Secondly, to ensure a smooth journey, as a peak-level Fengyuan undead would generally encounter little danger along the way. But now, this envoy was actually forced back 2 steps by Born's magic. Although Born's attack was sudden, and he gained the upper hand, it also demonstrated Born's strength. Are you at the 5th level of the Fengyuan realm?" the envoy asked tentatively. Born smiled slightly, and withdrew his hand. "You flatter me." "That's right. I am at the 5th level of the Fengyuan realm, and I just broke through recently." The envoy's eyes darted around. The magic intensity just now was indeed at the 5th level of the Fengyuan realm, but the power was completely different. Of course, he was still confident of defeating his opponent. You're quite good, and you certainly have the right to be arrogant, but your realm is too low. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to participate in this competition. I suggest you focus on your cultivation first and don't rush things." Chapter 526. Born smiled slightly. "You don't need to worry about that, just register me." The envoy frowned and snorted coldly. You asked for this. Don't blame me for not warning you. After being eliminated this time, you won't be allowed to participate in the competition again for at least 3 years. Don't come crying to me then." Born ignored him and walked directly to Nader's side. "Commander, you said that as long as I break through within a month, you would let me register. Now it's time to fulfill your promise." Nader was speechless. Born had completed his breakthrough in just 1 week, more than 3 times faster than expected. This cultivation speed was beyond the reach of everyone else. "All right, I will use all the power of the Legion to help you break through to the 7th rank. A smile appeared on Bourne's lips as he turned to look at the envoy. The messenger gritted his teeth, channeling his magic to inscribe a magic circle in the air. Inject your magic power. That will complete your registration. If you don't meet the requirements or appear on the field, your qualification will be automatically cancelled, considered pre-competition elimination, and you'd be banned from participating in competitions for 3 years. Bourne didn't hesitate, immediately releasing a small amount of magic power. The magic power entered the magic circle and was sealed away, serving as a method of verifying his identity during the competition. The messenger gave Bourne a deep look, then said to Nader, "All right, Nader, now that things are done, I should be going. Good luck." With that, he vanished into the swamp. Nader took a deep breath. "Bourne, you really given me a big surprise." Bourne chuckled, "It's nothing, but I'd probably be in seclusion for a while. I won't emerge until I reach the 6th level of the Feng realm." Nader nodded. "No problem. I have Solons assist you during this time. Just let me know if you need anything." "Nothing much, just enough soulfire. Captain, I might need you to provide me with 100 soulfires of the Huayuan realm or higher each day." 100? Solons could hardly believe his ears. Normally, an undead consumes at most 1 Huayuan soulfire per day. Free hunters might consume even less. The Legion distributes a limited number of soulfires daily. Higher-ranking members usually receive more, around 2 per day, with the Legion leader receiving 3, but never more than 5. But Bourne asked for 100 at once, which practically meant the others shouldn't be cultivating. Nader frowned, then asked Zack, "Is our stockpile enough?" Zack did a quick calculation and nodded. At this rate of consumption, it lasts for half a year, but the others might get a little less soul fire during that time. "Okay, let's do it this way. It's only half a year, how much can that delay things? We undead have unlimited lifespans. We don't care about a little time." Nader made the decision immediately. Bourne nodded slightly. It seemed Nader had some guts. 100 transformation soul fire a day, that's over 18,000 in half a year, equivalent to the Nader Legion's annual harvest. The other captains remained silent. They now knew that to protect the Legion from the Purple Fire Mummy Legion's retaliation, someone had to infiltrate the Slime Legion, and Bourne was the best candidate. Seeing no objections, Nader said, "All right, Bourne, the hopes of our entire Legion rest on your shoulders. You better do your best." Bourne smiled easily. "Don't worry, Commander, in 6 months, I show you a different me." After the meeting, Bourne returned to his tent. 100 soul flames were laid out before him. His current stock was plentiful, enough to ensure he had enough transformation soul flames. If the stock ran low, he might have to use Qiyuan soul flames as a substitute. Bourne didn't hesitate at all, consuming the 100 soul flames one by one, and then began diligently cultivating using the soul fusion technique. As time passed, he felt his strength improve slightly, but only marginally. It seemed that breaking through to the next level in the Feng realm was indeed extremely difficult. Just as Bourne was focused on his cultivation, a familiar pulling sensation came. He was slightly startled, then focused his mind and actively welcomed the force. In a flash, he was sucked into a black hole, and the next second he appeared in the main plane. Bourne looked around, then his heart skipped a beat. "Annie, what are you doing at Divine Beast Mountain?" Annie crouched low, carefully hiding behind him. "Brother Bourne, I need your invisibility spell to scout out the situation. It's on the 11th peak." Bourne was taken aback. He was currently on the outer edge of Divine Beast Mountain. With Annie's strength, infiltrating the outer area silently wouldn't be difficult, but reaching the 11th peak would be a challenge. "You know my invisibility spell has a time limit. I probably have to reveal myself before I even get there. You're quite the disguiser. Just kill someone, then use a possession technique." Bourne was speechless. "Then I probably need to find a core disciple. What exactly do you want to find out?" "Tell me first." Annie explained. "We tracked down a small group of orcs, who crossed the defenses by sea and arrived directly at Divine Beast Mountain. According to the intelligence from the Endless Sea, they seem to have landed near the 11th peak. I suspect they made some kind of connection with the Holy See." "Orcs in the Holy See? That's outrageous. I also find it incredibly unbelievable, so we need to know what they're doing here." Bourne nodded. "All right. Wait here for me, I'll be right back." With that, Bourne quickly headed towards the core disciple's residence. The atmosphere in the 11th Peak's core disciple's residence was slightly tense. Many recent events were unfavorable to the Holy See, and the Grand Protector blamed everything on Simon. Therefore, the 11th Peak was arguably at its lowest point during this period, and was somewhat unpopular within the entire Holy See. Dylan had just received a notice ordering him and another person to immediately proceed to the summit for an important mission, but the specifics were not specified. Dylan didn't really care. Ever since emerging from the magical realm, he had been isolated. In fact, it was true for everyone from the 11th peak who had entered the magical realm. After all, they were Annie's teammates and had helped her within the magical realm, especially Cliff, who still harbored resentment. The worst off was Adams, who was now imprisoned and hadn't seen the light of day for years. In comparison, Dylan was doing relatively well, having been promoted to Archbishop with Simon's support. "Hey Dylan, what are you daydreaming about? Let's hurry up and go," a blonde cultist urged. Dylan glanced at him. The other man was just a minor figure at the first level of the 501 realm. Although he was tentatively designated as Augustine's successor, his strength was still far too weak. Dylan had now broken through to the third level of the 501 realm, and the two were no match at all. But just because he had previously been Annie's teammate, this kind of person didn't take him seriously. "Got it, Hawkins. Did you bring your things?" Hawkins was taken aback. "Huh? What things?" Dylan sneered. "Brains?" Hawkins' expression changed. He was about to explode, but then he remembered that although the other man was disliked, he was indeed a ruthless person. There was no benefit in opposing him, so he suppressed his anger, flicked his sleeves, and strode forward. Dylan ignored him, and waited until the other man was far away before starting to move. Ahead was a dense forest. Beyond the forest was the path leading up the mountain. Just then, a whooshing sound suddenly echoed through the dense forest, followed by Hawkins' scream, "Aya!" Dylan was startled. He had been somewhat distracted and hadn't reacted immediately. Could someone have ambushed the Vatican's people at Divine Beast Mountain? However, just to be on the safe side, Dylan darted towards Hawkins. After passing through a dense forest, he finally saw Hawkins. Hawkins lay sprawled on the ground, eyes closed, and there was nothing around him. Hawkins, what happened to you?" Dylan asked. But Hawkins didn't respond at all, as if he were dead. But if Hawkins had truly suffered a fatal attack, there would definitely be blood, and at the very least, there should be signs of a struggle. Only a few seconds had passed between Dylan hearing the sound and seeing Hawkins. If Hawkins had indeed been attacked, it meant the attacker was incredibly fast, killing him instantly without leaving a trace. Dylan frowned. This was a serious matter. The Cult of Light had been attacked within the Divine Beast Mountain, meaning the enemy had infiltrated the area, and he might now be targeted as well. He quickly scanned his surroundings, simultaneously releasing his small snake. The snake flicked its tongue, sensing the surrounding atmosphere, but all he saw were dense trees, and not a soul in sight. Just then, Hawkins, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly twitched. Although the movement was small, the snake keenly sensed it and lunged at Hawkins with lightning speed. Dylan reacted quickly, grabbing the snake back. "Hey, that's one of our own. Don't bite." However, the snake wouldn't listen, continuing to struggle, seemingly wanting to attack again. "What's wrong with you?" Dylan asked, puzzled. Normally, the little snake would never disobey his orders, but today was very strange. At this moment, Hawkins slowly woke up, rubbing his head, still somewhat dazed. What happened to me?" Dylan frowned. "I was about to ask you that too. What happened just now?" Hawkins shook his head vigorously. "I don't know, I just suddenly tripped and fell." Dylan was speechless. "Did you knock yourself out? You're at the transformation realm, and you still managed to trip and fall? How embarrassing." Hawkins scratched his head and stood up. I'm fine now, let's continue." Just as Hawkins approached, the small snake in Dylan's hand hissed again, baring its teeth. Dylan assumed the snake was just being temperamental today and, without suspecting anything, put it away. "Let's go, we'd be punished again if we're late." The two continued up the mountain, one after the other. However, Dylan didn't notice the smile playing on Hawkins's lips as he walked behind. Soon, they arrived outside the main hall of Simon's palace. The Knight of Light led them through the hall to a small meeting room at the back. Several people were already there, and the atmosphere seemed tense. Dylan surveyed the people in the room. Peter, Andre, Simon, Cliff, and Yelena were all there, and sitting opposite them were a group of orcs. Dylan was shocked and stood frozen in place for a moment. "Dylan!" Simon frowned and called out softly. Dylan then realized what was happening and immediately stepped forward to bow. "Guardian." Peter asked calmly, "Simon, are those two trustworthy?" Simon nodded. "Don't worry, they were both carefully selected, and have been loyal to the Holy See for many years." Peter waved his hand, "Then hurry up and tell us." Simon looked at Dylan and Hawkins. I called you here today because there's something I need you to do, and it can only be done by you personally. You can't delegate it, and you can't reveal any information. Do you understand? Understood. Dylan and Hawkins replied simultaneously. Simon pointed to the orcs opposite them. They're going to Sharia City now. Your mission is to escort them there. There will likely be many checks along the way, especially since our relationship with Lil isn't good right now. The mission will be quite difficult, but the Holy See won't send any more people for you. You have to complete this task yourselves. Dylan paused slightly, glancing at the 4 orcs. These orcs were all tall and fierce-looking, clearly different from ordinary humans. Leading them all the way to Sharia City would indeed be difficult. Guardian, he said, forgive my bluntness, but if you want to be more secure. However, Simon interrupted him. I'm just asking you, are you sure you can do it? Dylan swallowed hard, finally bowing his head and saying, yes. We guarantee to complete the mission. Peter said calmly, don't feel guilty. If you fail, don't say you accepted our mission. This is entirely your own doing. If you succeed, you will receive a generous reward upon your return, one that will definitely satisfy you. Although Peter didn't specify the reward, Dylan knew that any reward promised by Peter would be substantial. In an instant, he felt his opportunity had returned. If he could successfully complete this mission, he might be able to escape the unfavorable situation brought on by Annie, and regain the attention and cultivation of the Vatican's higher-ups. Without saying much, Dylan and Hawkins left the meeting hall with 4 orcs. When the 4 orcs got up, they covered themselves completely with large cloaks, but even so, their size was still too conspicuous. Chapter 527. After Dylan and the others left, Elin said with a worried expression, Teacher Peter, isn't this too risky? If things are exposed, it will be a huge blow to the reputation of our Holy See. Peter glanced at her indifferently. Elin, you need to learn to find opportunities and risks. Do you really think I would just send those 2 like that? Think it over. With that, the 3 guardians stood up together, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Cliff also stood up, somewhat reproachfully saying to Elin, you actually questioned Teacher Peter's decision. I suggest you don't do this again. Yilin shook her head. Cliff, you know that the reputation of our Holy See has already plummeted. If we are exposed for having dealings with orcs, I don't even want to imagine what will happen. Cliff snorted coldly. Do you think Teacher Peter doesn't know this? Or do you think you're smarter than Teacher Peter? Yilin didn't know what to say, and could only sigh. I'm just worried about the future of the Holy See. If it really comes to this, the entire human race is on the opposite side. How can we possibly hold on? Cliff said, you're worrying too much. Our Holy See has countless powerful figures, and His Holiness the Pope is unparalleled in strength. Who can stand against us? Annie and the others are only arrogant for now. Once His Holiness successfully emerges from seclusion, He will wipe out all these villains. But once His Holiness breaks through, He will directly shatter the void and go to the divine plane. Can He still help us? Cliff's expression froze for a moment, then he said, there's still Professor Peter, Professor Andre, and the others. They are all world-class experts. With them, our Holy See will be forever prosperous. Yilin sighed, knowing that further discussion with Cliff would be futile, and could only shake her head as she walked outside. Upon reaching the door, Puller was already waiting there. Since entering Divine Beast Mountain and receiving ample resources, Puller's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, rivaling even the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. All 3 had simultaneously reached the 4th level of the Fengyuan realm, hailed as the 3 most outstanding geniuses of Divine Beast Mountain. However, the people of the Holy See had always harbored reservations about Puller. After all, his relationship with Annie was common knowledge, and the fact that he wasn't a light mage put him at a disadvantage in terms of status. Even with this unpopularity, Puller never complained. His only wish was to stay by Yilin's side, even if it was just as a guard. Cliff spotted Puller immediately. He frowned slightly and sneered, seeing you disgust me every time. Puller lowered his eyes, ignoring Cliff. He knew Cliff's temperament. He was almost always like this whenever they met. Cliff, he's my guard. Watch your words, Yilin said sternly. Seeing that Yilin seemed a little angry, Cliff toned it down slightly, glared at Puller, and then rode away on the golden dragon. Puller, leading a golden dragon, helped Yilin onto it. Yilin sighed. Puller, you really suffered. Puller smiled slightly. What's this? The hardships I endured are far greater than this. As long as you're by my side, nothing else matters to me. Yilin felt a warmth in her heart, and the gloom she had felt earlier vanished. Thank you for always being with me. With your talent and strength, you'd be a powerful figure even outside, yet you're confined to this small divine beast mountain. Before Yilin could finish speaking, Pule interrupted her. Don't say that. This was all my own choice. I have no other attachments in this life, except for you. With that, he mounted another golden dragon, and the two dragons soared into the sky, disappearing from the 11th peak. Dylan led the 4 orcs down the mountain. He had already tested them. All 4 orcs could speak human language, and they could communicate. Before leaving Divine Beast Mountain, I need to make some changes to you. Otherwise, your size will be far too conspicuous, Dylan said. These 4 orcs were all tall, nearly 3 meters high, like miniature giants. If they were to leave Divine Beast Mountain like this, they would be far too conspicuous. The orc Noonie said, whatever, as long as we can get through the checkpoint and reach Sharia City safely. Dylan knew a few people with disguise magic, but this was a secret, and Simon had said no one else could know. Only Dylan and Hawkins could handle this. Dylan looked at Hawkins. What's your plan? Hawkins looked the 4 orcs up and down, stroked his chin, and muttered, if only we could dismember them, pack them into pieces, and take them away. Dylan was startled. Hawkins' voice was very soft, probably only Dylan could hear him. He quickly covered Hawkins' mouth. Are you crazy? Hawkins struggled free and laughed. Hey, just kidding, just kidding. Why are you taking it so seriously? Dylan glared at him. Is this a time for jokes? Don't you know the place? Hawkins continued, in my opinion, if we can't disguise them, we should just hide them. We can use 2 wagons, put the 4 of them in the wagons, and then hide them with cargo, right? Dylan's eyes lit up, and he gave Hawkins a deep look. Great idea. I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted. Immediately, Dylan went to find someone to prepare 2 wagons. As long as the mission wasn't exposed, they could freely use the resources of Divine Beast Mountain. The wagons were quickly prepared. The 4 orcs were hidden at the bottom of the wagons, separated by wooden planks, and then piled with various miscellaneous goods. This way, even if they passed through checkpoints, they would be difficult to detect. But there's still a problem. Dylan frowned. The relationship between the Kingdom of Sharia and us is currently strained, so we likely have a hard time getting through the checkpoints into Sharia's territory. Hawkins waved his hand. What's so difficult about that? Aren't you and Annie on good terms? Just mention Annie's name, and who would dare stop us? Dylan gave a wry smile. Annie and I were only teammates for a short time. I haven't seen her since she arrived at the Magic Realm, until we met again at the Crystal Mine. But by then, she was already with the Adventurers Guild. Ahem, what's the point of saying all this? Others don't know. They only know you and Annie were teammates, and that's enough. Dylan was somewhat non-committal. I'm afraid that won't work. Even if Annie and I were teammates before, I'm still a member of the Holy See. Everyone knows the Holy See is hunting down Annie. Hawkins spread his hands. This won't work, that won't work, so what do you suggest? Dylan pondered for a moment and said, it should be easier if we go through the Leicester territory. After the ceasefire negotiations, and agreed to return part of Leicester territory to the Austen royal family. The handover is still in progress, so it shouldn't be too strict. Hawkins narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Dylan looked at him and asked, what do you think? Hawkins snapped out of his reverie, shrugged, and said, I think it's a good idea. Why don't we give it a try? Seeing that Hawkins didn't object, Dylan was slightly surprised. This guy had always been at odds with him before. What was wrong with him today? However, since he agreed, it was a good thing. Dylan acted immediately, drafting a route and setting off that very day. Because they had to detour through the southwest, their plan was to reach their destination in a month, first passing through the Duchy of Harrington. According to the ceasefire agreement, the Duchy of Harrington provided a special passage for Austen's army to travel to the Leicester territory. Using his status as Archbishop, Dylan easily blended into Austen's group. Although a special passage had been opened, Harrington's checks were still necessary. Many Harrington soldiers lined both sides of the road, casually inspecting anyone and anything passing through. Dylan observed for a while, gradually relaxing. Several large carriages ahead of him hadn't been checked. It seemed passing through shouldn't be difficult. Soon it was Dylan and Hawkins' turn. A soldier glanced at the two of them briefly, pointed to the carriage behind them, and asked, what's in there? Dylan calmly replied, just some provisions and supplies. According to regulations, it can pass. Whether it's approved or not is up to me, the soldier said arrogantly. Brothers, let's do a thorough inspection. Several soldiers stepped forward to conduct the inspection. Dylan frowned. You didn't inspect the people in front of me. Why are you checking me? The soldier sneered. I can inspect whoever I want. It's none of your business. Why are you reacting so strongly? Is there really something wrong? Dylan's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't afford to clash with this guy, or things would only get worse. The soldier provocatively stepped forward and patted his face. Kid, on my Harrington turf, you better behave yourself, or you be coming here alive, but not leaving alive. Dylan's fair face flushed red. He had never been so humiliated by a mere soldier at the Outer Yuan realm. This was an utter disgrace. The soldier chuckled, ignoring him, and walked directly towards the carriage. Just then, Hawkins stepped forward and blocked the soldier's path. The soldier was taken aback. Huh? What are you doing? Looking for death? Hawkins, all smiles, casually pulled out a small bag of gold coins and stuffed it into the soldier's hand. Ahem, brothers, you worked hard here. Here's a little something for you, go get some drinks. The soldier calmly pocketed the coins, coughing twice. Ahem, your attitude is pretty good, much better than that pretty boy. Hawkins chuckled, he hasn't been out much, he's got a bit of a screw loose, don't take it to heart. Dylan's lips twitched. Who's got a screw loose here? But he suppressed his anger and remained silent. The soldier patted Hawkins on the shoulder. Not bad, quite sensible. But the routine check still can't be skipped. With that, he and his men gave the carriage a cursory inspection, not even opening the doors, and the inspection was over. All right, let them through. Hawkins smiled and waved. Thanks, brother. The two passed through the inspection smoothly and entered the Duchy of Harrington. Dylan still felt a little unreal. If it were him, he probably would have really been in trouble this time. Hawkins, I didn't expect you to have this ability. Hawkins chuckled. Hee, shouldn't you get to know me again? Dylan narrowed his eyes. Indeed, but who did you just call mentally unstable? Hawkins paused, then glanced to the side. Ah, the weather is so nice today. Let's go get something to eat later. I heard the food in the Duchy of Harrington is famous. Dylan smiled slightly. He wasn't really that vengeful, after all. Without Hawkins, this mission would have failed. He roughly understood why this guy had stood out and become a candidate for the new archbishop. Upon entering the Duchy of Harrington, there were no further checks, and the two traveled at their leisure, sampling many of the local delicacies. The Duchy of Harrington was abundant in grain, and with a relatively prosperous lifestyle, its people were quite creative in their cuisine, making it a true paradise for foodies. Dylan hadn't expected Hawkins to be such a voracious eater. He hadn't stopped eating the entire journey. He not only ate himself but also fed the 4 orcs, spending several thousand gold coins in just a few days. You're not here on vacation, are you? Dylan asked, speechless. Hawkins, with 2 chicken legs stuffed in his mouth and carrying a pile of groceries, mumbled, it's not easy to get out here, don't be so reserved. Here. Try this, it's really good. Dylan shoved away the half-eaten chicken leg Hawkins offered. No need, I'm already full. That's enough, don't delay our journey. Hawkins waved his hands repeatedly. No, rushing by a day or 2 makes no difference. This mission is so boring. Let's enjoy the process, don't you think? Nunny! Nooney's massive body jolted in the carriage. This was in the middle of the city. How dare you? Hawkins chuckled. If you don't say anything, I take that as agreement. He patted the wooden planks of the carriage, making a clattering sound. Dylan was exasperated. The Hawkins he knew wasn't like this. Why had he been acting so erratically lately? However, Hawkins had indeed been a great help. His communication and coordination skills were simply superb. No matter the situation, he could handle things with ease. Compared to a magician, Hawkins might be more suited to be a butler. After a brief stay in the Duchy of Harrington, they headed to the eastern part of Backhill City. Many former members of the Layton family had already rebuilt their homes there. According to the agreement, they could only reclaim this small portion of land. It was said that even Marquis Henry had returned. The area was bustling with activity, and no one paid any attention to Dylan and his companion. So, the two quickened their pace, soon traversing the area and arriving at Backhill City. Backhill City was now a central location at the crossroads of 3 powers, its political status having risen dramatically. The once dilapidated city walls had been restored, appearing tall and magnificent. Entering the city was simple, anyone could enter freely. However, leaving was a different story. The 3 different city gates, north, south, and west, led to areas controlled by 3 different powers, naturally making the process much more restrictive. Chapter 528. Backhill City was incredibly prosperous. Due to its dense population, many merchants traded here, propelling its economy to its historical peak. These merchants didn't care who was fighting whom. As long as they could make money, that was all that mattered. Therefore, Shalia merchants might sell goods to the Leicester or Austin people, while Austin merchants could sell goods to the Shalia and Harrington people. The 2 sides traded goods, and at least among the common people, the atmosphere was quite good. Backhill City wasn't originally a large city, but with so many people pouring in, it quickly became crowded. Therefore, the city stipulated that large carriages were not allowed. This gave Dylan and Hawkins some trouble. Their carriage was specially made. If judged by size, it should fall into the category of large carriages. Dylan racked his brains, but couldn't come up with a good solution, so he looked at Hawkins and said, "You're more of a shady character. Do you have any ideas?" Hawkins smirked. "What do you mean by shady character?" "I call this improvisation, you know." "Think about it. Why does Back Mountain City prohibit large carriages from entering?" Dylan replied, "Isn't it obvious? It's because the city is too crowded, and large carriages easily block the roads, worsening congestion, so the city lord's mansion has this rule." Hawkins nodded, "Yes. In that case, why don't we just make the roads in the city less congested?" "Huh?" Dylan was stunned, not immediately understanding you. "What are you going to do?" Hawkins chuckled, "It's simple, just make everyone in the city disappear, right?" "Disappear? Disappear?" Dylan's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? Do you know how many people are in this city? Austin, Harrington, and Sharia's forces are all here. One city can hold 300,000 people, more than 10 times the original Back Mountain City. You think they can just disappear like that? Besides, there are powerful people in here. What if Annie is in there too?" Hawkins shrugged. "I'm making them disappear, not killing them all. What's the rush?" Dylan rolled his eyes. "Then tell me, how do you make them disappear?" Hawkins gave a strange smile, not answering Dylan's question, and went straight to the city guard. "Hey, brother, how have you been lately?" The soldier was slightly taken aback, looked Hawkins up and down, and realized he didn't recognize him at all. "Who are you?" Hawkins asked, looking surprised. "I'm John. Don't you recognize me?" "Oh dear, I'm so heartbroken." Seeing Hawkins's distraught expression, the soldier began to doubt himself. But the name John was so common, so prevalent in Back Mountain City, that the soldier seemed to remember something, yet couldn't quite place it. Oh, John, haha, long time no see. Hey, you finally remembered?" Hawkins patted him on the shoulder. "I knew it. With our relationship, how could you forget me?" The soldier's lips twitched, and he could only manage an awkward smile. What's up?" "Well, nothing much, just that I've been doing some business lately, and 2 large carriages want to enter the city. Could you make it easy for them?" The soldier's face immediately turned serious. "That won't do. Large carriages are not allowed into the city. It's the city lord's rule, and we're just following the rules." Hawkins calmly stuffed a small bag of gold coins into the soldier's hand. "Hey, make an exception, we're old friends." The soldier unceremoniously pushed the coins back. "No way. That's a big no-no. Do you want me to lose my job?" Seeing he couldn't persuade him, Hawkins took out another bag of gold coins and insisted on putting it in the soldier's hand. "Brother, I won't make things difficult for you. Just open the gate for me tonight. There'll be no one on the road at night, and even if my carriage goes in, no one will know." The soldier weighed the 2 bags of gold coins in his hand, seemingly tempted, but remembering the city lord's strict discipline and punishments, he hesitated. Seeing the soldier remain silent, Hawkins felt he had a chance. He took out another bag of gold coins and put it in the soldier's pocket, bringing the total to 3,000 gold coins, a considerable sum. A glint of greed flashed in the soldier's eyes. He nodded and said, "All right. But it has to be late at night, and you better be quick, don't get caught." Hawkins grinned. "No problem, thanks in advance, brother." After a while, seeing Hawkins return with a grin, Dylan immediately went up to him and asked, "So? Are they willing to let us through?" Hawkins arrogantly raised his chin. There's nothing Hawkins, can't do. If not, then the money wasn't enough. Let's go! We come back late at night." Dylan was stunned. For a moment, he seemed to see the shadow of another person, but he shook his head. That person was long dead, it couldn't be him. The two found a place to rest outside the city, and waited until late at night before Hawkins returned to the city gate. The bright moon hung high, but the city gate was deserted, completely closed, and appeared utterly empty. Hawkins gently knocked on the gate and called out, "Brother, it's John." After a short while, the gate creaked open a crack, revealing a sleepy-eyed face. It was the soldier from earlier that day. "You come. It's true what they say, old friend," Hawkins said with a smile. The soldier struggled to open the gate and waved, "Come in quickly, keep it quiet, don't let anyone see you. If you are, don't say I let you in." Hawkins patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, What kind of relationship do we have? I won't betray you. Keep in touch. The soldier didn't know how to respond and could only offer an awkward smile. The two successfully transported the carriages into the city. The streets were deserted, save for their two large carriages creaking and groaning as they drove to the north gate of Back Mountain City. Beyond this gate lay the territory controlled by the Sharia. However, the city gates were closed at night. To leave, they needed to find a guard. Hawkins didn't intend to wait until dawn. The more people they had, the greater their risk of being exposed. Now that they were inside the city, dealing with the gate guards would make things much simpler. Dylan, it's up to you this time, Hawkins said. Dylan nodded, extended his right hand, and a small silver snake crawled out from his sleeve, slithering away and disappearing into the darkness. About 10 minutes later, the little snake returned. Dylan laughed. All right, let's go. Hawkins raised an eyebrow. That easy? Are you sure there weren't any that slipped through the net? Dylan confidently replied, it's never failed. Don't worry. Go open the city gate. Let's get out of the city quickly. Hawkins quickly went to the city gate and saw several guards lying haphazardly on the ground, each with a bloodstain on their ankle, clearly bitten by something. They were all unconscious, emitting a faint glow. Don't worry, they're just unconscious. They wake up when the time comes, Dylan said. Hawkins chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so merciful, not killing them. Dylan shrugged. There was no need to kill them. They're just ordinary soldiers. What did they do wrong? Hawkins stepped forward and opened the city gate. The two carriages stayed in Beishan City for less than an hour before leaving the city. Once they left Back Mountain City, there were basically no more checkpoints on the road. After all, this was all territory controlled by the Sharians, and with reconstruction underway, merchants were frequently traveling back and forth. Two strict restrictions would actually hinder the reconstruction efforts. They continued their journey after dawn. What kind of riots might occur at the north gate of Back Mountain City was none of their concern. The customs and culture of the Sharian-controlled area were completely different from those of the Austin-controlled area. The people here seemed simple and natural, easygoing, and much more warlike. It was common to see people fighting in the streets, but one moment they were squabbling, and the next they were arm in arm heading into a tavern. Along the way, no one paid much attention to Dylan and Hawkins. After all, there were many merchants in the area, and everyone preferred to use large carriages to transport goods. Therefore, Dylan and Hawkins were mistaken for ordinary traveling merchants. The weather was sunny and breezy. Dylan and Hawkins continued their journey as usual, both feeling drowsy. Although at their level they didn't need to sleep much, the comfortable environment still made them unconsciously sleepy. Suddenly, a huge creature rushed out from the left side of the road, blocking their path. The horses didn't have time to react and were struck headlong, letting out a neigh before collapsing to the ground. Huh? Dylan and Hawkins both snapped awake, staring intently. It was a gigantic magical beast. Its entire body was covered in black fur, and its two large, bell-shaped eyes stared fiercely at them. Most striking was its large, wide bull-like nose, which puffed out hot air. What is that thing? Hawkins shouted, jumping off the carriage. Dylan frowned, surprised to encounter such a strange magical beast in this desolate wilderness. Just then, someone roared from the roadside, "You beast, where do you think you're going?" A slash suddenly shot out from the side, striking the magical beast directly in the rear, instantly causing it to bleed profusely. Moo! Moo! The magical beast cried out in pain, turning to run away, but before it could escape, several figures sprang out from behind, swiftly slashing and killing the beast. Humph! You think you can outrun us? The leader flicked the blood off his blade, sheathed it, then turned and saw Dylan and Hawkins. He paused slightly, then smiled somewhat awkwardly. Sorry, brothers, this magical beast injured your horses. Dylan observed that the other man's cultivation level was quite good, around the 5th stage of the transformation realm. Judging from his attire, he was likely an adventurer who had chased the magical beast this far. Horses aren't a problem. It's just that without horses to pull the cart, my goods might be stranded here, the burly man said. That's easy. Just wait here a moment, our horses are nearby, we bring them over for you. Hawkins laughed. That's wonderful, thank you so much, brother. But you still have to compensate us for our losses. The burly man nodded. Of course, don't worry, I, Barkerlov, am a well-known adventurer in this area. I won't let you suffer. A short while later, Barkerlov brought over their 4 horses and replaced the injured one. What are your names, brothers? Hawkins chuckled. I'm John, and this is the pretty boy. We're merchants from the south. Dylan's lips twitched. Pretty boy? He hated people with no sense of boundaries. Barkerlov asked. Where are you headed? To Sharia City to exchange for some other goods. Barkerlov frowned slightly. I'm sorry, but we might have to take a slightly longer route because we also need these horses. Could we perhaps rest in the nearby city of Torai first? I'd buy you new horses there. Hawkins looked at Dylan, his eyes questioning. Dylan frowned. The journey was already slow. A detour would mean arriving in Sharia City even later. Commander Barkerlov, Dylan said, could I hire you to escort us to Sharia City? Barkerlov hesitated. It's not impossible, but the price. 20,000 gold coins, Dylan said directly. Barkerlov gasped. 20,000 gold coins was no small sum for him, especially since it was just escorting ordinary merchants. There was practically no danger. However, after thinking for a moment, he said, no, thank you. I already accepted a mission, and leaving now wouldn't be appropriate. We may love money, but we value loyalty even more. He then added, don't worry, we won't be delayed for long, and we compensate for any losses incurred. Dylan frowned, not wanting to appear too unusual, and finally relented. All right then, how far is Torai City from here? Just a few steps away. Follow me, Barkerlov said, leading the way. As he passed Hawkins, their eyes met briefly, then looked away. By the time they arrived in Torai, it was already evening. The city gates were bustling with people, all looking hurried and glancing this way every now and then. Dylan frowned slightly, sensing something strange about the atmosphere. Barkerlov seemed to notice Dylan's confusion and explained, the weather's getting cooler now, and the temperature drops at night. Many people outside the city are eager to get home and have a hot meal. Then why are they looking at me? Dylan asked. Barkerlov chuckled and said, is it possible they're not looking at you? Huh? Just as Dylan was bewildered, Barkerlov pulled a tube from his pocket, sharply pulled down a string at the bottom, and a burst of sparks shot high into the sky. Chapter 529. What are you doing? Dylan's eyes widened, completely bewildered. But the next moment, the crowd that had been lingering at the city gate drew their weapons and charged towards them. Torches were lit on the city gate, and the crowd surged. Dylan immediately realized they had been ambushed. He couldn't worry about anything else now. He had to protect the carriage and prevent the orcs inside from being discovered. He immediately released the small snake. The snake flashed a silver light and instantly felled more than 10 people. With his current strength at the 3rd level of the Fengyuan realm, dealing with these people was like a dimensional reduction attack. Hawkins, quickly take the carriage and get out of here. I cover your retreat, Dylan shouted. However, Hawkins shouted, no, there are people here too. We can't escape. Dylan turned his head and saw another group of people approaching from the east. Each of them possessed a deep aura and was clearly a master. Dylan's head was spinning. He didn't understand why this was happening. Everything had gone smoothly until now. How could things have suddenly fallen apart? The other side had clearly been prepared, blocking all escape routes, leaving them no way to escape. Dylan, give up. You can't escape, Barkerlov said. Dylan was taken aback. Huh? You know me? Barkerlov smiled slightly. The Archbishop of the 11th peak of the papacy, of course I know. So you arranged all of this? Barkerlov shook his head. Of course not. It was an old friend of yours who arranged it all. You should be able to guess. Dylan's eyes narrowed sharply. His heart felt like it had been squeezed, almost making him gasp for breath. You mean? Just then, a melodious voice rang out behind him. Brother Dylan, it's been a long time. Hearing this voice, Dylan shuddered. He turned around stiffly, and saw a beautiful face he hadn't seen in a long time. His throat felt dry. He had imagined countless times what their reunion would be like, but he hadn't expected it to be like this. Annie. And smiled and took 2 steps forward, standing directly in front of Dylan. She looked directly into his eyes. Can you tell me why you're here? Dylan's face turned ashen. He shook his head helplessly. Since you're already here, why ask me? But I want to hear it from you. Dylan looked up at the city wall. A quick glance revealed representatives from several factions, including Veles, the Unclaimed Wasteland, the Endless Sea, and even Austin. Almost every well-known faction on the continent had representatives. Dylan suddenly understood End's purpose, to bring the Holy See completely into the human worlds. Go to the facade. You know I won't say a word. Dylan said resolutely, just give me a quick death. And shrugged, we known each other for a while, how could I treat you like this? I just need an answer. Dylan gave a bitter smile, as the Archbishop of the Papacy, killing me would achieve your goal, why bother? You're right, as long as you're dead, I can say whatever I want. Then the whole world will know that the papacy and the orcs are colluding, but I don't want to do that. What I want more is you. Me? Dylan was taken aback, not understanding what Annie meant. Annie said solemnly, I want you to join us. Dylan fell completely silent. He hadn't expected Annie to say such a thing. After a long while, he turned to look at Hawkins, but Hawkins was no longer beside him. Are you looking for Hawkins? Annie said. He should be fighting now, but he'd be back soon. Dylan was completely confused, not understanding what Annie was talking about. However, a moment later, the sounds of battle came from the nearby dense forest. Boom, 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 boom. Several powerful spells collided, erupting with violent roars. This is light magic. And said calmly, do you think the Vatican would trust you to handle this alone? Actually, the Second Peak also sent 2 archbishops to secretly follow you. If they discover your whereabouts are exposed or anything else happens, they immediately kill you, thus creating the illusion of an orc invasion. What? Dylan's eyes widened, looking at Anne in disbelief. You mean, we're just scapegoats. And finish for him. Not only are you scapegoats, but you also die without explanation. Haven't you considered why the Vatican, with so many experts, would send you here? Hearing Anne's words, Dylan was petrified. He hadn't expected to be abandoned by the Vatican, becoming a scapegoat. In this massive conspiracy, he was merely a sacrifice, utterly worthless. Boom! 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 The battle on the other side continued, but it was clear that the 2 light mages were already struggling. Dylan sighed and asked, aren't you going to help? Are you just here to try and convince me? Annie shook her head. Of course not. Don't forget, there are still 4 damned orcs here. As soon as she finished speaking, all 4 carriages shattered, and 4 orcs burst out, roaring to the sky. They had also noticed the anomaly outside, and overheard Annie and Dylan's conversation. Knowing they had been exposed, they saw no need to hide any longer. Roar! Nudi's eyes flashed with bloodlust. He threw a punch at Dylan, a punch that shook the heavens and earth, filled with explosive power. Dylan watched as the fist grew larger before him, but he was powerless. His opponent was far stronger than him. He couldn't even fight back. Just then, Annie threw out an altar. Originally only the size of a palm, the altar expanded in the wind, directly blocking Nooney's path. Nooney grinned maliciously. How could a mere altar withstand his attack? With a deafening boom, to everyone's astonishment, Nooney was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, while the altar remained unscathed. Although Annie didn't know how to use the altar, after numerous trials, she discovered that its ability to deflect attacks was already formidable enough. The other 3 orcs, seeing this, all looked at Annie. They knew that Annie was their greatest enemy now, and they had to eliminate her first. Nooney roared, scrambling to his feet, pointing at Annie and uttering a series of gibberish, seemingly giving the order to attack. The other 3 orcs immediately charged towards Annie. Just then, 3 figures suddenly appeared, blocking Annie's path. It was Evar, Alonso, and Nickel, each taking on 1 orc, and they instantly clashed. The 3 orcs were also at the Fengyuan realm, but weaker than Nooney, and were caught off guard. Nooney tried to help, but a bone spear struck him squarely in front of him. Your opponent is me, Annie said coldly. Nooney's eyes were filled with rage. Damn humans, I knew this wouldn't work. Cooperating with humans is foolish. I kill you all. He stomped his foot on the ground with a loud thud, and a surge of magic erupted from him. His muscles bulged, his veins popped, and he exuded explosive power, his strength increasing even further. Annie frowned slightly. This was her first time fighting such a powerful orc head-on, and she didn't know what trump cards the opponent had. It was best to strike first. So she waved her staff, and softly shouted, Evil Spirit Roar! A huge phantom of an evil spirit appeared in the void, letting out a terrifying roar at Nooney, a woo. Nooney crossed his arms to protect himself, but the sound waves ignored this defense, directly impacting his mind. The powerful impact made his eyes roll back. Annie pressed her advantage, conjuring another bone spear, and stabbing it fiercely at Nooney. If this attack hit, even with Nooney's strength, he would surely die. However, Nooney roared, his arm shaking to dispel the controlling effect of the evil spirit roar. At the same time, he threw a punch, his fist enveloped in a layer of powerful magic, directly shattering the oncoming bone spear. Such powerful strength. Annie exclaimed in amazement, but she quickly conjured new bone spears, and continued to fire them at Nooney. While the bone spear spell had strong penetrating power, it consumed a great deal of mana, so Annie used it sparingly in battle. However, after reaching the abundant origin realm, Her mana was like a vast ocean, so even releasing numerous bone spears wouldn't deplete her mana. Swish. 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 Countless bone spears rained down on Noonie like a storm. Noonie roared to the sky, his body emitting layers of black mist that condensed into a black long sword. With each swing of the sword, he shattered several bone spears, while simultaneously charging towards Annie. Annie frowned slightly, quickly retreating, and with a gentle wave of her staff, shouted, "Come forth." Wrath of the Fire Spirit. Whoosh! Powerful fire elemental energy swept through like a whirlwind, instantly forming a fire giant that stomped heavily on the charging Noonie. Noonie roared and charged forward, brandishing her long sword. With a deafening crash, the fire giant was forced back several steps, and Noonie's advance was halted. And cried out, "Brother born." As if summoned, a massive castle burst forth from the side, slamming into Noonie. Caught off guard, Noonie felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, and he was thrown into the air. The fire giant leaped up, fists clasped together, raised high above his head, and slammed down towards Noonie in midair. Noonie struggled to regain his footing, raising his long sword to block the fire giant's attack. Bang! Noonie's body slammed into the ground like a cannonball, kicking up a cloud of dust. Is it over? Annie squinted. But when the dust settled, Noonie's massive figure still stood there, seemingly unharmed. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Noonie's mouth. Insignificant humans, you think you can defeat me like this? Ridiculous. Annie seemed unsurprised. If Noonie had been defeated so easily, it would have seemed strange to her. Noonie, your strength is indeed formidable, but look at yourself now. Do you think you can escape? Why not surrender now, and I might spare your lives? Noonie looked around. They were indeed surrounded, but there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he became even more excited. Insignificant humans, no matter how many come, it's useless. We orcs will not yield. Only battle. Roar! 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 The other 3 orcs roared as well, the battle becoming even more ferocious. And was secretly alarmed. It seems the orcs are indeed powerful. There's a reason they were able to dominate the continent back then. Just then, a strangely dressed figure appeared beside Anne. He removed his distinctive hat and said with a smile, "And stop playing around, it's time to end this." And turned her head and gave a wry smile. "Lord Jafari, how can I end this if you don't intervene?" Jafari chuckled, snapped his fingers, and instantly 5 or 6 people rushed out, joining the battle. The pressure on Nickel and the others, who had been struggling, immediately lessened. In no time, 2 of the 3 orcs were killed, and the third was subdued and powerless to resist. "Finis, Farid, Makaro, Tal, Willow, you're all here," and exclaimed excitedly. Tal tossed his hair with a flourish, of course. "As soon as I heard it was your summons, I immediately dropped everything and came with Lord Jafarli." Finis scoffed, "What could you possibly be doing, sleeping until noon every day?" Tal retorted, "I was just resting and recuperating, waiting for this moment." Makaro, with the captured orc under his foot, raised an eyebrow and said, "You two, stop arguing and come help me tie this guy up." The group quickly tied up the orc, leaving only Noonie as the last orc remaining. At this moment, Noonie's situation was also precarious. His opponent was Jafari, the head steward of the Adventurers Guild. As a long-established and renowned powerhouse, Jafari's strength was beyond question, and dealing with Noonie was more than enough. Seeing his companions either killed or captured, Noonie lost his composure. Jafari found an opening and kicked him in the chest. Noonie coughed up blood, his body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. The others rushed forward and tied Noonie up as well. Chapter 530. With Noonie captured, the battle came to an end. Dylan's face was ashen. He knew the entire plan had failed, not only his own, but also the Vatican's. He looked towards the nearby hillside, where the fighting had also ended. 2 figures swiftly approached, each carrying a severed head, the 2 archbishops of the Second Peak. Dylan's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening instantly, for he saw someone who had vanished moments before. Hawkins and Will approached side by side, stopping before Annie and tossing the 2 heads to the ground. Hawkins, you. How could you? Dylan was at a loss for words. Hawkins grinned at him. What? I see the situation's not going well, so I'm just going to side with Annie? Is that not allowed? Dylan shook his head. That's not the point. With your strength, you couldn't possibly kill the Archbishop of the Second Peak. You really are. Hawkins interrupted him. Ahem, what's the big deal? I'm very strong. Annie then looked at Dylan and said, So? Want to join us? You've seen it yourself. Even if you don't want to betray the church, We already have a witness here. I'm just giving you another chance. Dylan's heart pounded. Yes. Hawkins had already sided with Annie, so he could tell her everything. Whether he joined or not was irrelevant to her, but Annie had still extended an invitation. Dylan had no reason to continue. He wasn't comfortable staying at Divine Beast Mountain anyway. He gritted his teeth and nodded, okay. Annie, I believe you. And smiled, Brother Dylan, welcome to the team. He then directed the cleanup of the battlefield and took the 2 orc prisoners back to Torai City. Representatives of the various factions looked at the 2 orc prisoners, and the head of the Papist's archbishop, their faces filled with indignation. Before Ing could speak, Roman said, the papacy has gone too far. Even though we are currently enemies, we haven't even fought a direct battle yet, and they already allied with the orcs to do this. It's outrageous. Hughes of Velis nodded, indeed, but I'm curious why the papacy did this. For orcs entering Sharia City can certainly cause some damage, but to occupy Sharia? Absolutely impossible, Alonso said. But the collusion between the papacy and the orcs is a fact. Whatever their plans, if successful, it will be a catastrophe for humanity. Nicole said, why don't we hear what the papacy has to say first? All eyes turned to Dylan and Hawkins. Dylan was somewhat embarrassed, and was about to speak when Annie interrupted. Those 2 don't know the inside story. They're just being used as pawns by the papacy. The ones who truly know the truth are those 2 orcs. Everyone then looked at the 2 orcs. Nuni's face was stubborn. His eyes were wide open, glaring at everyone present. The firelight reflected on his face, making him appear even more ferocious and terrifying. Despicable humans, I will not yield. Don't expect to get any information from me. Annie smiled and said, don't be so quick to refuse. She then walked up to the other orc and asked, come on, tell me first, what exactly are your plans with the papacy? The orc was equally defiant, kill me or torture me, it's up to you, I won't utter a single word. Annie gave a thumbs up, Very impressive, I admire people with backbone the most. Then, she pointed lightly, and a summoning circle appeared, from which a skeleton covered in spikes emerged. Everyone's expression turned serious. They all knew Annie was a necromancer, but most had never seen her cast a necromancer spell. Akeem glanced coldly at the orc, and said indifferently, this is it. Annie nodded, yes, thank you. Akeem sneered, give me 5 minutes. With that, he strode up to the orc. The orc's expression remained unchanged, his neck stiff as he roared, come! Kill me! Akeem reached out, and lifted him up. I won't kill you, but you be begging me to kill you soon. With that, he dragged the orc into the shadows, and a piercing scream soon followed. Everyone was horrified, the scene was too shocking. Hawkins's lips twitched. Akeem is really something. Orcs at the Fengyuan realm are like toys to him. Annie smiled and said, don't be so sure, Brother Akeem is a genius in this area. No one can last 5 minutes against him. Nooney's eyes widened, and he roared, no matter what you do to him, he won't submit. We orc warriors only fight to the death, never surrender. What you're doing is an insult to us. Give us a quick death. Come on. Unmoved by Nooney's roar, Annie said, since you have so much faith in him, what are you worried about? Once we tried and failed, we kill you. Just wait and see. 5 minutes passed quickly. Soon after, Akeem dragged the orc, who looked like a dead dog, back to the group. He casually tossed the orc to the ground, clapped his hands, and said, speak. The orc was half dead, his eyes drooping, his previous arrogance long gone. He stammered, we are General Osa's men. We received an invitation from the Holy See, and secretly came to Divine Beast Mountain by sea. Tell us your purpose. Akeem said coldly. Our goal is to create chaos in Sharia City, ideally storm the palace and kill the Sharia king. Shut up. Nooney roared angrily, interrupting the orc, you traitor, you should just die, you scoundrel. Bang! Hawkins kicked Nooney, sending him sprawling to the ground. Did I tell you to speak? Shut up. And glanced at Nooney indifferently, then said to the orc, continue, ignore him. If you confess honestly, I might spare your life. The orc's eyes were filled with despair. Don't let me go, just kill me. If you can kill me, I tell you everything. Everyone looked at Akeem strangely, wondering what method Akeem had used to torture the orc into this state, and nodded. All right. I promise you. The orc coughed up blood and continued, as long as we cause trouble in Sharia City, the morale of the human army at the front will waver, especially the Sharia army, which will definitely retreat to reinforce. This way, our orc army can advance unimpeded and perhaps even occupy the entire Sharia region. But what benefit would this bring to the Holy See? Hughes asked. The orc explained, Our deal with the Holy See is... Bang! Before the orc could finish speaking, a black longsword pierced his chest, killing him instantly. Nani! Hawkins' eyes widened, and he immediately slashed off Nuni's right hand, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone was taken aback. Nuni had actually broken free of his restraints, pulled his right hand free, channeled his magic to condense a long sword, and killed the orc with a single blow. Evar frowned. Humph, we almost found out their trade plan. Hughes said, however, although he didn't finish, the existence of a trade between the Holy See and the orcs is a done deal. Nicole said regretfully, but knowing the details of their trade is crucial for our next step. What benefits does the Holy See want from this? Annie pondered for a moment, then looked at Nuni. Now that he's dead, you can answer the next question. Nuni endured the excruciating pain in his arm, large beads of sweat rolling down his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Forget about it. I won't tell." Annie slowly walked up to him. "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I actually knew your plan a long time ago. When you orcs conquer the kingdom of Shalia and continue your southward march, the Holy See will send the Knights of Light to intercept and defeat you, thus sending the message that the Holy See is the savior of the continent, and all humans must submit to the Holy See to have any chance of surviving this catastrophe, right?" Nuni's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you know?" Annie's lips curled into a smile. "I just found out myself." Nuni was stunned, then instantly understood. "You lied to me." "I didn't lie to you. I just stated my guess, and you proved it was correct." Nuni staggered a couple of steps, dazed, and slumped to the ground. Everyone clicked their tongues in amazement, their understanding of Annie deepening. They secretly vowed never to be enemies with Annie again. And turned to Dylan. "Now you know your role, right?" Dylan's face was bitter. "Yes. I'm just a pawn, a scapegoat. Those 2 archbishops you killed were the real core of this mission. So everyone sees clearly now, the church has completely fallen. Their talk of benevolence and morality, their grand mission to save humanity's future, is all a lie. It's just a way to maintain their own rule." And then looked at Fry, the only Austinian present. "Fry, this is clear. Will you Austinians continue to stand with the church?" Frey's expression was somewhat strange. He truly knew nothing about the relationship between the papacy and the orcs, but for centuries, the relationship between the papacy and Austin had been inseparable. If Austin were to break with the papacy, the resulting issues would be incredibly complex and far-reaching, with far-reaching consequences. It's better to consider this matter more carefully, relying solely on this one-sided account. "Your Highness Fry," Evar said in a deep voice, "you need to think this through. Once this matter becomes public, even within the Holy See, there might be disagreements. If you, Austin, continue to side with the Holy See, you are standing against the entire human race." Fry frowned. "This isn't something you can just say lightly. If the Holy See really colluded with the orcs, then of course they are in the wrong. But which of your forces here is confident in confronting the Holy See head-on? If a large-scale conflict breaks out, wouldn't it just give the orcs another opportunity to invade?" Everyone fell silent. Frey's words made sense. The Holy See's strength was simply too great. Even the Adventurers Guild could only temporarily avoid a direct confrontation. The Holy See's current delay in taking action was actually only because the Pope was in a crucial period of seclusion. Once the Pope emerged, it would be a catastrophe for everyone. Fry continued, "Now that things have come to this, my suggestion is to first get an explanation from the papacy. Whatever their explanation, that's the end of it. We just need to be more careful in the future. There's no need to push the papacy too far." Jafari nodded. Fry finally said something useful. "I agree with his opinion." All eyes turned to Anne, who smiled slightly. "Your Highness Frey's thinking is meticulous, which I greatly admire. But if it's just an explanation, that's too lenient on the papacy. They must pay a price." Fry frowned. "What price do you want them to pay?" Annie said, enunciating each word clearly. "I want them to reveal the activation array for the magical realm." Everyone was taken aback. They all knew that the Holy See's array was the most perfect. Only the Holy See could allow dozens of people to enter the magical realm, while other forces could only allow around 10. This was because the other forces' arrays had significant flaws. This was also the result of Annie's years of investigation and visits to various forces. Once the Holy See's complete array was revealed, all forces would benefit. "Do you think they agree?" Fry asked. Annie smiled. "They agree, otherwise Beast Mountain will bear the wrath of the entire human race." Fry, seeing the burning gazes of the crowd, swallowed hard, then said, "All right, I take your words back, but I don't know what the response will be." Annie waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine, thank you for your trouble." The meeting ended, and Nooney was escorted to the dungeon of Torai City. Representatives from various factions hurriedly left Sharia, eager to relay this explosive news and prepare countermeasures. The entire continent was once again in turmoil, especially Austin, the Holy See's ally for centuries. Chapter 531. Upon returning to Bray City, Fry immediately reported the situation to Roy. Surprisingly, Roy seemed unsurprised. The papacy is known for its ruthless methods. This is no secret. Such a situation is to be expected. Uncle, what do you think we should do? Roy asked calmly. Fry pondered for a moment, then said, I don't think we can make a hasty decision. We can't turn against the papacy, nor can we completely side with them. After the last Great War, our strength has been severely damaged, and we can't afford any more trouble. Since Annie and the others want to cause trouble, let them do it, we won't interfere. Roy smiled. When did Uncle become so cautious? This doesn't seem like the style of us Austinians. Fry sighed. I must say, under the manipulation of the Norma Empire these past few years, we've lost Sharia, Harrington, and most of Leicester. They say our strength has been greatly diminished. Apart from a few Supreme Realm experts currently in seclusion in the Forbidden Area, we have no other trump cards left. In comparison, the Norma Empire is fighting on two fronts, and has already shattered the Harry Empire in the west. If they concentrate their efforts on us, we likely have a hard time gaining any advantage. Upon hearing this, Roy seemed to recall the scene of being attacked by that iron lump in the palace, and fleeing in a sorry state, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. They do have some skill, but that's all. In any case, they can't possibly defeat our Austin Empire, because we still have Supreme Realm experts. Once our ancestors emerge from seclusion, let's see how they deal with it. Fry raised an eyebrow. By the way, His Majesty visited the Forbidden Land once before. Did you see them then? Roy nodded. Once you enter the Forbidden Land, you can't avoid seeing them even if you don't want to. There are 10 Supreme Realm experts in the Forbidden Land, and several others at the Abundant Realm, who serve as servants, including my elder brother. The first prince is in there too? Roy sneered. He escaped back then. I wondered where he went. Turns out he hid in the Forbidden Land. Oh well, since he's entered, there's no way he come out. Did you tell them about the Norma Empire? Of course, but they don't seem to care much about such things. Roy's eyes flickered uncertainly as he said this. Fry paused, realizing Roy was hiding something, and didn't press further. Alright, in that case, I send someone to Divine Beast Mountain today to deliver the message. We won't get involved in the rest. Roy waved his hand. Okay, go ahead and do it. Divine Beast Mountain, First Peak. Andre stared at the secret letter in his hand, his brow furrowed, his knuckles turning white. Then, he slammed the letter onto the table with a bang, his powerful magic instantly turning the letter to dust. This is outrageous. They're incredibly arrogant, daring to kill even an archbishop. They completely disregard our Divine Beast Mountain. Peter said indifferently, what are they incapable of? What you should be more concerned about is how those 2 archbishops were exposed. We haven't told anyone else about this from beginning to end. Even among the protectors, only you, me, and Simon knew about it. It would be understandable if Dylan and the others were exposed, but the 2 archbishops, who were secretly following us, are beyond reason. Not only are they powerful, both reaching the high level of the Fengyuan realm, but they are also extremely skilled at tracking and ambushing. This is one of the reasons we chose them. Simon frowned deeply. Although the people he sent this time were merely expendable pawns, they seem to have played no role. Anne's actions are always unpredictable. It's as if she has an extra pair of eyes. No matter what plan we make, she seems completely defenseless. Andre stood up and said, No. I can't tolerate this any longer. Our Divine Beast Mountain must immediately send out the Knights of Light to sweep through the kingdom of Shalia. No. Peter said firmly, it's extremely unwise to engage in direct combat with the Adventurers Guild now. They have quite a few Supreme Realm experts, especially since their guild leader seems to still be active. Not to mention the others, just Elena alone can give us a major headache. Simon nodded in agreement. Yes, the Adventurers Guild maintains a fairly good understanding with us now, as long as we don't mobilize. They didn't have any Supreme Yuan experts either, which is actually advantageous to us. After all, we have plenty of Fengyuan power. Plenty my ass. Andre slammed his fist on the table. Annie has wiped them all out. Your own men, Cassus and Augustine, were dismissed from their archbishop positions because of her. Now Dylan has been captured, and 2 of my archbishops are dead. Doesn't that prove anything? But we have 12 peaks, each with more than 10 Fengyuan experts. Which force has such power? Then why don't you take them out and show them off? See if you can beat Annie? Peter frowned slightly and hissed, "All right. You two, stop arguing." Andre and Simon immediately shut up, but it was clear that both of them were still somewhat unconvinced. Peter took a deep breath and said, "This matter is very complicated. Once a Supreme Realm expert intervenes, it will be an earth-shattering battle, causing incalculable losses. Currently, we can only send a Peak Realm expert. Next, I will have the Archbishop of the First Peak intervene." Andre breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the First Peak was willing to intervene, the situation would be much better. "What about their demands?" Peter said calmly. "Agree to them." "What?" Andre and Simon were both shocked. "The Grand Protector, that's the foundation of our Holy See. It's because of the complete teleportation array that we can continuously cultivate magical geniuses and remain invincible." Peter slowly stood up, a smile playing on his lips. "Resources can drive people mad, but they can also kill them. Go! Do your own jobs." A few weeks later, the Holy See directly announced the draft of the teleportation array to all major powers. This news was like a cannonball, causing the entire continent to boil over. This is incredibly significant. Previously, apart from the Holy See, no other power, including the Adventurers Guild, could send a team of nearly 80 people into the magical realm. But now, things are different. With this complete schematic of the magic circle, any power can now send the same number of people into the realm for training. The biggest beneficiary is undoubtedly the Norma Empire. Dean Douglas had been dedicated to researching magic circles, and had already discovered some secrets of teleportation arrays, secretly collecting a large amount of materials. Now, with the complete array in hand, combined with their previous research, they can practically begin constructing a new magic circle immediately. With Reiner's support, the Norma Empire mobilized the entire nation, collecting all the remaining materials in just 2 weeks. A suitable site was selected within the Imperial Magic Academy, actually the old teaching building where Kanya had previously worked, and construction officially began. According to Douglas's calculations, the entire magic array would be completed in about 2 years. At that time, the Norma Empire would no longer have to worry about the secret realm. Freed from the need for research, Kanya was also liberated. She had long been tired of being in the laboratory, and immediately went to find Nickel. However, Nickel was currently extremely busy. The war with the Austin Empire in the east had ended, and the defense against the orcs in the north was being handled by the Sharia Kingdom and Old Koth. He had shifted his focus to the Hairy Empire. Now, the elves and demons had ceased hostilities, and were concentrating on dealing with the orcs, while the demons were launching a strong offensive from the south towards the Linhai region, almost breaching the Hairy Empire and reaching the Unclaimed Wasteland. At this time, most of the lords of the Unclaimed Wasteland were terrified and desperately seeking help. Nickel's mission was to bring these people under the wing of the Norma Empire. The Unclaimed Wasteland was a very chaotic place, where power could change hands at any moment. Since Annie emerged from the magic realm in the last round, the Unclaimed Wasteland had undergone 3 major reshuffles. The first was when Velis attacked the Unclaimed Wasteland and reclaimed lost territory. The second was when the Demon Clan defeated the Hairy Empire's demon-suppressing military district and the Amra's Empire. Some nobles from the Amra's Empire fled here through the Linhai district, triggering a chaotic war. The third was when the other Shore Flower rose to prominence and occupied parts of the eastern Unclaimed Wasteland and southwestern Austin. The territory of the Unclaimed Wasteland is now quite small, yet 16 lords have emerged on this confined land, all at the Fengyuan realm. Among them, 3 forces stand out as the strongest. One is the former noble family of Amras, led by Mycroft and Kiridima. They were among the first to retreat during the battle against the demons, thus surviving to this day and establishing themselves firmly in the Unclaimed Wasteland. Both have now broken through to the Fengyuan realm, and with the support of the Amra's Empire, Kiridima has directly reached the 9th level of Fengyuan, making Amras the strongest force there. The other 2 are native forces of the Unclaimed Wasteland, one named Lupo, and the other Linden, both 8th level Fengyuan experts. They were originally the absolute overlords of the Unclaimed Wasteland, but unfortunately, after being repeatedly defeated by several powerful forces, they have become somewhat decadent. Nickel's mission objective this time was to win over all the unclaimed Jedi forces except for Amras. As for why he didn't try to win over Amras, well, that's self-explanatory. It's likely that Kiridima and Mycroft have already blacklisted all the Normans. If it weren't for Annie, they wouldn't have suffered the loss of their kingdom and been reduced to minor lords in this godforsaken place. Of course, to be fair, the environment here is still much better than in Amras. Linden had already had some exchanges with Nickel before, simply because Lyndon was also a necromancer, and not a member of the other Shore Flower. Lyndon was born in the Harry Empire's coastal naval district. During the war, he was stranded in the Unclaimed Jedi, starting as an unknown soldier and working his way up from nothing to become a powerful figure, establishing his own power and becoming a local lord. To carve out his own territory in such a chaotic place as the Unclaimed Wasteland, Lyndon certainly had some skill. Archmage, you arrived. Lyndon greeted Nickel with a smile. Although he was much stronger than Nickel, his attitude was anything but arrogant. On the contrary, he was very enthusiastic. Nickel was also smiling. Don't call me Archmage. Let's not be so formal. Just call me brother, like before. Lyndon laughed heartily, without any politeness. Ha ha ha. Good. Brother, you have to stay a while this time. I want to have a good drink with you. Nickel raised an eyebrow. Brother Lyndon, I see you're not worried at all. The demons are about to attack, and look at the other lords. They're all busy preparing for war. You, on the other hand, are thinking about drinking. Lyndon waved his hand heartily. What am I worried about? With you all here, even if the demons attack, I have somewhere to go. Don't think. I don't know, you definitely have some connection with the demons, otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence that when the demons attack the Harry Empire, you attack too. You know, you're fighting on two fronts. Austin's side already tied up a lot of troops. How could you have assembled a large army so quickly to break into the central military district? It must have been premeditated. Nickel shrugged. Hey, you can't just say things like that. Even though he denied it, Lyndon still smiled and pointed to Nickel's chest, then said, Come on. Don't stand outside chatting. Come inside and sit down. Then, the two entered the territory. Lyndon's territory wasn't large in the Unclaimed Wasteland. It bordered the Norma Empire, and was adjacent to Iliel's territory. The territory had a total of 20,000 people, with an average strength of around the Yuan realm, nothing particularly special. However, Lyndon had several experts under his command, all at the Fengyuan realm, which was his greatest asset as lord. These brothers are my sworn brothers. Lyndon introduced them. Let me tell you, even if I die, I'm not afraid. As long as they're here, I, Lyndon, am alive. Nicole nodded, greeted everyone in turn, and then took a seat. Lyndon asked, You must have come here on some important business. Is it related to the demons? Are you going to arrange a place for us brothers? Nickel gave a wry smile. That's true, but I think you brothers are used to your freedom. If you were directly incorporated into my Norma Empire's army, you might not be used to it. My idea is to send you to the Leicester territory. What do you think? Lyndon was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What else could it be? The others also looked delighted. They knew the environment of the Unclaimed Wasteland was extremely harsh. Who would want to live there? But Leicester was different. It was a rich land. Nickel smiled and said, Of course, it can't all be given to just you. I want to transfer all the lords who are willing to cooperate with the Norma Empire to Leicester. Chapter 532. What about the others? Lyndon asked with a smile. Nicole chuckled. What do you think? Ha ha ha. Lyndon laughed loudly. He didn't care about the others in the no man's land. He only cared about his brothers. Since Nicole had agreed to let them relocate to Ladiest, that was the best case scenario. Nicole asked, Brother Lyndon, you've been through so much in the no man's land for so many years. You know the situation here best. Who do you think is worth a try? Lyndon stroked his chin. If you ask me, everyone except me is a bastard. Not a single one of them is any good. But I know that definitely won't work. First, too many people staying here will inevitably slow down the overall pace of the war. Second, once we get to Ladiest, I'm afraid my family alone can hardly hold up the situation. Nicole laughed. You see things very clearly. Actually, Sharia and Harrington don't have any particular need for Leicester. Letting them occupy it is just a temporary measure, to ensure the Norma Empire's legions can withdraw unscathed and avoid getting bogged down. But with your current forces, you can't control the entire Leicester, and you might even face repercussions from the papacy in Austin. That would mean we have to send troops to assist you again, and the situation would still be just as bad. So you want more lords from the unclaimed territories to develop there, thus creating enough momentum to deter Austin from making any rash moves. That's right, it's not the best solution, but for now, there's no other option. Lyndon thought for a moment and said, Of the 16 lords, I'm quite familiar with 3, but they're all minor lords, who have only recently risen to power. The others are veteran powerhouses, deeply influenced by the environment here. They're ruthless and unscrupulous, and if they really manage to take over Leicester, they'd likely be a future threat. Nicole nodded. So, Do you think all of them combined could control the entire Leicester? It would be difficult, but not impossible. Don't underestimate the strength of these lords in the unclaimed wasteland. They survived in the harshest environments. Every one of them is a top-tier powerhouse. Nicole remained non-committal. So, according to you, only the 4 of you are qualified to go to Leicester? Lyndon narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. No, that's not it. Whether someone is qualified or not is up to you, brother. I'm just offering my opinion. Nicole looked away. I can't decide, but I report your opinion to His Majesty and let him decide. Lyndon waved to the side and then said to Nicole, all right, business is done. Shouldn't we have some drinks? Someone. Bring the wine. Immediately, a group of people brought in good food and a large wine jar. Nicole looked at the huge wine jar, shook his head, and smiled wryly. Brother, you don't want me to leave, do you? Lyndon put his arm around Nicole's shoulder. Of course. How could I bear to let you go? If you aren't the Grand Mage Protector of the Norma Empire, I want you to join us. Then, the group began a night of revelry. After a hearty meal, Lyndon had someone escort Nicole to a guest room. The conditions were rather basic, but Nicole didn't mind. He entered the room, closed the door, and immediately lay down on the bed. Ugh, this bed is so hard, Nicole complained. At his level, ordinary alcohol couldn't get him drunk, but the alcohol Lyndon provided was no ordinary wine. It was brewed from a local specialty medicinal herb, possessing potent medicinal effects. Even a Feng Yuan expert would get drunk. Nicole yawned, rubbed his eyes, turned over, and fell into a deep sleep. Just as Nicole slept soundly, a dark figure emerged from the shadows. Enveloped in darkness, he was virtually invisible unless one looked closely. The figure glanced at Nicole lying on the bed, a sinister smile playing on his lips, and slowly approached, a gleaming short knife appearing in his hand. Nicole, due to his intoxication, didn't notice anything amiss and even began to snore. Finally, the shadowy figure reached the bedside. He raised the dagger high, aiming it at Nicole's neck, a ruthless glint in his eyes, before plunging it down. Just then, with a whoosh, an arrow struck the dagger with pinpoint accuracy, cleaving the blade in two. The tip clattered to the ground, its sharp sound echoing in the silent night. Huff! Nicole was startled awake. Opening his eyes, he saw the shadowy figure before him, and was instantly terrified. He quickly rolled over, simultaneously unleashing his wind blade technique, releasing a slash. The shadowy figure snorted coldly, using his broken dagger to parry the slash, then lunged forward, attempting to kill Nicole again. But now that Nicole was awake, he wouldn't let him succeed so easily. A faint blue light emanated from his body, instantly increasing his speed to the point of leaving after images, allowing him to dodge the opponent's attack in a flash. The shadowy figure seemed somewhat exasperated, forcefully throwing away the broken sword in his hand, then slamming his right hand into the ground. A magic circle appeared on the ground, followed by a surge of deathly aura, and a terrifying ghoul crawled out of the magic circle. A necromancer. Nicole frowned. Could it be someone from the other shore flower? However, he quickly dismissed this guess. In fact, there were many necromancers in the unclaimed wasteland, and most of these necromancers were not from the other shore flower. They were also here to escape persecution from the church, but unlike the other necromancers, they yearned for freedom, and disliked being bound by an organization. The ghoul exuded a terrifying aura, letting out a low growl, and then charged towards Nicole. Nicole dared not confront it head-on, and in a leap, he escaped through the window. But the ghoul relentlessly pursued him, its sharp claws tearing through the window. Simultaneously, it unleashed a death swamp at the spot where Nicole had landed, instantly slowing him and corroding his clothes and shoes. No! Nicole cried out in alarm. It was too late to escape. The ghoul lunged at him, its sharp claws gleaming with cruelty and bloodlust. Just then, a roar rang out, and a golden skeleton strode to Nicole's side, its great sword flashing as it slashed fiercely at the onrushing ghoul. The ghoul was startled and stretched out its claws to block. With a clang, the immense force sent the ghoul flying. TCH. Seeing its assassination attempt fail, the shadowy figure didn't linger. It glared fiercely at Nicole before disappearing into the night with the ghoul. Nicole frowned, staring in the direction the other had vanished, seemingly deep in thought. Just then, Lyndon came out. Brother, are you all right? Nicole shook his head. I'm fine. I knew you'd come to save me. But do you know who he is? Lyndon sneered. There are only a handful of famous necromancers in the unclaimed territory, but to conceal his identity, he only summoned ghouls to fight. Almost all the necromancers here can summon ghouls. You can't determine his identity based on that alone. But I do have some guesses. Nicole raised an eyebrow. Oh. How so? This is very likely the work of Lupo. Lupo? Nicole was slightly taken aback. Why would he? You want to kill me? Lyndon laughed. That's easy. You're the Grand Mage Protector of the Norma Empire. If you die here, what will the Norma Emperor think? What will Annie think? I'm afraid I won't even be able to go to Leicester. I'd probably face Norma Empire's retaliation the very next day. And if I die, only Rupa and Kyritama will remain as the most powerful in the entire unclaimed wasteland. But Kyritama harbors a deep grudge against the Norma Empire, and will never cooperate with you. So only Rupa will be the biggest beneficiary. Nicole nodded upon hearing this. Your analysis makes sense, but I heard Rupa isn't a necromancer. Lyndon said, he himself isn't a necromancer, and if he had attacked personally, you'd probably be dead already. But he didn't dare reveal his identity, so he sent his subordinate necromancer. That guy's strength should be around the 5th level of the Fengyuan realm. Didn't you sense it? Nicole shook her head. No, I just felt he was very strong. He deliberately concealed his aura, making it difficult for me to detect his true strength. Lyndon smiled and said, now you know how dangerous the unclaimed forbidden land is. It's always fraught with danger here. Even at our level, we have to sleep with one eye open and one eye closed, always ready to deal with unexpected situations. You never know when you might die. Drop it off. Nicole sighed. Ah, the environment here is indeed too harsh, but it'd be better once you move to Leicester. Of course, that's on the condition that you don't turn it into a new no man's land. Lyndon patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, I had enough of this kind of life too. All right, you can continue to rest. I send more men to protect your safety. No one else will sneak in. Nicole was then taken to another room, since the window of the previous room had been broken and it was a bit drafty. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Lyndon summoned 3 lords he considered trustworthy to meet with Nicole. These 3 lords were all around the 6th level of the Fengyuan realm, indeed somewhat weaker than Lyndon. To prevent any danger to themselves, they brought quite a few people with them, and the meeting place wasn't at Lyndon's place, but at a secluded spot at the foot of a mountain. In the unclaimed wasteland, all lords are enemies. There's no such thing as goodwill. Therefore, Lyndon and the 3 lords were always wary of each other. However, over time, Lyndon had gotten to know these 3 lords and believed they were the people Nicole was looking for, which is why he recommended them. Lyndon, the demons are about to attack. Why aren't you preparing for war? What are you doing calling us all here? A bearded lord asked in an unfriendly tone. Another tall lord scoffed. You're not trying to win us over to resist the demon's attack, are you? I advise you not to waste your time. That's not like you. Lyndon smiled slightly. Even if I wanted to find partners, I wouldn't choose you. Don't you have any self-awareness about your own strength? The 3 lords' expressions changed simultaneously. One lord, with a scar on his left cheek, roared, you are indeed stronger than us, but don't even think about standing above us. You'd just be a fish at best. Dead or alive. Nicole, watching their conversation, could only cover his face and shake his head. What was all this nonsense? They only exchanged a few words, and they were already arguing. If these bandit leaders were in Leicester, they'd be unstoppable. Lyndon glanced at Nicole, then cleared his throat and said to the 3 lords, all right. I didn't call you here today to argue. Huh? The bearded lord was taken aback. Not to argue? Then what? To fight? The 3 lords immediately assumed their fighting stances, ready to fight Lyndon. Lyndon rolled his eyes. I mean, is there nothing else in your heads besides arguing and fighting? The Scarface lord glared angrily. Enough talk, take this. With that, he charged forward, throwing a punch at the bearded lord's face. Damn it! Why are you hitting me? The bearded lord was startled, crossing his arms to block the punch, then turning and delivering a flying kick to the tall lord. The tall lord, who had originally intended to ambush the bearded lord, had been discovered first and had to retreat. Hey, hey, hey! Stop it! Lyndon said, speechless. Why are you fighting? Did I tell you to? Lyndon! This is none of your business, don't interfere. The Scarface lord was in the thick of the fight, his fists raining down on the bearded lord. The bearded lord wasn't going to back down either, his magic surging as he counterattacked, but his target was the tall lord. Seeing that attacking the bearded lord was ineffective, the tall lord changed his strategy and began attacking the Scarface lord. The scene instantly descended into chaos. However, the 3 lord subordinates seemed completely unfazed, some even cheering and encouraging their lords. Lyndon and Nicole exchanged a speechless glance. After a while, the 3 lords, unable to gain the upper hand, finally exhausted themselves and sat down on the ground, panting heavily. That was exhilarating. The Scarred Lord laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, that was a truly satisfying fight today. Let's do it again next time. The Bearded Lord casually picked up a stone and threw it. You're crazy. The Scarred Lord dodged it with a tilt of his head. When the demons arrive, we won't have a chance to fight anymore. Today is probably the last time. Upon hearing this, the three lords fell silent. Chapter 533. Lin Ding stepped forward, breaking the silence. I come to help you solve the demon race's problem. All three looked at him. The Bearded Lord asked, what exactly do you want? Even if the four of us unite, we're no match for the demons. They have Supreme Realm experts there. Of course I know that, Lin Ding said. Not only us, but the entire unclaimed wasteland, even if they united, couldn't possibly fight against the demons. Then how will you help us? The Tall Lord asked. Linden pointed to Nickel and introduced him. This is Nickel Polyvia, the Grand Mage of the Norma Empire, and also the uncle of the world-renowned genius and goal. He can help us through this difficult time, and not only that, he can also give us a great gift. The three were taken aback. They had all heard of Anne's name, who on the entire continent didn't know her. The Bearded Lord looked at Nickel with some suspicion. Are you really Nickel? Nickel smiled and pulled out a token from his robes, the Grand Mage's token of the Norma Empire. He never parted with this token. It couldn't be faked. Don't worry, I'm here purely out of goodwill, and it will be beneficial to you. The three exchanged glances. The Tall Lord stood up, carefully examined the token in Nickel's hand, and then asked, then why did you choose us? There are 16 lords in the unclaimed territory. Did you also look for other lords? Nickel shook his head. What I need are trustworthy partners, so I asked Linden to recommend you. The three looked at Linden with some surprise. They had a history of conflicts and disagreements with him, having fought countless battles, big and small. They never expected Linden to set aside past grievances and recommend them to the Norma Empire. However, the Scarred Lord still looked suspicious. Is your Norma Empire really so kind? Did you come specifically to save us? Of course not. Nickel laughed. I saved you, and you helped me. It's a partnership. The Scarred Lord narrowed his eyes slightly. Then tell me, how do you plan to cooperate? Nickel put away the token and paced back and forth. It's simple. The demons are currently invading in force, and the unclaimed wasteland is in grave danger. All forces here will face a direct attack from the demons, with no chance of victory. But the unclaimed wasteland is not a suitable place to live, so our Norma Empire is willing to help you relocate to another place to avoid the war. But in exchange, once you arrive in your new place, you must establish your own power, defend that land, and from now on, shed your bandit ways and truly become the masters of the land. The three stared at each other, shocked by this news. The Bearded Lord asked, his voice trembling slightly, where are you talking about? Latest. His. All three gasped. The Bearded Lord's eyes widened. Is this true? Linden laughed. Absolutely. I already confirmed this with Nickel. Sharia and Harrington will withdraw some of their troops, leaving behind vast tracts of land. These will be our new home. At the same time, we will act as an independent force, quickly occupying more land and completely driving out the Austinians. From then on, we will be the masters of Leicester. The three lords stared wide-eyed, panting heavily. They had never imagined they would one day leave this desolate wasteland and become lords in a prosperous land. The Tall Lord suddenly thought of a problem. Hey, if all four of us go, who's the leader? Linden glanced at him. What do you think? The Tall Lord immediately fell silent, stammering, then who's number two? Nicole smiled. That's all for later. Once you're there, you can do whatever you want, but there are three bottom lines you can't cross. First, you can't be cruel and harm innocent civilians. Second, you can't fight amongst yourselves or incite war. Third, you can't do anything that harms the collective interests of humanity. Can you do that? The three lords all nodded. What a joke. This was an incredible opportunity. Anyone who didn't go would be a fool. Nicole smiled slightly. All right, it's settled then. The plan here is to relocate in a month. You should hurry back and prepare. So soon? The Bearded Lord was taken aback. Linden said, of course I'm worried. The demons are about to attack, aren't you worried? The Tall Lord asked, if we have to relocate, how will we go? Nickel said, don't worry about that. We already arranged a route. We go directly through my Norma Empire to reach Leicester. The key is that you need to prepare quickly. I estimate that the demons will officially launch their attack on the unclaimed wasteland in a month. At the same time, my Norma Empire will completely seal off the border. The unclaimed wasteland will become a true wasteland. No human will be able to survive there. All three lords shuddered. If the survival environment of the unclaimed wasteland was already harsh, now it was true despair. After the Norma Empire sealed its borders, the people here could only flee to Velis and the other shore flower, but these two forces would never accept people from the unclaimed wasteland. It was a dead end. The bearded lord's eyes darted around, and he suddenly asked, "Isn't your Norma Empire worried about the demons?" Nicole smiled slightly. "That's not something you should be worrying about. Start planning your new life." Just as everyone was discussing, a powerful surge of magical energy suddenly erupted from behind a rocky outcrop, and then someone flew over. Lyndon frowned, flew forward, and caught the person. It was one of his men on guard duty. "Who goes there? How dare you touch my people?" A group of people slowly emerged from behind the rocky outcrop. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Leading them was a man in a red robe, his flamboyant red hair standing on end, making him easily recognizable. "Rupa?" The bearded lord recognized him immediately. Everyone snapped to attention, drawing their weapons and bracing themselves for battle. Rupa laughed loudly. "Ha ha. Don't be nervous. I heard a friend from the Norma Empire has arrived, so I came to introduce myself." Lyndon's expression darkened. "You came, so why did you hurt my men?" Rupa shrugged. "He wouldn't let me pass, I had no choice. Besides, I already shown mercy by not killing him." Lyndon scoffed. "I didn't invite you. Go back to where you came from. Don't be so cold." Rupa smiled. "We all fought our way up in the unclaimed wasteland. We have some camaraderie, don't we?" "Humph. You're talking to me about favors in the unclaimed wasteland? Are you kidding me?" Rupa said nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. The unclaimed wasteland will soon cease to exist anyway, and I'm looking for a place to settle down." He then looked at Nickel. "You must be Archmage Nickel. I know about you. You were the first person in the Norma Empire to break through to the Liyuan realm. I admire you greatly, and have long wanted to meet you." Nickel carefully examined the man and smiled. "That would be my honor." He then stepped out from behind Lyndon, and walked straight towards Rupa. Lyndon was startled and quickly reached out to stop him, shaking his head at Nickel. Nicole gave him a reassuring look, gently brushed his hand aside, and calmly approached Rupa, extending his right hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Rupa." Rupa was slightly taken aback, his eyes unconsciously darting over Nickel, but he didn't extend his hand to shake his. Nickel stared intently into the other's eyes, showing no intention of withdrawing his hand. The two remained locked in a stalemate, the atmosphere instantly turning icy. The bearded lord prepared to step forward, but Lyndon stopped him. "Don't go. This is Nickel's own business. We shouldn't interfere." The bearded lord was taken aback, asking doubtfully, "Really not interfering? He might die here." Lyndon's face remained expressionless. "I said, don't interfere." The bearded lord swallowed hard, obediently taking 2 steps back. After a long while, Rupa seemed to just react, grabbing Nickel's hand with a broad smile. "Ha ha ha. I'm very happy to see you," he said, patting Nickel's shoulder with his left hand. Nickel's body trembled slightly, feeling a surge of fiery power coursing through him, but he made no sound, not even blinking. Lord Rupa's character is indeed forthright. "I greatly admire people like you. So what brings you here uninvited?" Rupa didn't release Nickel's hand, still holding it tightly. "I was thinking, now that the demons are attacking, you, as the Grand Mage protecting the Norma Empire, have come to our unclaimed land alone, without a single soldier. You must have brought good news. As a lord myself, I naturally wanted to hear what good news it was." Nickel tried to pull his hand away, but Rupa held it firmly, unable to move. "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to help a few friends move away from here." "Move to where?" "To beyond the no man's land." Crack. Rupa increased the force of his grip, simultaneously channeling his magic, impacting Nickel's body with his palm. Nickel also channeled his magic to defend, but the difference in strength was enormous. Nickel was being unilaterally crushed, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have fainted from the pain, but Nickel gritted his teeth and persevered, his eyes still stubbornly fixed on Rupa, showing no sign of backing down. Rupa took a deep breath, restraining some of his magic. He wasn't there to kill Nickel. To be precise, even if he were to kill Nickel, he couldn't do so here. He could disregard Nickel, but he couldn't ignore the Norma Empire. Even a behemoth like the Holy See was being overwhelmed by the Norma Empire. He, a mere lord, couldn't withstand Anne's wrath. "Your Excellency, I greatly admire your character, and wish to become a friend of the Norma Empire. Could you perhaps include us in this plan? Nichols' eyes were filled with determination. That depends on how sincere you are as a friend of the Norma Empire. Rupa paused slightly, pointing at Lyndon and the others, asking, how much sincerity have they shown? Nichols' lips curled into a strange smile. If you want to know, go ask them. Rupa glanced at Lyndon and the others, then decided against it. He withdrew his magic, released his grip, and took a step back, saying, I'm willing to donate half of all my savings accumulated over the years to the Norma Empire. How about that? Nichols' right hand was already numb, but he forced himself to remain calm, saying, I don't need. I want your wealth. Take it with you to your new home. Rupa raised an eyebrow. What do you want then? Nichols' gaze suddenly sharpened. I want you to crush Henry's army and take over the entire Leicester within 3 years. Rupa was shocked, his eyes gleaming with greed. You mean, you want us to relocate to Leicester? Exactly. Rupa took a deep breath and looked at Lyndon and the others. What about them? They have other tasks. Rupa composed himself and nodded emphatically. All right, it's settled then. As for the conquered land, it's all yours. Rupa finally felt relieved. He would find it hard to accept having to share the land he had worked so hard to conquer. Nichols added, of course, in addition, you must abide by 3 principles. If you violate any of them, we will unite all our forces and annihilate you. Nichols then stated the 3 principles he had just mentioned. Rupert frowned. Does it really have to be this way? I can control myself, but what about my men? That's your problem. Nicole interrupted. I don't care about the process. Whoever breaks the rules, I will eliminate them at all costs. Seeing Nicole's resolute gaze, Rupert finally relented. All right, I make the arrangements. When do we set off? I give you a month. After a month, whether you're ready or not, you must set off immediately. The group nodded, and the meeting ended. Rupert and the 3 minor lords left the foot of the mountain, leaving only Lyndon and Nicole. Nicole looked at Lyndon with a slightly apologetic expression. Brother, you won't blame me, will you? Lyndon chuckled. Why would I blame you? It's your own choice, and I have no right to interfere. But this means you have a formidable rival in Leicester. Lyndon shrugged. It doesn't matter. I've been fighting him my whole life. It's just a matter of continuing the fight. But didn't you say? No internal strife. Open fighting is naturally out of the question, but given Lupo's personality, covert fighting is inevitable. But please understand, I have to do this. Lyndon nodded. Yes. You have to do it. If I were you, I would do the same, so you don't need to apologize. Chapter 534. After leaving the foot of the mountain, one of Rupa's subordinates asked, Boss, did you really just agree to their demands? That's ridiculous. Rupa snorted coldly. Do you have a better plan? Nickel doesn't have the ability, but Annie does, and the Norma Empire does. We can't act rashly now. We must at least get through this crisis first, otherwise, before the Norma Empire even makes a move, we'd be wiped out by the demons. The subordinate stammered, You're right. Then, as if remembering something, he added, Oh right. How did they know the demons would launch a major attack in a month? Rupa touched his. I have no clue either, said Ba. The demon clan and the Lin Hai region are currently locked in fierce battle. I estimate they won't reach us for at least a month. But since Nickel said so, let's prepare based on a 1-month time frame. Soon, they returned to their territory, but immediately someone came to report, Big Brother. Big Brother. You're back. Someone's looking for you. Lupo frowned. Someone's looking for me. Who is it? The underling said, It's people from Amras. They've been here for a while. Lupo was slightly surprised. People from Amras? What are they doing here? Let's go see. He strode over. After walking a few steps, he saw Charidima and Mycroft. Charidima seemed relatively calm, occasionally taking a small sip of tea, appearing relaxed and at ease. Mycroft, however, paced back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his back, muttering under his breath, Where did that go? I've been waiting here for ages. How much longer am I going to have to wait? Charidima waved his hand and said, Hey, come sit down and rest for a bit. Stop pacing around like a headless fly, it's making my head spin. No, you're not in a hurry at all. Look at these damn guys, they just left us here like this. If it were me with my usual hot temper, I would have torn this place to shreds without a second thought. Charidima waved his hand with a smile and said, That's why I didn't let you come by yourself. We're here to discuss cooperation, not to declare war. If we ruin our relationship because of a moment of impulsiveness, it would be a huge loss. While the two of them were talking, Rupa's men nearby could no longer contain their anger. Several of them clenched their fists, eager to rush out and give the guy named Mycroft a few resounding slaps. At this moment, Rupa strode into the hall and called out loudly, "Oh, you two have come all this way just to discuss cooperation. I'm truly sorry for my rudeness." Hearing Rupa's voice, the two men looked at him simultaneously. Mycroft's eyes lit up. "Oh, you finally arrived." Rupa's men all wore angry expressions. This guy not only spoke ill of them behind their backs, but he was also so impolite to their faces. Rupa smiled, seemingly unconcerned, and said, "I had some urgent business to attend to and had to leave. I'm truly sorry to have kept you waiting. So what good news do you have to discuss with me today?" Kiritama stood up and said, It's not exactly good news. Now that the demon clan is about to attack, shouldn't we discuss our countermeasures? If the unclaimed territory remains this disorganized, it will eventually be wiped out by the demon clan." Rupa had anticipated their intentions, but he knew that uniting the 16 lords of the unclaimed wasteland against a common enemy was virtually impossible. Besides, even if they did unite, the unclaimed wasteland couldn't possibly be stronger than the former Amra's empire. And yet, the Amra's empire had been destroyed by the demon's onslaught. How long could the unclaimed wasteland withstand the onslaught? However, Rupa didn't outwardly show any particular emotion. "I thought about this too, but isn't it too early? It won't be easy for the demons to reach here through the Linhai region." "Indeed." Kiritama laughed. "But we need to discuss this beforehand. If we wait until the demons actually attack, it'd be too late." Rupa shrugged. "Alright. Tell me, what's a good way to defend against the demons' attack?" Mycroft retorted, "Are you out of your mind? What way is there to stop the demons? Even so many Supreme Realm experts in the Hairy Empire couldn't do it. You'd just be feeding them." Kiritama tugged at Mycroft's sleeve, pulling him behind her, and said apologetically to Lupo, "Don't mind him, Mycroft's just like that." Lupo chuckled, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "It's alright, of course I don't mind. But you're here to discuss cooperation, so you better be more polite." Mycroft wanted to say something, but Kiritama stopped him. "Actually, our plan is simple. Since we can't beat them, how about we cooperate with them?" Lupo raised an eyebrow. "You mean cooperating with the demons? You're not kidding, are you?" Kiritama laughed. "I'm not kidding. If anyone here understands the demons best, it's none other than us who escaped from Amras. Amras borders the Western Ghost Realm, and has fought with the demons for years, so we naturally know their habits. The demons have 8 major branches. Although most see humans as prey, there are some who are relatively capable of cooperation." Lupo became interested. "Oh, then tell me, how do you plan to cooperate with the demons?" Kiritama slowly explained, "First, we need to identify our partners. Among the 8 demon clans, the flame demons have a single attack method. Although their combat power is formidable, they are not the strongest, and some of them aren't very bright. We've always been ostracized by other demons, so I think we should talk to the Balrog about cooperation." Rupa frowned slightly. "The Balrog? But the Balrog is extremely brutal, they're not friendly to humans." "I know." Kiritama continued, "So, the next step is the method of cooperation. What we need to do is send a message to the Balrog. If they cooperate with us, they can achieve a higher status among the demons. Specifically, we will help them attack the Norma Empire, the Velis Empire, and the other Shore Flower, allowing them to gain more territory. And all the credit will go to the Balrog." Rupa took a deep breath. "Are you crazy? Do you know that Velis has the Desert Eagle? The Norma Empire has Annie. Neither of those two is easy to mess with." Mycroft scoffed, "You really overestimate Annie. She's just a girl at the Fengyuan realm. How can she compare to Desert Eagle? Besides, Arnos is considered a top-tier powerhouse, yet he was still turned into a walking corpse by the demons. I heard he's imprisoned in the Hairy royal family's dungeon by the Norma Empire, never to see the light of day again. He probably never dreamed he'd be locked up in his own palace's dungeon." Rupa shook his head. "The demons do have some methods, but it probably took them a lot of time and effort to break Arnos' spirit. Desert Eagle is different. He's the second strongest on the continent, second only to the Pope. If he wanted to dominate the continent, Velis would probably have already replaced Austin and Harry, becoming the strongest empire in human history. Furthermore, Annie, she's not to be underestimated. Even at the Transformation Realm, she dared to attack the Austin Empire without fear of powerful figures like Henry. Now that she's reached the Transformation Realm, no one knows what other trump cards she has up her sleeve." Kiritama said, "Everyone knows Desert Eagle is strong, but since Emperor Norma disappeared, no one has seen him fight. I estimate he's probably like the Pope, trying to find a breakthrough to reach the God plane. Otherwise, why didn't he appear when the unclaimed territory seized territory from Veles? Rupa pondered. This was possible. The second strongest person on the continent had indeed been absent for a long time. In comparison, the Pope and the Adventurers Guild president, who were of similar strength, were much more active. Kairitama continued, there's even less to worry about with Annie. Her reliance is the Adventurers Guild. Without the Adventurers Guild's covert support, the Norma Empire, with its meager strength, would be no match for Austin. The Vatican could wipe them out with a flick of its finger. You say she has some hidden trump cards? I don't think so. Fighting on two fronts has already revealed all her cards. Undeniably, the Norma Empire's army is indeed powerful now, but not powerful enough to frighten us. Rupa fell silent. He had actually considered this question as well. What exactly did Annie rely on to fight against the Vatican, Austin, and the Harry Empire? If it was just the Adventurers Guild support, it probably wouldn't be enough. The Adventurers Guild could at most restrain the Vatican, leaving them no energy to help fight Austin and the Harry Empire. Yet Annie was still able to win repeatedly. She must have other reliance. The intelligence reports revealed nothing. The Norma army always seemed to appear out of nowhere, using unimaginable tactics and strange contraptions to rout the enemy. However, Kiritama's words gave him some other ideas. Alright, since you're so sure, tell me, how do we make contact with the Balrog? You don't need to worry about that, Kiritama said. I already arranged for people to do it. You just need to tell me if you're willing to cooperate with me. Lupo pursed his lips. I can't agree to that now. What if you fail? What if the Balrog kills the people you sent out? Kiritama smiled. No. I'm confident of that. Whether we succeed or not, my people will return. Of course I won't fail. I know the situation of the demon race very well. The Balrog won't refuse my proposal. Seeing Kiritama's confidence, Rupa smiled slightly. Alright. In that case, I can join, but you must tell me what you need us to do. Haha, great. Kiritama took a sip of tea and said, besides you, I already made arrangements with 6 other lords. Once the negotiations with the Balrog are successful, when the demons attack, we simply let them pass, allowing their army to pass smoothly to the border between the Norma Empire and the Veles Empire. The subsequent battles will be theirs. And we gain the right to continue living here. That must come at a price, Rupa said, narrowing his eyes. The demons won't be so kind as to let us live here, said Kiritama. There will certainly be a price. Kiritama replied, but this price is much better than losing our lives. Afterwards, we be partners with the demons, regularly providing them with crystals and other resources, and participating in battles against other human forces. It's basically the same as before, maybe even better. Rupa understood. The demons, having conquered so many places, needed someone to manage them. If they were fortunate enough to acquire more fertile lands, plus the resources they plundered, their lives would definitely be better than they are now. Good. Rupa laughed loudly, as expected of the nobles of Amaras, so thoughtful. I, Rupa, am willing to join you. I await your good news. Afterwards, Kiritama and Mycroft left Rupa's territory. After they had gone some distance, one of Rupa's subordinates asked with a puzzled look, Boss, didn't you already agree to cooperate with the Norma Empire? Lupo chuckled, it doesn't matter who we cooperate with, as long as we survive, we need to be prepared. I don't think the Norma Empire is reliable. They make it sound nice, offering to move us to Leicester without any cost, but is that really true? Amara's suggestion seems more credible. Besides, once the demons completely occupy this area, as partners, acquiring some territory shouldn't be a problem. It's just a matter of handing over some crystals and resources. Once we have territory, we have plenty of those things. The underling gave a thumbs up, boss, you're awesome. This way, we'd be completely safe. Sigh. But the Norma Empire wants us to move in a month. Relocate? So will we move then? Move. Of course we move, Rupa said resolutely. But we can't move everyone. You move your families first. The main force will stay here. Once the demons successfully defeat the Norma Empire, we can bring them back. It's not difficult. Everyone nodded. Someone asked, what if Amara's plan fails? Rupa laughed, then we can move to Leist. Our families are already there. Surely the Norma won't let us. Everyone burst into laughter. The gloom caused by the impending demon attack had vanished, and everyone was filled with longing for a bright future. Rupa smiled broadly, his gaze fixed on the distance. I, Rupa, have conquered all, and I will never lose. Chapter 535. What? You said Kiritama sent someone to find you? Vlad sat in his tent, speechless, facing his elder brother, the Flame Demon. What did you say? The Flame Demon scratched his head. I don't know. I was going to agree, but the general said we absolutely couldn't cause Annie any trouble, so I told him to wait. Now I'm here to find you. Vlad was the overall commander of this operation. Attacking a desolate, unclaimed territory didn't require many powerful warriors, and Vlad's strength had increased rapidly during this time, reaching the peak of the Fengyuan realm. He stroked his chin, hesitating slightly. Hiss, what would Annie do if she were here? The troll Hamel muttered, of course we refuse them. We can't betray Annie. Do we even need to think about it? Vlad waved his hand. If we refuse directly, it will inevitably arouse their suspicion. They already been very humble. We have no reason to refuse such a good deal. Besides, they approached the Balrog, not me or you, the troll, which means they know us well. If it were any other Balrog, they probably would have agreed immediately. The Balrog elder nodded. That's right. I almost agreed on the spot. No fighting, land, and resources. How great. Vlad laughed. Yes. They definitely didn't expect you to tell me this. But it's too late to ask Annie now. We have to figure it out ourselves. Hamel asked, so what should we do? Agree to them. What? The troll and the Balrog were both stunned. Hamel roared, Vlad, are you trying to betray Anne? You bastard, I fight you to the death. He lunged at Vlad. Vlad, startled, quickly said, wait, I haven't finished yet. How could I betray Anne? Use your brain. Hamel thought about it, and realized he was right. Without Anne, Vlad would still be living with sheep in the northern wastelands. Then what do you mean? Vlad, relieved to see Hamel calm down, said, I mean, pretend to agree to them, then seize the opportunity to take them down. Didn't Anne say before that anyone still in the unclaimed wastes after a month can be disposed of at will? Hamel clapped his hands excitedly, ha ha ha, good. Kill them all, kill them all. Vlad's lips curled into a smile, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Baldur, you better go back. Don't let him. They become suspicious. Tell them to do as they say, but on conditions. Conditions? The Balrog was taken aback. Aren't we supposed to pretend to cooperate? What's the point of adding conditions? If you're going to put on an act, you have to go all the way. Vlad laughed. They think I let them go with just this little bit of benefit? That's too easy on them. They definitely have their suspicions too. Let's add one condition to completely dispel their doubts. The Balrog scratched his head. What condition should I add? Vlad pointed to his sharp teeth. If you had to say, what would you want most? The Balrog's eyes lit up, and saliva involuntarily dripped from his mouth. I want food, slurp, I want to eat people. Vlad laughed, that's right. Have them send an extra 10,000 people as rations for us. They must be at least at the Transcendent Realm. Great. The Flame Demon cheered, excellent. With these people, we won't have to worry about rations. Vlad waved his hand, don't be too happy yet. These people are said to be rations, but that's not necessarily true. I need to discuss the specifics with Annie. The Flame Demon's mood plummeted, and he said with a disappointed look, all right then. When the messenger returned with the news, Kiritama looked completely at ease. Hee, I knew it. The Flame Demon couldn't possibly refuse. Such good conditions, and it can even help them improve their status in the demon realm. Why not? The messenger said, Your Excellency is wise, but the Flame Demon said he needs to add one more condition before he will agree. Mycroft complained, their appetite is too big. They're still not satisfied with these conditions? Kiritama waved his hand dismissively, saying, that's just how demons are. It would be strange if they didn't make demands. Tell me, what conditions did they propose? The envoy's expression turned strange. They said they want another 10,000 humans as their rations. Mycroft shuddered, fear flashing in his eyes. Damn, do these fire demons eat people too? Kiritama frowned. No matter what kind of demon race, they all use humans as food, that's fine. It's just that this number is a bit difficult to manage. Could it be less? The envoy shook his head. I'm afraid that won't work. I discussed it with him, and his attitude is very clear. It must be 10,000, and they must be humans at the Transcendent Realm or above. Kiritama and Mycroft exchanged glances, a look of shock flashing in their eyes. 10,000 humans at the Transcendent Realm or above. That was a powerful army. And gathering 10,000 people in the unclaimed wasteland was no easy feat. Mycroft roared, damn it. Aren't they deliberately making things difficult? Where are we supposed to get 10,000 of them? If I had 10,000, I would have already marched east. The envoy asked weakly. Then, should we refuse them? No. Charidama said resolutely. Cooperating with the demon clan is the only way out. Neither the Norma Empire nor the Velis Empire will accept us. If even the demon clan route is blocked, then we truly have nowhere else to go. Then these 10,000. Charidama pondered for a moment, a ruthless glint in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, if all else fails, this is the only way. Mycroft asked. What plan have you come up with? Asked Charidama. How many men does Lubo have? Asked. Mycroft was taken aback, wondering why Charidama was suddenly asking this. About 20,000. How many are above the Yuan level? Mycroft's eyes widened. You mean, but how are you going to get them to volunteer as food for the demons? Lubo wouldn't agree, would he? Charidama snorted. It's not up to him. The flame demon didn't say it had to be voluntary. These 10,000 men definitely can't come from my side, so I just have to sacrifice Lubo. Immediately, he sent a messenger to the flame demon to tell him his plan. The demons' battle in the Linhai region had been going on for several years. Because Jack had united with other military districts of the Hairy Empire to form a temporary resistance alliance, the forces fighting the demons were once again concentrated, forming a powerful offensive in the Linhai region, sometimes even launching counteroffensives, causing considerable trouble for the demons. However, for some unknown reason, the demons' offensive intensified recently, capturing 2 key towns in the Linhai region. Jack immediately adjusted his deployment, withdrawing a large number of troops from the Linhai region and bypassing it via Mount Gezer, attacking the former demon-suppressing military district from above, thus putting pressure on the demons at the front. However, to their surprise, the demons made no reaction to the attack on the demon-suppressing military district, only withdrawing a small force to defend it, while almost all of their main forces remained in the Linhai region, seemingly determined to finish the job in one fell swoop. Therefore, all factions anticipated that the fall of the Linhai region was only a matter of time, and that the demons would then advance unimpeded into the unclaimed territory. However, opinions differed on the time frame. Some believed it would take another 6 months, others a year, and still others longer. After all, the demons would need to regroup after capturing the Linhai region, and wouldn't truly abandon the demon-suppressing military district. Furthermore, although the Linhai region had lost the support of the main force of the Hairy Empire, it still possessed considerable fighting power, which also hindered the demons' advance. Therefore, while the forces of the unclaimed territory were worried and anxious about the impending demonic attack, they weren't panicked. Apart from a few factions, such as Linden and Lupo, who were searching for solutions, the others seemed less anxious. However, the war's development far exceeded everyone's expectations. A month later, the demonic General Cadix personally arrived at the front lines, bringing with him all the elite troops from various demonic races. They almost instantly and swiftly destroyed the defenses of the Linhai district. At the same time, a large number of dark elves appeared in the demon-suppressing military district, repelling the anti-demon alliance's attack. This series of unexpected events threw the unclaimed wasteland into complete panic. Those forces that had previously been confident that the demons wouldn't attack so quickly were now scrambling to find refuge. However, the unclaimed wasteland's reputation across the continent was simply too infamous. Everyone knew these people were bandits, capable of causing chaos wherever they went. No one would accept them. Especially Velis and the other Shoreflower, who directly amassed tens of thousands of troops on the border, cutting off any possibility of the unclaimed wasteland's forces crossing the border. The Norma Empire did the same. Ailill led a large army to immediately close the border, preventing anyone from passing. From that moment on, the unclaimed wasteland truly became a wasteland. Its inhabitants had nowhere to escape. Half a month ago, Lupo had already sent all his family and non-core personnel with the main force into the Norma Empire, heading towards Leist. The majority of the main force, approximately 10,000 men, remained behind, all experts at the Transcendent Realm or above, a force to be reckoned with in the unclaimed wasteland. Ruboa left this force behind to rival Charidama. Once the demons invaded, they would undoubtedly use them against neighboring countries, and whoever was stronger would naturally gain more resources and benefits. Ruboa's henchman exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, this is great. No one's competing with us anymore. Once the demons arrive, they'd definitely be at war with the Norma Empire and the Velis Empire, and won't have time to deal with us. We can do whatever we want here." A smile unconsciously crept onto Ruboa's lips. Although cooperating with the demons was risky, Charidama wouldn't risk his life. He was certainly confident. During this time, Lupo wasn't passively waiting. Instead, he dispatched a large number of people to gather intelligence on the movements of various factions. For lords, including Lyndon, had already withdrawn, leaving none behind. Charidima and 6 other lords remained inactive, seemingly confident. The remaining lords sought help from Veles and the other shore flower, but were all ruthlessly rejected. Therefore, Lupo chose to trust Charidima. However, in this plan, Charidima was the biggest winner, as he was the human directly connected to the Balrog. Without some trump cards, Lupo would likely have to act according to Charidima's wishes, which wasn't his style. So Lupo's only chance was to overwhelm Charidima with overall strength. After all, the demons were a warlike race, revering the strong. Once they truly occupied the unclaimed wasteland, they would definitely reshuffle the deck. Only the strongest forces could continue to dominate the unclaimed wasteland and even plunder other areas. All of you prepare yourselves. When the demons arrive, be ready to receive them immediately and cooperate with their military operations. His men responded in unison, but then one of them asked with some concern, "Brother, I feel something's fishy about this." Lupo raised an eyebrow. This man, named Fernandez, was considered one of the more astute in the territory. What's your opinion? Fernandez said. Don't you find it strange? A month ago, when the demons were still fighting a bitter battle in the Linhai region, the Norma Empire had already predicted that the demons would reach the No Man's Land a month later, and demanded that Lyndon and his men withdraw within a month. Now they decisively closed the border, stationed over 100,000 troops, and completely prevented anyone from crossing. Could they have foreseen this? Did they know the course of events a month ago? Lupo was also taken aback, but quickly replied, the Norma Empire. Having already occupied the central military region, they should have sent out many spies to gather intelligence on the Linhai military region. Perhaps they knew the battle plans of both sides beforehand, which is why they're so confident. Fernandez shook his head. The Norma Empire's spies are too strong. Even the anti-demon alliance fighting the demons couldn't clearly know the demons' deployments. How did the Norma Empire know? Besides, Annie is not to be underestimated. Although in terms of individual cultivation, Charidima is stronger than Annie, so much time has passed, and the Amra's empire has disappeared from the continent, while the Norma Empire has grown stronger and stronger. I suspect that the Norma Empire came prepared this time, and may have even known about the demons' plans long ago. Rupa frowned, lost in thought. Fernandez's words did indeed make him uneasy, but the situation didn't allow for further consideration. Soon, the guards outside reported that the demons had officially launched their attack on the unclaimed wasteland. Chapter 536. The demons opened a breach on the north side of the Linhai region. Ignoring whether the anti-demon alliance's army had been completely annihilated, they launched a direct attack on the unclaimed wasteland, with Charidima's territory bearing the brunt. Charidima had already made arrangements with the Balrog and naturally wouldn't offer futile resistance, immediately opening the passage and surrendering to the demons. Vlad led the demon army straight in, only to be met by Charidima's welcoming party. Mycroft stood beside Charidima, seeing the demons' tall, terrifying figures. Although it wasn't the first time he'd seen them, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Upon seeing Vlad's arrival, Charidima immediately stepped forward to greet him, his attitude extremely humble. General Vlad, I am Charidima, willing to submit to the demon clan. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Vlad glanced at the Balrog, then smiled. Balrog, you did a good job. This saved me a lot of trouble. The Balrog chuckled, raising his head and saying, of course, wouldn't you say I'd done the greatest service this time? Vlad laughed, all right, I give you the greatest service. I report to the general when we get back. Then he looked at the one who still had his head bowed. All right, get up. Tell me about the current situation in the No Man's Land. Charidima dared not hide anything and honestly replied, of the 16 lords of the No Man's Land, for have already fled from the Norma Empire, 2 others are allied with the other shore flower, and I persuaded 7 lords to surrender. The remaining 2 lords are neither willing to surrender nor flee, they seem determined to fight to the death. Vlad raised an eyebrow. Oh, you actually persuaded 7 lords? Not bad. Your influence in the No Man's Land is quite strong. Charidima humbly replied, I wouldn't dare accept such praise. It's just that our strength is greater, and everyone has always held the demons in high esteem, which is why we are willing to surrender. Mycroft secretly scoffed. The idea of revering the demons was utter nonsense. Everyone probably avoided them like the plague, and if given the chance to escape, not a single one would be left behind. Vlad chuckled, all right. By the way, have you prepared the 10,000 humans you promised us? Charidima's expression froze, and he nodded stiffly, they're ready, but that's 10,000 after all, and they need to be guarded, So we've been keeping them in the southeast. The Balrog whispered a few words in Vlad's ear, and Vlad smiled slightly. All right, then lead us there. We need provisions first to continue the war. The others responded, and then began to lead the way. Kiridima had made preparations some time ago, having 6 other lords encircle Rupa's men from both above and below, trapping them in place. Once the time was right, both sides would attack simultaneously, and Rupa, even with wings, would have no chance of escape. Vlad smiled. He wouldn't interfere. If a fight broke out, he would simply watch from the sidelines. Whether Kiridima or Rupa won made no difference to him. Rupa was also well prepared. He had his men bring out all the supplies from his territory, intending to feast the demon army. However, when he came out smiling to greet them, he wasn't met with a demon army, but with Kiridima. Kiridima? What brings you here? Where are the demons? Lupo craned his neck, searching for the demons. Kiridima's eyes flickered slightly. The other party hadn't yet discovered his plan, which was a good thing. Brother Lupo, I already received the demons. They be here soon. I came to scout ahead. Lupo, unsuspecting, laughed. Haha, did you really need to go to all this trouble? Just let the demons come. I'm all prepared. Kiridima shook his head. Since I'm already here, won't you invite me in? Lupo glanced at the large army behind him, at least 10,000 strong, and frowned. If you're here to scout ahead, why bring so many people? Kiridima laughed. It's to show how much importance we place on them. With that, he strode towards Lupo. Although Lupo had some doubts, he didn't make any further moves. He waited until Kiridima approached before saying, You're taking this a bit too seriously. It's really unnecessary. Your men can wait outside. My camp is small, it can't accommodate so many people. Kiridima smiled. It's all right. My men won't take up much space. By the way, are all your strong men here? Lupo looked back and nodded. They're all here. What? Is there a problem? Kalidima's smile deepened. Nothing, everything's fine, very good. Lupo was somewhat confused and impatiently said, All right, I don't want to waste time with your nonsense. When are the demons arriving? Kalidima pointed to a hill to the north. Look, they're over there. Lupo was startled and looked in that direction. He saw figures looming on the mountaintop, seemingly demons. Huh? Did the demons go the wrong way? Why are they over there? However, before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous blow slammed into his chest. In an instant, Lupo felt an overwhelming force surge through him. His eyes widened to their limit, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. Then, his once tall and imposing body was flung into the air like a weightless sandbag. As his body arced through the air, Lupo coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood, shooting out like a jet of blood. Then, his heavy body crashed heavily onto the hard ground with a dull thud, raising a cloud of dust. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. They stared speechless, their minds unable to process what was happening. Time seemed to freeze, and the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. After a brief moment of shock, Fernandez was the first to recover. His face changed drastically, and he roared, Kiridima, what are you doing? Hearing Fernandez's roar, Kiridima merely smiled slightly, then calmly withdrew his fist. At the same time, a chilling killing intent flashed suddenly in the depths of his dark eyes. Faced with Fernandez's question, Kiridima's lips curled into a chilling smile, as he coldly replied, What am I doing? Isn't it obvious enough? Upon hearing this, Fernandez's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He knew things were bad, the situation was likely far more serious than he had imagined, and they might have fallen into a carefully laid trap. Without hesitation, he gave the order, Everyone retreat immediately. Protect our leader at all costs. At Fernandez's command, Rupa's men snapped out of their daze, drawing their weapons with lightning speed and bracing themselves for battle. While warily watching Kiridima and his men, they cautiously retreated, quickly lifting the unconscious Rupa from the ground. Rupa was already unconscious. Kiridima had launched a full-force sneak attack, the blow so powerful it had caved in his chest. Even if he survived, he was utterly incapable of fighting. Kiridima sneered and waved his hand, saying, Everyone, kill them! Capture them alive! Mycroft shouted excitedly, Kill! Immediately, over 10,000 men charged forward, engaging Lupo's men in a fierce battle. Fernandez brought Lupo back to the camp, while simultaneously directing the battle at the front. Lupo slowly regained consciousness. He weakly lifted his eyelids, and glanced at the worried Fernandez. Damn it! We were tricked! Fernandez sighed. It seems they planned to attack us all along, but we were completely unaware. If only I had discovered it sooner. Lupo shook his head. It's not your fault. I was out of my mind, actually believing that Kyridima. But I still had a backup plan. A direct confrontation is impossible now. Prepare immediately, and notify everyone to evacuate through the secret passage. A secret passage? Fernandez was taken aback. I never heard of a secret passage in the camp. Rupa's lips twitched. I had it prepared secretly. It was only recently finished. I thought we wouldn't need it, but... Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, Rupa coughed up another mouthful of blood. Brother, how are you? Fernandez asked worriedly. Lupo waved his hand, gritting his teeth. I won't die. That Kyridima, I make him pay. On the northern hilltop, Vlad gazed at the battle below. Hamel exclaimed excitedly, Look, they're fighting. They're fighting? Vlad smiled. Isn't this normal? Let them fight. The fiercer the better. The Balrog licked its dry lips. When are we going over there? Let's see if we can get a hot meal. Vlad was speechless. You're not an ogre. Why are you so greedy? The Balrog chuckled. It's a rare opportunity. Such fresh blood is something we can't usually get. Vlad waved his hand. Now's not the time for you to eat. After the battle, we have important things to do. Taking over the unclaimed territory is only the first step. Next, we need to go back and completely open the passage to the Linhai district, lest our retreat be blocked. What about this territory? Hamel asked. Naturally, I take over. A strange, aged voice rang out from behind the crowd. Hamel turned around, his eyes narrowing sharply. Achilles the Nightmare? When did you arrive? Achilles gave a sinister smile. Had just arrived. The Flame Demon asked, Weren't you controlling Arnos in the central military region? What brings you here? Arnos has once again fallen into Lord Morphos's dream, and no longer needs my help. The general specifically sent me here to deal with Kyridima. Hamel curled his lip. Was that necessary? Isn't it enough with us here? Vlad explained, we can only control him temporarily. Kyridima is now at the 9th level of the Fengyuan realm. If he truly becomes the leader here, his power will inevitably increase, potentially exceeding our control. But Achilles is different. He possesses powerful dream control magic, capable of subtly and completely controlling Kyridima. Achilles waved his hand. Completely controlling him is a bit much. I'm only at the peak of the Fengyuan realm. I'm still a little short of breaking through to Yuan. If you can break through, you might be able to completely control it. Then you should work harder. The Balrog said. There's plenty of fresh blood food down there. We divide the work later. You eat the souls, and I eat the flesh. Vlad was speechless. You got a good plan. Balrog, your attack magic has a large range. I brought you here just in case, but now it seems unnecessary. Tomorrow, prepare to take your men back to the Linhai region. The general still needs you. The Balrog immediately wilted. Ah? You're sending me back so soon. I wanted to stay a little longer. At this moment, the battle below was nearing its end. Because of the sudden attack by Kyridima, Rupa's side was completely unprepared and caught off guard. In addition, Rupa himself was seriously injured, and the morale of his men was already low, so they naturally suffered a series of defeats. However, when Kyridima stormed the camp, he found only ordinary soldiers resisting. The experts were nowhere to be seen. Wasn't there a blockade on the other side? How did they still escape? Kyridima asked, puzzled. Mycroft also said, It's really strange. Our men saw the 6 Lords' men at the rear. They were all on high alert, but they didn't seem to be engaging Lupo's men much. Kyridima immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted, Everyone, search thoroughly. There must be a secret passage here. They escaped through it. Mycroft said, But we achieved our objective, haven't we? We captured at least 8 or 9,000 people. Kyridima's eyes flashed with murderous intent. No, we can't let them escape, or there will be consequences. Unlimited, especially that Lupo. He's treacherous and cunning. If we don't kill him this time, he surely seek revenge. Mycroft's eyes darted around, and he said, How about this? I take men to search and capture them. You hand these prisoners over to the demons. Otherwise, they think we're incompetent. Kyridima sighed, That's the only way. But you must be careful. Although Lupo is injured, his men are still quite skilled. Don't be careless. Don't worry. How much trouble can those remnants cause? Wait for my good news. Chapter 537. Mycroft led a group of elite troops to conduct a thorough search of Rupa's camp, while Kyridima swiftly captured all 9,000 men and escorted them out of the camp. Kyridima also suffered considerable losses in this battle, but comparatively, it was still a gain. The Balrog, looking rather uninterested, came over and counted the men, finding only about 9,000, still a bit short. He said with displeasure, "What happened? Did you cut corners again?" Kairidama said somewhat awkwardly, "It was my oversight, some of them escaped. But it's alright, no matter how they try to escape, they can't get out of the no man's land. I already sent men to chase them." Vlad was slightly taken aback. From the hilltop, they could only see a general outline. They naturally didn't know the details. You let Rupa escape?" Seeing Vlad's displeasure, Kairidama quickly explained, "Rupa is really cunning. We don't even know what he is. We built a secret passage, and I already ordered a thorough search. We find their escape routes soon. As long as they're still in the unclaimed wasteland, we definitely find them." Vlad sneered, "Useless trash. Go find it now. You have one day. If you can't find it, we use your men to fill the gap." Kairidama trembled and immediately ordered another team to help search. "Send another 2,000 men. You must find the secret passage by today. If you can't, you be used as rations. Understand?" Some of these men were brought from Amaras, and others were subdued in the unclaimed wasteland. They all looked terrified. They didn't want to be eaten by the demons, so they quickly joined the search party. Seeing that the deployment was nearly complete, Kairidama turned back and said obsequiously to Vlad, "General, rest assured that fellow Lupo won't escape. I definitely capture him for you." Vlad looked at him coldly and said, "What are you still standing here for?" Kairidama was taken aback, then pointed to the 9,000 prisoners behind him. But before he could speak, Vlad waved his hand, and demon soldiers immediately stepped forward and took control of all 9,000 prisoners. "Kairidama, you failed at the first task I assigned you, and you still have the nerve to stand here? I truly underestimated the shamelessness of you humans. Get out there and go find them." A flash of anger crossed Kairidama's eyes, but seeing the demons behind Vlad devouring the corpses of the fallen, he suppressed his rage, didn't lash out, and quickly responded before turning to search as well. Achilles slowly floated out from behind, chuckling, "This Kairidama is a dangerous man. Are you sure you want to keep him?" Vlad shrugged. "It's not that I want to keep him, it's that Annie wants to keep him." Cough. "Whatever, Annie must have her own plans." Achilles raised an eyebrow. "This man is very cunning. Controlling him through dreams will be no easy task. I can only do my best. If Lord Morphus were to handle it, it would definitely be no problem, but right now Lord Morphus is focused on controlling Arnos, and simply can't spare the time." Vlad said helplessly, "It's because your dream demon race has such a small population. Once the fighting subsides, you better train more powerful ones." Rupa and his men fled, the well-hidden entrance to the secret passage giving them ample time to escape quickly. Over 3,000 people fled together, many wounded, but their escape was swift. In less than half a day, they emerged from the other side of the passage. Rubo's initial plan was to extend the passage all the way to the northern border, but due to the immense scale of the project and Linden's subsequent relocation, he abandoned the project, setting the exit on Linden's former territory. Finally breathing fresh air, Rubo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fernandez asked, "Brother, what do we do next? Most of our brothers have been captured. We have nowhere to escape." Rupa took a deep breath, his injuries having eased somewhat. "We go to the Norma Empire. They promised to take us to Leicester. They won't abandon us. But they closed the border, and they said before that no one would be allowed to pass through after it was closed." Rupa waved his hand. "Rules are rules, but people are flexible. Can living people be trapped by rules? Our families have already moved away. Do you think they can stop us? Stay here?" Fernandez was about to say something when suddenly, with a whoosh, an arrow shot fiercely towards Rupa. He reacted quickly, immediately releasing a bone shield to block the arrow, while shouting, "Who? Heh, I never thought the renowned Rupa would have this moment." A sarcastic voice came from the nearby dense forest. "I was wondering how there could be such a large hole in this desolate wilderness. Turns out it was a secret passage you dug. Heh, luckily I sent people here to keep watch beforehand, otherwise you really would have escaped." Lupo frowned. He recognized the man as Kririch, one of the 6 lords, who had defected to the demon clan along with Kairidama. Kririch was suspicious by nature, and a bloodthirsty killer. Although only at the 7th level of the Fengyuan realm, no one dared to provoke him easily in this generation, otherwise, he would haunt them like a vengeful ghost, causing endless headaches. "Kririch, we have no grudges. There's no need to push us to the brink." Kririch chuckled sinisterly. We indeed have no grudges, but things are different now. I'm ordered to guard the northern region, and I certainly can't let you escape. Those who know what's good for them will surrender quickly, before I have to make a move." At the same time, a group of people surged out from behind him, estimated at around 3,000, each with a fierce and menacing expression. Lupo was seriously injured and unable to fight. Although there were others around the 6th level of the Fengyuan realm, they were still somewhat weaker than Kririch. Rupa gritted his teeth, shoved away Fernandez's arm to help him up, drew his long sword from his waist, and pointed it at Krelik, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Since that's the case, then I have no choice but to fight to the death. But don't get too cocky, even if I die, I take someone down with me." Krelik's expression froze. He didn't know the extent of Rupa's injuries. If he really forced Rupa to fight to the death, he certainly wouldn't gain any advantage. However, he quickly came up with a plan. "Heh, since you want to fight, then I fight you. It's been a long time since we sparred, hasn't it?" With that, Krelik's figure blurred, and he quickly appeared beside Rupa. At the same time, a short sword emerged from his sleeve and slashed fiercely at Rupa's shoulder. Rupa's gaze sharpened, and with a roar, his magical power erupted, a burst of flames coating his blade. He sidestepped, using his long sword to block the attack, while simultaneously kicking his opponent in the chest. Kririch's lips curled into a sinister smile. Instead of directly confronting Rupa, he leaped back, unleashing a series of wind blades. Rupa swiftly shattered the wind blades with 2 quick strikes, but the force of the movement aggravated his wounds, causing another mouthful of blood to well up. He forced it back, enduring the excruciating pain in his chest. Kririch grinned maliciously, and while Rupa recuperated, he unleashed 2 more wind blades. Fernandez quickly rushed forward, shielding Rupa from another wave of attacks. Kririch frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "All right, you have reinforcements, huh? Brothers, follow me." Immediately, the men behind him brandished their weapons and charged towards Fernandez and his group. The strength of both sides was roughly equal, and the others were quickly tied down, leaving only Kririch and Rupa facing off. "Heh, now no one can bother us." Kririch's eyes were filled with mockery. Rupa roared, "You shameless scoundrel, following Karitama, you end up like me sooner or later." Kririch's eyes flickered. He didn't trust Karitama, but now he had no other way out. He could only wait and see if he could break free from their control and establish his own power base. However, his priority now was to kill Rupa and wipe out his men. If he could bring Rupa's head back, the demons would definitely look at him more favorably, and he might even be able to surpass Karitama. Words are useless. Rupa, prepare to die. With that, Krichi launched another attack. This time, without Fernandez's obstruction, he directly approached Rupa and slashed horizontally. Rupa mustered his last ounce of strength to parry, but his strength was insufficient, and he was knocked back several steps with a clang. However, Krichi gave him no chance to catch his breath, slashing twice more with lightning speed. Rupa, already unsteady, was now utterly powerless to resist, and could only watch helplessly as the blade drew ever closer. Rupa slowly closed his eyes, letting out a long sigh. Is this really the end? Fernandez's eyes were bloodshot, but with 3 powerful Fengyuan experts in front of him, he couldn't spare the strength to help. He could only scream in anguish, "Big brother." Just at this critical moment, a bone shield suddenly appeared in front of Rupa, and with 2 clangs, Kririch's slash was completely blocked. Huh? Kririch was taken aback. He didn't remember Rupa having a necromancer of equal strength under his command. However, in the moment of his hesitation, a pale white light suddenly slashed towards him. In a panic, Kririch could only retreat while raising his short sword to parry. But the opponent's attack was very strange, first a straight thrust, then changing from a thrust to a slash, and its speed was no slower than Kririch's, a wind elemental mage. Ah! Kririch was caught off guard and had his left arm severed, blood spurting out instantly. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what had happened. The previously one-sided situation had instantly reversed. Kririch, having lost an arm, had his face contorted in pain, sweat pouring down his forehead. His eyes were fixed on the skeleton soldier before him, and he gritted his teeth, asking, who are you? Who summoned the undead?" At this moment, a group of about 200 people appeared from the nearby hillside. Leading them was a blonde girl with a cold expression, and eyes that seemed to hold endless magical mysteries. Although none of them had ever seen Annie before, someone so young with such achievements was probably unparalleled on the continent. Kririch's eyes narrowed, his heart sinking, but he still stubbornly insisted, You're Annie? This is the Wasteland. Are you going to start a war with us?" And glanced at him indifferently. "Wasteland? Does the Wasteland still exist?" Then she looked at Rupa and asked Rupa, "Why didn't you leave when we told you to?" Rupa swallowed hard, facing. This young woman, almost 30 years his junior, exuded a powerful sense of oppression. I'm sorry, I was foolish enough to believe Karidima's lies and left some people here to plunder resources. Annie remained expressionless and continued, "So what do you think now?" A glint of surprise flashed in Lupo's eyes, and he quickly said, I'm willing to move, please save me." Annie frowned. "I'm giving you one last chance, say it again." Lupo's heart trembled, his mind racing. He bit his lower lip, but remained silent. Fernandez cried out, "Brother, don't hesitate. We have no chance left. Our brothers have been captured by the demons and used as rations. What can we use to fight them?" Hearing this, Lupo sighed dejectedly, as if he had aged 10 years instantly. His body hunched slightly, displaying a submissive posture. "Alas, well, Miss Annie, please save us. I'm willing to be your slave, at your beck and call, without a second thought." And smiled slightly and turned to say, "Brother Iliel, let's sign a contract." Iliel immediately stepped forward and drew a magic circle in the air. The arrogance in Rupa's eyes had completely vanished, replaced only by a desperate desire to survive. He channeled his soul power into the magic circle. This was a master-servant contract magic circle. Once the contract was signed, Rupa would be unable to disobey Iliel's orders for the rest of his life, unless he died, after the contract was completed, and nodded. "All right, since you're so agreeable, I give you a gift too," she said, looking at Kririch. Kririch had already tried to escape, but seeing Anne's gaze, he shuddered. Then, the skeleton soldier raised his long sword, its blade flashing with purple light, crackling loudly. No one doubted its immense power. The next moment, the skeleton soldier flashed out like lightning, instantly appearing before Kririch and slashing down. Creepy was terrified, sensing the threat of death. He tried to raise his dagger to parry, but the next second, a strange magical force surged into his mind. He felt his soul being pulled, and his body was completely out of his control. With a whoosh, Creepy's head flew into the air, then fell to the ground with a thud, rolling to Rupa's feet. Even in death, his eyes held terror and resentment. Chapter 538. Under the death threat of the demons, Karidima exerted all his strength, searching with all his might. He finally found the hidden entrance to the secret passage and immediately sent men to pursue them along the passage. The passage was pitch black, but this was nothing to these mages. Multicolored magical light illuminated the entire passage. Scattered bloodstains on the ground were clearly left by the fleeing Rupa and his companions. Mycroft frowned slightly. "Second brother, I think the direction is north. That used to be Linden's territory, close to the Norma Empire. Will there be any problems?" Karidima scoffed. At this point, would the Norma Empire still take in this stray dog? Forget it, find them first. The group quickened their pace, and soon arrived at the exit. But as soon as they emerged, Karidima was stunned. Everywhere he looked were corpses lying haphazardly, clearly indicating a very fierce battle. Mycroft cried out, "Look, isn't that Kririch?" Karidima's heart sank. He looked in the direction Mycroft was pointing, and saw a lone head lying on the ground, eyes still wide open, as if it had experienced an unbelievable horror. This was none other than Kririch, one of the 16 lords of the unclaimed Jedi. Karidima's face was grim, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, "Rupa took a punch from me, and is already severely injured. He couldn't possibly be a match for Kririch, and his men couldn't possibly have killed Kririch. This wasn't Rupa's doing." Mycroft swallowed hard. Then, who could it be? Could it be? Karidima stood before Kririch's severed head, staring directly into the eyes filled with resentment and fear, seemingly trying to discern something within them. In this place, only one person has the ability to do something like this in such a short time. "Annie! You finally made your move?" "What?" Mycroft exclaimed in shock. "How is this possible? Annie is only at the 4th level of the Fengyuan realm. How could she kill Kririch, a 7th level Fengyuan cultivator?" "Nothing is impossible," Karidima said in a deep voice. "Have you forgotten that when Annie was at the Liyuan realm, she already caused great harm to the Transformation realm's powerful Black Flame King? She possesses the ability to challenge those above her level, and with so much time having passed, her strength might have broken through again. Killing Kririch isn't impossible. Although Mycroft, it's unbelievable, but undeniable. If Lupo had the ability to kill Kririch in a short time, he wouldn't have needed to run away. There's only one explanation. Annie intervened. But why did she save Lupo? Didn't the Norma Empire close its borders? Besides, given Lupo's personality, saving him wouldn't bring him any benefit. Kiritama shook his head. When someone is in dire straits, they're capable of anything. After I severely injured Lupo, he was no match for me, and he just happened to run into Kiririch here. It was just bad luck for him. But Annie must have had prior intelligence and arrived in time to rescue him, saving him from the brink of death. Now, Lupo has no choice but to submit to Annie. I'm afraid our days ahead won't be easy. Mycroft was taken aback. Huh? You mean, Annie will send Lupo to deal with us? Kiritama remained non-committal. Not necessarily, but very likely. If it were me, I would do the same. But we can't guess what Annie is thinking. Who knows what she's up to? Mycroft frowned. What if Lupo escapes? Vlad won't let us go. Kiritama sighed. There's nothing we can do now. We already helped them a lot. They probably won't do anything to us, but they definitely need to get another 1,000 men from elsewhere to replace us. Where will these 1,000 men come from? Kiritama's eyes darted around. You see, Kiririch is dead, so is Min. A day later, Kiritama escorted over 2,000 men back to the camp from the north. The demons had already set up camp there, and were processing the corpses from the battle for later consumption. Vlad frowned slightly, looking at the men Kiritama was escorting back, and asked, Are these Lupo's men? Kiritama dared not lie, nor did he need to. No, these are Kiririch's men. Kiririch is dead, so I brought his men here. Adding them to Lupo's men from before, there should be over 10,000. The Balrog asked, Where's Lupo? Did you kill him? Kiritama shook his head. Sigh, that guy got away. But don't worry, he's seriously injured and won't recover anytime soon. The Balrog stomped his foot angrily. Damn it, trash. You let him get away. I wanted his blood sacrifice. What am I supposed to eat now? Huh? His fierce gaze involuntarily turned to Mycroft beside him. Mycroft's face changed drastically, and he quickly took half a step back, hiding behind Kiritama. Kiritama hurriedly said, Please calm down, I also brought back Kiririch's body, although it's not as good as Rupa's. The Balrog's eyes lit up immediately. He strode forward, grabbed Kiririch's corpse, and laughed loudly, Ha ha ha, good, this is a good thing. He suppressed his urge to immediately eat it, and put the body away. Vlad shook his head, glared at the Balrog, and then said to Kiritama, I think things here are almost settled. Let me show you. He beckoned. A dark, tall figure with a hunched back slowly emerged from the shadows. Kiritama and Mycroft both felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end, their eyes warily fixed on the figure. Vlad introduced, This is Achilles. He will be stationed in the unclaimed waste from now on. You will all obey his orders, understand? At that moment, Achilles emerged from the shadows. His face was full of wrinkles, making him look like an old man, but his aura was incredibly powerful, especially the eerie aura that always lingered around him, making him even more mysterious. Hello, I am Achilles. His voice was soft, slightly hoarse, but his eyes held a hint of a smile. Kiritama swallowed hard. For some reason, although he looked harmless, this demon gave him a much more dangerous feeling than Vlad. You? Hello, I am Kiritama, and this is Mycroft. Please take care of me. Hee hee, don't worry, I'm very easy to talk to. Achilles said with a smile. Vlad waved his hand. All right, you have plenty of time for in-depth discussions later. He emphasized the word in-depth discussions, though Kiritama and Mycroft had no idea what it meant. Currently, there are still 2 lords in the unclaimed Jedi who haven't submitted to us, so we have to eliminate them. Kiritama, this is your task. How long will it take? Kiritama thought for a moment and said, Those 2 lords aren't very strong, but their location is somewhat remote. We clashed a few times before, so completely wiping them out will be difficult. However, the other Shoreflower and Velas are now closed. At the border, they're like turtles in a jar. As long as we have enough troops, they have no chance. Vlad frowned. So? Kiritama did a rough calculation and said, Give me a month. In a month, I bring back the heads of the 2 lords. Vlad waved his hand casually. All right, I give you a month. If you haven't succeeded in a month, you can come back with your heads. Achilles walked up to Kiritama with a smile, patted his shoulder with his withered arm, and Kiritama froze on the spot, even his breath caught in his throat. Hee hee, don't be nervous. Even if you don't finish, it's okay, as long as you're back. Kiritama looked at the monster, who was half a head taller than him. Although the other party was trying to comfort him, it still sounded somewhat eerie. After leaving the camp, Mycroft finally caught his breath. The pressure inside was just too great. Vlad himself was a 9th level Feng Yuan, And the newcomer Achilles was even more unfathomably powerful. These two powerful demons standing together created a tremendous pressure on them. Second brother, are you really sure you can take down those two lords in a month? Charidama took a deep breath. We have to try, no matter what, or I be dead. But we tried several times already. Those two guys, relying on their familiarity with the terrain, always managed to evade our pursuit and then come back. Charidama said calmly, that was then. Now it's different. We have 5 allies. With everyone working together, there's less room for them to hide. This time, we must wipe them out in one fell swoop. Only then can we truly control the entire no man's land, and the demon race's higher-ups will give us more resources. Mycroft clenched his fist. Second brother, how about we wait until the border? Let's get out of here as soon as it opens. I always feel uneasy following the demons. These guys are too brutal, killing and eating people at the drop of a hat. What if they get so hungry one day that they eat us? Charidama snorted, humph. The more dangerous the place, the more resources you can get. Our current situation is indeed dangerous, but don't forget, the demon's enemy now is the Anti-Demon Alliance. They stretched their battle line so thin, there must be drawbacks. So, the unclaimed wasteland will ultimately be ruled by us, only under the leadership of the demons. Mycroft looked at the madness in Charidama's eyes, and couldn't help but shudder. Both were desperate men, but Charidama seemed a bit more insane. In the camp, Vlad asked, Achilles, what do you think of Charidama? Achilles smiled and said, well, how should I put it? This guy has a very strong will, but it's too strong to the point of being obsessive. I can handle any obsessive person, it's just a matter of time. Vlad raised an eyebrow. Oh, looks like you already planted the seed of dreams. Was it when you were filming him just now? Achilles didn't answer, only giving him a knowing look, then asked, what do you plan to do with these 10,000 plus human prisoners? Vlad said, I like to take them all to the front lines as rations, but that doesn't seem like the best option. Annie told me she needs these people. Achilles was slightly taken aback. Most of them are Lupo's men. If Annie goes, what will Lupo think? Won't our cooperation with Annie be discovered? That's not something we should worry about. She'd definitely consider it. But who will escort them is a problem. Achilles smiled upon hearing this. There's someone I think is very suitable. Why don't you let him give it a try? You mean? Hamel. Vlad raised an eyebrow. Hamel? That guy's a bit dim-witted. Can he handle it? Achilles chuckled. That's exactly what we need. Even though he's a bit dim-witted, he's truly devoted to Anne, and he wouldn't do anything to harm her. That's his biggest advantage. Vlad pondered for a moment, thinking Achilles had a point. So how do we escort him? Are we really just going to cross the border openly? Achilles nodded. Yes. What does it matter? We just cross the border. Vlad looked puzzled. Won't that just cause trouble for Anne? The whole continent will know about our relationship with Anne. At least for now, it's too early to make it public. But what if this is Anne's intention? Vlad frowned, not understanding what Achilles meant. Achilles patted the Balrog's shoulder. Bring Kririch's body here. The Balrog, still puzzled, nodded and placed Kririch's body on the ground. Vlad asked, is there something wrong with this corpse? Achilles smiled and said, when it comes to intelligence, Annie is definitely smarter than either of us. Look, isn't there a faint magical fluctuation on this corpse? Vlad sensed it and nodded, yes. But Kririch hasn't been dead for long. As a powerful being from the Fengyuan realm, it's normal for his corpse to have some residual magical energy. Achilles shook his head. This magical energy is abnormal. Kririch was a wind elemental mage, but this magical energy is the power of death. Achilles' reminder made Vlad realize the problem instantly. Because the magical energy was so weak, most people would assume it was residual Kririch's own magic energy, and wouldn't specifically sense its properties. Even Charidama hadn't noticed anything unusual. But Achilles was different. As a succubus, his sense of magical energy was extremely sensitive. He immediately detected the anomaly, and gleaned the message Annie wanted to convey to them. Annie hid this magic within Kririch's corpse, and then delivered it to us through Charidama. There's only one meaning, a covert operation. Vlad instantly understood. Oh! You mean, Annie ordered us to march north, then feign defeat when we clashed with the Norma army, leaving these 10,000 men stranded in the Norma Empire. Chapter 539. Exactly. Achilles laughed. This way, we can rightfully hand over these 10,000 men to Annie, and Annie can cede the southern part of Marco's territory to us. Vlad clapped his hands in praise. Brilliant. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have thought of this. Achilles shook his head. It's not that I'm brilliant, but Annie is brilliant. She must have known I was here to use this method to transmit the message. You two are both brilliant, all right. Vlad laughed. Then let's set off tomorrow. The Linhai region is waiting for us. The next day, the demon army, fully equipped, moved north, bringing with them the 10,000 humans they had just captured, intending to use them as human shields to resist the first wave of attacks from the Norma Empire. Kalidima was very excited. He only harbored hatred for the Norma Empire, especially since Annie had rescued Lupo yesterday, almost costing them their lives. More importantly, the demons didn't bring Kalidima and his group with them this time, seemingly intending to leave them in the unclaimed wasteland as a means of control. The demon army swept in, drawing the attention of the entire continent. This was the first direct confrontation between the demons and the Norma Empire. Previously, when the demons attacked the Hairy Empire, the Norma Empire seized the opportunity to attack the central military district. The Hairy Empire was caught in a pincer movement, its fate hanging by a thread. If it weren't for Jack's influence, this temporary anti-demon alliance might not even exist now. At the time, rumors circulated widely. Some speculated that the Norma Empire had connections with the demons, which was plausible, given the timing of the Norma Empire's attack, perfectly timed when the central military district was vulnerable. At that time, no one knew how to control the Berserk Arnos, but Annie did it. She successfully subdued Arnos, and led the Lumbo family's army to conquer the entire central military district. However, some considered this claim utter nonsense. After all, there was no precedent for cooperation between humans and demons, and from the demons' perspective, humans were simply food, who would cooperate with their prey. Meanwhile, a rumor quietly spread across the continent. It was said that the riots in the northern wastelands of the Hairy Empire were instigated by Annie, and that it was through the cooperation of the demons and the guardians that they broke through the layers of defenses and escaped. However, this rumor was not acknowledged by the Hairy Empire. After all, very few people had experienced the riots in the northern wastelands and truly recognized Annie. The northern wastelands were a stain on the Hairy royal family, and Jack didn't want to dwell on it. All the forces were waiting to see how the Norma Empire would respond to the demon attack, hoping to deduce some information from it. The most concerned were undoubtedly the Holy See, but since the roads to the battlefield were blocked, they could only gather information through the church's previously hidden forces. A group of white-robed figures stood on the hilltop, gazing towards the battlefield. There, the Marco family's army stood ready, their soldiers solemn and prepared for a final, desperate battle against the demons. Just then, 5 people swept in from afar and stopped beside the papacy members. The papacy's leader, wearing a veil, had sharp, piercing eyes that gleamed with an unusual light. Jafarli, what are you doing here? Jafarli, still wearing his distinctive hat, glanced at the other man with a smile. Augustine, what have you become? Oh, my memory's failing me. You lost your bet with, and last time, resigned from your position as archbishop, and now you're just an ordinary believer. Hearing Jafari's sarcastic remarks, Augustine scoffed. Even if I'm no longer the archbishop, I'm still a member of the Holy See. Sooner or later, I'd personally kill Annie. Jafari shrugged. Then I wait and see your show. Augustine frowned. Is your Adventurers Guild still going to support Annie? From what I observed, Annie even has connections to the demons. Can you really tolerate that? Jafari laughed. That's better than you colluding with orcs. Besides, who said Annie has connections to the demons? If they really did, would the demons have gone to such lengths to attack the Norma Empire? At the mention of orcs, Augustine's expression faltered. He had heard about that incident, and it was precisely because of it that the Holy See's reputation was severely damaged. All cooperation between various countries and the Holy See had ceased, and even the Austin Empire's attitude had become somewhat ambiguous. Augustine snorted and turned his head to the side. Seeing this, Jafari chuckled and continued, speaking of which, your papacy has been eyeing the Hairy Empire for quite some time now, hasn't it? Peter uncovered quite a few secrets there back then. Augustine glared at him. What nonsense are you spouting? Peter was preaching in the Hairy Empire. Jafari waved his hand, preaching my foot. Do you think I don't know what kind of people the Hairy Empire is like? Although you know the demon clan has begun secretly targeting Arnos, you haven't taken any action. You probably just want to use the demon clan to inflict a major loss on the Hairy Empire, thus allowing the papacy's influence to infiltrate the Western world again. Augustine frowned, his lips pressed tightly together. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but rather that he dared not. Jafari's guess was entirely correct. He feared that saying something now would give the other party another handle to use against him. After all, The other party was Jafari, an extremely difficult fellow. Seeing Augustine's silence, Jafari continued, "It's alright if you don't speak. I understand. Originally, your Holy See should have intervened when the demons suddenly attacked the Hairy Empire. Unfortunately, the Norma Empire completely disrupted your plans. Their military action against the Austin Empire prevented you from sending a large number of Knights of Light to the Hairy Empire, which allowed the demons to advance all the way here. So, rather than saying the demons have any connection with Annie, it's more accurate to say that your Holy See and the demons have some secret dealings. Shut your filthy mouth." Augustine finally couldn't hold back any longer. He roared, "If you don't want to see, then get out of here. I don't want to hear any more. You're talking nonsense." Jafari shrugged indifferently, turning his gaze towards the battlefield. "This battle is definitely going to be very exciting. I definitely watch it. I was just chatting with you. You don't need to react so strongly. Did I really hit the nail on the head?" Augustine closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried his best to calm his anger, then said, "What's the use of saying all this? After today's battle, the whole continent will know about Annie's relationship with the demons. Let's see what your Adventurers Guild can do then." Jafari raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you're so sure? How about we make a bet?" Upon hearing the word bet, Augustine almost instinctively refused. "Don't mention betting to me. I never bet with anyone again in my life." Jafari chuckled. "Heh, it seems you've really been scared of Annie. But it's alright, I, Jafari, am very friendly. How about we bet 10 gold coins? I bet the Norma Empire will lose, and lose a large amount of land." Augustine frowned. 10 gold coins wasn't much. "Fine, I see what tricks you have up your sleeve." Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, the demons used their 10,000 men as the vanguard, driving them to attack the Norma Empire's defenses. In the first wave of attacks, for some reason, the Norma Empire hesitated to launch a decisive attack, allowing the 10,000 prisoners to gain the upper hand. In the second wave of attacks, the Norma Empire directly opened a gap in its defenses, allowing the 10,000 men to break through. Seeing this, the demons also dispatched their own army, a mixed demon force, which followed the 10,000 prisoners into the Norma Empire's formation. This time, the Norma Empire finally made its move. With lightning speed, they repelled the small demon force, successfully intimidating the 10,000 prisoners. Simultaneously, they closed the breach again, sending a force to reorganize the 10,000 prisoners and move them to the rear. Augustine was taken aback. They actually rescued the prisoners first? Those were all bandits from the unclaimed wasteland, lawless people. Why rescue them? Jafari curled his lip and said, "Shouldn't they have killed them all? These people already had low morale. They were originally intended as food for the demon army. Being rescued by the Norma Empire is a narrow escape. I guess the demons didn't expect their human shields to be completely useless." Augustine suddenly realized that Annie's move was indeed brilliant. Killing all 10,000 men would have been quite a task, but incorporating them all significantly reduced the trouble. However, another problem remained: what to do with these people? When the demon army officially attacked the city, these 10,000 prisoners would be left unattended, posing a threat to the rear, but Augustine's problem was quickly solved. Seeing their military supplies seized by the enemy, the demons were enraged. Their ferocious, twisted faces became even more terrifying with fury. In their rage, the demon high command acted decisively, dispatching wave after wave of troops, like a surging black tide, launching a fierce and relentless attack on the Norma Empire's meticulously constructed defenses. Faced with such a fierce and overwhelming offensive, even the Norma Empire's army, renowned for its resilience and tenacity, was struggling to withstand the onslaught. Under the relentless and intense attacks of the demons, the Norma Empire's defenses crumbled like a fragile sandcastle. Left with no other option, Ailill ordered the entire army to consolidate its lines and begin a rapid retreat. However, due to the Norma Empire's massive size, its vast equipment and supplies, and the addition of 10,000 newly captured prisoners, their retreat was relatively slow. Despite the soldiers' desperate efforts, they could not shake off the relentless demon pursuers. Fighting their way back, the Norma Empire's army retreated over 100 kilometers. After 3 arduous days of marching, the exhausted Norma Empire army finally arrived at Kachi City. There, they hastily rebuilt a new defensive line, hoping to withstand the demons' ferocious pursuit. During this period, fierce fighting between the two sides never ceased. However, most of these battles were small-scale skirmishes or raids. On one hand, the Norma Empire's army needed to constantly adjust its deployment and reorganize its formations during its retreat. On the other hand, Although the demons were eager to annihilate their opponents, their forces were limited, and they could not organize large-scale, effective offenses. Therefore, both sides could only adopt flexible and varied tactics, using small-scale skirmishes to wear down each other's strength. Fortunately, the Norma Empire also sent powerful reinforcements. For example, the Grand Mage Nickel, the protector of the nation, personally arrived. However, at this point, the demons ceased their offensive, as a prolonged battle line posed a risk to them. The battle ended there, with the demons losing 10,000 human prisoners. While the Norma Empire lost a large portion of its southern territory, both sides suffered losses. Jafari laughed and patted Augustine on the shoulder. "Your Excellency, a bet's a bet." Augustine, his face grim, slapped Jafari's hand away, then pulled a small bag of gold coins from his pocket and tossed it to him. "Humph. You two must have been in cahoots all along. This must be another of Annie's schemes." Jafari shook his head. "Annie and I haven't gone that far in our cooperation. You're overthinking it." Augustine narrowed his eyes. "Humph. I don't believe it. Although the demons have occupied the Norma Empire's territory, I still find something suspicious. Such a large-scale battle, and Annie didn't even come in person. Does she really trust Nickel and the others?" Jafari chuckled. "Trust those you employ, don't employ those you don't trust. Isn't that always Annie's style? Stop being so suspicious. The battle's over now, I should be going. Thank you for the gold coins, see you next time." Augustine snorted coldly. He didn't want to see Jafari for another second. The battle between the demon race and the Norma Empire ended swiftly, and spies from various factions across the continent quickly relayed details of the war back, including those from Caridima. When Caridima learned that the 10,000 prisoners had been rescued by the Norma Empire, his face turned pale. Most of the prisoners were Rupa's men, and most importantly, Rupa himself had been rescued by the Norma Empire. Didn't this give Rupa a chance to rise again? If Rupa returned to the No Man's Land, he would definitely fight him to the death. These past few days, for Caridima, the nights had become an endless nightmare. Whenever he lay exhausted on his bed, trying to drift off to sleep, that terrifying image would haunt him like a shadow. Amidst a vast, boundless mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Rupa, like a ghost from hell, struggled to slowly emerge from the mountains of corpses and the rivers of blood. He was covered in blood, each step heavy yet resolute, as if carrying endless resentment and hatred, closing in on Caridima. As he drew closer, Caridima was horrified to discover that he could see Rupa's blood-stained face so clearly. The once familiar face was now distorted with rage, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he wanted to incinerate Caridima. Chapter 540. These nightmares relentlessly assaulted Calidima's fragile nerves, causing him to wake up suddenly in the dead of night countless times. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat, his heart pounded, and his breathing became rapid and erratic. Suffering from this torment for so long, Calidima's mental state began to crumble. He was constantly in a daze, absent-minded and disoriented. Mycroft was the first to notice Calidima's abnormality. "Hey, second brother, what's wrong? You seem a bit off lately." Calidima stared blankly at Mycroft, then looked away, slowly walked to the table, sat down, picked up a piece of meat, mechanically stuffed it into his mouth, and after just one bite, his face changed drastically. He screamed in terror, and threw the meat away violently. "Damn it! Who gave me meat? I don't eat meat, I don't eat meat." Mycroft was startled. The Amras were brave and skilled warriors, and also very fond of meat, especially strongmen like Caridima, who couldn't live without it. Why the sudden change of heart? "Holy crap, second brother, what's wrong with you?" Caridima grabbed Mycroft by the collar, his face contorted as he roared, "I said I don't eat meat. Did you understand?" Mycroft struggled, but Caridima's grip was too strong, he couldn't break free at all, and could only manage to say with difficulty, I understand." Caridima then released him, and Mycroft coughed as soon as he landed. "Cough, cough, cough. Second brother, I think you really have something wrong with you. Should we get you a doctor?" Caridima walked to the side with a blank stare, grabbed a cactus used for decoration, ignored the thorns, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it vigorously as if it were some kind of delicacy. Mycroft was stunned. He was now absolutely certain that Caridima was definitely problematic, but who could he turn to now? The demons? Impossible. If the demons found out Caridima was no longer of any use, they were doomed. Mycroft suddenly realized that he had no one to rely on except Caridima. Now that Caridima was in this state, he didn't know what to do. Having finished the cactus, Caridima, its mouth full of thorns, didn't care. It let out a satisfied burp, spat out a mouthful of blood, and staggered back to its room. Mycroft watched this scene, gritted his teeth. It seemed he could only rely on himself. He absolutely couldn't let anyone know Karidima's current state. Just in case, even those he had brought from Amras had to be kept in the dark, otherwise, even a hint of information would be catastrophic. But Karidima still had to go out and meet people. Once someone saw it, it would be impossible to hide it anymore. Mycroft's eyes lit up, and he immediately went into the warehouse. The guards were bewildered. Mycroft rarely went to the warehouse himself, and even when he wanted to find something, he would order others to do it for him. However, since Mycroft had come in person, the guards didn't stop him. After successfully entering the warehouse, Mycroft instructed the guards not to let anyone else in. Although the guards were puzzled, seeing Mycroft's serious expression, they didn't ask any further questions. Mycroft frantically searched the warehouse, and finally found a somewhat yellowed and tattered blueprint. Found it! He excitedly opened the blueprint. It showed the construction method of a magic circle. This is it! He took the blueprint and began searching for suitable magic stones in the warehouse, then took them out with him. He returned to Kairidima's door, pressed his ear against it, and heard a clear snore coming from inside. Mycroft breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Kairidima was asleep, he could prepare in peace. He had ordered guards to be stationed around the area, forbidding anyone from approaching, ostensibly to discuss important matters with Kairidima. Then, he took out a jumble of magic stones, and the yellowed blueprint from his bundle, and began placing the magic stones according to the blueprint structure, while simultaneously inscribing a magic circle. After nearly an hour, Mycroft sat down on the ground, drenched in sweat. He wiped his brow, looked at the fruits of his labor, and a smile crept across his lips. Finally finished. Now, Kairidima can't get out, and no one can get in. This magic circle can trap even a Supreme Realm expert. Unless a demon expert personally intervenes, no one can open this door. Trapping Kairidima was only the first step. Many more troublesome matters lay ahead. Mycroft had always relied on Kairidima to act with impunity in his territory, but in reality, Kairidima had many Fengyuan realm experts under his command, stronger than Mycroft himself. Now, without Karidima's deterrent, would those people still obey Mycroft's orders? However, he couldn't worry about that now. Even without Karidima's help, Mycroft had to stabilize the situation, otherwise, the entire territory would descend into chaos, and the demon's blades would await them. Trapped in the room, Kairidima had once again fallen into a deep dream. He was now in a sea of blood, with crimson blood gushing towards him as if to engulf him. Kairidima screamed in terror, turning to run, but bumped into someone. He was about to curse when he saw it was Rupa. Rupa wore a sinister smile, his entire body soaked in blood. In his right hand, he held a long sword, its blade slightly bent, covered in pieces of flesh. Kairidima, we meet again. The voice seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Kairidim's eyes widened in terror, and he screamed hoarsely, "You madman! Get away from me! Stop bothering me!" However, despite his hysterical roar, Rupa remained motionless, like a statue. With a flick of his hand, the once calm sea of blood began to churn violently, like a raging beast. Accompanied by the surging waves, countless dark figures emerged from the blood. Upon closer inspection, Kairidima was horrified. They were all the 10,000 people he had previously captured. Now, their faces were contorted with rage, their eyes filled with boundless resentment and fury, staring intently at Kairidima as if they wanted to devour him alive. Aya! Kairidima frantically flailed his arms, attempting to unleash powerful magic to annihilate these terrifying figures. However, no matter how hard he tried to sense his magic power, he found nothing, as if in this eerie place, his magic had vanished. Just then, a pair of pale, veiny hands suddenly shot out from below, grabbing Karidima's ankles with lightning speed. Caught off guard, he staggered, then with a loud plop, plunged straight into the foul-smelling, sticky sea of blood. In an instant, the nauseating blood surged in like a burst dam, quickly filling Kairidim's mouth and nasal passages. A sharp, suffocating sensation overwhelmed him, causing him excruciating pain and nearly causing him to faint. He struggled desperately, using both hands and feet to try and escape this horrific predicament. But all was in vain. At this moment, he was like an ordinary person, who couldn't swim and was drowning. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Just as he felt he was about to completely lose consciousness, a chilling sight suddenly appeared before his eyes. A human head bobbing up and down in a sea of blood as thick as plasma. He was terrified, straining to widen his eyes, trying to see whose head it was. However, as he stared intently at the head, it seemed to sense his gaze and abruptly turned around. In an instant, Karidima's heart seemed to stop beating, for the face was none other than Kreerich. At this moment, Kririch's face was twisted and grotesque, its horror beyond imagination. His once handsome face was now unrecognizable, the flesh rotting away to reveal bare white bone and dark red muscle tissue. Even more terrifying, his gaping maw was enormous, as if it could swallow the entire world whole. With a low, piercing roar, Kririch lunged at Kiritama with lightning speed. Faced with this sudden attack, Kiritama's mind went blank for a moment, but his survival instinct made him react swiftly. He gritted his teeth and, with all his might, threw a powerful punch, slamming it into Kririch's face. With a deafening crash, Kririch was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the depths of the sea of blood. At the same time, Kiritama also successfully broke free from the sea of blood by using the reaction force. He gasped for air greedily, his chest heaving as if he had just survived a life-or-death ordeal. Although temporarily out of danger, the fear within him remained a constant companion. He cautiously looked around, his gaze fixed on a sea of crimson, finding no way out. This sea of blood seemed boundless and endless. No matter how desperately he pushed forward, he couldn't escape this nightmarish region. Mycroft's plan was progressing smoothly. He told the others that Kiritama was on the verge of a breakthrough and needed to go into seclusion for cultivation, therefore, he wouldn't be appearing anytime soon, and that he, Mycroft, would be in charge of all affairs within the territory. Everyone knew of Mycroft's relationship with Kiritama, and given Mycroft's usual involvement in territory matters, they didn't ask any further questions. As for the demons, having just occupied a large portion of the Norma Empire's lands, they had established a base there, and no longer concerned themselves with the unclaimed wasteland, thus completely ignoring this matter. Thus, Mycroft naturally became the leader here. Currently, in the entire unclaimed wasteland, Amraza's power is the strongest. The remaining 5 lords are relatively weaker, but they are all troublemakers. Even when Kiritama was in charge, he couldn't completely subdue them, and now, under demonic rule, they are even less likely to obey Mycroft's commands. Amraz occupies most of the unclaimed wasteland, while the remaining southeastern part, bordering the other Shoreflower and Velis, is in the hands of the 5 lords. If Mycroft wants to rule the entire unclaimed wasteland, he must successfully subdue these 5 lords, and now, with a demonic army far away in the Norma Empire, it presents a perfect opportunity. He immediately extended banquet invitations to the 5 lords, his reasoning simple. Their alliance had won, becoming the masters of the unclaimed wasteland, and naturally, they deserved a celebration. The 5 lords, unsuspecting, went to the banquet that very day. Mycroft chose a fortified city in the heart of the unclaimed wasteland, called Earthshadow City. Originally Lupo's territory, it was now occupied by Amraz, but its proximity to the other 5 lords made it a suitable location. These 5 lords had also risen through the ranks in the unclaimed wasteland, their strength all around the 7th level of the Fengyuan realm. Since they were attending a banquet, they hadn't brought many guests. Ha ha ha, welcome everyone. Mycroft warmly welcomed them into the hall, simultaneously instructing the waiters to serve the food. A bald, one-eyed lord looked around, puzzled. Where's Kiritama? Mycroft chuckled and explained, the 2nd lord is about to break through, so he couldn't come. But it's alright, we have plenty of time to get to know each other later. Upon hearing this, a hint of seriousness appeared on the faces of the 5 lords. Kiritama was already at the 9th level of the Fengyuan realm. If he broke through again, he would directly reach the peak of the Fengyuan realm. In this unclaimed wasteland, who would be his match? However, soon after, a tall, thin lord laughed. Hee, congratulations. It seems like double happiness. Let's drink until we drop. Alright. Let's drink until we drop. Mycroft waved his hand, and immediately waiters brought out wine. Even the 5 lord subordinates were seated, and served food and drink. Mycroft had brought out all his best stuff this time, and everyone ate and praised it highly. The bald, one-eyed lord took a large gulp of wine and said, now that the unclaimed wasteland is all ours, what are our plans? Shouldn't we take back the territory that the other Shoreflowers took? The tall, thin lord agreed, yes. Back then, the other Shoreflowers hid in our unclaimed wasteland, but they were so ambitious that they directly occupied that place. It's outrageous. We should have had the Holy See wipe them out. He then looked at Mycroft and said, now that you are the strongest, shouldn't you take the lead and set an example for us? Mycroft smiled, of course. The unclaimed wasteland is mine, and you are mine too. The other Shoreflowers have taken everything, so they have to give it all back. Huh? Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this. The bald, one-eyed lord slammed his hand on the table and stood up, demanding, what do you mean? Are you going to take the unclaimed wasteland for yourself? However, as soon as he stood up, He felt dizzy and almost lost his balance. What's going on? Chapter 541. Why did this happen? Mycroft, what did you do? Everyone glared angrily, while simultaneously checking their own physical condition. Mycroft sneered, then beckoned, and a group of sword-wielding warriors rushed out from behind the curtain, their gleaming blades pointing at the crowd. Do you really think you can stand on equal footing with me? What are you? A bunch of bandits. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're tired of living. Today I give you a chance. Those who surrender and submit to me will be spared, but they must sign a master-servant contract. The words master-servant contract caused everyone's faces to change. Have you lost your mind? The bald, one-eyed lord cursed. Want me to be your servant? No way. You shameless scoundrel, you poison our food when you can't beat us. You're a disgrace to Amras. Mycroft slowly walked forward and kicked the bald, one-eyed lord to the ground. If you don't want to be a servant, that's fine. I won't keep anyone who can't be used by me. With that, he grabbed an axe and, to everyone's astonishment, slammed it into the bald, one-eyed lord's right leg. Aya! The bald, one-eyed lord screamed in agony as his right leg was severed, blood gushing out. Seeing this, everyone realized that Mycroft was serious this time. They began circulating their magic, trying to break free, but for some unknown drug Mycroft had used, their magic flow was restricted, and they could only unleash a tenth of their usual strength. Mycroft, stop! Let's talk this out. The tall, thin lord quickly said. Let's talk this out. Mycroft smiled slightly. Isn't this exactly what I'm doing, talking this out to you? At this point, the bald, one-eyed lord was barely breathing. Those around him dared not step forward to help, for they were all poisoned and no match for Mycroft in the short term. The tall, thin lord winked at the other lords, then said to Mycroft, You're already the strongest, you call the shots, there's no need for this, is there? Mycroft narrowed his eyes. Whether it's necessary or not isn't up to you. Just give me one answer, sign or not. The tall, thin lord took a step back, his Adam's apple bobbing, and a small black pebble appeared in his mouth. Mycroft's eyes narrowed, a chill running down his spine. He clearly searched the place upon entry. No one was carrying the magic stone. This guy had hidden it in his throat. A cunning glint flashed in the tall, thin lord's eyes. Before Mycroft could react, he bit into the magic stone, crushing it with a snap. A black mist billowed out, instantly enveloping the lord. Mycroft yelled, Attack! Don't let him escape. The warriors immediately brandished their long swords, swarming forward, but they found nothing. The tall, thin lord had vanished without a trace. Given the commotion, the other lords wouldn't stand idly by and rushed towards the exit. Mycroft darted behind one of the lords, swinging his axe to strike. Although the lord's magic power was restricted, his fighting instincts remained. After all, having survived in a place like the no man's land, he had some means of survival. He slightly shifted his body, raising his right hand. The expected axe severing his right hand didn't happen. Instead, a clang rang out as the axe tore his sleeve, revealing the gleam of metal beneath. They're all old foxes. Mycroft cursed, about to strike again, when a commotion erupted outside the door. With a bang, a guard rushed in, shouting, Young master, it's terrible. Their men have broken in. The lord's eyes lit up. It seemed their men outside had also noticed the disturbance, and were rushing to their rescue. If they could hold out, they would be saved. Mycroft's face was grim. He knew it was the tall, thin lord who had escaped and told the others what was happening. He looked at the remaining three lords again, his voice icy, and said, I give you one last chance. Will you sign or not? The warriors surrounded the three lords again, preventing their escape. The three lords exchanged bewildered glances. It seemed that even stalling for time was now difficult. Just as the three were at their wits' end, the bald, one-eyed lord who had been lying on the ground suddenly sprang up, unleashing a terrifying aura. With a thunderous roar, he instantly killed several warriors around him. What? Mycroft was startled, not expecting this turn of events. Ha ha ha. The bald, one-eyed lord laughed wildly. Didn't expect that, did you? You severed my limbs, allowing the poison in my body to flow out through the wounds. Plus, I'm a fire elemental mage. Stopping the bleeding was a piece of cake. It's your fault for not just chopping off my head with an axe. Now it's my turn. Thud thud thud, with a flick of his wrist, several fire hounds appeared around him, baring their teeth and growling. This was a mid-level spell, the signature move of the bald, one-eyed lord. Go! Tear them apart. A bloodthirsty light flashed in the bald, one-eyed lord's single eye as he gave the command to attack. Awooh! The fire hounds howled and attacked the surrounding warriors. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the firehounds were incredibly fast, and their sheer numbers meant that more than a dozen warriors were instantly bitten in the neck and killed. Damn it! Mycroft swung his axe, forcing 2 firehounds back, a pang of regret creeping into his heart. Why had he been so showy? He could have just killed the bald, one-eyed lord with a single blow. But now there was no time for regret. The situation had instantly turned against him. Humph! Baldy, don't be so arrogant. Several figures rushed out. They were the other Feng Yuan experts from Amras, one of whom was also at the 7th level of Feng Yuan, no weaker than the bald, one-eyed lord. Mycroft's face lit up with joy. He hadn't brought these people with him, intending to subdue these lords himself and show off in front of everyone, but he messed it up. Fortunately, someone came to the rescue. However, unfortunately, the 5 lords outside had already rushed in with their men, protecting the remaining lords, and the 2 sides clashed. However, due to the 5 lords being either poisoned or seriously injured, they were largely ineffective and were at a disadvantage. The tall, thin lord said, "We can't keep fighting like this, let's retreat." The bald, one-eyed lord thought the same thing, and could only glare fiercely at Mycroft. "You brat, you just wait, I get my revenge." With that, the 5 lords fought their way back, slowly retreating from the banquet hall. Seeing the group trying to escape, Mycroft shouted, "Don't let them get away. You must bring them back." The 7th-tier Feng Yuan expert coldly watched him. "This is all your own doing. With Kalidama gone, you become increasingly audacious, actually doing this behind our backs. Is this the time to talk about that?" Mycroft didn't back down. "If we let them leave like this, they become a major problem in the future. Can you bear that responsibility?" The Feng Yuan experts understood that Mycroft was right, but keeping those people here was indeed difficult. They could only do their best. These 5 lords, worthy of their reputation as powerful figures in the unclaimed wasteland, commanded their forces effectively even with their magic sealed. Facing overwhelming odds, they held their own and quickly retreated to the edge of Earthshadow City. Once outside Earthshadow City, the world was vast and open. Even if Karidama himself arrived, it would be useless. However, just then, before the first bald, one-eyed lord to escape Earthshadow City could even celebrate, a broadsword slashed across his neck. Blood gushed out, and he could only stare wide-eyed, uttering gurgling sounds, before collapsing to the ground with a thud, life extinguished. What? The other lords were shocked, bewildered by what had happened. Until someone shouted, "Look! Who's that?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a tall, black-robed figure standing against the wind in the endless Gobi Desert. A bamboo hat fluttered in the wind, making his robes billow. It's Karidama. Even without seeing his face, everyone recognized him from his aura alone. Mycroft was also stunned. He had kept Karidama locked in the room for over a month, during which time Karidama had shown no reaction, seemingly in a deep sleep. He hadn't disturbed him. After all, the magic circle could trap the entire room from the inside out, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. How did Karidama get out? Mycroft couldn't figure it out, but there was no need to think about it now. Karidama slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes, like a hawk's, eyes devoid of any emotion, only boundless killing intent. "Die!" A low growl escaped from deep within his throat, then his figure flashed, as if merging into the raging wind, quickly arriving before the tall, thin lord. The tall, thin lord felt an overwhelming killing intent surge towards him. He instinctively tried to dodge, but Kalidama's speed was simply too fast, and he seemed to have broken through in strength. Almost instantly, the tall, thin lord's head flew into the air. "Damn it! Kalidama has broken through." The remaining 3 lords finally reacted. Facing a peak-level Feng Yuan expert, they were truly terrified. "Run!" The crowd erupted into chaos, desperately fleeing towards their own territories. But Kalidama clearly had no intention of letting them go. He transformed into a killing god, rapidly weaving through the crowd, leaving screams and splattering blood wherever he went. In no time, Kalidama reached one of the lords. The lord, still recovering and terrified, immediately collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Spare me. I'm willing to sign a master-servant contract. Please spare me." However, Karidama seemed not to hear him, and with a swift stroke, he reaped another life. Holy crap, the second brother's fears. Mycroft was utterly shocked by the scene. Perhaps inspired, Mycroft also wielded his axe and joined the battle. Those who weren't killed by Karidama were dealt with by Mycroft. The massacre lasted about half an hour. Only 1 lord escaped. Most of the others were slaughtered on the spot by Karidama. Karidama stood alone atop the pile of corpses, covered in blood, his sword dulled from the blows, but his face remained expressionless. Mycroft walked to the side, about to step forward, when a sense of danger arose, causing him to stop abruptly. The next moment, the tip of a broadsword was pressed against his throat. "Holy crap, the second brother, it's me, Mycroft. What are you doing?" Mycroft cried out in terror. Everyone else was stunned. Had Kiritama gone mad, unable to even distinguish his own men? Kiritama tilted his head, scrutinized Mycroft for a moment, then sheathed his sword and asked calmly, "Why did you lock me up?" Mycroft swallowed hard. He clearly sensed that Kiritama was different, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. I noticed you were acting strangely, so I locked you in the room to protect you." How did you get out?" Kiritama didn't answer Mycroft's question. A strange glint flashed in his eyes, and he returned to Earthshade City. The others followed him back into the city. This battle resulted in the annihilation of 4 lords and the elimination of most of their high-ranking forces, a very successful outcome. Unfortunately, Mycroft's objective hadn't been achieved. Kiritama sat down at the table, casually picked up a jug of wine, took a swig, wiped his mouth, and said, "Which idiot came up with this plan?" All eyes turned to Mycroft, who scratched his head. Second brother, it was my idea. If it weren't for a little mishap, it would have succeeded." "Success?" Kiritama sneered. "Success is a miracle. Do you think these lords are ordinary people? How could they come to a banquet unprepared?" Mycroft lowered his head, speechless. Kiritama ignored him and continued, "Things have come to this point. There's no turning back. Trying to make peace with them is impossible. We can only press on and utterly defeat them. Everyone listen up. Assemble the army immediately. We set off tomorrow and take over the entire unclaimed wasteland." Mycroft immediately raised his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? A Feng-Yuan expert tentatively asked, "Brother, have you broken through?" Kiritama glanced at him and chuckled. "What do you think?" These words were almost self-evident. Although no one knew why Kiritama had broken through at this time, having a peak Feng-Yuan expert in charge was naturally the best thing ever. However, no one noticed the black light that flashed in Kiritama's eyes, or the tall but hunched figure hidden in the shadows. Chapter 542. 6 months passed quickly. With Annie's help, Born frequently went to the prime material plane to absorb life force. After all, the prime material plane was currently engulfed in war, which was the best tonic for him. On this day, Nader personally came to the 8th Team's camp, where Solons came out to greet him. "Commander, what brings you here today? Is something the matter?" Nader chuckled. "Nothing much, just haven't seen Born in ages." "Is that kid still in seclusion?" Solons nodded. "Yes, he hasn't come out for the past 6 months. Nobody knows what he's been doing in there. Speaking of which, isn't the slime competition coming up soon?" Nader said, "Soon. The Slime Legion's envoys will probably arrive in 2 days. If Born hasn't broken through to the 7th rank of the Feng-Yuan realm by then, our Legion's chance might be wasted." "No way." Solons laughed. "Don't let Born's usual carefree attitude fool you. His strength is considerable, and his breakthrough speed is undeniable. Forget the 7th rank, I think even the 8th rank is possible. The 8th rank is a bit of an exaggeration." "Ha ha ha." Nader laughed heartily. The two walked and talked until they arrived at Born's secluded training camp. Only Cheryl and Dakala were guarding the tent. No one else was around. During this time, the two men had already benefited greatly from simply guarding Bond's door, even achieving breakthroughs in their strength, far more rewarding than hunting in the hunting grounds. Upon seeing Nader, the two immediately bowed. Nader smiled and waved his hand. No need for formalities. "How is Bond doing inside?" Cheryl smiled wryly. "We don't know either. After all, if he doesn't call us, we won't go in to check." "Then how does he usually get his soul fire in?" Dokara replied, "The doors and windows here aren't locked. We can open a crack and throw the soul fire in." Nader was speechless. So, he had no idea what level Born had reached in his cultivation. Even if he wanted to remind him, he dared not disturb him. However, just then, a violent surge of magical energy suddenly emanated from the tent. Boom! 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 Visible magical ripples spread out from the tent, stirring up the surrounding sand and gravel. Nader and Solons were both taken aback, then looked at Churl and asked, "Has this happened before?" Dakala tilted his head, thought for a moment, and said, "It did happen once, but it usually lasted very short, and nothing special happened afterward." Nader looked solemnly at the tent. This magical fluctuation was beyond his comprehension. Whatever Born was doing inside, this magical fluctuation was not something a mere Feng-Yuan realm undead could emit. What on earth is he doing? Solon said, Captain, you go about your business. We watch over him here. Bourne will be fine. Nader shook his head. Since he was already here, and given this unusual event, he was even more curious about what level Bourne had reached in his cultivation. I wait here. I wait for Bourne to come out. Seeing Nader's determination, the others didn't stop him. Everyone sat down on the spot, waiting for the unusual event to end. Soon, Nader noticed other anomalies. He seemed to be able to absorb purer death energy here, which accelerated his cultivation speed considerably. He looked at Churl with some surprise and asked, What realm are you in now? Churl scratched his head and said, I don't know why, but my cultivation speed has been really fast lately. I broke through to the 3rd level of the Fengyuan realm all at once. Nader was speechless. This Bourne was truly a lucky star. Even the cultivation speed of those who followed him had increased. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang resounded, and the entire tent was directly blasted away by a powerful surge of magic. The thick, pure magic almost solidified, transforming into dense fog that spread out. In the center of the fog, a skeletal figure slowly rose from the ground. He stretched his limbs, took a deep breath, and the fog seemed to be attracted, rushing rapidly into the skeleton's body. Ah, that feels good. Bourne let out a long, satisfying sigh. Nader's eyes widened as he looked at the mess on the ground and the radiant Bourne stammering, You broke through? Bourne then noticed Nader, and exclaimed with delight, Yo, Commander, you come at the right time. I just broke through to the 7th level of the Fengyuan realm. Let's have a match. Nader quickly waved his hand. No, you can challenge people above your level. I'm not fighting you. You should go and wreak havoc on the Slime Legion. Solons, beaming, stepped forward and patted Bourne on the shoulder, saying, You're something else. You already left me behind in such a short time. I'm waiting to see you make a name for yourself at the tournament. Bourne laughed. What do you mean by making a name for yourself? I don't care. The important thing is to complete the mission assigned by the commander and enhance the reputation of my Nader Legion. Nader laughed loudly. Ha ha, Bourne, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. But you just broken through. Your realm isn't stable yet. Hurry up and consolidate it. I estimate the envoy will arrive in the next few days. An envoy? Bourne chuckled, thinking of the giant worm. Alright, we give him a surprise. 3 days later, the Death Worm envoy arrived again, this time to confirm the participants' qualifications and escort them to the Slime Legion. Welcome, Your Excellency. Nader and the core members greeted him at the Legion's entrance. The Death Worm, arrogant and disdainful of the small Legion, scoffed, Humph, no need for such formalities. Where's your little skeleton? Bring him out. I want to see if he's even qualified. Nader chuckled, Don't worry, Your Excellency, he's certainly qualified. However, he's currently cultivating. I send someone to fetch him immediately. Please come with me and rest for a moment. The Death Worm wriggled, a strange glint in its eyes, but it still felt unlikely. There probably wasn't a single undead in the entire undead realm who had broken through 2 ranks in half a year. So it impatiently said, Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Where's that kid? I go find him directly. Nader didn't hide anything, pointing towards Team 8. Since Your Excellency wishes to go, I take you there. He then led the way. The group arrived at the 8th Squad's camp. Solons immediately spotted Churl and Dukala and asked, Is Bond still in his tent? Churl nodded. Yes, he's been consolidating his power and hasn't come out. Solons nodded slightly, then strode forward, knocked on the door, and called out loudly, Bond, the envoy from the Slime Legion has arrived. Please come out. However, no sound came from inside the tent. Solons was puzzled. Even if he was in meditation, he should still be able to hear his voice. I do it. Nader stepped forward, his voice even louder, Bourne, it's almost time. It's time to come out. However, there was still no movement. The Death Worm sneered, Is this little skeleton scared? Nader chuckled dryly, thinking that this wasn't the plan. According to their prior agreement, Bourne would continue to consolidate his realm in the tent, and once the envoy arrived, he would release his 7th level Fengyuan magic power, just like when he broke through, to send the tent flying, giving the envoy a big surprise. However, now the tent was silent. No one responded to Nader's calls. Has something happened to Bourne? Solons asked worriedly. Nader didn't hesitate any longer and directly pushed open the simple bone door of the tent. The door wasn't locked, and Nadal easily pushed it open with a soft creak, revealing the scene inside the tent. However, the next moment, everyone froze. The tent was empty. There was no sign of Bourne. Solons immediately turned to Scheller and asked, Are you sure he didn't go out? Shello was equally bewildered. He and Dukala had been guarding outside the tent, never leaving its side. If Born wanted to come out, they would have known immediately. But the crucial point was that Born hadn't left the tent at all. The Death Worm's face darkened. Nadel, are you playing a trick on me? Nadel quickly waved his hands, saying, How could that be? Your Excellency, you misunderstood. Something must have gone wrong. Please wait a moment. I sent someone to look for him right away. No need. The Death Worm twisted its body, its face full of anger. Since this guy hit himself, it means he lacks confidence to face me. Naturally, he's disqualified. I'm leaving. My lord. Nader's expression changed drastically. If the envoy left like this, not only would Born lose an opportunity to participate in the conference, but the entire legion would be criticized. But the Death Worm ignored him and turned to leave. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy emanated from it. The Death Worm sensed this energy just as it was about to move, then turned to look into the tent. It saw a black hole suddenly appear in the tent, and Born was slowly emerging from it. Born stretched lazily. Ugh, that little girl, always finding me difficult opponents. But when he looked up, he saw a group of shocked people. Captain? What are you all doing here? Nader said speechlessly, So you went to the prime material plane. Born scratched his head. Oh, sorry, the summoner encountered a problem and summoned me there. Nader quickly said to the Death Worm, My lord, I knew it. Born wouldn't hide, he's qualified. The Death Worm narrowed its eyes at Born. You're actually a summoner of the undead? I didn't expect that. But that only means you're lucky. We have to verify your actual strength. Saying this, it took out a magic stone and tossed it to Born. Here, infuse your magic power into the magic stone. If you indeed reach the 7th level of the primordial chaos realm or higher, the magic stone will emit a red light. If it doesn't glow, you're not qualified. Born examined the magic stone curiously, noticing it was unlike any he's seen before. It must have been crafted by an alchemist from the Slime Legion. He then activated the soul fusion technique, channeling magic power into the stone, but after a long while, it remained unresponsive. Nader frowned. Logically, Born had indeed reached the 7th level of the Abundant Origin realm. This shouldn't be happening. The Death Worm sneered. I thought you were a genius. Turns out you're just a fraud. Alright, I don't have time for you anymore. Give me back my magic stone. However, the next moment, a cracking sound rang out, and the magic stone in Born's hand shattered, a flash of red light disappearing in an instant. Huh? The Death Worm was taken aback. He had never seen anything like it before. Then, a possibility occurred to him, and he pulled out another magic stone from his person, tossing it to Born. Try this one. Born caught the magic stone and, as before, infused it with magic power. The stone trembled slightly, instantly releasing a dazzling red light that almost dyed the entire land red. Everyone's face was filled with shock. They had seen magic stones emit red light before, but never such a powerful one. The Death Worm's eyes widened as well. This time, he hadn't given Born an ordinary magic stone, it was a strengthened one, capable of withstanding the power of a peak-level Feng-Yuan cultivator. This clearly demonstrated Born's strength. Is this okay? Born asked. The Death Worm finally realized what was happening and nodded, saying, It's alright. Born withdrew his magic and returned the magic stone to the Death Worm. Sorry, I broke one of your magic stones. The Death Worm rolled its eyes at him, and then said, Alright, you're qualified to participate, but don't be too happy yet. Those who can participate in this election are all elites from various legions. You only just broken through to the 7th level of the Feng-Yuan realm, which is considered relatively low among them. If you can't win on the arena, remember to admit defeat quickly. The Death Worm had now discovered Born's talent, and didn't want anything to happen to him in the competition. That would be a loss for the Slime Legion. Even if Born wasn't selected for the Slime Legion this time, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Born understood the Death Worm's meaning, but he was still confident. Thank you for the reminder, Your Excellency. The Death Worm waved. Let's go, it's time for us to set off. Then, the Death Worm led Born to the Slime Legion to prepare. Nader would also be present when the tournament began. Outside the Legion, they joined the participating undead from other legions, mainly from 3 nearby legions. The 2 undead were both at the 9th level of the Feng-Yuan realm, a level higher than Born's. The Death Worm didn't offer much introduction, letting them get to know each other on their own along the way. Chapter 543. The 2 undead traveling with him were a dragon man zombie and a golden skeleton. Compared to them, Born appeared small and frail. Hello, I'm Born, from the Nader Legion. The Golden Skeleton glanced at Born and sneered. If the Nader Legion really has no one else, they can just give up. There's no need to send a low-level skeleton soldier to participate. Isn't that lowering the standards of our southern region? The dragon zombie was surprisingly easygoing, saying, Crowley, don't say that. Since he was brought here by the envoy, it means he meets the requirements. It's already quite an achievement for a low-level skeleton soldier. He then extended his right hand to Born. Hello, I'm Ollie. Nice to meet you. Crowley snorted. He's just here to make up the numbers. There's nothing to say to him. Born didn't mind, shook hands with Ollie, and then walked to a catfish. This was a unique undead creature of the sloth swamp, large in size, fast in the mud, and relatively docile, usually used as a mount. The death worm brought 4 large catfish with it, just enough for them to ride. The group mounted their catfish, and, led by the death worm, headed towards the Slime Legion. The swamp of Sloth was vast, and the Slime Legion's territory only occupied about 1/6 of it. The Nada Legion, and the legions of Crowley and Ollie belonged to the southern region. Several other legions of similar size comprised more than a dozen other subordinate forces of the Slime Legion. My lord, how many people are participating in this selection? Born asked the Deathworm, bored. The Deathworm scoffed. Don't call me envoy anymore. I'm Nuoka, the captain of the 4th Battalion, 3rd Company of the Slime Legion. If you can pass the selection, I hope you can join my battalion. There are only 10 people participating this time. Not every legion has suitable candidates. Once you register but don't meet the qualifications, you'll be banned from registering for the next few years, so everyone is being cautious. Born nodded. Captain Nuoka, so you're only competing with 9 people? Nuoka smiled. Actually, passing the selection isn't difficult. The Legion has given 2 spots. As long as you rank in the top 2, you have a chance. However, your cultivation level is still a major weakness. The others participating in the selection, most of them have already reached the 9th level of the Fengyuan realm or above. I heard that the 2 legions in the northern district even sent Supreme Yuan experts. But don't be discouraged. I think you still have some talent. You can always wait for the next time. Anyway, once you reach the Supreme Yuan realm, you basically be selected. Born chuckled. There are countless strong individuals in my subordinate legions. I also want to learn more and broaden my horizons from this competition. By the way, how is the legion structured now? Nuoka explained. The legion is divided into 3 companies. Each company has 4 battalions, and each battalion is further divided into platoons and squads, totaling about 1,000 people. If you join the legion, with your strength, becoming a deputy battalion commander shouldn't be a problem. As your strength improves in the future, you might be able to continue to rise. Is the battalion commander a corps member? Nuoka paused slightly, then replied, currently, the legion has 6 corps members, the regimental commander, 2 deputy regimental commanders, a strategist, and 2 company commanders. The others are not corps members. Born was taken aback. So, there's 1 company commander, who isn't a corps member? Nuoka nodded. Indeed, their situation is somewhat complicated, but even if they're not corps members, their power is considerable. Born didn't understand what he meant by complex situation, but he didn't care. It wasn't his focus. He looked at Nuoka, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately didn't speak. He wanted to tell Nuoka that the Purple Fire Mummy Legion had already begun its covert operations, but he wasn't clear on Nuoka's stance. Since the Purple Fire Mummy Legion was launching an offensive, it couldn't just be causing trouble within its subordinate legions. Explaining the situation to Nuoka rashly might be risky. Born decided to observe first, ideally meeting a corps member of the Slime Legion. As a captain, Nuoka's power was limited, and he wasn't a corps member of the Legion. If the secret of the Purple Fire Mummy Legion were revealed, it would be disastrous. Born smiled at Nuoka. So what place do you think I get this time? Nuoka thought for a moment and said, your magic is very powerful. I'm afraid people at the same level are no match for you. However, challenging those of higher levels will be difficult. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I estimate you get around 7th or 8th place at most. Born was speechless. You really don't think much of me? Nuoka snorted. You said it yourself. There are countless strong individuals in your subordinate legions. Those who can participate in this election are not ordinary people. Even if you're lucky enough to win a couple of rounds, you can't win every time. But I still have faith in you. Grow stronger as soon as possible. Having chatted for a while, Nuoka was tired and began meditating on the catfish's back. Born turned to look at the other 2, and found them meditating as well. It seemed the undead in the high-level undead district really enjoyed cultivation. Suddenly, A voice entered Born's mind. Brother Born, are you busy? Born's heart skipped a beat. It was Annie's voice. What? Are you in trouble again? Don't worry, I won't summon you this time. I mainly want to ask you something. Born was a little puzzled. Annie usually didn't have anything to ask him. Then tell me. And slowly said, the matter of the unclaimed wasteland is now settled. Achilles has successfully controlled Charidima and taken control of the entire unclaimed wasteland, but now there's a new situation. The other shore flower seems to be making moves again. Some time ago, they sent someone to find me, hoping I would join the other shore flower, but I refused. After that, they started making moves in the south. A powerful figure named Umair led a small team to raid Harrington, causing some losses. And he seems to be able to summon a conscious undead, so he wants to see if you recognize him. Born roughly understood the situation and gave a wry smile, saying, the undead realm is boundless, and there are countless powerful and conscious undead. How could I possibly recognize them all? But tell me, what are the characteristics of that undead? That's just an ordinary zombie, around the 8th level of the 501 realm. His fighting style is quite unique. It said he also rose from the lower level undead zone. Born was taken aback. Undead that could rise from the lower to the higher level undead zone were usually related to a lord. What's his name? Robert. What? Born's eyes widened. This name instantly pulled his thoughts back more than 10 years ago, to the 17th vanguard of the Clawed Legion, to the zombie who brought him from the wilderness to the Legion. He? How could he? You know him? Annie asked curiously. Born calmed himself down and then asked, what kind of person is his summoner? Annie thought for a moment and said, I haven't had direct contact with Umair, but from Roman, I heard that he seems to be one of the more moderate factions within the other Shore Flower sect. The raid didn't cause much damage, with few casualties. Their main objective seems to be rescuing some of the previously captured necromancers. Umair is quite old, and his cultivation level is around the 9th rank of the 501 realm. Robert seems to be the first undead he summoned with self-awareness. Born took a deep breath. Based on your description, I'm still not sure. I need to meet him in person. That's no problem. I can send someone to invite Umair. After all, I don't want to fall out with the other Shore Flower sect. I heard that his summoned undead also rose from the lower level undead zone. I was wondering if you two knew each other, so we could have a basis for contact. Otherwise, if I directly refused their invitation, they would definitely be unhappy. When are you coming? Born thought for a moment and said, I might be quite busy lately. The Slime Legion is holding a selection tournament, so it'd be a bit later. It's alright. The other Shore Flower will be busy too. Now that we made peace with Austin, the Holy See has freed up a lot of manpower to clear out the necromancers near Divine Beast Mountain. The other Shore Flower is starting to shrink its battle lines, and won't have time for me anytime soon. That's good. I contact you as soon as I finish things here. After disconnecting, Born fell into deep thought. It seemed that what he saw in the spatial mist wasn't a phantom, but really Robert. But he himself had grown so quickly through the Soul Fusion chapter, plus the help of Dao Quang and Annie. What did Robert have? Back then, he was just an ordinary zombie. How many hardships had he endured to reach his current level? Born secretly made up his mind that after this tournament, he must go to the prime material plane, meet Umair, and find Robert. Time passed day by day, and the group finally arrived at the Slime Legion's camp. Because it was the selection tournament in progress, the other contestants had already arrived. The captains of each team were doing their utmost to recruit members, hoping the winner of the tournament would join their ranks. The most enthusiastic were undoubtedly the two Supreme Realm experts, one from the North District and the other from the West District. They were already surrounded by a large group of people, all chattering about how powerful their team was, and what benefits they would receive by joining. Born curled his lip. Are they really that sure these two will win? Crowley scoffed. What? Are you confident you can beat them? How will I know if I don't try? Ollie laughed. I think they haven't broken through much recently either. Maybe we still have a chance. Don't even think about it, Crowley said coldly. Many people came here this time without much hope. They just wanted to see how you guys are doing and wait for the next tournament. Crowley's thinking wasn't wrong. In fact, most people thought the same way. Even if they failed this time, they could register again next time, and by then, they would be stronger, and their chances of winning would be higher. So your goal this time is 3rd place? Born asked. Crowley's lips curled into a smile. I prepared a grand gift this time. Just you wait and see. Nuoka then said, there are still 2 weeks until the official start of the competition. You are free to move around during this time, But I suggest you consolidate your cultivation. Even if you don't get a top 2 finish this time, at least demonstrate enough strength to impress the Legion's higher-ups. Perhaps you have a chance to be selected exceptionally. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Bon. I understood his meaning. Bon was currently at the 7th level of the Fengyuan realm, the lowest among all the participants. But Nuoka knew that Bon's strength far exceeded what he appeared to be. If he could demonstrate sufficient talent in the competition, the Legion's core members might select Bon for the Legion ahead of schedule. Captain Nuoka, Crowley said respectfully, may I speak with you privately for a few minutes? Nuoka paused slightly, then nodded and walked aside with Crowley. Ollie whispered to Bourne, that guy's probably trying to pull some strings beforehand. Their Legion commander seems to have been a subordinate of some company commander before. Bourne shrugged, uninterested in such matters. What are you planning to do next? Ollie chuckled, our cultivation levels aren't high, and it seems nobody cares about us. I'm going to find a quiet place to cultivate. What about you? Bourne shook his head. Cultivation is boring. We come all this way to the Slime Legion. I'm going to check out their hunting grounds. Ollie raised an eyebrow. Oh, that's a good idea. Why don't you take me with you? Aren't you going to cultivate? Ollie chuckled. Hearing you say that, I don't want to cultivate either. Let's go, let's go! The two inquired briefly and found the direction of the hunting grounds, quickly arriving near them. This was indeed a large legion. Even the hunting grounds were guarded by troops. A squad of guards blocked their path, shouting, Who are you? What are you doing here? Ollie replied, We're from a subordinate legion, here to participate in the selection tournament. We come to the hunting grounds to see what's going on. The guards exchanged bewildered glances. They'd never seen contestants from the selection tournament come to the hunting grounds beforehand. Shouldn't they usually find a place to train and prepare themselves? However, since they were from a subordinate legion, they didn't stop them, only giving them a brief instruction. You can go in without any problem, but don't wander around. A wandering undead spirit has recently appeared in the hunting grounds, constantly roaming and ambushing. We were originally waiting for the company commander to come and deal with it, but he's been busy lately. Be careful. Ollie laughed, Don't worry, the hunting grounds are so big, our luck shouldn't be that bad. Chapter 544. The two entered the hunting grounds smoothly. According to the guards, the entire hunting grounds were divided into 5 areas. Since they were all swampy areas, the differences between them weren't significant. Therefore, they were divided into areas 1 to 5 based on the strength of the wandering undead within. Area 5 had the weakest undead, while Area 1 had the strongest. The berserk wandering undead seemed to have recently appeared near Area 1. As long as they didn't go to Area 1, they should be safe. Ordinary wandering undead, lacking consciousness, only move within a fixed small area and don't roam around. But this berserk wandering undead was different. It could appear anywhere and suddenly attack other undead nearby. Bourne didn't want to waste time in Area 5. They quickly passed through the previous areas and arrived near Area 2. The wandering undead here had reached the Fengyuan realm, and occasionally they could see a few mid-Fengyuan wandering undead. Bourne didn't waste any words, immediately slaying 2 zombies, both around the 4th tier of the Fengyuan realm. Absorbing their soulfire felt incredibly satisfying, something rarely seen in the Nader Legion. Ollie also observed the entire hunting grounds with great interest. The death energy here was much denser, so it wasn't surprising that it spawned more powerful wandering undead. Bourne, let's go see if we can find any high-tier Fengyuan prey. We come all this way, we can't just kill some small fry. Bourne nodded. Sure. That's exactly what I was thinking. So they ventured a little deeper, approaching the area of Zone 1, and finally spotted a Fengyuan 8th tier swamp worm. Bourne chuckled, A swamp worm of this level shouldn't be a match for you, right? Ollie rubbed his hands together and said, I just recently broke through to a higher level myself, so I use it as practice. Don't interfere, watch me. With that, he charged forward. Ollie's fighting style was very typical of Dragonkin, wide and sweeping. However, the swamp worm was slippery. Seeing Ollie, who was stronger than it instantly burrowed underground and refused to emerge. Ollie was speechless, feeling like he had nowhere to use his strength. Bourne sensed something, and noticed a slight tremor beneath his feet. A thought struck him, and he leaped into the air. The next moment, the swamp worm's enormous mouth, filled with countless teeth, appeared below him. Damn it, this beast has its eye on me. Bourne cursed. Judging from his cultivation level, Bourne did seem to be somewhat weaker. This swamp worm specifically targeted the weak. However, this time the swamp worm had chosen the wrong opponent. With a clang, Bourne drew his soul-severing blade, his eyes flashing with an eerie light, and roared, Soul Steel. Instantly, the swamp worm's body seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, unable to move, and could only watch helplessly as Bourne descended from the sky, cleaving it in two with a single strike. The swamp worm slime sprayed everywhere, filling the air with a foul, fishy stench. Bourne casually collected the swamp worm's soul fire and magic core, clapping his hands and saying, "What a fool. Coming here just to die." Ollie was stunned. He knew the swamp worm might not be a match for Bourne, but he hadn't expected the other party to kill it so easily. At least in terms of cultivation level, the swamp worm was a level higher. Ollie gave Bourne a thumbs up. "Brother Bourne, you're really amazing. What was that move called? Why couldn't that swamp worm move?" Bourne smiled mysteriously. "Hee, I can't tell you now. We might have to meet in the arena." Ollie was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. "If we're in the arena, you better go easy on me. I don't want to be cleaved in two." The two exchanged a glance, and then burst into laughter simultaneously. The laughter echoed in the silent and eerie netherworld, sounding particularly jarring. Bourne thought to himself that Ollie was quite interesting, and they got along very well. After all, in this netherworld filled with gloom and terror, it was rare to meet someone so compatible. However, just as they were immersed in the joyful atmosphere, suddenly, the swamp beneath their feet, which had been as calm as stagnant water, began to tremble violently without warning. The tremors were so intense that it was as if a ferocious beast was trying to break free, carrying an unparalleled force. "What's going on?" Ollie's expression changed instantly. His eyes widened, and he looked around warily, his body involuntarily moving closer to Bourne. Bourne was also bewildered, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Could it be that the strong scent emitted by the dead swamp worm had attracted an even more powerful and terrifying wandering undead? He quickly got his answer. With a loud bang, a huge maw shot up from the swamp and swallowed the swamp worm's corpse, which had just been cleaved in two whole. Looking at this enormous body, Bourne's mouth gaped open. He had seen this creature before. It was the death serpent he had encountered in the northern army of Claude's legion. However, this giant python was even larger, emanating a chilling aura. How can there be such a huge, deadly python? Ollie was also dumbfounded, deeply shocked. However, Bourne quickly reacted, grabbing Ollie's arm and saying, "Let's go. This thing is at the Supreme Origin realm." After Bourne's reminder, Ollie also sensed the python's realm. Although very vague, it was certainly beyond the two of them's capabilities. Could this be the one the guard mentioned earlier? Ollie cried out in terror as they ran. Bourne shook his head. "I don't know. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few wandering undead at the Supreme Realm in this hunting ground, but this one is really abrupt. There's something indescribable about it." At this moment, the giant python seemed to have discovered their presence. Its large, elongated eyes gleamed with a ferocious light as it looked at their backs. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Instantly, a terrifying aura enveloped the two. Bourne felt like he had become a piece of meat in the python's bowl. No matter how much he struggled, it was futile. Boom, boom, boom. The giant python twisted its body and charged towards the two. Ollie turned around and was immediately terrified. He screamed and immediately started running on all fours, instantly becoming faster than Bourne. Bourne, left behind, naturally became the giant python's primary target. It opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Bourne. Bourne gritted his teeth and directly used the power of wind element. A flash of azure light appeared beneath his feet, and his speed suddenly increased slightly, barely dodging the attack. Bang! The giant python missed its target, its jaws clashing together with a muffled thud. The python extended its long, thin tongue, hissing as if puzzled. It had clearly aimed, so why had it missed? However, Bourne hadn't gone far. The python gave chase, opening its massive jaws again, this time with even greater speed. Even with the aid of wind elemental acceleration magic, Bourne couldn't escape. Damn it! Just as Bourne was about to cast invisibility and release his substitute puppet, a deadly slash struck, clashing against the giant python's mouth with a clang, sending sparks flying. While it didn't cause any real damage, it did slow the python down. With another thud, the python missed its target again. Bourne cast a grateful glance at Ollie ahead. He hadn't expected Ollie to save him. After all, they were now rivals. Enraged by its two missed bites, the giant python opened its massive jaws, roared to the sky, and spewed out a cloud of green mist. The mist quickly spread, enveloping both Bourne and Ollie. Damn it! It's domain power! Ollie cried out, his speed suddenly decreasing. Bourne also clearly felt his own magic circulation slow down. This was the first time he had ever sensed domain power from another creature. It's like I don't have a domain. Born gritted his teeth and immediately cast 1,000 miles of ice seal, unleashing a torrent of powerful water elemental energy that instantly froze the surrounding mist. Ollie looked at Born in surprise. You have domain power too? But he quickly realized that this wasn't his own domain, but rather a domain created by advanced magic. However, the difference in strength between Born and the giant python was simply too great. Even with advanced magic, he couldn't completely negate the power of the python's domain. At this moment, the giant python hissed, its eyes fixed on Born. Its thick body twisted rapidly, shattering ice crystals in its wake without posing any obstacle. Just then, Ollie appeared beside Born. Born was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, "Why did you come back?" Ollie's expression was serious. He said in a deep voice, "Born, you must keep my technique a secret." Huh? Before Born could react, Ollie suddenly leaped up, shouting, "Berserk!" Whoosh! His armor shattered instantly, his flesh swelled wildly, his body nearly doubling in size, his eyes turning blood red, and a terrifying aura emanating from him. Born was completely stunned. Berserk was Samuel's exclusive magic, only Samuel's subordinates could cast it. But this was the Swamp of Sloth, Belfinger's territory. How could Berserk magic appear here? No wonder Ollie told him to keep it a secret. After going Berserk, Ollie's strength surged. He turned and punched the charging giant python. With a loud bang, Ollie's body was sent flying, and the giant python shook its head, clearly stunned by the punch. Holy crap, that's powerful. Born was surprised. Ollie now indeed had the power to fight the giant python, but Berserk had side effects and a time limit. However, it would be difficult for the two of them to escape the giant python's pursuit in a short time. Born hesitated for a moment. Since Ollie had used his trump card, he couldn't hold back either. With a flick of his finger, a black-armored warrior appeared out of thin air, wielding a broadsword and slashing fiercely at the giant python. Ollie's eyes lit up. He clearly felt the powerful aura emanating from the black-armored warrior. This was a battle puppet that Born had painstakingly figured out how to use, but each use had conditions. It required 2 top-tier magic cores, and continuously drained Born's magic power. The battle puppet had played a crucial role in the previous battle against the giant frog, and it was because of that battle that Born discovered how to properly use it. Fortunately, Born had abundant resources, including the miraculous magic storage stone, which replenished his magic power sufficiently. The battle puppet and Ollie worked together, finally managing to fight the giant python to a draw. Born breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, they were intimidated by the giant python's immense power, failing to realize that even with their combined strength, they could handle it. Born estimated that the death python's strength was probably around the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm. Defeating it would likely take some effort. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the combat dummy was sent flying, crashing heavily into the mud. Ollie's condition was also deteriorating. It seemed the berserk effect was about to wear off. "Born! Think of something. I can't hold on much longer," Ollie cried out. Born frowned. It seemed he had no choice but to use his trump card. Born's figure trembled slightly, as if he had flashed in place, before he swiftly charged towards the death python. Huh? Ollie was stunned. He hadn't expected Born to charge straight at him like that. Damn it, don't do anything reckless. The giant python also looked at Born. As if provoked, it roared to the sky and then lashed out at Born with its massive tail. Born didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he swung his fist at the massive tail. Ollie was completely dumbfounded, filled with disbelief. Born's cultivation level was only at the 7th level of the Fengyuan realm. Not to mention, he hadn't mastered any berserk or similar magic that could drastically enhance his strength in a short period. To charge straight at that terrifying python without any strategy was tantamount to suicide. However, it was too late to say anything now. Before Ollie could react, a deafening bang rang out, and the python's thick, powerful tail, like a giant steel whip, slammed down on Born with overwhelming force. In an instant, even the previously muddy swamp was smashed into a deep crater, mud and water flying everywhere. Born! Seeing his friend suffer such a devastating blow, Ollie roared in grief and anger. His eyes were wide open, filled with pain and sorrow. He had gone through so much hardship to finally find such a like-minded and sympathetic friend. Who could have imagined he would die so suddenly? Enraged, Ollie recklessly raised his weapon again and swung it fiercely at the giant python's enormous head. Unfortunately, this seemingly powerful and fierce attack was child's play for the mighty python. It easily dodged Ollie's furious attack with a simple flick of its wrist. Moreover, a clear hint of mockery even appeared in the python's cold and merciless eyes, as if it were thoroughly laughing at Ollie's overestimation of his strength and his fragility. Chapter 545. Brother Born, I'm so sorry. I failed to protect you. Ollie was filled with remorse. He glared angrily at the giant python. You filthy snake, I come back for revenge. At this moment, his berserk state ended, and he returned to his original form. Due to his weakened state, and the absence of Born's assistance, he was no match for the death python alone, and could only turn and run. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The previously arrogant python seemed to sense a powerful threat. Its slender eyes narrowed sharply, and its massive head lowered, but it was still a step too slow. With a whoosh, the scales on its neck shattered instantly, revealing a horrible wound. At the same time, its massive tail lashed upwards, seemingly slamming into something with a thud. A figure was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily into the mud. Huh? Ollie, who was running away, was stunned by the scene. He hadn't noticed anyone else around, but what surprised him even more was what followed. A skeleton soldier struggled to crawl out of the mud pit. It was none other than Born, who had just been crushed to dust. You, how are you all right? Ollie asked, his eyes wide with confusion. Born wiped his face. What? You want something to happen to me? That's not what I meant, but weren't you just? Born waved his hand. Hey, don't worry about the details. By the way, can you use your berserk mode again? Ollie looked at the heavily injured, writhing, and roaring death serpent, instantly understanding Born's meaning. He nodded and said, I can, but there will be strong side effects. I need you to protect me from now on. Born patted his chest. Don't worry, with me here, no one can touch you. Reassured by Born's assurance, Ollie relaxed and unleashed his berserk magic again, his strength surging dramatically, his eyes turning crimson red once more. Born also replaced 2 new magic stones in the battle puppet's eyes, and replenished his own magic power using a magic storage stone. The two exchanged a glance, then simultaneously charged towards the death serpent. The death serpent writhed desperately, its neck severed in half by the soul-severing blade, only the other half connecting it to its body. A foul, dark red liquid gushed from the wound, quickly seeping into the swamp. The death serpent never expected a sneak attack, inflicting such a severe injury. Its eyes blazed with fury, as it glared at the charging Born, letting out an angry roar. Although injured, it was still a powerful magical beast of the supreme realm. With a powerful flick of its tail, it blocked the battle puppet's full-force attack. Simultaneously, it twisted its body, opened its mouth, and spat out a mouthful of dark green liquid, forcing Ollie back. Facing Born, who was merely at the 7th level of the 501 realm, the death serpent's eyes were filled with hatred. It cruelly opened its massive jaws, wanting to devour the culprit who had injured it. In its eyes, the real threats were Ollie and the battle puppet. Although Born had inflicted damage, his cultivation level was too low to pose any real threat. However, this was the moment Born had been waiting for. He suddenly plummeted downwards, shouting, soul-stealing. An invisible hand fiercely reached into the death serpent's soul. The death serpent sensed a tremendous crisis and circulated all its magical power to resist, but it still felt a pulling sensation. But that brief moment of distraction cost it its chance. Born pushed off with both feet, launching himself into the air like a cannonball. Gripping the soul-severing blade tightly, he slashed it across the giant python's neck in a graceful arc. Because of the close proximity, and because the giant python's attention was focused on Ollie and the battle puppet, it underestimated Born. By the time the python realized what was happening, its massive head had already detached from its neck, crashing into the mud with a thud. Brother Born, impressive. Ollie lay on the ground, eyes glazed over. Forced activation of the berserk magic had left him completely out of control, unable to move even a finger. Born put away the battle puppet and the shattered substitute puppet, then quickly retrieved the giant python's soul fire and magic core. Here, this is for you. Born casually tossed the soul fire to Ollie. Ollie was completely immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as the soul fire fell into his mouth, transforming into a stream of pure energy that coursed through his limbs and bones. A moment later, the side effects of the berserk magic were neutralized, and Ollie got up from the ground. You? What is this? Born smiled and said, without you, I couldn't have killed this thing. Thanks. A glint of brilliance flashed in Ollie's eyes. The soul fire of the 3rd rank of the Supreme Origin realm possessed immense energy and immeasurable value. It was an irresistible temptation for any undead. But Born barely hesitated, directly throwing the soul fire into Ollie's mouth, not only neutralizing the berserk side effects, but even increasing his cultivation level. You really are a strange person. Ollie shook his head with a wry smile. But I decided to be your friend. Bourne silently stored the magic core into his soul-severing blade. Compared to other items, the magic core was more valuable to him, as a powerful magic core was essential for using the battle puppet. Just then, a small squad suddenly rushed out from the side. The leader, a deathworm, narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the massive python corpse on the ground with some suspicion. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, Bourne, Ollie, what are you doing here? Bourne looked over and immediately recognized Nuoka. Captain Nuoka, hello. Ollie explained, we were getting a little bored in the camp, so we came to the hunting grounds to check things out. And, who is this gentleman? Nuoka quickly introduced them. This is Captain Makla of the 3rd Company. Makla frowned at the two. You killed this death python? Ollie looked at Bourne, who nodded slightly. Yes, but it was all by chance. The giant python was already injured. Makla exclaimed, no wonder. I knew you two couldn't possibly have killed that python. Its magic core and soul fire. It's been used up. Bon quickly said, we expended a lot of magic power killing the python, and were seriously injured. We could only recover using its magic core and soul fire. Makla's expression clearly showed displeasure. Using such precious things to heal your wounds is a terrible waste. These are all Legion assets. Did you get the Legion's permission to use them so casually? Nuoka quickly explained, those two just came from a subordinate Legion and don't know the rules yet. Please calm down. Makla waved his hand. Forget it. Remember, in the future, such valuable spoils must be handed over to the Legion. This time, each of you will contribute 1,000 soulfire as compensation. 1,000 soulfire. Bon was slightly taken aback. Although 1,000 soulfire wasn't much to him, it clearly exceeded the value of the materials from the Death Serpent. What? You have a problem with that? Makla raised an eyebrow, his tone unquestionable. Ollie frowned, about to say something, but Bourne grabbed him. No problem, but 1,000 soulfires are a bit too many for us. We might not be able to gather them quickly enough, so we need to give you some more time. Makla snorted coldly, don't give me any conditions. I'm only giving you 10 days. If I don't see 2,000 soulfires in 10 days, you're not leaving. This? Angry, Ollie's face darkened. 2,000 soulfires in 10 days was simply an impossible task. Even if they were transferred from their original Legion, they couldn't deliver them to the Slime Legion within 10 days. Bourne gently tugged at Ollie's sleeve, then said to Makla, okay, we personally deliver the 2,000 soulfires. Makla was slightly surprised, gave Bourne a deep look, said nothing more, and turned to leave with his men. As they left, Nuoka looked back at Bourne, a hint of apology on his face. Bourne shook his head at him, indicating it was nothing. After Makla and the others left, Ollie exclaimed, is Makla crazy? Where are we going to get 2,000 soulfires for him in such a short time? Bourne patted him on the shoulder, there's no other way. We're on his territory now, and he's stronger than us. We have to show weakness now, a direct confrontation would be a loss for us. I know that, of course, Ollie said, but I just can't swallow this. Even if you said the Death Python's magic core and soulfire were worth a fortune, it wouldn't be worth 2,000 Chiyuan soulfires. This guy's just trying to rip us off, asking for an exorbitant price. Bourne shook his head. It's no use talking about this now. Let's think of a way to get those 2,000 soulfires. Ollie shrugged. I don't know how. Do you have any ideas? Bourne thought for a moment and said, I do have some ideas, but I need your cooperation. Ollie patted his chest and said, just tell me how you want me to cooperate, and I do my best. Bourne chuckled and pulled Ollie away from the hunting grounds. At the headquarters of the 3rd Company of the Slime Legion, a patrol of undead had just passed when two furtive figures emerged from the shadows, Bourne and Ollie. Ollie looked bitter. Brother Bourne, maybe we should just give up. Bourne countered, do you have any other way to get that many soulfires in a short time? Ollie was speechless. Bourne comforted him, we're going to die anyway, so let's take a gamble. We can split the extra soulfire. Ollie gave a wry smile, you need to be alive to succeed. The two quickly bypassed the layers of guards, searching the camp thoroughly. Their skills far surpassed the guards, making them difficult to spot. Another reason was that no one would expect someone attending this election competition to be so audacious as to infiltrate the company camp. They spent a whole day searching the camp, but still couldn't find what they were looking for. What's going on? Bourne scratched his head, puzzled. Why can't we find it? Is it not in the camp? Ollie followed behind Bourne, his heart pounding with fear. If we can't find it, let's go back. Let's avoid being discovered. However, Bourne clearly didn't want to give up. His gaze swept across the area, and he spotted a lone guard, seemingly having just finished patrol and heading back to his camp. Bourne flashed forward, quickly appearing behind the guard and, with lightning speed, twisting his head off. He then returned to Ali's side. Ali was completely stunned. "My God, you actually killed the guards here." Bourne casually pulled out a leather bag and covered the guard's head, obscuring their faces. "Heh, what are you worried about? He's not dead. Even if an undead loses its head, it won't die as long as its soul fire remains." The guard roared angrily, "Who are you? How dare you ambush my third company? Don't you value your lives?" Bourne flicked the guard's forehead. "Shut your stinking mouth. I told you to speak before you do. Otherwise, I really kill you." The guard was also filled with trepidation. Since the other party could kill him instantly, their strength far surpassed his own. Therefore, he could only obediently shut his mouth. Bourne nodded in satisfaction. "All right, now tell me, where is the third company's warehouse?" "Huh?" The guard was slightly taken aback, then roared angrily, "You bastard! How dare you plot against our warehouse? Don't even think about it." With a bang, Bourne punched the guard on the head again, shattering his skull and causing his soul fire to tremble. "Wrong answer. I give you one more chance. If you get it wrong again, you're dead." Bourne's cold voice reached the guard's ears. The guard shuddered. "Then if I tell you, will you let me go? Don't try to negotiate. Your life is in my hands now." The guard swallowed hard. He knew his only chance was to tell the other party the location of the warehouse. Although he might still be killed, at least there was some hope of survival. I tell you. The warehouse is underground in the quartermaster's quarters." Bourne raised an eyebrow. He'd just seen the quartermaster's quarters. It was heavily guarded, so he hadn't gone any further. He hadn't expected the warehouse to be down there. This slime legion was truly unique. "Big brother, can you let me go now? I promise I won't tell anyone." Bourne chuckled. "Of course, I know you won't tell anyone. After all, you were the one who told us the location. If we get caught, I'd be the first to betray you." The guard shuddered and quickly nodded, "I understand." Bourne hadn't intended to kill him anyway, so he simply tossed him aside. Ali asked, "The quartermaster's quarters are heavily guarded. How are we going to get in?" Bourne's eyes darted around, and he smiled, "I have a way." Chapter 546. The quartermaster department had over 10 guards stationed there, including several powerful experts from the Fengyuan realm. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to sneak in. However, nothing much had happened at the quartermaster department over the years. Although the guards were stationed there, they weren't particularly vigilant, chatting casually. "Hey, the selection competition is about to begin. Do you think any new recruits will join our company?" one of the guards said. Another guard scoffed, "Even if they join, they only be captains. What does that have to do with us? Let's just focus on our own work." "Hey, you can't say that," the guard said. "If they become our captains, then it concerns us, won't it? I heard there are 2 from the West and North districts who broke through to the Yuan realm and came to participate in this election. They should be the top choices for victory." "I don't think so. It said those 2 forcibly broke through using potions and magic stones, and their realms are unstable. They might not even be as strong as the peak of the Fengyuan realm." "Then you're wrong. After all, it's a huge difference in realms. Even if they forcibly broke through using potions and magic stones, they're still incredibly strong. Anyway, I'm more optimistic about that skeleton from the South District. He just broke through to the peak of the Fengyuan realm on his own strength. If the Legion's higher-ups really want talent, they should recruit someone like that." Just as the 2 were chatting enthusiastically, suddenly a loud bang resounded, and a red object, like a cannonball, slammed into their bodies. The 2 were killed almost instantly, leaving only their heads staring at each other with disbelief on their faces. A large hole had been blasted into the side wall of the supply depot. Enemy attack. Even with only a head remaining, the guard still issued a warning. The other guards, hearing the commotion, rushed over. One of the undead at the Fengyuan realm roared, "What happened?" The guard with only a head immediately replied, "We didn't even see the other side's face. We only saw a red object rush towards us, and then shatter our bodies." The guard captain frowned, looked around, and suddenly saw a figure rapidly disappearing into the distance. His eyes widened, and he roared, "There! Follow me!" He then took the lead and gave chase. The other guards didn't hesitate and followed, leaving only 2 or 3 guards behind. Aren't you going?" the guard with only a head asked. "If we go, who's in charge of the supply depot?" the guard said irritably. You two are truly useless. You don't even know who they are. Have Nuoka take you back later. Don't embarrass yourselves here. The two guards, now only heads, dared not speak out. There was nothing they could do. What could they do when they encountered such a situation? However, no one noticed that one of the guards, head down, silently walked into the supply depot. Inside the supply depot, many undead soldiers were busy at work. They too had heard the commotion outside, and their faces showed some confusion. At this moment, an undead dressed as a guard walked in and shouted loudly, "Gentlemen, there's been an enemy attack outside. Everyone, quickly prepare to prevent the warehouse from being breached." Someone immediately asked, "Who's so bold as to target our warehouse?" "I don't know, but just in case, we need to increase the warehouse's defenses." "Who's guarding this side now?" A slime zombie stepped forward. "I'm in charge here. There are 3 Feng Yuan here. No one can get in." "What about the entrance?" The slime zombie pointed behind him to an entrance leading underground. The door was closed, encased in an intricate magic circle. "If you want to get through, you have to step over our corpses." His words were firm and resolute. "Open the array, and put 2 people inside." "Huh?" The slime zombie was taken aback. "Isn't that necessary? If we're guarding outside, who can get in?" "Why not? The enemy was able to breach the supply depot's wall. They must have a backup plan. Maybe someone has already infiltrated the warehouse." The slime zombie was alarmed. If anything happened to the treasures in the warehouse, he wouldn't have enough heads to lose. He quickly ordered his men, "Open the warehouse." Several guards immediately activated a magic circle, opening the warehouse door. The slime zombie entered and glanced around, finding nothing amiss. He breathed a sigh of relief. He then left one guard inside, instructing him to alert the guard if anything unusual was discovered. Then, the group worked together to close the warehouse again. The slime zombie clapped his hands and turned, saying, "See? I told you, it's safe inside." But the undead guard, who had come from outside, was nowhere to be seen. Where did that person go? The slime zombie looked around, puzzled. Everyone shook their heads. "We didn't notice. Wasn't he just here? Wasn't he responsible for guarding the supply depot entrance? Did he go back to the entrance? Maybe, anyway, this isn't his responsibility." The slime zombie waved his hand. "Forget about him, we just guard the warehouse." However, at this moment, the guard left in the warehouse was reduced to a head, his mouth stuffed with a large wad of cloth, only able to make muffled sounds. Hee, this really took me a lot of effort." Born put the guard's head into a bag, so the guard couldn't see his face or issue any warnings. Having done all this, he looked at the warehouse shelves. This was indeed the warehouse of the Slime Legion's 3rd company. Not only were the items numerous, but their quality was also extremely high. Any one of them would be priceless outside. It was divided into 5 areas: Soulfire area, Magic Core area, Potions area, Equipment area, and Materials area. The Soulfire zone was the largest, containing mostly Soulfires at the transformation level or higher. They no longer cared about lower-level Soulfires. This solves the Soulfire problem. Born's eyes gleamed as he thoroughly emptied the Soulfire zone. There were approximately 60,000 Soulfires there, equivalent to the Nader Legion's entire year's reserves, but the overall quality was far superior, including many at the Supreme Origin level. These Soulfires quickly filled the first level of the Soul-Severing Blade, forcing Born to pile all sorts of miscellaneous items into the 2nd level, along with the moving castle. He then arrived at the Magic Core area. Similar to the Soulfire area, the quality of the magic cores here was also very high, with over 100 Supreme-grade magic cores alone. This meant he would no longer worry about running out of magic cores for his battle dolls. However, a new problem arose. Because the space within the Soul-Severing Blade decreased with each level, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels were already full after being filled with magic cores. The 5th and 6th levels were extremely cramped, making it impossible to empty the entire warehouse. He needed to make some selections. The potion area contained potions prepared by alchemists. Only high-quality potions were stored in the warehouse. Ordinary quality potions had already been distributed to the various teams. Born glanced at them briefly, and then pocketed the top 100-odd bottles of the highest quality potions. The equipment and materials areas offered relatively little choice. Since Born didn't know alchemy, materials were useless to him. Most of the equipment here was of the death attribute, so taking too much would be pointless, and would only waste space in the Soul-Severing Blade. Born, possessing the Soul-Severing Blade and the moving castle, didn't care about this equipment at all. He casually took some high-quality defensive armor, leaving the rest for later. Looking at the remaining items, Bourne chuckled. Makla, look how generous I am, leaving you so many good things. It was a pity the soul-severing blade's space was already full, otherwise, he would have liked to empty the entire warehouse. Even so, there wasn't much of value left in the warehouse. Alright, it should be about time. Bourne clapped his hands, preparing to go to the door to wait for the person outside to open it. Suddenly, a force seemed to stir within him, causing his very soul to tremble. A thought struck Bourne. The feeling was all too familiar. The celestial soul? Bourne never expected to find traces of the celestial soul in the warehouse of a company under the Slime Legion. Following this feeling, he returned to the materials area. He hadn't touched much of the stuff there, but now it was different. The materials here were divided into several categories, including herbs, ores, animal bones, and some strange and unusual items. Soon, Bourne found what he wanted among a pile of ores. It was a seemingly ordinary piece of wind chaser, or rich in wind elemental power, ideal for crafting wind-based weapons and armor. However, this ore contained an unusual power. Bourne reached out and stroked the ore, taking a closer look. Suddenly, as if two forces were attracting each other, the gray sphere in Bourne's mind began to spin wildly again, instantly drawing in the surrounding magic. At the same time, the ore in Bourne's hand trembled. He could clearly see a wisp of cyan energy rapidly moving within it, like an elf. What kind of heavenly soul is this? Bourne wondered. He clearly felt that the power within it was on a completely different level from the earth-shattering, judgment, and raging tide heavenly souls he already possessed. However, regardless of whether what was inside was a heavenly soul or not, it was at least related to heavenly souls. Without further ado, Bourne cleared some more items from the soul-severing blade and threw the ore into it. Bang! 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 What's going on? The slime zombie's voice rang out from outside the warehouse door. They had also detected the strong fluctuations of magic outside, so they quickly knocked on the door to inquire about the situation. Bourne didn't dare to linger and went straight to the door, shouting, "Enemy attack!" The slime zombie panicked instantly. He quickly ordered his men to open the warehouse door, drew his long sword, and was the first to rush inside. However, once inside the warehouse, he found it empty and eerily quiet. Where's the enemy? Soon, he saw a bag tossed aside, from which came muffled groans. The slime zombie grabbed the bag, and a head rolled out. He immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly removed the gag from the head's mouth. The guard was finally able to speak, crying out, "Captain, it's terrible. Someone has attacked the warehouse." The slime zombie roared, "Who was it? Did you see what the person looked like?" The guard shook his head. "No, I just felt a chill on my neck, and then a wad of cloth was stuffed into my mouth. I didn't even have time to say a word. I tried to see what the person looked like, but everything went black, and I was immediately covered by a bag." The slime zombie frowned. This person's movements were so practiced. Could it be a wandering undead from nearby? He then asked, how did that person get in? But as soon as he asked, he knew it was pointless. So he immediately said, "Everyone, search immediately. Be on guard. Find this person." The guards obeyed and quickly began searching the warehouse. The search shocked them. The huge warehouse had been completely emptied, especially the soulfire and magic cores. Not a single one remained. How could this be? The slime zombie's eyes widened. But how did he take so much stuff? Could he have a spatial artifact? But even if he had a spatial artifact, there wouldn't be such a large space. The crowd argued back and forth, giving the slime zombie a headache. "Alright. Stop arguing. Hurry up and find him. If we don't find that bastard, we're all doomed." The group snapped to attention and quickly searched the depths of the warehouse. However, the warehouse was now completely exposed, all the walls were intact, and they didn't see anyone unusual. Those who entered the warehouse were all the slime zombie's subordinates. He knew these people very well, and if someone had infiltrated, he would have spotted them immediately. But now, besides his men, there was no one else in the warehouse. What was going on? While the third company's supply depot was in chaos, Bourne had already swaggered away from the third company. Near the hunting grounds, he found a frantic Ollie. "Huh? Holy crap, you really came out?" Ollie exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Bourne. "Shoo!" Bourne gestured for silence, then waved, "Come on, this isn't a good place to talk. Let's go back to camp." To host this selection tournament, the Slime Legion had designated an area on the outskirts as a temporary camp for the participants, allowing them to adjust their condition, consolidate their cultivation, and prepare for the competition. Bourne and Ollie both had their own tents, which had been empty for the past few days. Upon their return, they went straight into Bourne's tent. Ollie eagerly asked, "How did it go? Did you steal anything?" Bourne scoffed, "What do you mean steal? I just took it. That Makro was asking for a huge sum, so I had no choice but to take his." Chapter 547. Hearing Bourne's words, Ollie was overjoyed, but looking at Bourne's person and noticing the absence of a bag containing the soul fire, he asked, "Then where did you put the soul fire?" Bourne wouldn't reveal the secret of the soul-severing blade. This thing can't be carried around. Otherwise, it'd be too conspicuous and arouse suspicion. I secretly hid it in a place no one knows about. We retrieve it when the time comes. Ollie slapped his thigh. "Wow. Brother Bourne, you're really something. You managed to sneak in and out of the third company's warehouse. I truly admire you." Bourne laughed. "That's all because you provided cover for me. If you hadn't drawn away the guards at the entrance, I wouldn't have been able to infiltrate so easily." The two chatted for a while longer, agreeing to meet with Makla together 2 days later, when the conference began to deliver the soul fire in person. This way, even if Makla had any outrageous demands, they wouldn't have to bring them up in front of so many people. After Ollie left, Bourne sat alone in his tent. With nothing to do, he took a portion of the soul fire from the soul-severing blade and swallowed it. The amount of soul fire was considerable, enough to support Bourne's breakthrough of 2 levels. However, he didn't intend to consume it all at once. That would be too wasteful. So he only swallowed half of the soul fire and, in conjunction with the soul fusion technique, began to cultivate intensively for the last 2 days. The 2 days passed quickly. Ollie emerged from his tent, looking refreshed. Today was the day the selection tournament would begin. The other contestants also emerged from their tents, exchanging glances without much interaction. Ollie spotted Crowley immediately and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Crowley. How's your preparation going?" Crowley glanced at him sideways and said coldly, "Do we know each other that well?" Ollie laughed and put his arm around Crowley's shoulder. "Don't be so cold. We came together after all." However, the moment his hand touched him, he felt a chill wash over him. Ollie froze, somewhat surprised. You broke through?" Crowley sneered. "You think I'm like you? This time I'm definitely going to get a ranking and become a member of the Slime Legion." Ollie shrugged. "Even if you broke through, you're still a bit short of the Origin Realm, right? Are you confident you can handle those 2? Crowley snorted. "Humph, those 2 guys are no match for me." Ollie didn't know where Crowley's confidence came from, but he didn't say anything more. Instead, he looked towards Bourne's tent. So much time had passed, and he still hadn't seen Bourne emerge. Just as Ollie hesitated whether to knock on the door, the tent door opened, and Bourne slowly walked out, stretching lazily. "Ah, that feels so good." Ollie quickly went to greet him. "Brother Bourne, you're out." Bourne smiled at Ollie. "Yo, good morning. You seem to be in a good mood?" A hint of teasing appeared in Ollie's eyes. Hee, I can't wait to see Makla's expression." Bourne laughed as well. This was a secret between the two of them, but what Ollie didn't know was that Bourne had not only taken 2,000 soul flames, but had also completely looted Makla's warehouse. "Hey, shouldn't you go get the soul fire?" Ollie whispered. Bourne nodded. "Yeah, I got it. Look, it's here." He pointed to his waist, where 2 bulging bags were clearly visible. Bourne took one bag and handed it to Ollie. Ollie took the bag, weighed it in his hand, and immediately felt a sense of relief. It seemed Bourne had indeed succeeded. There were definitely 1,000 soulfires here. After everyone gathered, they headed to the arena for the tournament, led by soldiers. Because there were relatively few participants, the entire tournament would end in 1 day. All the high-ranking members of the Slime Legion and the commanders of its subordinate legions would come, partly to assess the contestants' strength, and partly to communicate with the winners as soon as possible. After all, whoever won the tournament could become a captain or even a higher position in the Slime Legion. Makla sat grimly on the platform, as the slime zombie trembled as it reported the situation of the past 2 days. "Team, Captain, we sent out many people to conduct a large-scale search of the area, but we haven't found any trace of the thieves. We suspect they may have escaped." "Suspect?" Makla's voice was icy. "Explain to me what you mean by suspect?" The slime zombie didn't dare breathe, standing there with its head down, somewhat bewildered. Makla snorted heavily. "Get out. Continue the investigation. If you still can't find anything useful, you can bring your own head to me." The slime zombie quickly agreed and ran off. The captain of the second company turned and asked with a smile, "Makla, why are you so angry? What happened?" Makla glanced at him and said coldly, "Polson, this is our company's business. It's none of your concern." Polson didn't care and shrugged. "I'm just concerned about you. Don't get angry all the time. It's bad for your health." Makla rolled her eyes. They were both undead. What did he care about his health? Makla didn't tell anyone about the raid on his warehouse. After all, it wasn't something to be proud of, and even if he did, no one would help him, they would just laugh at him. It wouldn't be worth it. At this moment, Nuoka arrived before Makla with 2 undead. Makla waved his hand impatiently, saying, "We talk about it later. I'm not in the mood for your nonsense." Nuoka said somewhat awkwardly, "Captain, it's those 2 little undead from before. They gathered enough soulfire and came to report to you." Makla suddenly remembered, they gathered enough soulfire? Only 9 days had passed. Even if they were transferred from the original Legion, it wouldn't be this fast. He had only intended to make things difficult for those 2, but he hadn't expected them to actually succeed. Makla looked at the 2 people behind Nuoka. They were Bon and Ollie, each carrying a large bag filled with Chi Yuan soulfire. A full 1,000 bags in total. Makla beckoned, and Nuoka took the 2 bags and handed them to him. He opened one of the bags. It indeed contained enough Chi Yuan soulfire. Makla frowned slightly and asked, "Where did you get so many soulfires?" Born smiled and replied, "Captain, you only said you needed 1,000 soulfires, so I brought them over. Where they came from doesn't seem to matter much." Makla snorted coldly, "You little skeleton, you got some nerve, daring to talk to me like that." Born remained unfazed. I believe that with Lord Makla's magnanimity, he wouldn't hold a grudge against someone as insignificant as me. Here are 2,000 soulfires. If there are no problems, let's go prepare for the competition. Paulson glanced at the soulfires in Makla's hand and chuckled, "Oh, so openly demanding a gift. Captain Makla certainly has a grand display." Makla frowned, "This is compensation they gave me. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand." Paulson curled his lip. "What kind of thing requires 2,000 soulfires as compensation? Tell me, let me see." Before Makla could speak, Born interjected, "Oh, it's nothing much, it's just that during our hunt, we killed a level 3 supreme undead in the hunting grounds. To heal our own wounds, we used up the Python soulfire and magic core. To compensate Lord Makla for his loss, we brought 2,000 soulfires." Paulson was taken aback, looking at Makla with a strange expression. "I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Why should we compensate you for killing a wandering undead yourself? Besides, level 3 supreme undead soulfire and magic core aren't worth that much." "None of your business," Makla said irritably. "These 2 don't know the rules. Supreme undead soulfire and magic cores, like these, must be handed over to the Legion, but they use them themselves. I just wanted to teach them a lesson." Paulson rubbed his hands and laughed. "Hee, so these soulfires should belong to the Legion too. Let's all share." Makla felt like he was about to explode with anger. Ignoring Paulson, he shoved the 2 bags of soulfire into Nuoka's hands, instructing, "Put these in the company barn." But he stopped halfway through, seemingly remembering something, and changed his words, "Put them in my tent, and keep them safe." Nuoka responded, and turned to leave with Bon and Ollie. Paulson, seeing this, said nothing, only letting out a soft snort, a hint of contempt in his eyes. At this moment, a giant undead covered in grayish-green slime slowly crawled over. Everyone stood up, bowed to him, and shouted, "Commander." The giant undead slightly raised its eyes, casually waved its hand, then came to the main seat, and slowly sat down, leaving a long trail behind it. "Commander, the assembly is almost ready. May we begin?" A large-headed zombie stepped forward and asked respectfully. The leader waved his hand, saying, "Vice Leader, you handle the arrangements for the tournament. Don't ask me." The Vice Leader immediately nodded, turned, and went to the front of the stage. He had to say a few polite words first, then briefly introduced the participating contestants. When he introduced Born, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience. After all, Born's skill level was indeed somewhat lacking, and most people assumed he was just there to make up the numbers. Born didn't seem to care, remaining leisurely seated in his place, occasionally waving at Nader on the stage. Nader shook his head and smiled wryly. He knew Born's personality, he wouldn't be affected by such a thing, but the boos still sounded somewhat grating to his ears. Finally, the vice-captain shouted, "I now declare the competition officially open. This selection tournament has 10 participants, using an elimination system. At the beginning, everyone randomly draws lots to determine their opponents, then they are divided into groups for battles until only one person remains. Perhaps it was just bad luck, but he drew a powerful expert at the first level of the Supreme Origin realm right from the start. Holy crap! No way!" Born stared blankly at the lot in his hand. "Did I step in dog poop today? I get a higher level right off the bat?" The soldier in charge of drawing the lots twitched his lips, trying hard to suppress a laugh. Only 2 of the participants were at the first level of the Supreme Origin realm, considered seated opponents, and everyone favored them. So, Born drawing this lot basically sealed his fate. Nuoka shook his head. He had originally wanted to see Born's performance, but he hadn't expected the guy to have such bad luck, picking a seated opponent right away. Soon, Born was led to his arena. His opponent was a slime zombie from a medium-sized legion in the northern region, stronger than Nader's legion. The slime zombie sized Born up and down, grinning. "Kid, why don't you just admit defeat? Fighting a weakling like you is just too much trouble." Born smiled back. "It's fine. If you can't bring yourself to fight, then don't. Just wait to get beaten up." The slime zombie's smile froze, then his eyes turned sinister as he said, "Looks like you're asking for it. Don't blame me for being ruthless later." Born shrugged. "Whatever." On the arena, Paulson, propping his head up with one hand, watched Born with interest, smiling as he said to Nader, "Nader, your little skeleton probably won't last the first round." Nader respectfully said, "Alas, there are countless strong individuals in the Legion, there's nothing we can do about it." "Who told him to have such bad luck?" Makla sneered. "You can only say he overestimated himself. He didn't even admit defeat when he encountered a supreme undead. He suffer when the fight starts." Nader was somewhat helpless, but didn't know what to say. He couldn't very well tell Born to admit defeat now. With a soft clang, the competition officially began. Magical light flashed almost simultaneously on each arena, and the sounds of clashing weapons rose and fell. The same was true on Born's side. The slimy zombie waved and said contemptuously, "Little skeleton, you go first. I give you a head start." Born shook his head and chuckled. "All right, you better catch this." Born took a deep breath, fully activating the soul fusion technique, mobilizing all his magic power, concentrating it on the soul-severing blade, and simultaneously using a slight trace of the heavenly soul punishment power. A ball of purple lightning adhered to the blade, but no one noticed. He then flashed forward, rushing towards the slime zombie with incredible speed. The slime zombie was startled, not expecting his opponent to possess such speed, but he remained unfazed. After all, his cultivation level was undeniable, defeating him would be extremely difficult. The next moment, he swung his blade, blocking Born's attack. But the instant their weapons clashed, his blade was sliced in 2 like tofu, while the soul-severing blade continued its relentless descent towards his chest. "Huh?" The slime zombie was shocked, his eyes widening in alarm. His entire body erupted with magical power, and he immediately retreated rapidly. Chapter 548. But how could the slime zombie be faster than Born, who possessed the power of wind element? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Born's soul-severing blade, carrying a ferocious force, cleaved the slime zombie's breastbone in 2 with a single strike. The slime zombie roared desperately, erecting a bone shield in front of it, while it scrambled and crawled, barely escaping with its life. A clamor erupted from the audience. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected that Born, whom everyone had underestimated, would have dealt such a heavy blow to a level 1 slime zombie with a single attack. But the slime zombie was ultimately at a higher level. If they were at the same level, this single strike would likely have decided the outcome. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes, as he said in a deep voice, "Looks like I really underestimated you." Born chuckled. "Well, you're the one who let me make the first move. Don't go back on your word." "Humph, I won't go back on my word, but it's my turn next." The slime zombie's magic surged, attempting to reattach his sternum, only to find purple arcs of electricity crackling around the wound, preventing his magic from successfully healing. He was slightly alarmed, but remained calm. Since he couldn't heal, he just finished the fight quickly and eliminated his opponent, so he charged directly at Born, simultaneously waving his left hand sharply to the side and shouting, "Slime clone." Immediately, a dark, humanoid slime appeared beside him, joining the attack on Born. Born was slightly taken aback, seeing this strange magic for the first time. Although it was inferior to his own substitute doll and battle doll, it was still magic, making it easier to use. As Born retreated, he pondered his next move. He took a deep breath and slammed his left hand into the ground. 10,000 miles of frozen land. The power of his domain instantly expanded, freezing the already muddy ground into a thin layer of ice crystals. The most prominent element was his slime clone, which was instantly frozen solid. Water elemental power? The slime zombie was surprised. After scrutinizing Born for a moment, confirming that he was indeed just an ordinary skeleton soldier, it questioned, "Why can you use water elemental power? Did you use a magic stone?" Born spread his hands. "This is my own power. If I had used a magic stone, the higher-ups on the platform would have noticed. The slime zombie looked towards the platform. The higher-ups also looked surprised, but none of them intervened. This meant that Bourne hadn't used a magic stone, otherwise, the magical fluctuations emitted by the magic stone would be completely inconsistent with his aura. I really can't treat you like an ordinary skeleton soldier. The slime zombie's eyes grew even more serious. The opponent's domain power not only trapped his slime clone, but also significantly reduced the speed of his main body. Moreover, the continuous water elemental power was eroding him. But do you think having a domain makes you so great? Everyone awakens a domain after reaching the supreme realm. Your domain, which is created through magic, is nothing. With that, the slime zombie stomped its foot hard, unleashing its supreme realm domain. Crack, 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 with a few crisp sounds, the slime clone finally broke free from the shackles of the 10,000 miles of ice. Bourne watched this scene silently, then with a flick of his hand, launched a bone spike. The spike began to shatter upon contact with the opponent's domain. At this level, basic magic was essentially ineffective. Bone spikes, bone spears, and bone shields were no longer suitable for this kind of combat. The slime zombie laughed, pushed off with its feet, and charged forward again. Bourne tightened his grip on the soul-severing blade in his right hand, his eyes blazing with boundless fighting spirit. The two clashed with a loud bang, followed by the continuous clang of weapons clashing. The slime zombie knew its opponent's weapon was incredibly sharp, so it had deliberately switched to a more durable long sword, imbuing it with its own magic to make it even more resilient. In close combat, the slime zombie's advantage in cultivation level became apparent. Each of its attacks was powerful and heavy, forcing Bourne to retreat repeatedly. On the other hand, while Bourne had more combat experience, its strength was inferior, and it could never find an opportunity to counterattack. On the stage, Makla's lips curled into a cruel smile. Humph, that little skeleton probably won't last. Paulson shook his head. Sigh, he is indeed a good prospect. I never seen an ordinary skeleton soldier wield water elemental magic before. We should recruit him if we have the chance. Makla scoffed. It's just water elemental power. Our legion has no shortage of elemental undead like that. Why need such trash? Besides, whether he can even leave this arena is still unknown. Nader was startled. He could see that the slime zombie on the arena was starting to go all out. This kind of competition didn't care about casualties, it was just to select the strongest. Nader couldn't help but feel a chill for Bourne. Brother Bourne, you have to keep going. On the dueling platform, Bourne was already on the edge, one more step, and he would fall off. The undead outside were screaming wildly, some telling the slime zombie to kill him, others urging him to come down and surrender. The scene was chaotic. The slime zombie approached step by step, grinning maliciously. How about it, little skeleton? You're out of options now. Either you go down yourself, or I do it. You choose? Bourne scratched his head. Can I choose to let you go? The slime zombie's expression froze, then its eyes widened. I think you're asking for death. Since you don't want to choose, then die. With that, it swung its sword, and its slime clones attacked simultaneously. Bourne had been fighting two opponents, which was indeed very difficult, but he still had many trump cards up his sleeve, and now the opportunity was perfect. He chuckled, his figure flickering in place. The slime zombie noticed something amiss, but rubbing his eyes, he thought he was seeing things and didn't stop his attack. His attack and that of his slime clone struck Bourne almost simultaneously. Ha ha ha. I won. The slime zombie was about to celebrate when suddenly an extremely dangerous aura swept over him. Before he could react, he felt a chill on his neck, and his head was severed from his body. Bourne, who had been hit, had somehow shifted position and instantly killed the slime zombie without any hesitation. Silence. The entire arena fell silent. The turn of events was too fast. Everyone thought Bourne was doomed, but not only was he alive, he had killed his opponent, and most importantly, no one had seen how Bourne did it. Even the slime leader on the stage straightened up slightly, frowning as he looked at the arena. Makla, Paulson, and the others stood up abruptly, their faces filled with disbelief. Bourne grabbed the slime zombie's head and chuckled. How about that? I'm still the better one. The slime zombie hadn't recovered from its shock, its eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. How did you do that? Bourne put it down. You don't need to know how I did it. Just remember, I'm stronger than you. Then, amidst the almost frenzied cheers of the crowd, it stepped off the stage. What's going on with this guy? Makla exclaimed in surprise. What just happened? How did he kill his opponent? Paulson shook his head. I didn't understand. The slime zombie had already hit him, but he teleported to the other side, and killed his opponent. This is unbelievable. All eyes turned to the slime leader. He was the strongest and most knowledgeable among them. Aiden, the leader of the slime guild, frowned and muttered in a low voice, "Could it be a rare spatial magic?" Everyone was taken aback. Spatial magic? One of the 4 major auxiliary magic types? My god, this ordinary skeleton soldier actually knows such heaven-defying magic. Aiden exhaled and said, "Not necessarily. Maybe he's just using some trick to fool us all." Actually, Aiden had already noticed some clues, but he wasn't sure. However, what he didn't expect was that Born hadn't used spatial magic at all, but rather invisibility combined with a substitute puppet. He first released a substitute puppet, then concealed himself using invisibility, quickly appearing beside the slime zombie. The instant the puppet was struck, he retrieved it into his soul-severing blade, simultaneously severing the slime zombie's head with a single strike, creating the illusion that he possessed spatial magic. Born, at the 7th level of the Fengyuan realm, defeated a slime zombie at the 1st level of the Ziyuan realm, causing an uproar throughout the arena. Everyone discussed the battle animatedly, while Born, seemingly unaffected, returned to his seat to recuperate. In reality, the battle had indeed been extremely draining on his magic power, especially since his opponent could deploy a domain, pushing his magic consumption to its peak. If it continued, he feared he wouldn't be able to sustain it. At this moment, Ollie also finished his battle and returned to the rest area. "Hey, Born, how's it going over there?" Due to the obstruction between the arenas, Ollie was unaware of Born's battle progress. Born chuckled, "Cough, easy peasy." Ollie was somewhat surprised. "You took down that slime zombie?" Born waved his hand. "Hey, keep it low-key, that guy forced his way through. He wasn't that strong." Ollie gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive, as expected of you." Born then asked, "How did it go on your end?" Ollie put his hands on his hips. "Of course I won. The opponent wasn't very strong. I took him down in no time." Suddenly, another cheer erupted from outside the arena. Both of them looked outside, and saw Crowley slowly walking down from the arena, exuding a powerful aura. Born raised an eyebrow. "This guy won too? There's no need to be so excited." Ollie quickly noticed the problem. Right, his opponent was another Supreme Realm expert. Could it be? Sure enough, the discussions among the undead nearby provided the answer. This Crowley is also very strong. He defeated a Supreme Realm expert despite being a level above him. Looks like he's a favorite to win this time. Yeah, I didn't expect 2 dark horses to appear in this selection tournament. Both of the original Supreme Realm seeded players lost in the first round. This is going to be interesting. I really want to see Crowley and Born fight. Born scrutinized Crowley for a while longer. He hadn't expected this guy who came from the same path as him to have such strength. If they really got to the duel stage, it was hard to say who would win. Soon, the other matches ended. The 5 winners had to draw lots again to determine their opponents, and there was also one by spot. It all depended on luck. 5 people lined up to draw lots. Ollie, who was ahead of Born, drew the lot that would put him in the same group as Crowley, and his face immediately fell. He looked at Crowley and said, "You better go easy on me." Crowley turned his head away coldly. Born patted Ollie on the shoulder. "Don't be afraid. Just do your best. The worst that can happen is you lose. It's not shameful." Ollie gave Born a grateful look, then stepped aside a little. "Come on, it's your turn. Let's see if you can draw a bye." Born gave a wry smile. "My luck has always been bad. I don't think I get a bye." He then randomly picked up a lot, opened it, and saw 2 large characters written on it. Bystander. Holy crap. You actually drew a bystander. Ollie's eyes widened, his face full of envy. Born scratched his head. Hee, my luck's all used up in one go. After the draw, the second round of the competition began. Since Born had drawn a bystander, he returned to his seat to wait for the next round. With nothing to do, Born secretly began to cultivate. Through the battle with the slime zombie, he had gained some new insights. Indeed, fighting stronger opponents was the fastest way to grow. He first took out some soul fire and swallowed it to replenish his magic power. Then, he circulated the soul fusion technique, suppressing his strength and entering a meditative state. Having cultivated to his current level, and with the soul fusion technique becoming more complete, Born could freely control the flow of magic power. Although his internal magic power surged, no abnormality could be detected by the outside world. Time ticked by, and suddenly Born felt a sense of relief wash over him. His magic power had actually increased by another level. At this crucial moment, Born broke through a rank, successfully advancing to the 8th rank of the Fengyuan realm, but no one around him noticed. Soon, The competition on the stage ended. Crowley successfully defeated Ollie, though he had shown mercy, forcing Ollie to concede. On the other side, another EP501 realm expert emerged victorious. Now, the final battle was about to begin. Chapter 549. The rules for the finals were slightly different. Since only 3 people entered the finals, and only one needed to be eliminated, all 3 fought simultaneously. The first to be eliminated was out, and the remaining 2 would compete for the final championship. This method of competition heavily tested the contestants' ability to fight multiple opponents at once. All 3 had to go on stage together and fight the other 2 simultaneously. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Bourne, Crowley, and another undead at the peak of the EP501 realm simultaneously stepped onto the arena, preparing for the final showdown. Crowley glanced at Bourne and nodded slightly, saying, "I really didn't expect a skeleton soldier like you to make it to the finals. I misjudged you." Bourne smiled and shrugged, "It's alright, I'm used to it anyway. The losers will eventually see my strength." Crowley stumbled, "Don't get cocky, I don't know what method you used to defeat that EP501 realm expert, but I'm different. I let everyone know that I am the strongest." Bourne pursed his lips and said to the other undead, "Hey, he said he's the strongest. Do you admit defeat?" The undead was taken aback. What did their verbal sparring have to do with me? But he still said, "Whether someone is strong or not, we only know after we fight." Bourne chuckled, "Then why don't we team up?" "Huh?" The undead was clearly not expected Bourne to pull this stunt. You two know each other, don't you?" Bourne smiled, "I do know him, but we're not close. He said he's the strongest, so if we team up to take him down, wouldn't that be a win-win situation?" Crowley's face darkened, and he hissed, "What are you doing? This isn't a fair fight at all." Bourne shrugged and looked at the soldier beside him, asking, "What?" "The rules don't allow 2 people to team up." The soldier shook his head. "Any means are allowed on the dueling platform, including 2 people teaming up." "See? I told you so," Bourne said to Crowley with a smug grin. "You haven't even figured out the rules. That's really terrible." "You?" Crowley was furious. Ignoring him, Bourne said directly to the other undead, "Brother, to show my sincerity, I make the first move." With that, he flashed in front of Crowley and swung his sword. Crowley had been itching to act. Seeing Bourne attack first was exactly what he wanted. He immediately parried with his sword, while simultaneously kicking Bourne in the chest. Bourne twisted his body, and unleashed 3 consecutive slashes, chipping a gash in Crowley's weapon. Such a sharp blade! Crowley was startled, but this level of sharpness didn't frighten him. He retreated several steps, then unleashed a horizontal slash, the blade radiating magical power and exuding immense force. Bourne dared not take the blow head-on, taking a step back to create distance. Seeing Bourne's decisiveness, the undead didn't hesitate either, unleashing several slashes during Crowley's attack gaps. Crowley's gaze was icy. He dodged the attacks with several somersaults, and the moment he landed, he pushed off with his feet, charging towards his opponent. The undead panicked, conjuring a defensive shield with his magic to block Crowley's attack. However, a smile played on Crowley's lips. He extended his left hand and placed it on the shield. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The shield, like ice meeting fire, slowly melted from the point of contact. At the same time, the undead was shocked to find that its strength seemed to be suppressed, and even circulating its magic became difficult. Bourne frowned. He had never seen such bizarre magic before, as if it could nullify all other magic. If Bourne didn't do something now, the undead would be in serious trouble. So Bourne immediately stepped forward, forcing Crowley back. Crowley was still somewhat wary of Bourne, or more precisely, wary of the soul-severing blade in his hand. In fact, he had already used this strange magic during the previous battle, but the soul-severing blade seemed to directly block its effects, leaving Bourne completely unaffected. "What kind of magic is that?" Bourne asked, frowning. Claude chuckled. "Telling you won't hurt. It's a unique magic of my sloth swamp, only those blessed can learn it. Its name is weakness." Bourne's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the same as Berserk? Did every lord have a special magical skill? What was Asmodeus's exclusive magic? What about Mammon and Baalzeb's? Thinking about it, Baalzeb's exclusive magic should be Devour, but he wasn't sure about Mammon's and Asmodeus's. It seemed Asmodeus still didn't consider him one of their own. Otherwise, he should have taught him his exclusive magic. While Bourne was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. His keen intuition made him subtly turn to the side. The next moment, a sharp blade grazed his shoulder and slashed down. "Huh?" Almost instinctively, Bourne raised his elbow, striking the other man directly in the chest. The man groaned, staggering back several steps before regaining his footing. Bourne looked at the undead with icy eyes. You actually ambushed me? The undead sneered. It doesn't matter to me which of you goes down, as long as I win. In this arena, no one is an absolute ally. Bourne brushed the bone fragment scraped off his shoulder and said coldly, the thing I hate most in this life is a traitor. Someone like you, who doesn't keep their word, deserves to die. Before the other could react, Bourne had already left a trail of blue afterimages, his figure swiftly appearing beside the undead, his soul-severing blade slashing towards his neck at an extremely strange angle. The undead was startled, and could only be forced to roll forward, barely avoiding the attack. The next moment, however, he saw a flash of cold light. He desperately raised his weapon to parry, but a hand pressed down on his arm, and a strange power invaded his body. He felt as if all his magic had stopped, and he could only watch helplessly as Crowley's blade struck his face squarely, severing his head in two. He barely had time to scream before he died instantly. He was the first contestant to die in the arena since the start of the entire tournament. Everyone was stunned. This reversal was truly astonishing. That untrustworthy undead had actually been killed by Bourne and Crowley working together, the first to be eliminated. There was no suspense left. Crowley and Bourne were the top two in this tournament, and whoever won would become a member of the Slime Legion. Shall we fight again? Bourne asked, sheathing his sword. Crowley grabbed the soulfire and tossed it to Bourne. Fight? Why wouldn't we? I haven't even warmed up yet. Bourne took the soulfire, asking, why are you giving me this? Didn't you kill him? Crowley confidently laughed. You're weaker than me. Quickly eat some soulfire to replenish yourself, and fight me again with all your might. Seeing the fervor in Crowley's eyes for the battle, Bourne stuffed the soulfire into his mouth, chuckling, in that case, let's take this. Bang! The two clashed again. This time, Bourne used no fancy moves, just a pure clash of magic power and technique, the two fighting evenly matched. The crowd below was excited. They hadn't seen such an intense and exciting battle in a long time, especially since both fighters were top-tier cultivators of the Feng Yuan realm, capable of defeating Supreme Yuan-level experts. Every move they made was incredibly beneficial to them. Aiden watched the fierce battle and nodded slightly, saying, not bad. These two little undead have great potential. Who are they subordinates of? Nader and another Legion commander stood up and introduced them to Aiden. Aiden nodded. Good, you two have both done a great job training them, you deserve a reward. Men, give each of them 20 bottles of low-grade potions. Nader's face lit up with excitement. This amount was equivalent to the entire Legion's annual income. Aiden continued, these two have already decided to join the Legion. The three company commanders, discuss it. Who wants to accept them? The three company commanders looked at each other, no one speaking first, because the battle on the field was not yet over, and they didn't know who would win. All three wanted the strongest. Seeing that the three were unwilling to speak, Aiden directly called on them. Makla, what do you think? Makla thought for a moment. He seemed to have had a minor disagreement with Bourne before, and wondered if the guy held a grudge. But regardless, choosing Crowley seemed like the right choice. So he said, my 3 battalions are short a captain. Let Crowley come to my unit. Polson immediately objected, it's not just your unit that's short a captain, I have vacancies too. Makla frowned, then which one do you want? Polson scratched his head. He was unsure. In the long run, Bourne definitely had better talent. After all, he was only at the 8th level of the Feng Yuan realm, while Crowley was already at the peak of the Feng Yuan realm. A difference of 2 levels, yet they fought to a draw. This showed that Bourne's future growth would definitely surpass Crowley's. But based solely on today's battle performance, Crowley still held a clear advantage. With Crowley's addition, the entire company's strength would increase significantly. Seeing Paulson hesitate, Makla sarcastically said, if you're so indecisive, why don't you just give me both? Get lost. Paulson retorted, aren't you afraid of eating too much and dying? Aiden waved his hand with a smile. All right, Jimmy, what do you think? Jimmy was the captain of the first company, and the only one of the 3 company captains who wasn't a core member. He was different from the others. He wasn't a death worm or a slime zombie, but a golden skeleton. Jimmy slowly said, I want Bourne. If possible, I'm willing to exchange him for resources like Soulfire. Aiden was taken aback. Huh? Why? You think so highly of him? Jimmy said calmly, he possesses a power that no one else has. He's exactly the person I'm looking for. Aiden then looked at the 2 vice captains, who both nodded slightly, indicating they had no objections. Aiden asked Paulson, how about this? Jimmy and Makla will compensate you with some resources. Bourne goes to Jimmy, and Crowley goes to Makla. How about that? Paulson thought for a moment, deciding it wasn't a bad deal, and said, okay, I follow the captain's arrangements. Jimmy and Makla also had no objections. After finalizing the distribution, everyone's attention returned to the arena. Bourne and Crowley had already exchanged more than 10 blows. Although Bourne had used wind and water elemental magic, Crowley generally held the advantage. This was partly due to his higher cultivation level, and partly because, as a Golden Skull, Crowley's racial talent was superior to Bourne's. The two clashed again, Bourne being thrown far away, while Crowley only took 2 steps back. Bourne somersaulted in the air, and landed steadily on the ground. It was quite exhilarating, but this can't go on forever, can it? Crowley's fighting spirit didn't diminish, in fact, it grew even stronger. Indeed, I win this match first. We continue the fight another time. Bourne raised an eyebrow. Are you so sure you can beat me? Crowley raised his left hand, a great energy gathering in his palm. He hadn't used the weakening spell during his fight with Bourne to ensure a fair fight, but now it was time to end the battle. Bourne's expression also became serious. That weakening spell was indeed very strange. If all else failed, he would have to use his heavenly soul power. However, there were too many powerful figures present. If he rashly revealed his heavenly soul power, it would likely attract unnecessary trouble. Unlike magic, which cannot be stolen once learned, the heavenly soul can be. Therefore, Bourne didn't intend to unleash the full power of his heavenly soul unless absolutely necessary. But how could he counter weakened magic without using the heavenly soul? Was defeat the only option? Just as Bourne was pondering this, Crowley made his move. He charged towards Bourne, slashing with his blade while simultaneously striking Bourne's shoulder with his left hand. Bourne immediately became alert, retreating several meters in a flash of blue light. Crowley relentlessly pursued, but Bourne sensed a difference in his attack style compared to before. After parrying 2 attacks, Bourne noticed that Crowley always attempted to touch his body with his left hand during each attack. Could it be? A thought flashed through Bourne's mind, and he immediately made a plan. He leaned forward slightly, his soul-severing blade slashing upwards to deflect Crowley's blade, but in doing so, he exposed himself to Crowley's left hand. Crowley's eyes flashed. Wasn't this the opportunity he'd been waiting for? He eagerly pressed his left hand forward. However, at that moment, a strange magical force assaulted him, pulling at his soul and instantly causing him to lose control of his body. When he regained his senses, Bourne's soul-severing blade was already pointed at his forehead. You lost? Bourne chuckled. Crowley's eyes widened. What did you just do? Chapter 550. Crowley, your weakening spell has a flaw, doesn't it? Does it only work when it touches my body? Bourne asked with a smile. Crowley was still somewhat unwilling. It's your blade. It can't conduct my weakening power, so I can only cast the spell by touching your body. But I almost succeeded just now. Bourne shrugged and said, but you were too eager to succeed. You have a trump card, and so do I. So? Are you going to admit defeat? Crowley gritted his teeth, looking at the blade that exuded an aura of death, and finally sighed. You win. After saying that, he turned and automatically jumped off the dueling platform. Thus, the champion of the selection tournament was finally born. Makla looked resentful, not expecting that he had still made the wrong choice. It seems that Bourne's potential for growth is simply outrageous, and the first company's strength will be even greater. Aiden stood up with a smile, and said to the vice commander, all right, the selection is over. I'm heading back to my tent. Have these 2 little guys come see me later. The vice commander acknowledged, and then stepped forward to announce the final results. Bourne, as the champion of this selection, entered the first company, while Crowley was assigned to the third company. Although the others couldn't join the Slime Legion, they all received certain rewards, ensuring they didn't leave empty-handed. Most of them were quite happy. After all, this failure had shown them their shortcomings, giving them more confidence for the next selection. Ollie stepped forward to congratulate Bourne. Brother Bourne, congratulations. I didn't expect you to actually succeed, and even win the championship. Bourne patted Ollie on the shoulder. You did very well too. Good luck in the next selection. I'll be waiting for you in the Slime Legion. Ollie nodded emphatically, then saw Crowley approaching and laughed. You two really made the South District proud this time. I just saw several Legion commanders from the North and West Districts turn green with envy. Crowley didn't care about that. Instead, he said to Bourne, you're really strong, but I'm still not convinced. I'd like to have another match with you sometime. Bourne nodded, sure, but can you tell me what that weakness spell is all about? Crowley shrugged, it's not difficult. Weakness is Lord Belphegor's exclusive spell. Only with his approval can one learn it. I only learned it by chance after helping a guardian. I learned this weakening magic, but my version isn't complete. The true weakening magic is far more powerful. A guardian? Bourne frowned slightly. In the high-level undead zone, guardians' true strength had reached the chaotic origin realm, making them truly top-tier powerhouses. How could they be associated with a primordial undead? However, Bourne didn't ask further, as everyone has their own secrets. Anyway, we have plenty of time later. Just find me anytime you want to spar. Just then, a slimy undead approached. Everyone recognized him. He was one of the vice-captains of the Slime Legion. He went straight to Bourne and Crowley and said, "Bourne, Crowley, congratulations on your victory. Now come with me to see the captain." Bourne waved to Ollie, and then followed the vice-captain away. Upon arriving at the commander's tent, the two finally met Aiden, the supreme leader of the Slime Legion. However, no matter how hard Bourne racked his brains, he couldn't determine what kind of undead creature Aiden was. Aiden was over 3 meters tall, even taller than Crowley, the golden skeleton. His entire body was covered in a sticky liquid that seeped wherever he went, making him look utterly repulsive. The only thing visible was his pair of small, round eyes, their pupils pure black, revealing no emotion. "Greetings, Commander." Bourne and Crowley bowed respectfully. Aiden waved his hand dismissively, though his own hand was also covered in slime, only the shape of an arm was visible. No need for formalities. The vice-commander should have already announced your assignments. Do you have any objections? Both shook their heads. No objections. We follow the Legion's arrangements. Good. Aiden nodded. Our Slime Legion is very open, so you don't need to worry about anything. Even if you have any secrets, I don't want to know, I won't pry. As long as you're strong and loyal enough, I allow anything. Furthermore, if anyone sabotages things in the shadows or does anything detrimental to the Legion, I won't show any mercy. Those who deserve punishment will be punished. Those who deserve execution will be executed. Do you understand? Understood. Aiden smiled with satisfaction. Before you're assigned to your posts, there's something else I want to discuss with you. You two are the only undead in all these years capable of defeating a supreme-level expert. I'm very happy to have you join us, so I hope you do a good job. I'm also giving you a mission. A mission? Bourne and Crowley were both taken aback, unsure of Aiden's meaning. Aiden's smile faded, and he said solemnly, "There are some problems within my Slime Legion. Someone has leaked Legion secrets to hostile forces. I've been investigating this for some time, but without much success. We dare not launch a full-scale investigation for fear of alerting them. You two are both core members of your respective legions, trustworthy, and newcomers with no established foothold here. Therefore, assigning this mission to you is the most suitable." Bourne immediately recalled Nader's words. It seemed their concerns were indeed valid. Bourne looked around and, seeing that there was no one else in the tent except for another vice-captain, said to Aiden, "Captain, I have something to report to you." "Oh." Aiden raised an eyebrow. "Go ahead." Bourne slowly said, "Some time ago, our Nader Legion was attacked by a group called the Pisa Legion, but they were actually a hastily assembled group of wandering undead from the northern edge of the swamp. They launched a premeditated attack on our camp, causing significant damage." Aiden frowned. "You mean? We captured one of their vice leaders?" According to his confession, they were acting under orders from the Purple Fire Mummy Legion, with the aim of wiping out the entire Southern Legion. Initially, I suggested reporting this directly, but Captain Nader considered it risky and wanted to contact the core members. However, for a small legion like ours, contacting the core members of the Slime Legion is far too difficult, so he had no choice but to send me to this election tournament. Aiden nodded slightly. Your actions were correct. I never expected the Purple Fire Mummy Legion to be so despicable, even targeting their own subordinate legions. It's truly despicable. Bourne asked, "So, is this related to the mission you mentioned earlier?" Aiden sighed. "You're right. We also discovered the Purple Fire Mummy Legion's unusual movements, and whenever we were about to take action, they always had a preemptive measure. Therefore, I suspect there's a mole within our ranks." Crowley frowned. "Such confidential matters are usually only known to the Legion's higher-ups, right? And of the Legion's 3 company commanders only. I don't need speculation," Aiden said. "I know who you suspect, but without evidence. Anyone can be suspected under these circumstances, but I need a real mole." Crowley looked at Bourne and said, "In that case, you seem more suited to investigate." Bourne gave a wry smile and asked, "Commander, why did you assign me to the first company? Is it just because of this mission?" Aiden shook his head. "Of course not. Doing so would only alert the enemy. Actually, the first company commander personally selected you, and he even paid some resources in exchange. Bourne was somewhat surprised. He didn't know this first company commander. Did the other party really think so highly of him? After a brief chat, Bourne and Crowley left the commander's tent and went to report to their respective companies. Bourne arrived at the first company alone. He had won the selection tournament, and everyone in the entire legion knew him, so the guards of the first company led him through directly and led him to the company commander's tent. By this time, a large group of people had gathered in the company commander's tent. Bourne didn't recognize any of them, only knowing that the one sitting in the very center must be company commander Jimmy. "Bourne, you come at the right time." Jimmy introduced himself immediately upon seeing Bourne enter. "I'm Jimmy, the company commander of the first company, and this is..." It turned out that those sitting here were the first company's deputy commander, battalion commander, and the company and platoon leaders, essentially the entire high command of the first company. Bourne glanced around, a sense of doubt creeping into his mind. The first company currently had 4 battalions, and all 4 battalions had battalion commanders. There was no position for him. Was he supposed to be a company commander? But if that were the case, there was no need for Jimmy to have specifically asked Aiden for him. After the introductions, Jimmy said, "Bourne, you're new here, don't be too reserved. My first company is very relaxed and informal. Our main responsibilities are managing the Legion's camp forces and handling external combat missions. Your and Crowley's joining the Legion has already been taken care of. You don't need to worry about it. Once you're in my first company, just focus on your duties." Bourne nodded. "Thank you, Captain. What will I be responsible for next?" Jimmy's eyes flickered, and he waved his hand lightly. Everyone in the tent left in a flash, leaving only Bourne and Jimmy. Bourne asked somewhat puzzledly, "Captain, what's going on?" Jimmy took a deep breath and said, "Bourne, you might not know the situation in my first company. Actually, no one in our entire first company came up from the core members, including me and everyone below me. They all fought their way up in the Slime Legion, but due to their level and strength, they couldn't gain the recognition of the core members. I'm the same." Bourne swallowed hard, sensing that what Jimmy was about to say would be crucial. "But Captain, you must be strong enough to be a core member, right?" Jimmy chuckled. "Not really. I probably won't be a core member even when I leave the Slime Legion." "Why is that?" "Because I have a personal grudge against Aiden." "Huh?" Bourne was shocked. The Slime Legion's commander and the first company's captain had a personal grudge? That was unbelievable. Jimmy, seeing Bourne's astonished expression, said helplessly, "There's nothing we can do about it. Back then, some things made him very wary of me, but because of my strength and contributions to the Legion, he never did anything to me, though he refused to let me become a core member." Although Jimmy glossed over some things, Bourne knew it was something serious, otherwise, the relationship between the two wouldn't be so tense. "If that's the case, why are you still with the Slime Legion? If you wanted to join another Legion, you'd be very welcome, wouldn't you?" Jimmy shook his head. "But I have feelings for the Slime Legion. Back then, I was just a wandering undead, and it was the first commander of the Slime Legion who took me in, allowing me to cultivate to my current level. Otherwise, I'd probably be dead in the wilderness of the undead world long ago." "The first?" Bourne caught some information. "Then who is the current commander, Aiden?" "He's the second," Jimmy said. "The original commander was ambushed and killed in battle, and Aiden took over. But actually, I'm the one who should have taken over." "Never mind that. You just need to know that our first company's current situation in the Legion is very delicate. We are both the strongest fighting force in the Legion, and the force that the Legion's higher-ups fear the most." Bourne understood. If the first company wanted to rebel, even Commander Aiden probably couldn't stop them. "Captain, so why are you telling me all this?" "I want you to be the battalion commander." "Battalion commander?" Bourne was even more confused. "I heard you introducing us earlier. All 4 battalions in our company already have commanders. We can't just dismiss one of them, can we?" "Of course not," Jimmy said. "I want you to be the commander of the 5th Battalion." "The 5th Battalion? But our company only has 4 battalions, right? Are we going to temporarily form a new battalion?" Bourne asked. Jimmy's eyes gleamed. "You're right. Our company only has 4 battalions. We can't add any more battalions at any time. But you be the commander of the 5th Battalion, and you have no one else under you." "Huh?" Bourne felt his brain was starting to malfunction.